globalization, accepting the globe installation through media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and much experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000-mile-per-hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation, and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let me start. So that's pretty much the I guess our starting point would be, I mean, of course, everyone knows, yeah, we're raised to think that we live on a globe Earth in the heliocentric system, the solar system, and it's such a common belief that it feels so real to many people until you start to actually question it and test it for yourself. So to start off, we want anyone who thinks that there's even a possibility that they live on a globe, Earth, in the solar system, on a planet, all these things. Maybe like, what is the reason? Like, what is something that you experience with your senses in your life that would lead you to actually think that that's like a possibility? And we'll start there, and then later on, I'm hoping we could get into some more specifics as to why we think the Earth is flat. So let's just start there. Why would it be a globe? Like, what do we think? What do we experience? Because some people just say it's common sense. It makes sense. Well, which senses are we referring to when we say this? And that's the typical response, I mean,
right.
hopefully
so
people are thinking.
Are we talking about senses? So do I have like a globe receptor?
Well, what else do we have? We only really have our senses. We have our intuition.
We have our senses. We also have science, and we have hypotheses and we have predictions.
Right, but ultimately, who's doing the science? It's going to be human beings, right?
Yeah.
So we're limited to our senses. Of course, science gives us a way of kind of cross-checking with our hypotheses, and I think that's what's so great about the scientific method. It's an ongoing process, and you're constantly testing new things, and you're trying. It's all built around falsification. So I think science is a useful tool. A common misconception is that flat earthers, they don't understand science, or they don't believe in science. They deny science deniers. So we're not coming from that perspective at all. So I agree. But at the end of the day, we only have 5 senses, and even if we're using scientific equipment, we're still perceiving everything through our senses. So what else? How do we perceive globe if not through our senses? Is there another way, maybe?
I don't know what to tell you. You're bringing up something that's, I've never had this conversation that
Right.
If we have a globe sense.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so
right, and a flat horizon. When you look at the horizon, the word horizon, horizontal, you see a horizontal line, and it's flat, from our perspective. Now, people want to say, oh, well, the Earth is so big and we're so small, and that's great. But why would we think that it's anything other than what we see? And that's kind of the question that I'm putting out there to any, globe believers.
just a second, I'm getting an image.
Yeah, I mean, because it's interesting because we're in a server that talks about beliefs, and the globe, it feels so real to many people, but what more so than convincing people that the earth is flat, we just want to show people that even if you do believe in the globe, it is a belief. And what do we have other than belief, to justify it as anything other than just a belief? Yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah.
All right, so here, let me give a little bit of evidence for the globe. So here's a picture of Santiago, Chile.
Okay, where are we looking?
In the chat.
Oh, because we're using Helioskeptics chat.
Helioskeptics chat. I'm getting the image. Just give me a second.
Okay, sure.
I can't see the channel.
Yeah, so for anyone listening, like, we're trying to figure out how we know the Earth is a globe using our personal experiences. And so, was it Lil Juicy's gonna post an image?
Let me try to get a better file. I don't know why it's so glitchy on my laptop.
My brother went to Chile. I don't know if he went to Santiago, but he had a great time out there.
Can't say I've been.
Yeah, I'd love to go to South America someday. Take some ayahuasca or something. No, I'm just kidding. Isn't that what you do out there?
Give me a minute. My laptop's being buggy with downloads, so I'll get this image in a second.
Skeptic. Hello. But you got a killer ass voice, man. You feel like a cinema voice. Can you say coming to a town near you in your voice?
Spoiler alert. In a world that's flat.
All right, so here's a good piece of first evidence for some globe.
That's a cool
Here's a picture
picture.
of Santiago, Chile. The mountain ranges you see in the back is the Tupungato Mountains, which are about 6,500 meters tall, or 21,000 feet. The tower you see at the front that seems to be as tall as the mountain is the Grand Torre of Santiago, which is about 300 meters tall, which this image right here shows a little bit of drop, because if the mountain range, if it was on a flat plane, then easily you would have seen the tower below the mountains, right? It's a first piece of evidence. Can you dispute it?
Yeah. Okay, so my question would be, wait, are you saying on a flat Earth perspective doesn't exist? I'm confused.
Right.
How have you accounted for perspective? Like, are you taking that into account? I didn't really hear you mention it.
Okay. So what does perspective have to do with this?
Well, do you know what perspective is?
Yes, I know.
So when you're viewing things through any type of optical device, including your eyes, which are essentially just lenses, you're viewing in perspective. So things that are further are going to get smaller. So I don't see what you would expect on a globe that, what I don't get how this would prove a globe. I mean, it just looks flat.
This looks flat.
It just looks, yeah. Right. Another thing is usually when we do these types of site observations, we need a little bit more information about the altitude of the observer. We don't really have any of that.
Alrighty. I'm gonna unmute this guy. Go ahead and say hello. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Have you said hello? Have you said hello yet? Rickroll, uh-oh. How sad. Here I was thinking that there was an opportunity for somebody to have a voice and say some words. And they're just not going to take it. All right, well, this is what happens when you don't take opportunities. How's everybody doing?
I'm good. How are you?
The conversation that I was listening to on that live stream was akin to falling down stairs in slow motion. So I wanted to go ahead and take a break. Hopefully
sorry about that. I had to fill the available space.
Yeah.
Meanwhile.
It's just I was listening to that conversation. I don't know when that happened, but good grief. It's like that one got saved, huh? Maybe there was other moments. I saw that it was like a 4-hour clip, so maybe there was better moments in that 4-hour period of time. Because the moment where I came in, I was like, wow, we can do better than this, guys. It's good. Thank you. How's everybody doing? Not a question I ask very often.
Good. No Globers today, Sally, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've just noticed I've been doing other stuff all day, so I figured I wouldn't even bother. But I saw that the user count in the VC was pretty low.
Yeah.
So instead, I've just been listening to videos, and that's what I do as an alternative during my work day here. Did post a few of them.
You work here?
Yeah, have you not been getting your paycheck, rookie?
Nope.
It'll be. It's probably in the mail.
That line. I probably didn't get in that line.
You got to send in your direct deposit form.
Oh, maybe I forgot to turn in my time card.
Yeah.
You're fun.
The hell are y'all talking about? Y'all work here?
What?
I don't know. Ricky asked me if I worked here because I said during my work day. So I was just playing along with his line of.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the? I was like, we got another guy living in North Dakota?
Oh yeah, no. Rookie's out in Cali.
Trying to make a joke around. The ulterior motive.
Yeah.
So anybody find any curvature or anything? Anything new? Still the same old thing.
No curvature. I tilled a small garden plot yesterday.
Yeah,
I used it.
Awesome. What are you planting?
I'll be planting potatoes and shallots.
Shallot.
Yeah.
I planted onions, but no shallots. You got potatoes, tomatoes, squash, bunch of stuff.
It was my first time using a tiller, and this one was probably about 60 years old. If I had to take a guess, maybe only 50 years old.
So Grandpa used.
And it was friends of mine that own a farm and have all sorts of equipment and stuff. He hauled it over here, and I got to learn how to use a tiller. And the metaphor or analogy I came up with was it was like wrestling a bull by the horns.
Yeah, basically.
I was very intrigued with how much strength it required.
And how much your arms were sore afterwards.
I managed okay. I'm still fairly young, I suppose. But not quite 40. Not quite 40 yet. But anyway, I basically
you got stuff in the ground, or did you just till it and you're still working?
No, I tilled it. My wife's gonna do the planting.
You buying
but
plants?
I'm.
From seed?
What's that?
Are you going from seed, or are you buying plants?
Potatoes. But so planting potatoes and planting shallot bulbs, mostly because if I were to do, there's not enough time. We didn't get things or any of that. This was slightly spontaneous, but basically, the good part is after over a decade of toolbox fallacy, thanks to the love and support of a brother who is old enough to be almost a grandfather, not quite. But yeah, by the support of a friend, regardless of age, by the support of a friend, I was able to break through a toolbox fallacy that had been lasting for about a decade.
What kind of toolbox fallacy?
The toolbox fallacy is the one where you make excuses to not do the thing that you know you should or ought to do, and or the thing that you claim you want to do. So it could apply to a number of different situations. But the toolbox is the metaphor. So yeah, I'll go fishing when I have a toolbox. Like you have the pole, you have the string, you have the hooks, you have the bait, but you're waiting to go fishing until you have the toolbox. But really and truly, it's just a kicking the ball down the road excuse to not do the thing that you are saying you want to do. It's called the toolbox fallacy.
Stop it.
I know. I mean, I'm telling.
Wait. I just want to say, I think I'm an expert at that, and I'm really working on that. I'm working on that right now.
We all are. My point is, it was by the help of a friend who happens to be twice my age that that I was able to, he didn't do it for me, but he enabled me to break the 10-year streak of toolbox fallacy. So I'm just, celebrating. I'm thankful, I'm happy.
That's interesting. I'm kind of doing the same thing. I've kind of made some breakthroughs where this organizational part of me has just kicked in to where I have to have everything the way I need it to be, like as if I was on a ship. And it doesn't have to be super strict, or I don't have to be super strict on myself or perfectionistic or anything, but I can moderate that and just do the best I can and keep working so that like I'm happiest when I'm doing things all the time and I just am busy organizing and cleaning because it makes life easier. And when I look around, I can be satisfied knowing I did that, a sense of accomplishment every day and progress in my trying to achieve just to be better than I was yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people have gotten onto me before, facetiously, for talking about the toolbox fallacy because it is it's a painful thing. It's like, oh man,
You need to ship up, Santa.
excuses do suck. But it's okay. We can and my point in sharing it too is be that friend. I know I have been that friend to other people. I literally threw caution to the wind, as the expression goes, and moved my entire family across the country for the sake of somebody else's toolbox fallacy. And it resulted in a lot of negative consequences and effects for myself. However, I don't really have any regrets. It's not a big deal. Learning experience. I wouldn't do the same thing again in the same way, but at the same time, take a risk, calculated risk if it need to be, and help one another not be victims of their own demise with the toolbox fallacy. All right, I'm done. Sorry.
Here's something that came up for me, which is always kind of interesting. Dealing with authorities, like when I think there's been some kind of if I get really touchy and think there's some kind of personal vendetta against me, what do you call that? Like it's really, I think we're all easily like susceptible to this fear of authority, like because as a kid growing up in the era and the place that I did, literally when I was outside, it was like this life and death struggle of like, oh no, I'm doing something wrong. Oh, I'm just like smoking a plant or something as a teenager, right? Like maybe that's not the right thing to do. Well, if I could have made a different decision at that time, I probably would have, but I didn't. So I grew up thinking, oh no, I'm going to be in trouble for something. And now as an adult and learning how to speak for myself and stand upright within myself, I found I can just take care of business and speak to people. And like, so I was all afraid of like something happening with this management company, and it starts to become this existential struggle or something for some reason. So that's me making shit up, making it worse than it really is. And then like I just looked at the paperwork just briefly at a brief glance, just with using my eye for detail and looking at numbers because numbers are involved and income and stuff like that. So I found there was errors, not only one error in the numbers that were being used to charge me money that I didn't have. That was 3 different amounts and contradictory amounts that were owed between 1 month and 2 months, but all the previous time, everything was all paid for with no notification. Oh, it went up. All of a sudden, the amount, whatever, is changed, and now you owe something you've never owed before, and your income is still like way under the limit. So I was just able to speak to somebody, and I asked like this person down, like a person that's like a kind of a case manager. And I just looking at a cursory glance at this, what do you think? Because like they're using a number that isn't actually what I'm receiving and is actually like twice as much as I'm receiving, that I'm literally receiving. Now, if they go with gross, they have 3 different numbers. So anyway, I don't want to run on with this, but I'm just saying, like, when I just looked at it just for a couple of minutes and paid attention, I found all kinds of things that anyone would have questions about, and now it's all going to be taken care of. But I was all like panicking, and so
Yes.
like to not panic, take a deep breath. Like it's usually not as bad as I can imagine it. Anything.
Yeah.
And then when I came out,
There's a name for that.
I came out of it. I was like, "Phew, wow!" I felt like I'd just gotten tumbled by a huge wave and wasn't sure if I was going to come up for air. Anyway, yes.
Catastrophization is the word for that.
So
Mixed with a sprinkling of paranoia.
Yeah, and what I learned to do is, even if those things are happening within me, because that's where they're happening, to not act on them. And so now I can literally, it'll be happening, and even if it's taking me for an emotional ride, and it does with me sometimes. Like my mind can take me to places where I get upset, and I'm doing it to myself because I'm winding myself up in my mind. Oh no, what about this? Then this, then this, and I'm projecting so far ahead. So I just got to go, stop that shit. Like tell yourself, like, I don't know who you think you are. You're not running me. I don't know. Kind of goes back to like Carl Jung, like I think we do have these parts of ourselves that are different, and they are vying for time, and some of them are possibly destructive. There's good ones, and there's some parts of us that, I don't know, like you guys probably know this better than anybody, that it's like our own hero story. And the hero story, why it's written about so many times and how it's in almost every story ever written, is that is the struggle or the pathway that we're all taking within ourselves, is the hero story.
Yeah, some things the occultists say can be right. But yeah, Carl Jung is definitely an insidious character.
Yeah, they are. Look at that. Yeah, that 5th book or whatever it is. That is just too beyond. Like, I don't know what he was taking. I'm sure that's
anything and everything, including demon invitations or
demon sauce. Can I have
demon
some
hosting?
With that burger? A cheeseburger with some demon sauce.
Oh my gosh, something like that. But
I try to be funny about that stuff, because really all that kind of stuff that we talk about, a lot of it is very disturbing. That's why you hear me crack up, because it's upsetting to me, and I just don't want to go to that upsetting place. I'd rather laugh it off.
Well, yeah, and I would agree with you. The only thing is, some of the stuff that is worth worrying about, well, not worth, some of the stuff that causes worry, you ought to take, like, you've got a massive red, like a fire ant hill outside of your house, between your between your front door and your car. I don't know how you're parked or how anybody is parked out there, but just make the analogy work for you, right? Or the metaphor, rather. Make the metaphor work for you. You've got a fire ant hill between your front door and your car. Somehow, some way, I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Gotcha. How you handle that situation, this is a metaphor, but you could think about it. You could worry, I don't have money to buy, fire ant stuff, and I don't know about this, and or maybe they'll spread, and maybe they'll get inside my house. Use the means that you have available to handle the situation. Prepare, plan. It might require avoidance. It might require attack. It might require whatever. It might require a number of different things. But
a different direction for a short while, maybe. Like
you might have to use the back door. Whatever. but my point is, okay, there's going to be a food shortage. Okay, well, I don't have money for for storing 3 months of food. Okay, well, what do you
Yeah, that's
have?
kind of like an ant line in front of me that I can't get over it. I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure out how to
yeah.
get over it. And the food shortage is kind of like an ant line in
So
front of me.
these are realities. They're not to be poo-pooed. The metaphor is just a metaphor, but
Gotcha.
metaphors pale in comparison to the horrors that can exist in this world. But the
Well,
bottom line is, don't get paralyzed.
uh,
And how do you not get paralyzed? By, well, just like I was mentioning before, seeking out different layers of support, um, the coming together of minds, camaraderie, friendship, family,
mhm,
community, whatever it takes um, to handle tangible, we'll call them
affairs.
threats. Yeah,
Challenges. Yeah,
threats and
exactly.
challenges. Yeah,
Challenge. Yeah, because threats are real, whether they're real or imagined. It's still a threat in our mind. It causes the same kind of reactions. So we can be living in
hmm
this place where we're always fight or flight. And I've had serious difficulty with this because I'm such an active person already that my body, like, I don't know how to describe it. But anyway, I'm sure some of you know what I'm talking about, especially when you get up in age like I am. You don't realize something that happened 25, 30 years ago for me is what's causing me the most problem, probably,
hmm
So I've managed to like work throughout all of those things. And I did it like partially by meditating before going to the dentist office. Most people think of the dentist office as the worst place you could possibly go. And for me to be able to go from almost the first time and just made my mind up that yes, I know I'm in here and I can just like kind of zone out as if I'm just going to just take a short nap. And I somehow, I don't know, I learned to bypass the pain altogether. So it was
yeah.
like I was having an enjoyable, a cool rest in a room, quiet, still by myself
You ever
to
heard of Wim Hof?
gather my thoughts, and I never had a problem,
Sonny,
for a long, long, long time. Anyway,
have you ever heard of Wim Hof, Sonny?
and heard of what?
Wim Hof.
Wim Hof? No, not sure what that is about.
He's an interesting character. I'm not going to say that I endorse everything about him. I'm
Hmm.
only pointing to him uh, as an anecdote of the old adage, mind over matter. Without,
Okay.
without, far as I can tell, Wim Hof doesn't really discuss spirituality at all.
Hmm.
Whereas a lot of like Eastern people with the mind over matter, walking on coals, whatever, there's a major spiritual element that they're pursuing in that. Uh, I'm not aware that Wim Hof does any of that, but it's interesting. He's done the whole barefoot and shorts hiking on Mount Everest. I don't know if he went all the way to the top, but I know he was walking barefooted in the snow. And then he
Yeah.
did the hospital experiment with the doctors that injected him with 2 or 3 different contagious pathogens, allegedly. Monitored him, and he anyway, you see the
I think
story
we,
about all of
I think
that. And
I think I may have heard some of that. It's amazing because honestly, a lot of the things that you guys said at first glance through the title or something like that, or the imagery of the video, I don't think I've seen it, and then I watch it and I go, yeah, watch this person's stuff for a couple of years or something. Like most of the time, it's just like some of it, maybe it's been a little while because you know how like our information now that we would look for has been all kind of sorted and rearranged, like the deck was
Mhm.
shuffled. So it's like mixed up little pile. but sometimes we find these gems and they connect with things I had watched before. And so the algorithm, I don't think, can even like catch up with the way we work, organize things. But we were just talking about the dentist's office mind, whatever we are inside here. We have an observer, so if we can observe our own thoughts, then who's doing the observing? Is it our thoughts? Perfect. So that means, friends, that we are not our thoughts. That's a perfect example. And as a matter of fact, our thoughts are going whether we're conscious or unconscious, like sleeping. Put you in this place of powerlessness, really. Think about it, right? Your brain's a thought machine. So, like, even this applies to flat Earth. Like, the Glovers come in here just like that. Like, I don't know, man. An unawareness of their own, like their own, like themselves. Like an inability to look inward at themselves, only an ability to project outward. So I don't know what that's all about. Like, I'm a really right brain kind of person, like extreme right brain. So some things that like seem odd to me or strange, other people don't even know that what ballpark I'm in, and I try to describe it, and I'm misunderstood a lot. Anyway, I choose rather to understand rather than to be understood, and I guess you had a call gospel, but anyway, yeah. And good afternoon. It's high noon here on the extreme left coast, where nothing has fallen off the edge of California into the ocean, except maybe somebody surfing or swimming.
Hey, Senny.
Hey.
How's my mic sound?
It's a little bit like very trebly.
Okay. It's a different car I'm in, so it's, yeah. I'll go on mute for a bit until I get up.
No, it's okay. Actually, I think if you just are you able to back up from the mic a little?
I don't know if it's coming through the car's mic or the phone's mic. I don't know what's going on.
Well, it sounds better. It sounded like when you moved away from it, then it sounded more natural. So don't be so close.
Okay.
Whichever device it is, just not as close, or turn your head a little bit to the other way.
Yeah.
Might be from the car. You sound way different than usual.
Yeah, it's probably that's obvious that would have something to do with it. The whole thing.
Where are car mics normally located?
In the center console somewhere, even up as high as like I don't know if you have controls like up by the rear view.
By the rear view, yeah. Okay.
Could be up there, or if it has Bluetooth somewhere in the radio, I don't know, somewhere around there. I don't know.
I was just going to say about Wim Hof, the gospel was talking about.
Yeah.
He's the Iceman. He's the guy that walked up Mount Everest in a pair of shorts and no shoes, and he can swim under the ice, you know?
I've always watched stuff about Everest and mountain climbing. Since I was a little kid, I was fascinated with that, you know, like, yeah, so I've seen those clips, I've seen that video. I've seen the documentary about people like that and other extremists doing things like that.
Yeah, I find it weird, man. Like
people surfing, like Laird Hamilton surfing the freaking, what is that? A Jaws in Hawaii?
Yeah, and that hydrofoil thing he surfs on.
Can you imagine? So like that hydrofoil, they have those on sailboats. Do you know how fast you go once you lift off of the surface with a hydrofoil underwater?
He was always a netter, though, wasn't he? He was doing Velcro on his feet, you know, in the 80s, do backflips off your pipeline and stuff.
Yeah, wow, what a wild man. Gee whiz. And look, I've surfed in some pretty gnarly waves before. We have this jetty down here, the main jetty. in Ocean Beach. And it's right where the harbor jetty
You said
comes
blacks
in.
as well, haven't you?
It rolls in there, and after a storm, because I'm kind of nutty, I'm like, after the storm, big, huge, gnarly wave, chunky waves that break like unpredictable. But that's not the main point. They're 20 feet faces, and it's like a tunnel. It's a tube of gyrating 20 foot drop face, like the diameter of that wave when it's breaking and it's curling will just tear you up, man. And so I used to surf that myself. I got pretty good.
You can get smashed in a 3 feet wave.
I had some really
20-foot
close
wave.
calls. Listen, and it's a ruthless place. You think it's all friendly and everybody's out there. No, these people have been surfing there their whole lives. They see somebody they haven't seen their spot, and I used to surf there a lot, every day for 6 years. But I had people push their board through me, and one hit my ankle. He kicked his board through the back of the wave as I'm riding down the wave because I got there before he did, and it pissed him off. And he shot his board through the back of the wave and hit me in the leg.
Yeah, local only, bro.
And then also surfing that place when it was a tight little, like maybe 6 foot curl, like tube, 6 foot tube. Now 6 foot's pretty powerful. I was talking about like a 12 to 18 foot face on the wave I was talking about after the storm. 12 to 18 foot face. So my friend board broke literally in half when we went out on like a 8 foot day in the front of the beach. In between the small jetty, we have a small jetty and a large jetty. So that's a little curl area too. But when it really gets big, it just rips. So I've had some pretty harrowing, like crazy stuff where you talk about like you take off and then the bottom of the wave pops out. And now all of a sudden, instead of you paddling at a certain angle down, the water just pulled back out. And now you have a free fall drop of like 6 feet straight down, and it's moving water. So where's your board going to go? You got knowing how to wipe out is almost the most important part. My board has got nosedive into the freaking sand. Into the sand. Broke the nose of my board. I had to repair it.
My friend did it here. Broke his leg when he landed.
Shit, I've been so freaking. I was so lucky, man. I don't know how. The times I got caught out in a rip current and I couldn't get back in, and no matter what direction, I just kept going further south and further out. And I was paddling for literally for like an hour, nonstop, and making no headway. I thought I was going to give out.
Yeah.
So, I've been surfing out the river and saw dead freaking the largest pit bull float right by me. I've also had seals come out about 5 feet or 6 feet away. They have a certain distance. They'll stay away and come up and go, "Arr!" A freaking dog comes out and barks with his big sharp teeth right near you, and they're coming from underneath. So you're on your board with your feet hanging down there where they are. I had my board hit my leg and my shin. It punctured my wetsuit. And I still have a bruise in that area. If it gets bumped again, it just like, torturous pain. Like it happened over again. It's so fucked up, man. I don't know what to tell you. But I won't give up. I haven't been out in years. You know why? Because honestly, I do not have the shoulder strength that I had then. And the last time I really went out, about 6 years ago, I got the shit beat out of me. I couldn't even get out to the lineup. I got washed all the way down, and I'm like freaking battered and bruised on the freaking sand, like hyperventilating. Like these are life or death like moments. Crazy shit. I stopped smoking when I was surfing like a 12-foot day by the pier where people shoot the pier. But this day, and it's the largest fishing pier on the West Coast. The longest concrete fishing pier. So you have to look it up on your own. But I was surfing and now when the waves broke in this area next to the pier, the whitewater is thick, like a distance of washing machine type tumbling water, like 6 feet thick or 8 feet thick. And so when you're in that water, you can't float. It's just washing you around. It's taking you under. So you have to time your breathing when it lets you up, if you can imagine that. And so I almost drowned that day. That's when I quit smoking. Because I actually got held down under the water to the sand that day and couldn't get up until the waves stopped pushing me down all the way to the bottom. Boom. That's scary.
Yeah, it's messed up, man.
Okay, and this is the last.
Hey guys, how I've missed you so much.
Who's that?
Eli.
Eli, what's up, bro?
Hey, wasn't any action in here, so I went over to Geo's to see what was happening.
Okay, I don't even know about that. I'm so like naive or like inexperienced. I stopped all the other servers because of fear of getting like taken out, being involved with another server that has no action in it anyway. So I'm like, fuck that. I'm just sticking 24/7.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
so,
that does suck.
So I'm cool. So anyway, my last surfing story. My last surfing story, and then I'll stop talking about it. So the last one is I'm surfing out at this point where it's this big point that comes down, and in the water, the point comes from rocks and it goes out, right? Well, when there's a big swell, then those points coming out from the point of land that's dry into the water where it juts out underwater as like a reef. When the waves come in a certain angle, then they lift up, and that place, it's far outside. It's outside these breaks, these rock underwater things, right? So they make huge waves. So I was out on, and I was inexperienced at that time. I had just started maybe like a month or two, and I had this big old heavy board with a single fin, and everybody's using lighter boards. My board's like 3 inches thick, and everybody's got these sleek boards, long, thin boards, so they can surf the bigger waves, you know? There's different shape for different size waves. So I got tumbled around, but what happened later on in that same place, it was like, if you can imagine a wave, you're taking off, and it's building up and lifting you up as you're paddling, and then you're on a surface that's pointed downward and further down away from you. If you time it right, it's going to start curling over towards you, and you have to get on the board, jump up, and turn it, let's say to the left or the right. So I'm on, and what the water is doing at that point is a 15-foot face of water that you're slipping down like you're on a ice surface. That's how fast it feels. Like as soon as you jump up and you're out of the water and on the board itself, it just goes zip. So you're flying down this face of water. So listen, this is a 15-foot wave, and I got tumbled in a 15-foot wave, and I was underwater. My board was down below me in where the rocks are, 20 feet down, and where all those jagged rocks are. Like because you're in a rock reef. So I got tumbled in that, and my board was still down below me, and I was swimming up, and I could see where the surface was. And I'm swimming up, and I felt like I couldn't get up fast enough. Because if you swim too fast, you'll run it because you're holding your breath. So you'll run out of steam. So you have to time it. And I was like, am I coming back up? Where? Because the water's still trying to kind of push you down some. It's moving the whole time you're under there. But the whole experience with that for me was my board, as I was swimming up like that seemed like I was 20 feet or 25 feet underwater. That may be exaggerating a little bit, but my board was still down below me further where the rocks are down below me, and I have a leash on, and I'm attached to the board, and I'm swimming up, and the board is still down below me.
Well, thank you for sharing all of your traumas with us, and
Yeah, that's
now we
almost a
can have
panic moment. So
a
listen, I
shared
survived
trauma
all that.
experience.
And when you come up out of that, it's a joyous experience. You don't know how happy you are to be alive until those kind of moments.
Bro, what the
Anyway,
heck is that? That is a crazy picture. But what is that vehicle? Why does it look? I mean, I see the Zeppelins, but what is this? What is the plane in the foreground?
where in the foreground?
The one that looks like a farm tractor or something.
Yeah, looks like another Zeppelin, and the rear of it where the
Oh,
the rudder's on the right side, and
I see.
it's heading out to sea.
I
I
just
see.
found that. I just found that image, and it's from 1913.
Yes, I see that.
And yeah, bombing Philadelphia. Who was bombing Philadelphia?
What? I would have to read the whole article, but it looks like that surely looks like an American port if they're saying it's Philadelphia.
From
Wow.
a spectator's viewpoint.
Where was the spectator? It's during World War One. So, but look at that. Looks like rays of some kind. Those aren't bombs. Is that just a light?
Yeah, I think yeah, they're using a light to see where they're dropping.
Yeah. Yeah, what a great platform. Wow. Comfy ride all the way across oceans.
Holy shit, when I zoom in, it looks like there's two people standing on the top of a platform on the back of that one Zeppelin.
It does, huh? I see something up there.
Weird.
When I zoom in, I see two people spinning on a globe.
Sorry, that's probably like the stabilizing fins now that I look closer.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about arguing with Globers and questionable flat earthers?
Arguing with them?
Yeah, there you go. There's the answer. Arguing with them is the answer.
That is the answer. But that's why I left, because then it came in and I was like, absolutely not. Because remember the conversation I had with, oh God, because I'm sure, okay, let me not say that. I imagined him telling everyone that the last time we had this conversation, I understood it. So he doesn't understand why I'm leaving now, trying to save face, probably. I can imagine him framing things that way. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but I almost decided to go back in there just to make sure that none of that was going on. But I realized it would just be a back and forth of him, because he's gonna say that he never agreed that you're getting it off of the horizontal. But remember, we were going back and forth and he kept saying it was off of the vertical. And I was like, no, it's off of a horizontal. And then he's like, what about aviation? And I was like, oh, look at this. Also establishing a horizontal using the bubble.
I know.
And then it was one more objection, and I overcame that. And then he said, that's what I was saying. You go off of the horizontal, and I muted him because I was like, hell no. You're not about to assert my position as your original position. Remember that?
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I do. And then I think even Matthew came in the day after, and they still, I think what it is they didn't understand what the purpose of the section is to find your location on the water. They don't understand that part.
So the conversation that was just happening was somebody else was trying to tell me that they use the vertical. I said, no, you don't ever. No, you don't.
Oh, you fucking don't.
No, you don't. And he's like, yeah, they do. And then, I'm just telling him what I've read and what I understand. And he's like, no. And I'm like, well, look, this isn't even my house. I'm not here to argue. Actually, I'm never anywhere to argue. And I'm trying to stop myself from doing that. So I'm saying one thing, you're saying another thing. Why don't we just pull citations? Or anybody can Google what I'm saying, and I guarantee that all of the sources they find will cite what I've told you because that's where I got them from. I'm
Just
telling
ask
that to
them.
the audience. And I told the guy 3, 4 times, even when I said, I asked if we could just go ahead and, you know, pull up information so that we're not going back and forth, so that his point's clear, so that everyone's point's clear, so that we know, you know, what's substantiated and what's not.
Okay,
And there was
Eli.
not.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't.
Not once did he say, yeah, do that. That's odd when somebody's trying to figure out, okay, let's see, because all I had to say was, I'm actually not arguing. I'm only telling you what I've read about celestial navigation. They want to take it into, no, this is what I'm saying, and what you're saying is wrong. It's like, no. What I'm saying is what I've read says. So if you're saying something different, why don't we just pull resources?
Right. So
Didn't even respond to it, not one time that I brought it up. And that's a beautiful exposure of exactly how the Globers act. When you ask about some aspect, something you found because of something that's supposed to be some fundamental thing about the globe, and then they go, no, that's not true. I'm not arguing that ever anymore, ever again. Unless there's people around and the people want me to go through the motions, then I'll do it. Or I'll go through it with somebody new, but I'm not arguing with somebody I've given the information already. Sorry, Sonny, go ahead.
So look, Elijah, here's what the problem is, and here's how you stop them dead in their tracks at the very beginning is this, because you ask them if they could tell you what the purpose of the sextant is. Now, they may go to, they may even say to measure at elevation angle. They might go to that far, but they don't know what the actual purpose of it is. So what they're starting with is a fallacy, non sequitur, not even, it's not like they have an idea in their mind that it's being used for
Well,
something.
they'll say to get your position on the globe. That's what they'll say.
They're not even going that. They were confused for a while, or at least a lot of them were, that they think you're trying to measure the distance to the star, like to get all the distances of that triangle. They didn't even understand it for a while.
Yeah, he did say something about the height of the star, and I was like, who's doing that? Like, what does that have to do with that's what the flat earther was saying. He was like, well, you can get an angle without an earth or without anything. You can just do it in space. And I was like, you could probably measure an angle, without anything.
The tables,
but then again, I think I was absolutely wrong, because if you don't have a reference, then what's your angle then?
Okay,
like
so
what
here's
is
the
it
thing.
exactly?
You're going to need
I'm
3
going to
points.
tell you what it does. This may fill in some answers, because what you do is you go to these tables, and you know what those tables are? Exactly like the sine, cosine, and whatever the other one is. I don't even know. Like I've forgotten. It's been so long. But
Tangent?
that's where you just find the angles in there through those functions.
Yeah, you need 3 points to find the angle, though.
Yeah, that's what we found. That's what I figured out towards the end. And this is all you gotta do is listen and understand. So I already understand, obviously, an angle, vertex, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Some things I don't know about, but I understand it fundamentally.
Right. So
And
what I want to say,
when
what I
he
want to
said,
say about that,
Jesus Christ, Sonny,
I'm sorry.
go ahead. You was probably saying something you wanted to finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to cut to the chase of my point as far as what how those tables are actually inconsequential to what you're actually doing, because you're lining up where you are through your dead reckoning. See what I said there? You're on the water. You're tracking your position on the water as you travel with known compass heading and speed, in lieu of any currents or wind direction or leeway slippage if you're sailing a tack. So there's different things that you take into account, and you're dead reckoning. You do the best of your ability. Then when you do these sightings, you get those circles, and who cares what the angles are? You just measure angle. You look in a book, and it tells you which star is at that position at that time. That's why it's so important you have good chronometers on board, at least a couple of them for redundancy. And so your main priority and purpose of it is to find your location on the surface. The bottom surface is all you're concerned with. That's all you're dealing with. That's all you're charting on your chart physically with your pencil and your rule and your compass. You're charting your distance along this line of travel, right?
Yeah. They tried to introduce. They're like, yeah, you're trying to get your latitude because you know it's 60 degrees per latitude. And I'm like, no. What does latitude have to do with the sphere?
It doesn't, because you
And
already
and
know.
and again, he didn't know. Nobody knew how to answer. It's like because you. He's like because that's the curve of the Earth. I'm like, no, that's the degrees off of a plane in the celestial sphere model. That's what that is. It was like it was. I once I realized because at first it's like, damn, they probably have some points that can make this confusing, but it was very not confusing actually. And when we got to the end of the conversation, well, when I decided to leave, I told him to give me like some diagrams or something, and he explained it one more time, and he said, imagine you're in 3D space. There is no Earth, there is no ground. And so you're gonna just look at Polaris to get your orientation. And I was like, well, what? What? So just looking at something, I know I'm oriented towards something if I'm looking at it. Like that's not. I don't need. Why would I need this exit? He's like, well, if Polaris is 90 degrees above you, and I'm like, no, that's not 90 degrees. That's a straight line. What next? And that's when Zanuck jumped in. So I was like, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, look, this is a syndrome they have, and it's the same thing as when we ask for a surface condition from them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we ask about what the surface condition is. They look into the sky. Well, listen, we're traveling on the surface. They want to avoid that part at all costs. That we're traveling on the surface because it's supposed to be curving, but you can't do these calculations with the nav tables that are actually postdictions of where these stars and luminary bodies are at any given second. Basically, that's what the tables are for. So I don't care what the tables say. It's just an angle measurement. So yeah, you could take those and find some interesting things, but that's not the purpose. While you're traveling on a ship or a vessel, you're trying to find your distance only, your position only, where you are on the surface. That's it. You don't care. You just you do your noon shots of the sun. You do your night shot of the stars and Polaris, and then you got a good fix without seeing land where you're located at all times, and it's really pretty darn accurate.
So Flat Earth is this is what betrays them, and I encourage you to definitely start looking at navigation like videos and start looking at some of these diagrams because then they can't give you okey doke. So like Sunny is saying right now, what is celestial navigation is used for? Every time they started saying, well, you can use a sextant for this and this and this and this, I was able to say, yeah, but they don't do that in celestial navigation. Not once did they say, yes, you do. All they did is ignore my saying of, that's not how they do it in celestial navigation. Would you like me to pull something up? All they did was ignore that refutation and then reassert what they said the first time.
Yeah.
So they're gonna, and typically this is what they do. They say something enough, and then eventually you go, well, okay, and they'll say it in different iterations, and then one of those iterations you'll accept, which you'll be begging the question with them, and then they've won at that point because it's a downhill for you after you've accepted their premise unknowingly or unwittingly, just to keep the conversation going. I'm not moving and I'm not going to continue the conversation. If there's a point to concede, but you actually need that point to be right to make your argument, either you're going to concede that you can't do that, if it's logically sound to refute something. Like if they're saying something that's not true and then they haven't validated it, and there's literature and practical use that would show the opposite, then at that point, the best thing to do is to stop talking, because when an audience is fatigued, once you've accepted what they said, the audience accepts what they said, and then they forget why the person lost the argument in the first place. Because now you've moved on, and now all they're doing is gaining ground with the person who's listening when they never really justified what they were saying to begin with. Yeah, interesting day.
Yeah, I had to get my coffee ready before it gets cold. So, that's the thing. You just have to ask them, what's the purpose of a sextant? Do you happen to know? And see what they say. Now, if they say that it's to measure an elevation angle, maybe they got clued in because QE slides that they've been blasted with for the last year. That's some irrefutable shit right there, man. It really is. It's a doornail. But anyway, so if you just ask them if they know what the purpose of it is and see what they answer. So elevation angle, yeah, got it. Okay, what's next? Here's the clincher right here. Okay, what's next, and what is the purpose of the next step? They're gonna fumble right there every time because they're gonna say, you measure your zenith. They're gonna avoid what the zenith is over. Over and out, the zenith is directly above you at a location on Earth. You're charting this next to your dead, you're like on your dead reckoning. You don't have to worry about your latitude and longitude because you know how far you traveled at a certain heading with the compass over a certain amount of time. That's a distance indicator of, distance over a period of time. You know how far you traveled in 1 hour, and you're moving that along like every hour or something. You come down and do the chart again, and on the chart is where the latitude and longitudes are. But the shocking thing is they're a flat map, so it will match the water. That's a good idea, don't you think? That the flat map, so and it's got a legend that you put your compass on to measure the distance, and you can walk that thing along your line, along your parallel rules. See what I'm saying? You're drawing a line with a pencil. Then you do your reckonings, and then you go, okay, I was 3 miles too far west or too far southwest. It's very simple, actually. When you're doing it, it's really kind of fun because you're going, okay, I went this far, and then you can go. And here's the fun part about it. So let's say you're traveling out of the harbor. I'm just going to make it easy. You're going directly west. That's a heading on the compass of 270. So I'm heading 270, exactly going west out of the harbor, and I'm traveling at 5 knots. Now there's kind of a little bit of a chop right near the shore, so the waves are steeper, so the boat's going up and down more. So eventually what you'll find is like, oh, we didn't quite go as far, like we thought we were going 5 knots, but we're really only going 3.75 knots, like if you were traveling over land. So how you check that is you go, okay, I got a point of land. I know where I left the harbor. That's there behind me. I can look at that. But off to the right of me in the northwest, let's say, is a point of land sticking out. And it's got a buoy at the harbor or next to the point. And it's flashing. And the buoy's about like 8 feet above the water, 6 feet maybe. And so you traveled. So you have this line on your chart, and you go from this, you measure your compass angle on the chart as well as like where you actually are headed over that time. And so you have on your chart, you're offshore a certain amount of distance. You put your pin in that. You do your angle to that point, and then to back behind you, the angle to behind you where you just left, and you have you have a two lines, and they intersect, and that's where you are. And you go, oh, now I know how slow I was going or how much faster I was going, because the angle of this point of land that's not moving anywhere, and it's not a mirage, is still there every time. And that's how you do your coastal navigation, what I just said right there. And I'll stop there because that's another thing you can't do on a curved surface. Those buoys and lighthouses would be under the geometric horizon, and they would be unusable. And I'll yield the floor now.
Yeah, that's why, U-boats are so useful, because, the water is flat. So they can spot ships very far away with that. I forgot the English term of that thing. I always forget that. Telescope or something.
You're talking about a periscope?
Periscope, yeah. Right, thank you. Exactly. Oh, by the way, yesterday I was red pilling an Emirate A380 pilot via Discord, and he had these "what about this" and "what about that" questions, but he told me that navigation would only work on a globe, and that just made me realize how crazy the indoctrination actually goes, that you can literally sit on a plane that flies over a plane all your life and still not figure out that you're not, flying around a curving ball, especially when you fly an A380. That's like, with that thing, you would fly more than half of the so-called globe, and not realizing that you never account for any curvature is just ridiculous. Like, they think they're flying over a ball that's curving 360 degrees around them, but they can't see it, they can't feel it, they can't measure it. They don't need to account for anything while flying, and still, it's just crazy. I mean, not all pilots probably, but he just really stick to that one thing, that navigation only works. All the data they have is all of that is because of the Earth being a ball. You could not navigate over a plane. Yeah. I think I should invite him to this Discord.
Is he a pilot, you said?
Yeah, he told me that he is a pilot for Emirates, and he's gonna be flying soon again on an A380. And I basically, when I was at the point where I felt like, okay, maybe, there is something that breaking point, and he just suddenly said, okay, I need to leave now because of my family, blah blah, I need to do stuff, so forth. It's always the case when you talk about flat Earth, and you get to a point where you almost answer everything, and they just suddenly realize, oh, this dude isn't just like believing in a religion or something, he can actually answer everything. That's when they escape most of the time, unfortunately. But yeah, that all.
How long has been a pilot for? How long has it been?
That I would need to check, actually. I don't know anymore. I don't know if you wrote that down. But if I think he said he's a captain, so he must be definitely flying for a long time.
Okay.
But an A380 is actually one of the biggest passenger planes, so it's actually quite a thing to fly such miracle of Airbus built.
Is it Airbus next time? That's what you said.
Yeah, he's flying the Airbus A380, the double decker, the wide body double decker, 2 engines both sides, limited to certain airports because of the size.
Okay.
Yeah, with that thing, let me just quickly see A380 max nautical miles.
Yeah, it's a really huge plane.
Yeah, but the only reason why I actually, wanted to talk about this is just I when I was, I just realized how crazy indoctrination goes or how far it goes. Even people who, all their life have been flying planes over a stationary, non-rotating ground. That, I mean, he himself wrote to me, yeah, oh man, I don't know how to quote it again, but some kind of something like, we do not observe it this way, but it is round. We don't observe it being round, we don't see it being round, and we do not account for it being round, but it is round. Unfortunately, I would need to switch. I have 2 Discord accounts, and I would need to switch them to. One is for flight simming, and the other one is here for conspiracy talks and so forth. I would need to switch my account, but yeah, it's I don't know. It's just an interesting conversation.
Yeah, for sure. I think we could have a really interesting debate with them, especially the tools they use in the airplane.
Yeah, for example, the artificial horizon that just shows a flat horizon, and that never changes during the whole flight. The only, they tell you the reason why they tell you they need to dip the nose a little bit up to account for the curvature, because the plane is like slightly falling. But the only reason why you dip the nose a little bit more up is because on 40,000 feet or 35,000 feet, depends on what plane you use, the air is just thinner, and then you need to have a little bit of a pitch to glide over it. It's the same as when you're on a boat and you go very fast, you're gonna see the nose pitching up. It's just for drag. I mean, I think I can't come up with a better picture. But it definitely has nothing to do with the curvature that is not existent. That's not why the nose dips goes a little bit up during the flight.
When is he flying the 380? Is it soon?
Yeah, he said because of the the situation with the sea, he was like on what is it called? Because of the thing that everyone was so scared of. He was on half-time job, or I don't know what the English term is. Zeitarbeit.
What's the situation overseas? I didn't get that part. I mean, I didn't understand.
Like, he now only gets back to work because they didn't need as much pilots because of the situation we had till the past 2 years.
Yeah. Okay.
Convid.
Yeah. All right. You said overseas. I was like, what are you talking? I wasn't sure what you meant by that. Okay. All right. I got it.
Yeah. So sometimes I struggle a bit with my English. But on the other hand, man, I'm so happy now because I'm finally finished with all these retarded exams that I had this week. Like, literally, it's... Huh?
I was going to say, one thing I've noticed, because I've only recently finished a bunch of exams about a year ago myself, that the actual exams are more to test what you're capable of than actually giving you information about the job. Like there is some information about the job, but maybe that's not so true. In you say you're doing pilot exams, but in what I've just been studying, which is finance, it's a lot of it is just theoretical maths, and it's actually got nothing to do with it. Like you can't really apply it at all to what the job is that I'm possibly going to be going into. So it's, I don't know, it's like they're trying to assess how your brain works, or if your brain's capable of doing X, Y, and Z, rather than capable of doing the job. I don't really understand why they do that.
The thing is, for me, I'm not. I didn't have exams to become a pilot. I do economy and what is the English term actually? I never looked that up.
Economics.
Yeah, economics in general and some other stuff with numbers and so forth. But the thing is, for me as a person who my brain just I needed to force myself to get all the information into my brain in order to write down all this nonsense. And then I just until I pass the exam, I'm just going to forget most of it, because in the first place I was not interested in having this information in my head. It's very boring to study when you know most of the things that you that are there just to make you a good worker at the end of the day. Because sometimes I wish I could change my brain from not being so attached to knowing or seeing behind the curtain, so I can more focus on being, let's say, someone who has no clue about anything regarding the reality that they're living in. You know what I mean? It's sometimes very hard to study things that are just not anything you're interested in. I don't know how to explain it otherwise. I think for the past 5, 6, 7 years going to school, most of it was just boring, Especially when you have when you talk about biology and they talk about Darwin, and you can't really, you want to explode because it's just so stupid. Or they talk about space and whatnot. Do you guys also have these kind of things that it's hard for you to fit in sometimes into that mainstream cloud of consciousness, so to say, where everything is just this weird they live matrix? I mean, at some point we always need to go along with it, so to say. I guess the chat is dead today. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop speaking.
I was actually listening.
And do you also sometimes struggle with that? Or when you have small talk with people and the only thing you really want to talk about is the things we talk about on here, but you need to keep yourself in check, because there would be no how should I say, you already know the person in front of you would not be capable of understanding anything you're about to tell them.
Or welcome it.
Huh?
Or be interested. They'd be like,
yes, exactly.
They'd fight it.
Or they would just stare at you and say, yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that out. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the climate change and stuff. I heard on the news that, oh yeah. Oh yeah, the What? Oh, yeah, that's wow, that's so interesting.
That's the size of it.
I mean, I think in America it's even worse, right? In America, like I once had an American friend, and he told me that the Americans have a very weird way where they force themselves to be nice and friendly, but actually they're just, acting, like being nice and friendly to each other, but it's just weird acting most of the time.
Insincere.
Yeah, insincere, right? Like it looks nice from the outside, but actually it's just, like what you said, insincere. Yeah, that's what I also noticed when I was on there's a military base right around the corner, and it's like Little America when you go on there. And yeah, I just realized it's kind of weird. Like you feel, I mean, they're friendly to you, the people all there, and when the grocery store and whatever, not, but it just feels like it's just fake. doesn't feel sincere. Yeah, that's the right word.
It's like when you get a lame handshake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true.
I just go one day at a time. I try to drop little truth bombs where I can, or point out the obvious. Like, hasn't your life just changed so much for the better since they put a fucking rover on Mars?
Yeah.
And then I'll say they could put fucking 20 fucking rovers up there. Wouldn't make a difference to me. Fuck. Ain't helping me none. Ain't helping the homeless guy up the road any,
They'll appeal to people's desires before the story's over. They'll make a difference for your life so that you're celebrating it. Not you necessarily, but someone. They know what people want. They know how to appeal to people's desires.
There's a spot, I believe in the States, I can't remember if it's 40 miles wide or the exact dimensions, but it's totally cell phone and technology free. Like you can't bring in laptops or nothing. Sounds like paradise almost.
It's actually it's just,
I guess it'd be like it'd be kind of be like living in an Amish village in a way, I guess. Sorry, not too exciting.
Right.
The idea of, no rush hours and not having to answer an email or just mellow, watch your crops grow, chase the dog around if you feel like it, or throw a ball.
That describes half of the people's behavior in North Dakota, what you're describing right now.
Just raise a family and be happy,
Man, I could never be happy by, there would be nothing in this world that would make me go back into a state of just accepting, of not researching, not questioning things. Like, that's just something I was born with. Like, when I was a child in first class or something, or second grade or whatever, I was kicked out because I questioned the teacher too much. Like I questioned, for example, I can still remember that one because she really freaked out. It was the English lesson, and I pointed out a girl. I can still remember it. She jumped down from was like a comic, and she jumped down from a what is it called on swimming pools? These things that you can jump down from. What's the English term for that?
Diving board.
Right, the diving board. Yeah, and there was a big speaking bubble above her head, So she already jumped and she was in mid-air, and you had like this long text in a speaking bubble, and her other friend on the other side also had with a speaking bubble. And the only thing I had to say about this is when the teacher asked, okay, what do you think about this? I was saying, that's very inconsistent and unlogical that she can say so many things while she's in mid-air jumping down, talking to her friend, and the teacher just completely freaked out and kicked me out and said, I guess because almost every lesson I asked things like that. She just kicked me out, but that was just the thing I can remember so clearly, because it's just the way she freaked out about it was terrible. Like, I think about it today, like some teachers, man, it's unbelievable. I'm very sad for many kids. Like they train you to be, dumb. They train you to be not capable of asking any questions, or questioning authority or questioning information in itself, things that they have been presented with.
They want to talk to 6-year-olds about their sexuality.
Oh yeah, it's even the most worst thing, actually.
That's fucked up, bro.
And
It's so fucking bizarre, and like the fucking idiot in charge here where I am in Canada, he legalized some really dumb shit, and then he also lowered the age of consent for certain acts to like such a low age. It's like, why is this guy even thinking this way?
Wait a minute. It was 16 in Canada, wasn't it?
Now, no, but this is consent for a certain act down to 14.
The A Act, the A.
Yeah.
How the fuck?
What?
Yeah, and then it's like, who the hell is an adult that's thinking about what 14s and 17-year-olds are doing with each other? Who cares what let them be the kids, you know what I mean? If a 16-year-old's dating a 14-year-old, I don't give a fuck. Like, it's none of my business.
Some kids don't think about sex until they're like 10 years old, 14-year-old. Most don't think about it when they're 8 or 6. But they want to talk to your kids about sex at that age, and they haven't a fucking clue what you're on about.
Like, if I had a son or a daughter, I'd be like, look, as long as they're not hurting you, have whatever relationship with whoever you want, if you like her, go date her.
No.
If she likes you, it's up to her, as long as you're not hurting her and she's not hurting you, that's cool.
It's up to the parents. When the kid comes of age, 12, 14, 16, or whatever, you say a couple of things about the birds and the bees. It's nobody else's place. It's
or
not
if they ask.
school's place. Sure. Just start talking to your kids about desires and their genitalia. That's not their fucking place. They tell you about, they're supposed to indoctrinate you with fucking globe earth, mathematics, science, geography, history, and all that kinds of things.
You included the globe, PMAC.
Like,
how thoughtful of you.
The other day there was a lady on here, and she said her child was only a certain age and that they were transgender. And I'm thinking, how the hell could the kid even know what they are at this age?
At 6,
what the
and 8,
fuck are you talking
I mean, that's clown world, bro. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but the thing is, they want to get kids so hooked up on sexualized content very early. Like when you look at these Disney movies and other kids entertainment things like SpongeBob, whatnot, how much sexualized adult jokes are put into there that are so unnecessary, but just go into the subconscious mind of the kids. You know what I mean? It's just
There's shit that flies for cartoons today that would never fly when I was younger.
Yeah,
like you were saying about SpongeBob, but there's Rick and Morty, there's Family Guy, there's all these cartoon things that go way overboard.
Yeah, so you guys are just skirting around the issue. What it really is like is this. I'll just state it really plainly: is these people got inside your children's minds. Now they want in their pants.
Yeah, they're pedophiles.
Sonny. Fuck.
Fucking pedos, bro. If my kid came home from school, I said, "What you learn today?" And they just started preschool, and they're like 6 or 7 years old. Well, the teacher told us about, something I didn't really know what was happening, but something, apparently there's something going down in between my legs there.
Hey, you guys understand this? This is nothing new. What happened is that now it's coming to the surface. If you go back in let's say the ADs and the BCs, you remember the Spartans did that stuff too. They used to rape the boys. Like the men would have sex with the boys that were going to become soldiers after them. So this is nothing new, dude. This is just coming to the surface. So this pedophilia stuff has been going on for centuries.
Well, that is, if history is correct, but yeah, you're right in what you say. Yeah, it was like just pedos from the start, right? It's just that's Luciferian satanic worship from the get go.
It's what we're against here, lads.
Nothing to do with religion. Shape the earth ain't fucking, you ain't got 2 fucking horns on it. But it's crazy, bro.
It's an effect of the source, and the source is the Jewish mysticism from the Freemasonry societies. Literally.
Part of the reason why I want to homeschool if I become a parent, but the other is if my kid wants to go in a certain direction, whether it's mathematics or whatever, why not let them run with it instead of they got 8 different things they got to learn all about? I don't know.
Weird
they want to
stuff.
be artistic, let them be artistic. They want to be an engineer, they can follow just engineering shit, like.
Well, they do this shit all the time. They divide and conquer. It's just people don't know where they're left or right. They just they're doing it with gender. They're doing it with religion. They're doing it with color skin. It's just they're just fucking putting these divides in that weren't there from like 2000 to 2020. Nobody gave a fuck what the color of your skin was. Everything was going
Even
on.
dress codes is sort of like making them
And
conform.
now suddenly that's the thing.
It's all part of the mind control part of
Yeah,
it.
it's the strangest thing I've ever seen.
On that note, let's pause real quick.
Pause.
We might return, but hello, Jan. Or Jan Nadvornik.
Welcome to the server.
Jan Nadvornik. Just say hello. Otherwise, you came to a VC without a mic. I mean, imagine that. Imagine going to a voice chat with no means of communication. That's fascinating, right?
Well, listen. These devices these days, you never know. I mean, a screw might have fallen out somewhere. A filament might have got loose. A wire could have disconnected from its solder connection, because that's how they build things now, right? The vacuum tube could have got a leak.
Cupola?
That's technology humor. I hope you caught it.
Yeah.
The fucking cupola.
Yeah, I've rolled up my sleeves on a couple of these subjects you guys are addressing, and I'll tell you what, the connections to Mystery Babylon are really pervasive. People have no idea.
Well,
that's what I was just talking with someone about that grew up in the LA area, like I did, and we have a different experience than most people do, because we saw play-by-play every day of these people, literally, like all the actors and driving their fast cars and picking up their dates, and like, it was really weird. Like, I have a different understanding of this Hollywood thing, and when I saw the connection, I'm like, it's everywhere, and they're all connected to Hollywood and DC and the whole mind control camp intelligences and all of that stuff. Yeah, they are all connected through all of them. They're ancient guilds.
I watched a documentary on Burundi in Africa. Wow, man.
I mean,
It's not Africa Audio, is it?
It's one of the poorest places on earth, and it's
Oh,
just I
okay,
don't know.
different.
I know it's not necessarily the similar topic, but I just find it crazy how people can ignore stuff.
Yeah, if you, Africa Audio is a bit of a red pill film, but
Oh, do you want to post it for me? I could check it out later.
I think it's in the red pill movies list.
Oh, okay. I'll check in the server. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'll double check, but I think it's up there.
Yeah, I watched that one, and then I watched one, the criminalization of homelessness. It was in the States, in Indiana or something like this. Yeah, crazy. None of the taxes or any of the city budgets go to help the homeless people at all there. Crazy.
And they weren't killed off by COVID, right?
Oh, no, they were just displaced from under the bridge because they wanted to build a condo where they were. This one particular group, they have 44 different tent cities, and the documentary was just focusing on one of them. Crazy. Makes me appreciate what I do have. Well, I think we all do what we can where we can. I believe that. Like, I know I try. I got a few good neighbors in here, and that's always nice.
At least we can be happy they shared the calendar this time with the Vint 202, as it's affectionately known as.
Oh,
They shared
I
the
studied
calendar so that we can
I
track.
studied the 201.
You know, well, just straight up, just put a calendar down, and it's a forewarning. It's nice of them to care enough to tell us.
It's
Hey,
crazy how blatant they are. Sorry, go ahead. I'm gonna
I
mute
would just
myself.
recommend folks to recognize the contractual nature of this thing, and maybe not contract. Like, don't agree to the contract. I found I typically avoid word games because I think that they're usually a fallacious method of reasoning. But in this one instance, it's not an etymological fallacy by any means, because there's more than one meaning for the word contract. But I just found it really interesting that there's this word contract where it means, you got two people are agreeing on a thing and they contract with each other. And then you have this word contract to contract something, as in, I was swimming in the cesspool, in the, like Tom Green did back in the 90s, and he contracted an illness, he contracted it. I don't know. Maybe there's nothing there. Maybe there is. I don't know. I thought it was kind of interesting. Might not be a good idea to make that kind of contract. Just saying. Or maybe cryptic for everybody. I don't know. It's actually
I think I'm hearing between the lines.
not super cryptic. It's a metaphor, or I don't know what it is. It's just I'll just call it a coincidence, because that's always a fun word to use. Everybody likes coincidences. What is this? You people.
Oh, bro.
What's up?
I don't even understand how electronics works and how magnetic fields works and cathode ray tubes and little fucking transistors and all kinds of little shit. And I think that people just don't understand that we've been inducted into a whole new branch of science, invisible things that nobody ever seen before. Suddenly there was radio and then there's TV. That's all. That's a whole new kettle of fish, bro. That's just I don't know. So people don't like if you ask somebody today, anybody, turn around to the guy next to you, right? You're sitting there next to him, baseball man. He says, "You know how radio work?" Yeah, sure. It's a waves and shit. Yeah, right. No, you need transistors. You need what's the other one? You need all kinds of shit going on that little motherfucking board just to receive a signal. That's a whole new area of magic that we didn't even fucking know about before. So we accept it as fact today, but it's actually a fucking magic.
Well, there are very simple machines or contraptions that you can use to receive radio signals that I think demystify the claim that it's magical.
Well, okay. So, so what does the radio station do to broadcast a radio signal? What does it do?
I'm not disagreeing with you on the complexity of the systems.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the once the radio wave is in existence, receiving it isn't nearly as hard as producing it, as far as I understand.
Yeah, that was so weird. Like you said to somebody like 200 years ago, "Hey, if I put your voice in this thing here and this little electronic thing, and I add a fucking a transistor and a radio and a fucking something else, it's going to be out there and somebody could actually pick that up." They'd be like, "Fuck off, bro! What are you talking about? That's fucking strange, bro. You fucking witchcraft, motherfucker." But today we're sitting living it with it like it's normal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So I suppose normalized the same thing as the globe. Yeah, but we've just been normalized this shit. But the shit that's going on here is very very complex. If you look at it in this, if you take it down to the nitty gritty about transmitting signals, receiving signals, and transistor radios, and fucking all the kind of things that are going on motherboards. I mean, how do people come up with that? That's like, same thing. Like, how do people realize how to fucking make beer or a good sharp blade? So, well, the angels told them, the fallen angels told them how to make a blade.
I doubt it.
Well, but
as far as that goes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what it seems to me, man. It's just like we're living in a world that we just accept things as normal.
I gotta agree with PMAC on that one. The angels did teach us everything, and the bad angels taught the bad things. So we did learn from angels because that was said that we did learn things from angels.
But here's the gist of it. If you turn around to somebody today, anybody, your best friend, your second best friend, or somebody, your wife, your girlfriend, how the fuck does radios work? See, I have no fucking clue. Right. Well, if explain to me how how the signal is first produced and what the fuck is picking that up and what's doing it in your transistor radio to pick that up. How does it work? Well, there's a magnetic thing and it does this, and then there's another little thing you have to have. And it's amazing actually if you think about it. It is actually incredible. But we're living in a world today as if it's like second nature. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, you ask anybody today. Like I researched it. I try to figure out how fucking radios work and transistors and all kinds of things going on the board. And you turn around to anybody and ask them, well, okay, you've got a radio there, right? It does an alarm thing and it plays radio. How does it do that? They'd be like, well, it just does. They haven't a clue. It's almost like magic.
I know what you're saying, though. It used to fascinate me when I was a young lad, shortwave radios, hearing stuff from England and stuff over here, you know? Like, wow.
Yeah. It's like I can hear Flat Like Down from America in my earpiece now because of the wires going into my computer, and my computer does a thing on it. But I'm not quite sure how it works. I wish I knew, but it works. I just plug it in and it works. You can ask anyone today how that happens. What is the technical? They couldn't tell you. I don't know. It just fucking works, bro. It's like fucking magic.
It's a beautiful thing.
I suppose it's not too hard to work out when you think about it. It's just noises, vibrations, and wires and electricity. Electricity. Man, there's a thing there. Electricity. Where was the world before electricity? Motion card. Yeah, anyway.
Bro, I have been going back and forth with the gaslighting exchange from Verizon. They have been trying to gaslight me so hard, and I am holding their feet to the fire, and they have finally nudged, and their consolation is so pathetic. I don't even know if I want to accept it.
Did you hear the guy yesterday that said that most people don't go by the second law of thermodynamics? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
Who are those people?
Most people. Who are those people? What
Most.
does he mean by most people?
Most. Hey, laws are laws, bro.
So I was in a. I know I'm taking the conversation off topic, but I was in a conversation with a Verizon executive, not a customer service rep, but an executive. I don't remember what their full title is, but executive relations, executive relations analyst is their title. So whatever. And I was explaining how the return kits for the cell phones don't have any identifiable information on them to identify which phone, like when you're doing multiples at the same time, which phone goes in which package is not delineated by any identifiable information on the materials. And this person,
no, they must have a barcode.
This person gaslighted me and told me that the IMEI number, which is the device ID, that you can look up when you go to your phone settings, you can look up the IMEI number. They said that the IMEI number is printed on the material. That's what their claim was. Well, I demonstrated the falsification of their claim, and I wrote this long thing. I wrote this long thing to them, and I said, at the very least, I want a concession that I wasn't the one responsible for the problem. At the very least, I want a concession of my non-culpability, is exactly what I said.
Were you sacked for the problem, Gospel?
What?
Were you sacked for the problem? Did you lose a job over it, or
what? No, this Verizon, the telephone company.
Right. Okay. So you're just getting the vote, and they're.
So I did a trade-in thing, loyalty member trade-in, right? And they said, you'll be getting this credit, of this amount. Turn in your phones, blah, blah, blah. Well, they lost my phones basically, and they've been gaslighting me to act as though they didn't do anything wrong, that I'm the one that caused the problem, and I falsified their claim, and now they've finally accepted in a roundabout way culpability by offering a consolation, but it's just they didn't put it in words. I'm just annoyed. I know that gaslighting is the status quo, or maybe gaslighting is the new normal. Maybe that's how I should.
The new norm, bro.
but man,
what is the consolation?
It's annoying.
You get a free phone for 12 months.
Yeah, right. No, they're like, we'll give you a 40% discount on this bill. It's like, bruh. I know it's something, but it's really pathetic in relation to their error. So.
This is in between trying to teach people the Bible and fucking flat earth.
What?
Nothing.
I just couldn't understand what she said.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I think by my accepting it, I'm letting it be over, and I'm also acknowledging by them offering a consolation of any kind is an acknowledgement of their culpability. So, which is an improvement. It's just I hate that they didn't put it in words because they're still gaslighting me in their words, acting like it's just super annoying. I know I'm not giving all of the details, but
I used to feel sorry for myself, but then I realized that Americans actually have Joe Biden as president and Nancy Pelosi as head of the House or whatever, I forget. Joe Biden is the president. And then I realized that, listen, if they want to charge me £12 a month for a TV license, small price to pay. At least Joe Biden is my fucking president. How did that happen, bro? How the fuck? The man can't even string two coherent sentences together, a bit like himself.
Oh, he's the most popular president in the history of the United States of America. So that's all it takes. After that fact, that he's the most popular president in the history of the United States, then you can basically put him on a pedestal regardless of anything that he does, because he was the most popular president ever.
Yeah, I've seen him. He stood up in front of him in my first year of presidency. And you couldn't even understand.
I think that the fact that he has a 29% approval rating is proof that he's the most popular and loved president in the history of America. So
29, that's fucking high, bro. Jesus Christ, how'd you get there?
I mean, it's proof. Whatever percentage of people that aren't approving of him, those people don't even exist in the first place. So basically, it really should just say 100% approval rating.
I mean, come on. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. What the fuck? How did this clown even get in? Remember Obama put the
I've got somebody in the chat that's going to die of diabetes from Pop Tarts. Did you beat him?
I like that name.
Hello.
Oi.
So is it you beat him? How do you pronounce your screen name?
No, it's Jabedum.
Jabedum.
What's up, bro?
Nothing much. Just hanging out.
Gotcha. What brings you to the server?
I don't know. Just a friend told me to try it out. You know.
You do everything your friends tell you to do?
Or what was that?
He said, "Do you do everything your friends tell you to do?" It's just goofing off.
No, I don't. Not everything.
Have you interest in the shape of the earth and fucking Mandela effects and spiritual things and crazy shit, man?
Wow, PMac, you just took the server to places it.
They shouldn't.
Yeah. Don't listen to any of that last shit he said. The first part. Yeah.
All right.
None of that fucking man. Anything after where an M was involved, forget all that shit.
People lose their shit, bro.
It's obviously we talk about all sorts of things. I was just complaining about Verizon as a company, right? We have conversations that aren't related to cosmology and the nature of Earth and the fact that Earth isn't a ball, and that we can demonstrate the proof of that. But
I like that. Big corporations, they are taking the piss, bro. They are fucking taking the piss.
Yep. But moving on, PMac.
No. Listen, Shell Oil, right? It was proven there in the first quarter of 2022. They had.
I have no idea what you're talking about, PMac.
Okay, well, let me put this in simple terms. You know Shell Oil, the big oil company.
We know about Shell Oil, yeah.
Right. They had massive profits in the first 3 months, the first quarter of their right? They could take the hit. The government could take a hit. They could stop taxing us. They could go like, listen, things are going a little bit tough now, and they can stop blaming it on fucking Putin and all kinds of shit. We'll talk about that later, but Joe Biden won't let Americans fucking drill for oil. But they could take a hit, and they could still earn millions, but they're making profits that are beyond this. They've never seen profits before. The first 3 months of 2022, Shell Oil actually broke records. But at the gas pump, I'm putting $20 into my car, right? I'm like, I zoom, $20, boom, and it gets me fucking 5 miles. Why do people not see this? This is what I don't understand.
All right, PMac, I'd like to move the conversation back to the purpose of this server and this specific voice chat for the sake of our guest here, okay?
Fair enough.
Just for his sake, we'll take it back to the basics so that he can hear the basics. Sonny, are you still here?
Sonny.
Or Orion, or Fraud.
Elijah.
I'm just handing the microphone over to have a introductory conversation.
No, I'm still here, but I'm working, so I can't really do that.
I got you. Jabedum here. Sonny, he's new to the server, and I think a good intro combo would be nice.
Hold on, did I miss something?
Yep, Jabedum's new to the server. If you don't mind running down some of the basics about how we falsified the claim that Earth is a globe.
Okay,
and,
sure. Let me just turn off some of my background noise so I can hear properly, and just give me a minute or two.
Sure, yeah. So, Jabedum, how well do you think you would describe your knowledge of globe Earth, like the details about the solar system and all those types of things? How knowledgeable do you think you are on on the basics of the heliocentric model?
I mean, I don't really know too much about it, but I do kind of believe what you guys believe, you know? Or, well, I'm kind of indifferent between the two beliefs, like whether the Earth is flat or round, you know?
Okay, then that leads me to a different question. What got you thinking that the Earth might not be a globe then?
I don't really know. I mean, maybe it's just like an instinct or something. Honestly.
Okay. So you didn't hear any specific details or see any data or any particular thing that made you go, "Oh, there's something wrong with the claim that Earth is a ball." Nothing like that.
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
So, how long have you looked into this information? Like, when was the first time you ever heard of flat Earth?
Well, I've known about it for maybe like a year or two, but I just recently started looking into it, like I don't know, last month.
Okay, so do you know about the globe model? Do you think
I did
you
just ask
live
him
in a
that
flat
specific
stationary? Do you
question,
think you
Sonny.
live in a flat stationary Earth?
Not that question. Sorry.
Wait, what?
Do you think you live on a flat and stationary Earth?
I'm about 75% sure.
Okay, well, that's a very good
Hey,
start.
could I say something to him?
Yeah, go ahead, Orion. Yeah.
I was just going to point out to this guy just because he said it something along the lines of it being like instinctual or something like that, or. But I just wanted to point out to him that he's not wrong to say what he said a second ago because our base axiom is that we observe the Earth is flat. It feels stationary, and we do not observe gas pressure existing anywhere without a container. So, just what you said a minute or two ago, it almost seemed like, you were basically stating exactly that. It is our base axiom. So, keep in mind the burden of proof is on the globers to prove to you that it's a ball with direct measurements of curvature. But we've already falsified that, so kind of redundant at this point.
Agreed. Very well stated.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually, very good. So, along those lines, what Ryan just said, could you kind of describe your process just a little bit? It doesn't have to be a long story, but like instinctually, like how you kind of like came to those conclusions, and what kind of things were the main ideas that you came across, where you just thought, for whatever reason, we do to challenge the information of the globe. And did you do like any observations yourself that falsified the dimensions they gave us?
Well, did like one of you guys said earlier, I did realize that like we couldn't feel ourselves moving. So, and like the thing about the air pressure or whatever.
Gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, gas pressure.
That's a nail. That's the nail. That's the clincher. I mean, but see, the whole thing is like a lot of us are just fundamentalists about the like we need the fundamental claim, which is the very base axiom that they're trying to say, but it's only in the imagination. So your instinctual is your senses. It relates to our senses. So your senses are telling you, that's why you have an instinct of, okay, I'm leaning over. If I keep leaning over further at a like further and further lean, then I'm going to fall over eventually. See, your vestibular system knows every angle you're at and every motion in any angle.
Yeah.
And like basically, like I'm going to use the word sphere around us, but I mean the sphere I'm talking about is if you swung your arm around you and could go around yourself in a circular fashion around your whole body, right down to the floor, right?
Yeah.
So we have our senses that we can sense what's around us. and we know if we're balanced or not, if we're upright. We can know by a minute degree if we're standing completely vertical or not. That's why you'll get uncomfortable if you're sitting in a chair that's uneven or anything uneven. You notice that?
Yeah.
Because your body's saying, I have to adjust for this, and you'll start getting aches and pains if you have to adjust in some area that you have a weakness in. So there's all this stuff going on that we take it for granted because we don't think about the intricacies of how our body actually works and how that vestibular is even lined up with our eyesight and our vision and the visual centers and audio centers in our brains. Like, so man can't make any kind of device like that. They can't say something like that came from nothing. There's a ton of information in just what I just said, and that's not even the half of it. If you look at go deep dive into your ear, that inner ear, and all those things, that's a perfect gyroscope.
Yeah.
We have two of them,
Yeah.
So
that does make sense the more I think about it.
Yeah, so those semicircular canals are set at like 3 different axes, basically 90 degrees from each other. And so I've looked into this for like almost 5 years about the vestibular. I've done videos on it. I've looked at it for a very long time. So you have these hairs, you have a liquid called endolymph that's in your ear, and that moves around because it like, think about this. You know about sea level, right? Like the bubble level?
Yeah.
Right, spirit level.
Yeah.
So when you have a spirit level, well, that's sea level. Guess what? Our ears are always finely tuned and calibrated to sea level also, because we have liquid in our ear. And it's pretty much set at sea level because that's why when we go underwater, then we have to start equalizing, or if we go up in the air, we have to start equalizing our nasal cavities because the pressure's differential from inside and outside. So like all these things running in like at the same time, all of it at the same time, our balance, our eyesight, we can see if we're off balance too. So I was going to talk about the cilia. So the cilia is moving in this endolymph, right? Well, the cilia on one side of it, that's a site-specific location, right? It's on one side. It's not. That means not on the other side of the hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when this hair bends over, it touches these other types of cells, and it gets an impulse on one side of the cilia. So it goes, I'm being pushed exactly this direction. That's a site-specific saying a button pointing a certain direction. How does our ear know what that perfect attitude is that we're supposed to be maintaining to stay upright? Like, that's why when you lay down at night, you know you're horizontal and you know you're not moving because you can feel every single motion. And that's really the whole point of this. And I'm going to yield the floor after this. Thanks for listening to my little rant about the vestibular system. I'll leave you with this. If you were traveling on this so-called Earth, let's say in North America, 800 miles per hour at that location, the alleged, if you got used to those, let's just say just the axial rotation at that speed, then any motion less than that, you would never be able to sense any of it. If you got used to it. And then listen, if you as soon as you got used to it, here's what the Glovers will say. Oh, you're not going to feel it because you're moving in this, it's a constant speed. Now listen, they're going to say constant speed. Well, just do this, because as soon as you move your head in a tenth of a degree to the left, right, up, down, any combination of that, you've changed the trajectory, and your ear knows this. You got that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're spinning, you know the wobble and everything. Your ear's showing you, oh, when I spun that time, I wobbled over because I knew like my position on my body had bent over. There's all kinds of things, like going on that we already know about instinctually. And that's the end of my little thing. And I'll put a link in here in a moment with my video on the vestibular system I did a few years ago. Well, actually, a couple of years ago, yeah. And look at the videos on my channel. Flat Earth Consciousness Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness FEC 2017 Yo. Peace out.
Like and subscribe.
All right, I'll definitely look into it. Well, I gotta go now. I have somewhere to be. Yeah, thanks for telling me all this. I think it'll help.
Well, don't leave just listening to me ramble on, because you might think, oh boy, if they're all like him, forget it. But look at the information down below the live stream here, and look at all the different categories of information that's already there about laser, long distance observations, all kinds of things in there. Okay, and also content creators, other places to have other types of discussions that aren't particular related or maybe off topic of flat Earth. But so nothing's really off, like off base here as far as what we can do here. So I hope you enjoy your time when you do come back. Love to have another conversation. Have a good day. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Was standing at the crossroads.
Free to come and free to go.
That's right. We're not holding anybody hostage here, right? That's not my kind of fun. Oh man.
I remember the first time Helio did that, though. I was like, I gotta go. He's like, no, you can't. You gotta stay.
What the fuck? Oh, shit. I don't know. It's just like the spirit of us all with a common purpose that is just really culminated into like a really cool feeling. And like, I don't know, it just like gets you to this hopefulness of like that the place that I've been positioned for, not even something I did myself, just by fucking, I don't know, like I can't even describe accident.
What happened to the guy?
What?
What happened to the guy?
He listened to everything I said. I talked about the vestibular system for about 5 minutes, and I just laid out some information about our ear, because I think it's important. Most people haven't looked into it very closely. So, the things that we can tell instinctually, which is what I hope I addressed with him pretty well, because he mentioned that instinctually he's 75% flat Earth.
Yeah, I heard that part.
So I don't know what his other 25, but he, like we started talking about.
Apparently he has no substance for. I mean, it's fine to. Oh yeah, it just feels that way. But the moment that somebody's like, yeah, that's fine that it feels that way, but the Earth is just too big, or it's just moving too slow. I mean, that's how people.
I know they do, but listen, that doesn't follow, and I explained why. Because of the way the cilia behaves as a site-specific spot, the nerve runs only on one side of the hair. It's not just a random like what side. Like your ear knows exactly, and the vestibular is tied into your visual system too. So not only if you're tilted, by your eyes that you're tilted too visually, and it ties in with your balance system. It's a very intricate system. We have two super duper creator made and designed gyroscopes.
But Earth is just so big.
A pair of them. It's so big. Then, what are you saying then? That the speed is not enough? That you would get used to that speed?
Yeah, because it's only like 0.01 rotations per second.
Oh no, we don't measure anything at the axle. When has anybody been at the axis to measure that speed in degrees?
Well, the rotation is the rotation rate is the same whether or not it's at the axle or at
No,
the edge.
it is
As
not.
far as
Because if you're at
rotations,
the
it is.
outside of a wheel. No, if you're at the outside of a tire of a bicycle and you have to measure the travel at that distance from the axle.
Yeah, but the angular speed, I'm talking about rotations per day.
Yeah, rotations per day, that would be at the axis.
Well, actually, it would be everywhere though.
RPM's only measured at the axis, like in a car, on a engine. RPMs. Sorry, doesn't fly.
How is it not relevant all over?
Relevant? What do you mean relevant?
I mean, whether or not it's at the edge of the tire or at the center of the tire, it's still one rotation per whatever.
No, because at that diameter that is proposed, you have a distance over amount of time. That's all we're concerned with, where we are, not where we imagine somebody is.
Yeah, I would just say the RPM is a non sequitur, though.
It's a non sequitur. Yeah, it is.
We don't experience RPMs at all. We experience motion. So to talk about RPMs is besides the point.
Cartoon answer. Yeah. What?
Yeah. It's besides. I was giving you a hard time.
I like it though because it challenges me, and I have to kind of think. Okay, well, just because they're saying that, it can.
That is what they say. That's their arguments. I've heard them all, and I just found out this weekend that you heard me talking about the radio show thing with the astronauts. No, it's not going to be a radio show.
Oh, what is it then?
I'm going to be meeting these guys face to face. So it's worse.
Okay.
It's better. It's better and it's worse.
Nobody say it. Yeah, it's about to talk about horrifying.
So the guy is like, I was like, yeah, so you're going to be doing the radio show with these guys. He's like, no, they're going to be coming to the drone school. They've been, and bro, guess how much astronauts charge to make an educational appearance? Take a guess.
$15,000?
More.
25.
More.
25, 27, 27, 28.
50.
30. Pardon?
50,000.
50,000. So
$50,000 to show up, make an appearance, give a little talk, and go back home.
Do a little dance, get down tonight. Get down tonight.
$50,000.
$50,000.
I'm not surprised, but I'm always disappointed. Not surprised, just disappointed. Anyway, he's like, he told me, he was like, and I want you to be there. I'm like, I'm sure you do. Oh man, how do I live stream that? How do I live stream? I'll have if anything, I'll have an opportunity to maybe ask them a question. What's the one thing, right? So I don't know how. I might not even be able to say anything to them at all. I don't know what my opportunity will be. Will I ask them, did you see stars? Will I ask them when LeBlanc's tongue boiled in a vacuum chamber inside of an astronaut costume? Why was he the last astronaut to ever test a costume in a vacuum chamber? What will I ask them? Will I ask them, why is there a delay to communicate with the ISS at less than 300 miles away, but you can have instant conversation via CB radio waves from 4,000 miles away? What will I ask them?
Instant communication from the moon, with Nixon, the phone call, no delay.
Yeah. I think it was delayed, but it was delayed at a rate that was delayed like 3/4 of a second to a second and a quarter, somewhere in that range, right? As opposed to what they claim mathematically, they claim that I believe it's a 2-second delay bare minimum. And that's if the waves or whatever are traveling, I think, at the speed of light. Isn't it 2 seconds? I don't know what it is exactly, but I think it's 2 seconds. So what that would mean is the absolute fastest you should ever communicate, according to their stuff, is like 2.5 seconds. Like best case, perfect everything. But that didn't happen. Not even that happened. Anyway, but you're right. The moon's a fine example. Why can you communicate allegedly faster on the to the moon than to the ISS? And they're going to say, well, because it's close to the atmosphere, there's more interference, and it's sitting in a sea of other satellites that are causing interference. I mean, obviously, that's nonsense. I don't know what they'll say exactly, but I like to ask questions that I already know what they're going to say. I like to preempt the rebuttal. So I'm going to be planning and preparing for this August meeting.
Hey, I got another one you should write down. So, like, before I found this server about 3 years ago or so, they had this, live stream SpaceX launch to space, and I was watching it, feeling very suspicious about, what they're doing, because it's like, to the best of my knowledge, the Earth is flat, so let's see what happens with this camera. So basically, you should ask them, why don't we have any uncut footage of a rocket leaving the Earth and going into space? Why is there not a single video of that? They always cut to CGI, when they get to about 180,000 feet.
Yeah. Okay, so that I want to have a compilation of all of the different satanic hand symbols. I don't know if anybody remembers. There's a picture of all the people on the space station doing devil horns, all in a big circle. I want to ask them a question about that. I think that would be, and I would be interested in their answer. I think that would probably have them. They're not going to necessarily have a programmed response for that. Hey, I saw a picture of the guys on the ISS all in a circle, putting devil horns, their hands together with devil horns in a big circle. What was that about? Like, I want to ask that kind of question. But I don't know. I'm going to be thinking about it.
Standard launch ritual. I was going to say, I've noticed them add the delay, and there's no delay, like, from time, like, at different, yeah.
Which is a lot like the whole, did you see stars? Oh, yeah, we saw stars. No, never saw stars. Oh, yeah, we saw stars. We saw constellations.
We don't know what the fuck we saw. Wow.
Both. So I love those kinds of questions where you can expose the inconsistencies that should be very blatantly one way or the other. One way or the other, for sure.
You got to stand up and just scream liar in their faces.
Oh my
Liar!
gosh!
Liar!
I'm not gonna make a scene. I'm gonna be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. That's what I'm gonna be.
They would want us to act out.
What's that?
They would want us to act out.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. So they're showing up on being paid for, showing up to give a talk on the topic of drone technology, of which there's a drone camp here in North Dakota. And the guy that runs the drone camp is this same guy that's my friend. And he is he's coordinating this whole thing. He's been doing this drone camp in North Dakota for the last, I think, 6 or 7 years. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 7 years. I can't remember exactly, but anyway, then they're going to come and give a talk and possibly do an ISS experience or something for the students of this camp. So that might be part of what the cost is associated with. But what he was telling me is that for them just to show up only is 30,000. But if they go the whole way to do the ISS experience for the students, then that's $50,000. So far as I understand it, they have a tractor trailer or something like that they can that probably looks like the ISS, and I don't know. I'm just taking guesses here. I don't know what the ISS experience is, but I can only assume it's probably a traveling trailer that has fun space stuff on it or something like that. But what a nightmare. Yeah, I'm gonna have backup fraud. I haven't told him yet, but I know he'll go with me. He's the only guy within 100 miles. The next closest person I know is 2 states over. There's some people in Minnesota that might come over, but I don't know.
It seems to me like they wouldn't get the full ISS experience without the whole, initiation process into the Freemasons, be a astronaut. You got to go through that, right?
You're definitely missing out. But it's like space camp. I don't think you have to become a Freemason to go to space camp, right?
You do if you want to get paid $30,000 to work there for a day.
Oh well, yeah.
All right, good. I've got a friend of mine who knows Anne McLean. She went to the ISS. You're right, supposedly. A couple 3 years ago, she was the one who was homosexual, and there was like some bad pub or press about her after she returned, about her like stealing money out of her former or ex's account while she was on the ISS, somehow hacked into their checking account. It's a weird deal. But I know some people who know her, and they know that I believe that, know the earth is flat. So they're like, oh, you should meet her. She's got pictures and everything. I'm like, yes, please let me talk to her. But thinking about what to ask somebody without being out, down and out rude, is tough.
Sorry, man. You should ask her how much hairspray she took.
What?
Hello?
Say that again, Flatty.
Ask her how much hairspray she took to the ISS.
Oh, how much hairspray?
Well, no. So she's got short hair, and like it doesn't matter anyway. What do you ask them, right? Because I was trying to like rack my brain what I could ask this gal, and I have not gotten the opportunity to speak to her yet. But
yeah, I've been thinking about this question or a series of questions. I have some saved that and some of the ones that I don't know if you were hearing me say them, but behavioral questions such as the devil horns in a circle thing. But I need more examples and specific documentation of who and when those sorts of things happened.
Correct. Yeah.
And then LeBlanc, I think his name was George. I can't remember his first name right this second. I didn't write it down. but the astronaut that was in the vacuum chambers, last name was LeBlanc, and allegedly the oxygen tube disconnected from his space suit costume, and it depressurized his suit. This is the official story, and his tongue started to boil, and he could hear air leaking from his body. That's what it said. Not he could hear the air leaking from his suit. He could hear air leaking from his body. It's weird wording to me, but anyway, so there's that story, but I need to like properly formulate that question to be as precise and coherent as possible so that they're not like, oh, I don't know, I never even heard that story, like some stupid answer. That'd be disappointing, right? The did you see stars question is super relevant, especially if they are people that have been up there. That would, if this winds up being interns or some nonsense like people that have never allegedly been up there, then that changes things too. In fact, it almost deflates the entire thing. And we found out that they're not even alleged to have been up there. Then I don't even know what I could ask at all at that point. But
it's only 64 of them, right? Only 64 human beings.
Apparently. Yeah, maybe, yeah. So anyway, the suit pressurized, but with movement. How do you move while your suit is pressurized when you're doing a spacewalk? Because according to other demonstrations in a vacuum chamber, it's almost impossible to move your arms or limbs in a pressurized suit. So how does that work?
No, the suit's magical. It makes you move about. But
yeah, no, I get it, and I think that they'll have. I want to know all the rebuttals before they. I want to ask questions. I know that the type of answer that they're going to have, and then have a follow up in anticipation of what I would expect them to say. And the time delay questions, the simple question of what do you do day to day? That's when you're up there, what does your day look like? Like if you're operating for 8 hours, 12 hours, what does your working hours look like, and what are you doing during that time? That's another fairly interesting open-ended question.
you would not send human beings to space, right? Especially women with lots and lots of hair. You would shave that shit off completely at the start. That's the end of. There's no time for fucking hair in space. But somehow she's running on a attraction. Oh, this is how I do it, and toothpaste and all this. What a load of bollocks.
I know, man. But when you're having a conversation face to face with people that allege to be part of that system and everything, I don't want to be a bull in a china shop. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. It's tough to like decide what would be the best questions to ask that would be the most stumping, right? Because I mean, in my mind, really, I would love to know if they could give us technical data, right? Like, what do you keep the cabin pressure at on the ISS? I would love to know that.
Yeah. Well, and their answer should be, 14 psi, just like sea level on Earth.
Well, that's right.
I mean, that's a bomb. I mean, to me, 14 psi up there is a bomb. I don't know how you would contain that kind of pressure.
How do you do it?
Yeah,
that's amazing.
I don't even know. But another easy one is just how do you have gas pressure without a container? I would love to hear someone who's officially from NASA answer that question. And then the follow-up question would be Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity. I mean, those types of things, I think probably you're gentle enough because they're very specific questions. They have to do with physics and they should be expertise in the field. And
what about like this? Instead of how do you contain gas pressure without a container, what if I ask them, you guys, you know how gravity keeps gas on Earth and everything. Have you guys done any experiments up there to demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Oh yeah, tons.
Right. Yeah.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
And then they'd be like, well, that's an open-ended question. They'd probably get real excited. If they're at all like Don Pettit.
Mute that person.
If I were either of you talking to either of those astronauts or any of those astronauts, I would ask them the 3-point questions. I would go through the 3 points with them. I think that's the best thing you could do.
I hear you. Yeah.
I don't think it fits the venue. The only problem is like the situation doesn't. It's not appropriate for those questions. Otherwise, I think you're 100% right. Now, if you were at a bar with an astronaut, I would hit him with everything we got, but in this capacity, no, it's just not going to quite be appropriate to ask those types of questions.
I don't know if it'll be an eye-to-eye or forum-based opportunity. I don't know if I'll be like standing, just talking to the dudes as people, or if it'll be like more official, like they're up at the front. And I don't know how it's going to be, how formal/informal it's going to be. So I've got to strategize for multiple possible outcomes.
Do you remember the black-haired girl from fucking Moldova or Estonia or some fucking other Eastern country there, and they made a little doll just appear in front of her. Here it goes. Now his name is, and you remember how they materialized that thing in front of her? And I just thought to myself, oh my God, talk about shooting yourself in the foot. You just proved blue screen. You just proved making shit up. Remember how the little red?
So it was. Here's the thing: that stuffed animal was there. Okay. It was physically, you could see it before they did their little twinkle light thing. You could see it. It was there, but it was distorted, like it's all green or something. And maybe the stuffed animal was all green, but you could tell it was chroma keyed in one way or another. I don't know exactly how.
Yeah, they just did it right in front of your face, bro.
Well, some people point to that example as, it's a augmented reality. It's not physically present, and this demonstrates no.
Yeah, well,
that doll was actually, wherever she was, studio, it doesn't matter. That doll was a physical object, and the reason I believe that to be true is because you could see the distortion of its presence and its shadow before they zoomed it in.
Well, if you say so. But you remember the big goofball? He was reaching out and he was grabbing something that wasn't there on the shelf. What's
the biggest evidence I've ever seen in regards to augmented reality on and super fake on the space station is Don Pettit with the coffee. And I don't think I have the GIF, unfortunately, but maybe somebody can post it. I wonder if it's Memes Coffee.
Is it Pettit with 2 T's or 1 T?
There it is. No, I got it. It is Memes Coffee. Somebody was thinking good. So when the coffee glitches outside of the plastic container in the last frame of this GIF,
there it is. I've seen that.
That is from the video, and you can watch the video, and they do cut. And that's the other funny thing is they cut the scene to something else. The fact of the matter is that is really
weird.
That's some high-tech AR stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a perfect example of the fakery that can't. There's no like I'm all about coming up with excuses, right? I think about all their excuses, how they answer the questions. Oh no, that's just an anomaly of the videography, or this is that, and the excuses they prevail. They're all over the place. You can't explain that one away. It's not a glitch of the
It's almost
bit rate or anything like that.
It's almost like they want us to know they're talking shit.
Sometimes it feels that way.
Yeah, I can, and then bang outside. How the fuck did that happen? And the other guy, what do you call the English boy? When they wheeled George Bush Senior through the fucking thing, and he was sitting behind it. There's actually a Comic-Con. It's obvious for everybody to see. He's doing tennis ball thing or whatever. What do you call it? Tim Peake or Tim Peake or some fucking motherfucking name like that. What a little bollocks, bro. Absolute shite. It's Tim Peake, right?
I don't know who you're talking about.
There's the English boy. Remember the English boy went up and he was doing all these little things. That's great. And I'm 007 or whatever. And it was just like, and they wheeled George Bush through the fucking through the mission control, and there was a Comic-Con screen behind him while he was looking at a tennis ball or something. Oh my God, bro! Thank God humans are infallible, because they just so much shit everywhere.
Gotcha. Well, anyway, looks like some folks are poking in and out. Hopefully, you guys will be able to spark up good convo soon enough.
I, on the other half,
I'm headed out.
I'm down. Goss, well, good to see you, bro. Long time.
Yeah, man.
Where you going?
To resolve the evening.
Sort shit out.
Yeah. I might be back, but for now, I'm headed away.
Adios, amigo.
Yep.
Boy.
Hola.
Au revoir.
Bonjour. I like the French. They just put everything in front of it. Just put bonjour, bonjour, bon appetit.
Parlez-vous no habla sprechen Sie Dutch?
Bon chance, good luck, bonjour, good evening. Bon, just bon. It's bon.
Viens, blanc.
La khamdala mukhamala niktimala khundala ba shandara baba khandala.
Yeah, down the avenue. Just fucking born in front of it. It's good, bro.
Hey, no foreign languages in here. English only.
Yeah, especially ones you're making up as you go along.
Hey, yeah, it was one of them. That was one of them. Saturday, how the fuck are you, bro?
Am I right? How you guys doing?
Oh, terrible. Absolutely shit, bro. Horrible, yeah. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Wait, let me guess. Does it involve being surrounded by people that believe they want to?
It's terrible.
Well, since you're back, it's got to be getting better by the minute now, I suspect. On the positive side.
How you doing? I'm doing shit, thank you very much. Would you like to hear it? No, not really. Now fuck off.
Wrote a song about it. Like to hear it. Here it goes.
Another one? Fuck me. You would fucking make a song about cat shitting, bro. Nah, your shit's good, bro. Your shit's good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so flat smacked with just the vestibular system, didn't mention the globe once. Didn't have to. Key point, sea level. We're all calibrated to it, whether they want to admit it or not. I don't care what you believe about that. Right? It's like a rat. What I'm saying is,
Dun dun dun.
on a ball.
Where's Matthew at?
No excuse. On a ball, they got no excuse for what they think they're standing on.
Are you slap dancing?
No, I'm using my hands on my thighs.
Yeah, that's called slap dancing. I just made it up right now. Oh, you're really good at slap dancing. I can tell just by the sounds you're making. Every effort's very coordinated and precise.
You have a leak.
Whoa, that sounded familiar. I'll scar and kill you. You better recognize me like I look familiar.
I even got the bass down on the floor with my foot. I'm not that good with that part. I could never get the drums like really that limb separation you have to have. But I got it on the guitar, like that high eye-hand coordination to individual fingers. Like that takes a lot of years of development. But once you got it, then it's like free ride, take it easy.
I think do you know what I think about it? Hold on. I think you're actually using some kind of gas pressure fucking system in order to. Yeah, they're using a harness and everything, make them look upside down. They're using some technology.
Anyway.
Bam, bam.
Reminiscing.
Back in the good old days. It's a chamber, but not as we knew it, Jim.
Yeah.
It's an illusion. There's no confusion.
Oh, that's a tricky one. Hold on. You get those other extensions? Sorry.
It's an illusion. Is that no confusion?
I got all these fans blowing because like these people come and they have to inspect because I have a lease here. So the management just wants to like look around, and I have one of the best looking places. Yeah, my place looks ship shape. The floors are swapped, like swept and
ship shape.
Ship shape. Everything put in its place, and a place for everything.
I thought it said shape shift. My place has been shape shifting condition. Like my place.
What do you think of that style?
That's like blues, like when the Dale was born.
Woke up this morning,
On the day I was born,
Out of bed.
I never thought it was a globe.
Said to myself, I gotta go to bed.
That's an uncomfortable chord, isn't it? That Jimmy
Yeah,
had.
could you keep different style there, Sonny? Do a little bit Pink Floyd there, bro. Nice to see you finally got it figured out. I remember Sonny here in the early days of the server. You say, "Oh my god."
I've never heard anybody play like me. I'm a wild man. So. Listen to this, but wait a minute. It's on my acoustic. This is.
Wow, man. That's definitely blues, right? That's definitely blues. You couldn't have worse that shit. Woke up this morning, I got out of bed, I told myself, over his head, yeah.
Yo, I was in the Discord when I saw a guy named Gay Joe 892. 5 minutes later, he comes back into the Discord and he took the AY off. I don't know why he would do something like that, but he did. And he's friends with Prison Mike too. I'm just saying though, peep the halo over the head.
How do you like that?
Well, I was brought up in a little town across the USA from where I'm talking to you now.
I never thought of myself like I felt really insecure because I couldn't play jazz.
Jazz is shit, man. Who fucking plays jazz?
Like what I'm doing is the same thing.
Horrible, man. Change it.
See how I slide around?
Nobody likes jazz. They just pretend.
So go from major to minor. Back to my
A major.
It's weird, like pentatonic.
Well, besides, you can't play fucking jazz on a guitar.
So here's the key to this little this little scale. You hear that? Here's how it hear it.
Yeah, I heard. That's different. Why are these motherfuckers lying, bro?
Oh, here's my favorite part. Like, now listen. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, that was pretty good. Play that again.
It's like what I like about it is moody like me, and I can express that's how I feel. Like that's a great scale for me. See, that's a one string scale. Huh? This is all on one string. I'm sliding back. That's a long distance on the guitar, this part. It's more than half of the whole fretboard.
How long is the distance? Can you see it?
What's that?
How long is the distance? Can you see it? Is it optical?
It's
No, hey, bro. There's people on flat Earth like fuck me, bro.
7 inches, maybe.
Liar. 2.5.
I like the ones that sound really weird, like.
Yeah, you could not put music to that.
What?
You couldn't music to that. You couldn't actually make words form a fucking actual song. Oh, that you could, yeah.
That's my bass playing skill, so I make this thing sound like a bass too, right?
Yes. Yeah, the bass.
So then the other string doesn't have to do as much. I like that blues sound like that.
Yeah, but notice, fucking man.
Hey, you know how to play All of My Love, Led Zeppelin? You know how to play that?
Which one?
All of My Love. All of my love. All of my love.
Oh, wait a minute. I would have to just like get the right key. As soon as I get the right key that he's playing, then it clicks in. So
What about I'm Gonna Leave You?
wait a minute. Oh, hold on a second. Just 1 second. Give me 1 moment.
Will I fall out of my life to chase a feather in the wind? She's got the will to survive. Is this the end or just the begin? All of my love.
All of my love.
Jackie May may have slapped my face because I took her food stamps and ran away. When will you be back?
I have to pull out the electric for that little gig. I'm pretty sure, but 1 second.
That little gig in the sky?
That one gig. Led Zeppelin were awesome, weren't they? They were fucking amazing, bro.
Jackie May may have slapped my face because I took her food stamps and ran away. When will you be back? Saturday. I want my flat nasty back. I want Flatterday. Why hast thou now forsaken me? Baby, how'd you lose so much faith in me? I'm as faithful as faith can be. You feel grateful for ever tasting me. You know how many dames wait till we get in a fight and want to go on a date with me? Do you know how many chicks would give their brain to give brain to me?
How many?
Oh, that's Last Dance, huh? Yeah.
There's your song.
That sounds like Last Chance of Mary Dane.
How's that go? Na, 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 na. I know the words, but I know I'm on flat ground.
Well, I fall out of my former life to chase a feather in the wind.
I wish I could.
Sonny, do you know how to play Cashmere? Because if you know how to play Cashmere, bro, I love you forever, bro.
I was just thinking of that song this morning.
That's it right here.
Yeah.
Well, I fall out of my former life.
Let me get a pick. Hold on.
Who let the sun beat down upon my face? Got my feet. I am the shadow of my family's where I've been. Secret elders of the generation.
Oh, I'm gonna get something really cool.
The dark days for which we see the way. I will be with you. And also, probably the best you'd ever know, Connor, bro.
I'll get it right one of these days.
Did I fall out of love, my fire and light, to chase a feather in the wind? Within the glow that weaves a cloak of delight, there moves a thread that has no end. For many hours and days that pass ever soon, The tides that have caused the flame to dim.
What it does? What is it?
I was just singing the lyrics to it.
Hold on, I gotta get the chord right.
Should I fall out of my love, my fire tonight? Should I fall out of love, my fire in the light? Chase a feather in the wind.
Feather in the wind.
Within the glow that weaves a cloak of delight, there moves a thread that has no end. For many hours and days that pass ever soon, the tides that have caused the flame to dim. At last they own.
How does that part? All of my love.
Is this the end or just the beginning? All of my love, all of my
My
love,
love,
all of
my
my
love
love to
to
you.
you.
All of my
All my
love,
love, all of
all of my love, all of my love to you. The cup is raised, the toast is made yet again. One voice is clear above the din. Shout at yon, one word my will to sustain. For me the clock once more to spin. All of my love.
all of my love.
That's what I need. That. Hold on.
That's brilliant, sir.
That's lame.
Yours is the cloth, mine is the hand that sews time. His is the force that lies within. Ours is the fire, the warmth we can find. His is a feather in the wind.
Oh, all of my love, all of my love to you. Night is young, we switch our plans.
I bet you Sonny used to play a lot of Tom Petty. It almost sounded like the song he was playing like kept morphing into the Tom Petty song a little bit.
It was going there, wasn't
Did you hear it? It sounded like Last Dance with Mary Jane.
Sonny, can you play a Tom Petty song?
Hold on, I had to listen to something so I could get that because it does this part of it.
No. Are you good at Tom Petty songs?
What's that?
Are you good at Tom Petty?
Don't change so fast because I'm just like getting that last song still trying to get that. So it doesn't. So it doesn't. That's it. Yeah, just like that. So hold on. So then it goes. The last time that goes to C.
Mama. Yeah, please. Good girl loves her mama. love Jesus and America too. She's a good girl. It's great about him.
There's
Oh
like
shit.
2 different places.
Boyfriend.
There's really cool, pretty ways of doing
Yeah. Now I'm free. Free falling. Yeah, I'm free. Free falling. Now the clown pass, walk through the valley with
right.
We're boulevard, all the bad boys stand in the shadows, and the good girls. Now I'm free. Yeah, I'm free. Free falling.
I might have added that part.
No, I actually closed that. Now I'm free. I want to lie down. Who gives a shit? I mean,
They're really super simple. 2 chords. Those are 2 chords. I'm just playing in between 2 chords. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, it's like you too.
It's only 2 chords, but you could do the
G-A-G-A-G-A. Your lines are singing.
That's only 2 chords too. It's only E minor 7 to A major or A dominant 7. And I just keep doing that pattern. It's the same one. See how different it sounds when I slide around with it? It's like so cool.
You can go your own way. Go your own way. You can call me under another day. You can run yeah. Memory. You know your homework. Your homework. You call it under another day. You call your
See how dramatic that sounds, and they're just like these weird things that are parts of those two keys mixed together, so it sounds discordant. Isn't that interesting?
My world.
Blow your mind guitar lesson from the
Everything's
guitar.
waiting
Left
for
hand's
you.
freaking hurting now.
Yahweh. Yahweh. Let me die.
Okay, listen to this. So yeah, so listen to this in E minor. Listen to this in E minor real quick. That's. I keep missing. Those funny little tune, eh? Funny little tune, eh? Didn't it put you in an interesting mood, huh? What you gotta say? On the 23rd of May. Yo. I feel like I came up for air, remember? Held under water for a while, and then when you get a fresh air breath of air, you're like, wow. Feels great. I don't know. I hope that sounded good. The only thing I'm concerned is that it sounded well, as good as or close as it can to as how it sounds to me when I'm playing it. That's up to each, I guess. Depends if the Doppler effect is in effect in your area, I guess, right, guys? Don't you have to be spinning around? Never mind.
Gracias, amigo.
What? Did everybody drop off somewhere?
Yeah, man.
Off the no edge? Or you might be near the
Hablo
shoreline.
español.
What, are you in the middle of a football game?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you in the middle of a football game? Soccer?
Yes, I'm actually busy scoring a goal, you motherfucker. Wait,
see, I knew it.
Stop interrupting me, you heard.
That's funny, man. So I never knew those sounds could come through me. Like, I don't know where they came from exactly.
Your asshole?
No, I don't think they did because my asshole's not connected to my fingertips, bro.
You only think they are, but they are.
That shit rhymed.
So
that
it's
even
all
rhymed.
everything's connected, bro.
on fire today. So Globers don't get in my way unless you got curvature or rotation.
Fingertip to say okay.
Here's the thing, man. You got some spin with you today.
Put the
Where
man.
you spin at? I'll just start using slang. I know how to talk jive as well as the next person.
Imagine living in Texas not knowing fucking Spanish, huh? I don't know. I've seen it in a movie somewhere. Puta madre.
Yeah, but mix it in with a Chicago gangsta attitude.
Puta madre.
Oh shoot!
Did he get the accent right? I don't know.
Yeah, apparently, like in LA, that like the Olivatos, I guess that's what they call folks. Let's just call it that. Let's just say that. But they actually wear zoot suits, man. It was about looking slick and clean. Like, can you imagine? That must have been a weird culture. Now, when we think about that, now that was like in the 30s in Los Angeles, like,
Oh yeah.
So that was a gangsta period. And that turned into this whole freaking holy war in the
seriously
streets of LA of fighting family members, and it's been going on for generations, five, 6, 7 generations.
What happened to the guy? You see the one I Soldier 144K posted there now. Now everybody is fucking Smiley's laughing on two hands, one hand. He's got his hands, man. He's just looking at him going, what the fuck are these bastards at? You know what I mean? We're obviously faking it. And they're fucking loving it. They're all shaking their hand. There's one guy, like, second from the left, right? Look at him. Hand behind his back. He's like, I'm not fucking shaking no hand. None of this motherfucking shit. Do you see that?
What are you saying? I lost I'm trying to catch up with all the voice texts since I was playing the whole time. That's been a couple of hours, probably. I don't know how long.
Never mind.
Maybe not that long. It might seem like lifetime to me, but it could only be like 10 minutes to you guys. So I don't know how long.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Of the 7 people standing there, he's the only one that keeps his hand behind his back. Everybody else laughing, waving. Hello,
them right there. Okay,
he's like,
they're in the
ISS. Not a fuck. Nah.
Are they in the ISS?
Yeah, apparently.
Or some kind of submarine device?
Vacuum
with harnesses and wires.
Spinning around a vacuum.
Oh, he's grabbing the wire. Look how obvious that shit is. What? They couldn't do this. They couldn't do this anymore. All you gotta do is slow down just a little bit. You can see the nonsense.
I thought I could do this, but nah, I'm not.
This is a cartoon religion. This is unheard of. Like that, they would go this far with the cartoon religion. Like we never thought it was a religion. We were all hoodwinked. Boy, they had the wool pull over our eyes. Holy crap. Yeah, actually, I think Matt is becoming more and more right. Matt over there, Quantum of Consciousness. And I'll just shout out to Matt right now because I listened to him for a long time. I listened to you for a long time, bro. And I used to think you're a little wacky. I'm just being honest. And I think what's happening is what I've found out too is that things are coming more and more online with my suspicions.
Well, listen.
With my suspicions. But I was thinking of doing
it's fine. It's fine. The physical is not what you think it is. Okay. Sing it, Sonny. Yeah. Sonny, you could be my life, silver rain. Oh,
I could do it more strong. That sounds bolder. Huh?
Yeah, that's it right there, bro. Good man.
Wow. Whoa, so that's an interesting combination of tones, huh? I need a pick for this. Sorry about that.
And I'm a fooling.
Oh, I don't know if I can match.
Give my love. Give my love. Oh, 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 yeah, oh, you morning, I've been learning on good times, baby. Baby, yearning. Take down there, well, yeah. I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love. Oh, love.
What are you listening to? You switched so
Gonna give
fast.
you my love.
Okay, P-Mac's gonna sing. Oh, Father of the four wind, fill my sails. Sauce caress my dream. On the mountain space, to be where I've been. I forgot that one's so strange. Wow, that's kind of weird sounding, huh? With that, it's a different tuning, so it's all freaky. It actually trips me out.
There's a lady I know that can tell people.
Oh shoot, you guys. That's so cool that I could share with you guys at that kind of level, man. I hope you guys enjoy it. I just want to take your attention for that little while, and then you forget about whatever else is going on if you were listening. So, cheers. I'll be around here and there, in and out, kind of.
Ooh, and she's buying a stairway to heaven.
Chased everybody out of the room. Dang, I hate it when that happens.
Those words have two meanings. Those things. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. Ooh, ooh. And we chased everybody out of the room. Ooh, and it makes you wonder. Ooh, wonder. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west. and my spirit is crying for leaving. I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand looking. It makes you wonder. Oh, makes you wonder. Beep, 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 beep. Say, better soon. If we all call the tune, then the Papa will lead us. Reason, logic. For those who stand long, will echo with laughter. Does anyone remember laughter? Ha ha ha. Ooh. Eh, makes me. Ooh. The bustle in your head's roll to be alarmed now. It's just a sprinkling for the McQueen. There are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on.
Oh, is it like karaoke night or something?
We got our Glover in here who just came from the VC check-in.
You wonder, hey, karaoke night. Let's go.
PMACC is rocking.
It's 42 ounce.
And it makes me wonder.
Welcome.
Hey, what's up? Oh, he's doing that. Makes me wonder. That's
Man, it won't go in case you don't know. The Papa's calling you to join him.
Can you guys hear that guy singing?
Yeah. So 42, tell us, you said your brother-in-law is a flat earther and you found out about this server through, you were in a different Discord and you found out about it, you got an invite or something?
Correct.
You have any questions or anything?
Well, actually, I was gonna feel for the server first in the live stream and all that, and just kind of chime in when I think something cool to say.
Sounds good.
We're as crazy as you, bro.
Oh, one question. What would you guys? What? No, never mind.
Stop. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
What would you guys say is like the like percentage wise people active in the live stream? Would you say it's like a 50-50 Globers versus flatters, or would you say it's like 70-30, 80-20?
80-20.
80-20 on average?
Yeah.
In this live stream, I mean, not lately, actually. I would say it's probably closer to like 95% flat earthers. Like we don't have many Globers coming in lately.
Okay, so I'm the oddball. All right, cool. No pun intended.
What do you do for a living, 42 ounce, if you don't mind me asking?
I have a small business.
Can I get a job?
Yeah, how much money do you have?
Not a lot. I'm not rich or anything. I'm self-sustaining.
Hey, 42 ounce. Did I mute you or something?
I have no idea.
Before, if I did, I apologize. I'm not sure.
I have no idea
if I did or not, or I never know. In the heat of action,
not worried about it.
You know,
Sonny,
stuff happens.
Put yourself in the naughty corner.
Shut
He says it's the first time he's been here.
Shut up. Yeah, it's okay. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, talk with these guys. I'm actually getting ready for the next phase of the daytime.
The moon and the sun.
So, what brings you to the conclusion that you live on a flying ball?
A flying ball is an interesting way to describe it. Well, A, that's what I was taught from birth. B, I really hadn't had any reason to suspect otherwise.
But have you ever had any good reason to suspect that, yes, I live on a flying ball? Has anybody ever provided that to you?
Well, I mean, could you repeat the question?
Well, I mean, is there any good reason to think that that is what it is, regardless of what people may have said?
Well, for me personally, I got a telescope when I was a kid because I was curious. And when I aimed my telescope out at the other celestial objects in the sky, they are balls, and they move through the sky. So I assume they're flying balls too.
Well, it presupposes that the Earth is a celestial object, and it's also the wrong direction away from the Earth. You should probably check the
Listen,
Earth.
he did get it right.
It
to be honest, he did get it right about them moving. We're not moving. What in your senses tell you that you're moving?
It is a presupposition.
Yeah.
And my presupposition comes from this idea that, okay, all right, they appear to be moving to me. They're flying balls. And okay, so it's very possible and pretty probable that I'm on a flying ball too.
Why not check the Earth itself to see if it is a flying ball instead of other things, you know?
Instead of looking at the ceiling lamp, you're looking at the floor. How about you look at the floor instead of the ceiling lamp to measure the floor?
I'm sorry, what? What is the
Yeah,
floor
that'd be
ceiling?
like going to the hardware store and saying, I want to measure my floor and put some carpet in. Could you help me measure the floor by measuring the dimensions of my ceiling lamp? You know, the ceiling lamp, it's a round orb thing. It's in the middle of my ceiling. And I should be able to look at that ceiling lamp, measure all its details to figure out what the floor is like, right? To lay carpet, right? 42 ounce.
I don't understand I don't understand what you're saying.
He's saying he's trying to make the analogies.
How about measuring a floor space? Do you know, like, how to measure let's say you have a floor that's 8 feet by 10 feet.
Okay.
So you measure square footage, right?
Okay.
If you're trying to carpet the floor, you're going to measure the floor itself, right? You're not going to you're not going to calculate based off of presuppositions looking at the light on the ceiling, right?
Yeah, Lucas, it's not a trick question at all. So you wouldn't go to the hardware store to put your flooring in and ask them to measure the light so you can put the flooring in. That's ludicrous, right?
Yeah, that's ludicrous.
Okay, good. So good. We're on the same page there. So we're talking about the floor we're standing on. So you can't measure it by looking up into the sky and saying this, therefore that, because the sky is moving. But you got the part right about the stars and the luminaries. They are the ones moving. We have proof of that. They reset over the same geographic location on Earth since all time immemorial.
Yeah, we literally know that because they move by observing.
So we're
them.
not moving.
We're not looking at the floor. We're looking at the ceiling, right?
You don't sense any moving, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you don't sense curvature or use curvature anytime practically in your life or experience, do you?
I mean, the typical argument, and I find it
No,
compelling.
I don't want the typical argument. I just want to know what you sense in your own experience. That's all.
Right, and I'm about to tell you, like when I'm in a plane going, 500 miles an hour.
I'm not talking
I don't
about
feel.
plane, bro.
I don't feel like I'm going 500 miles an hour.
Yeah, but 40 seats. The problem there, though, is there's another time when you don't feel any movement, right? Which is when there isn't any, right? So it doesn't really get us anywhere. It's just sort of an excuse.
It's non sequitur because we're still talking about where you're standing, not jumping up into an object that's flying over the surface.
I'm just giving
for right now. No,
I'm just giving an example.
That's not an example. It's a non sequitur. So therefore, not an example. It doesn't even. It's not coherent. It's not.
How do you figure it's a non sequitur?
Because it's not even talking about what we're talking about. Is the surface where you're standing.
You need two definitions to make an example or something.
We're not
You
talking
just
about
gave one definition.
Look, Sonny,
I gotta
Sonny,
pee. I'm gonna let you guys
hold
work this
that.
out.
Yeah.
Hold that thought for a minute, Sonny. I think
problem.
just kind of he just got in the room and kind of like jumping a little bit further down the line than we really should be
Not
with him.
really, no. I'm just saying, like, we're talking about the surface.
Hey,
Is there a measurement of surface that there's either an obstruction at the prescribed distance of the ball with the radius? Do you know what the Earth's radius is? It's supposed to be?
Oh, he said he was going to go to the bathroom or something. He'll be right back.
It's fine.
Oh, you guys got this.
42 hours will be a flat earther before it leaves the server tonight. I guarantee it.
What is it called when a Karen tells you she'll do something like she says?
Shut up, Karen.
She guaranteed you.
Jesus.
Karen joke.
Oh my god.
Okay, back.
So it's like,
All right, look, just before you get back into that, Sonny. So 40, just to kind of like catch you up, where he's coming from. You know, you mentioned having a telescope as a kid, and right off the bat, you mentioned assuming that you live on whatever it is you're looking at in the sky. You have no reason to think that you're standing on the same thing you're looking at when you're looking up at the sky. We have to start in order to believe something like that, you have to, you know, if you're living on a ball, it's going to require curvature. We need to substantiate this claim that we are living on a curved surface, on the surface of a ball, before you can say that, you know, when you're looking into the sky, that it's like looking at what you're on.
Understood.
And so there's never been any direct measurement of Earth curve ever. And every time flat earthers go looking for it, we find none. We beat the shit out of any predictions that the globe makes based off of its radius that they tell us. So mainly we're here falsifying the globe model. So what Sonny was just asking you then is, do you know what the claimed radius of the globe Earth is?
What the radius of the globe Earth is? No, I do not.
Yeah. Okay, well, they say it's 3,959 miles. Using that number, we can then determine...
That's from the surface of the Earth to the center, I'm assuming?
That's what a radius is. Yeah, that's what they claim.
Okay.
And why that's important, real quick, just a couple of seconds, why that is important is because that will cause at that size is it'll cause a certain amount of drop over distance on the surface of said spherical shape.
You mean like
right?
gravity?
No, just geometric elevation drop. As if you put a straight edge up to a ball on top, let's say you had a level straight edge, a ruler that's leveled out on top of a ball. As you move out on that level ruler, which is a straight line over the surface of that ball, the ball surface will drop away at a prescribed level. Over every distance, it'll be a known distance because you can just do simple Pythagorean trigonometry and figure out how much drop is supposed to happen. So we did that. We took their chart and we looked at out in nature over water, because water's nature is level everywhere you look at it here in this reality, if undisturbed. So we could do a level straight edge level test, line of sight level test, and see if you can see things that are supposed to be over the geometric horizon.
don't you find that strange, 42 hours? That the things you believe in, you don't even know the dimensions of? Don't you find it a little bit strange?
That's not really that important, honestly. Like most people don't until most people don't ever think about it until they start arguing against flat earthers. It's the first time you hear the radius.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to make.
All I'm saying is, you know, I don't know the radius of the tires on my car, but I know they're round. Does that make sense?
Come on, you got to know if you're on a 15 or a 16-inch rim. Come on.
Hey, did he just compare Earth to his tires?
Yeah,
So
and
we'll come back to that
No, I
back
didn't.
to that in just a little bit.
What?
I literally didn't just compare the Earth to the tires on my car.
how do you know it's round?
I seen it on TV.
How do I know the Earth is round?
Yeah. What do you have to
I
go
in-
by?
I
make
infer
you
it by looking at the other celestial objects.
you infer it by looking at something that is not what you're supposed to be looking at, which is the surface of the Earth, like the floor, like we just talked about. So now you're in the hardware store asking about the light for your flooring again.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy, bro.
You again use the same presupposition. You said the other celestial objects, like you're on a celestial object.
Yeah, you presuppose that.
So-
That's a reification fallacy.
Whoever said it was like 95-5, I think it's more like 99-1 in here.
Well, right now you're the only one.
I think you're right.
Oh,
Got it.
I'm just louder than others. It's I don't like listen.
Oh,
I'm
it's
not-
okay. I got a mixer. It's all good.
It's all right, man. Look, like we don't really care if you believe that's a ball and you don't know what the size was. That's okay, you know. Like we've been looking in this for a long time, so we know all these details. Plus, we were all space nuts, most of us, and grew up with the same thing you did in the same education system with the same media, the whole thing. You know, we didn't just we weren't born flat earthers. So I want you, most of us, some of us, a very few of us, tiny minority, grew up in.
I've only heard like one or two people claim that they were raised flat earthers, and I don't believe them.
Yeah, crack to the bone. Oh, you don't believe him? So we could go with that.
None of you guys have any kids that you just taught the shit from birth?
No, we're not actually going to go there because we're still talking about the flooring, and you went up to the ceiling light again. So I'm the assistant in the hardware store. You're asking for the measurement of your flooring, and you're asking me, the assistant in the hardware store,
This is
to
just a
help measure
weird
your
analogy.
floor.
I don't get
Hold on, to measure your flooring by examining the details of your ceiling light, which is round. Therefore, the floor must be round also. What will they say to you at the hard? Wait.
I
What
think
will they
this
say
is a
to you at the
terrible
hardware?
analogy.
Oh, hold on, wait. This is the punchline. What would they say
Oh,
to you?
it's a joke.
What would they say to you at the hardware store?
They'd say, go measure the floor.
They'd say, should I call the crisis team?
No, they'd say, go measure the floor.
The psychiatric emergency response
This
team.
analogy works a lot better, Sonny, if you've gone over Aristophanes first.
It doesn't matter. It's okay. The whole thing is, look, we've been looking for somebody that has ever directly measured the surface of Earth for its curvature to verify or validate, right? Don't you think validation is important, that we verify if somebody said there's a number, it's a certain size and shape, that we should validate to make sure that's true?
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Okay. So have you ever done that yourself to try to validate what they told us?
Nope.
Okay. Are you interested in finding out how we falsified this radius value?
Well, as long as you're willing to talk, or at least as long as you're willing to accept the fact that other people besides me have validated that it's a sphere.
Okay, so how did they validate?
I don't know. You tell me.
No. That's not the way this works. See, you just made the claim that they have done it. So now provide who did it, how, and when.
But you guys already know that they say that the radius of the sphere is some 3,000 miles. You guys have done
3,959 is what they claim. Yeah.
So school me on the rest of their validations and the rest of their arguments.
Well, that's not a validation. That's just a claim. It has to be validated.
We didn't make any claim.
Fair point.
We're taking their claim and we're saying, okay, let's see if the claim is
so
true.
What's the claim of their validation?
It should drop over distance or be obstruction at a certain geometric horizon. That's a hard stop. That geometric horizon, everything drops off after that point. Period.
Everything drops off the horizon.
You can't, drop over distance, elevation change, less elevation dropping off over the ball.
I'm confused.
Oh my God, I bet you are.
Why? What's wrong with you, bro?
Well, because
you know what horizontal is.
Because stars drop beyond the
We're
horizon
not
all the
talking
time.
about the sky once again. No wonder you're lost. We're talking about the surface of Earth.
My shoe is untied, so I comb my hair. How's that for an analogy? You take care of your shoes and you don't comb your hair because your shoe is untied. Exact same principle. you don't look up into the sky and try to explain in lunar eclipse about the shape of the Earth. You measure the shape of the Earth, and it never, ever, ever comes out to show a curvy, bendy ball. Never.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Wow, we're really bad at fucking analogies today.
It's not good.
Hey, Lou, you stab at it.
No, I'm taking a back seat. I'm not fighting for this.
Yeah, neither.
Me neither.
I think the hardware store analogy is pretty good, and I think my analogy,
wasn't
and
bad.
I think my analogy with your shoe being untied, you don't comb your hair, you tie your shoe is pretty decent as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Come
that
on.
makes sense. Yeah, there's no point looking at the heavens and trying to explain what's happening on Earth. It's
Hey, 42.
It's ridiculous.
So the other server that you were in, you said it's a political server, and you go in there and you argue with people over whatever your beliefs are. Now, you've been doing it a while. Now, do you ever go in there unprepared? Like, do you ever go in there and you're not even sure what your opponent's argument is, let alone your own?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
would you ever
every night, bro?
Yeah.
Okay.
I never know what my opponents are going to argue.
I'm just curious.
In fact,
go ahead.
I'll be surprised if all of you guys believe in the exact same model of the flat Earth.
We don't have a model, bro.
I'll bet you guys argue amongst each other every once in a while.
No. Well, yes, we do about all the
See?
but not fucking models of flat Earth, bro. We don't have models. Not that.
We argue about
religion,
just about
philosophical.
And we're human. We have
but not.
So 42. If we don't know something, we'll admit that we don't know. It's better than trying to make up something that's not true. You know.
A model is a reification fallacy, basically. It just on its face. We have, a model it only can be used if it matches up to reality, and there's no perfect model. Period. In fact, I challenge you to actually present your model. What's the globe model? It's never been shown. They're always talking about the model, the heliocentric model, or the globe model, or this model and that model. But really, it's just a whole bunch of models that they never show you that somehow don't fit together either.
Theory.
Okay, show me your model.
Yeah, we don't have one. We don't need one. You guys don't have one.
I love how the biggest globalist organization in the entire world, the United Nations, has a flat Earth model, or a flat Earth map as their logo. It's just like, wow.
I was told in the interview process to keep it on the globe and not introduce politics. I heard that was a no-no.
Okay, so go to
we really just don't care about politics.
Yeah, that's bullshit anyway. If you believe that, you're like not even.
I don't want to start talking about the UN and start breaking servers.
Oh, we didn't talk about that anyway. Forget it. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the surface of Earth still.
Complete anarchist, bro.
And it's complete lack of any curvature in any direction. So listen, 20 ounce. So if there's a surface of something, it doesn't drop down, or it's flat in all directions. What would you call that surface?
Flat.
Yeah, I said it right in the thing when I said it. Yep.
Well, with the drop down,
it's not curved in any direction, so that you have to call that flat. So if you measure a table,
what I just
it's
did.
a geometric question. So if you were thinking that what Earth is a scientific question, it's not at all. It has nothing to do with science. So if someone tells you
the
they have
shape of the
science,
Earth is not a scientific question.
no, it isn't. Not at all.
No, it's geometry. Geometry is math. Math is not science.
It's just a measurement. So a test.
That's true.
Scientists use measurements, but
you can use math
is science.
Some do.
I get it.
Some do. Yeah.
Scientists use beakers. Does that mean that beakers are science?
No.
Right. Very good. Well, you're on track so far.
Yeah, I can totally make the discernment between the two.
So if we see its surface is flat, and then we can repeat that, that means we can observe it, we can test it, and we can falsify that. Can you say
observation is a part of doing science, right?
It's part of the scientific method, but
that's the first step.
But we're not doing science. Remember? we're just doing the empirical method. It's a process of inquiry. So we go, can we perform a test that is repeatable, observable, measurable, and falsifiable? That part only there. Like we're not even into the, so measurement can fit into that. So if you have measurements that are repeatable and you can falsify it, then those stand, those stand as what is actually going on. You don't have to go any further than that in a geometric question because it's only geometry.
If they're falsified, then they don't stand, right?
Yeah, it does, because you can show this is why it happens that we see the horizon more than 10 magnitudes of, two orders of magnitude to 3 orders of magnitude larger than the globe would allow for its geometric size limit, because it has a restriction because of that 3959.
What's the
it
restriction?
has to a ball has to have the characteristics of a ball, right?
So what's the
ball?
So listen, you've been told the size only right now. So what that means for you is, as a human, you're standing at the edge of the shore and your feet are in the water.
Okay.
Maybe a little ways in the water up to your shins. So 5 foot above the sea level. Your geometric horizon, according to the globe Earth, is only 3.5 miles. So guess what? I could do that every single day near the harbor. I can see 6 miles at night, and the lights I can see shine in the water on the other shore from street lights. I can not only see the top of the light at the street light, but I can see their street light shining in the water. You can't see that because 5 miles is 16, almost 17 feet of drop. That's how much is missing. So that's only 5 miles. 10 miles is 66 feet.
So you're using math.
No, using observation.
Observation to explain reality.
But yes, we're using math as well. You don't have to cut them off and say no. We're using math. We're using the claimed radius of the globe to falsify it.
Going back to the 3 miles of drop or whatever, 17 miles. What is it?
16 feet of drop in 5 miles. Yeah, and 10 feet
16
is
feet of drop in 5 miles. Can someone do the math and tell me how big the Earth is if that's true?
At 3,959 miles, it would be 8 inches times the mile squared.
What would be the diameter of the Earth if this is
3,959 right there.
No, times
all
2.
the way around?
That's no.
I'm sorry, radius.
4,901.
3,959 radius. Sorry.
Yeah, the diameter.
You said diameter, so you take the radius and double it. That's the diameter. The circumference is claimed to be 24,000
squared or whatever the fuck
Yeah,
it is.
so about 8,000 times pi equals your so-called equator, but we won't go there yet. So what we're talking about is...
No, I'm curious. I do want to go there.
No, we're not there yet because we're on the surface. That's theoretical if you go any further. So we're at the surface. We're not going any further than the surface. We're not moving off.
Why can't we go further?
We will, but you have to get through this part first.
Why? I just want to figure out.
If
that level of drop is correct, I just want to figure out. And whatever number comes up, I'm quite sure is going to be wrong. I'm just
look. There's no question about this. This is based off of the globe side arguments. Okay, this is their math, their numbers, their formulas.
Right.
This is. It's not in contention with any of the globers that we ever talk to or anything like that. This is agreed upon math.
Right. So, are you able to see the live stream voice text 42?
I can pop it up real quick.
Are you VC verified? You're VC. So hashtag someone tag him and then go to 28 minutes after the hour and look at what Donato posted of 2 oil rigs, and they have miles, and it's from a video. I took a still of that video at that timestamp that you see.
Is it the curvature calculation?
No, Donato at 28 minutes after. He posted. You see 2 oil rigs, and he's got text that says, "Can you tell us where the horizon is before, between, or after the oil rigs?"
It does it say bye-bye ball?
No. Well, that's further down. Go right above that to the one.
Yes, it does.
Where it's darkened.
Okay.
Go where you see it's darkened, and I'm just going to ask you, where do you see the horizon? like before the oil rigs.
I see the horizon behind the oil rigs.
Okay, good. So we got that clear. So the only thing is,
wow,
the geometric horizon at that height above water, at 1 foot above water, which the cameraman is, that can be verified with the original video. We have it right there.
Okay.
Is supposed to be 1.22 miles and no further. The reason no further is because there's a geometric limit. If the ball of that size at that height, just using the Earth curve calculator at that height above the surface, then you have to have a geometric limit where everything after that drops beyond the sagitta of the said ball. Do you
what you're seeing here is a mirage.
No, I'm waiting for. Let him respond. Do you understand that part?
I just don't understand what this has to do with me asking you about the previous calculation of the drop and coming up with the diameter of the sphere using the global model.
We're only using the numbers it gave us, and we're falsifying it. This is how we're falsifying it. At 10 miles, where that horizon is, which is
by looking at a couple of oil rigs.
Yeah, because there's no distances. They're anchored into the bottom at that distance.
It's just one of many examples.
They're not floating, so they're
I think you
anchored
guys
in a
could come
known
up with some
place.
better examples just by doing the math.
No.
You haven't heard the argument yet. You haven't heard the argument yet.
You haven't really heard it. So why is the horizon 10 times further than its geometric limit of the ball that would be possible at 3,959 radius?
I don't know.
Why is this horizon appearing 10 times further than the geometric limit would be?
Because I'm looking at a two-dimensional picture.
See, like, I don't know if Sonny didn't explain it very well, if you didn't hear him. Take a close look. I'll go over this one more time, a little slower. All right. So at what Donato posted, his second thing at...
I do have a curved monitor. Is that going to be a problem?
Yeah.
No, that's not an issue. So you see that BMLSB 69 video at 30 minutes after the hour?
Hang on a second. Let me scroll down to 30 minutes after the hour. 30 minutes after the hour.
40.
The one that Donato.
Yes, yeah. That's the video that the argument with the Modus Tollens further up at 28 minutes after the hour. If you see the rigs again, that's what you were probably looking at, right?
Yeah.
So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's the Modus Tollens. So if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, that's P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. So now, this is just geometrically speaking, right? That means if you're on a ball of a certain size, then you're going to have a limit to what you can see based off of how high you are off of that ball. You understand?
Okay.
That the horizon line is calculated as the 1.225 times the observer's height in feet. This video is now taken at 1 foot off of the water. When you watch the video, you can see him set the camera down like in the sand right there on the shore. So if you have a 1 foot,
and right below, listen, right below is I posted a short 30-second video at 36 minutes, and that's the setup of the camera only, 30 seconds long.
So if you have a 1 foot elevation, it makes the math really easy. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The height in feet is 1, so it's 1.225 miles. Everything's really simplified there, right? So the horizon should only be 1.225 miles away, which is the geometric line that you're told boats go over when they disappear in the distance, right? So
I've never been told that, but let's assume
you've never heard that argument before.
Well, they use that on mainstream TV as a reason why the Earth is curved. I guarantee it.
All right.
I watched them.
You're not helping. I'm just trying to get through this argument for him. So in this picture, both the first and the second platforms have the horizon behind them. One of them is at 6.21 miles. The other is at 9.41. But the expected horizon line is at 1.22 miles. So either the Earth is 10 times larger at minimum than what they tell you it is, or it's not a ball at all.
Well, that's kind of a false dichotomy.
No, there's the only other option is if you can come up with the type of conditions that could give you this severe of refraction to make you see not, we could apply 7/6 refraction to its standard refraction and still gets you nowhere near the observations that we're making. You'd have to come up with some kind of crazy extreme refractive index like conditions that we could have in order to be able to bend your vision around a physical.
We don't want to go
sphere.
down that rabbit hole. Sometimes Occam's razor is a good idea. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I'm with you on that.
Right. So basically, what we're doing is we're telling you that we can falsify the radius that they tell you. So
what's
it does leave
the
open
diameter that they tell us?
It's just double the radius. The diameter is double the radius.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. You're thinking of circumference. Circumference is 24,900.
Yeah. My bad. I meant circumference. What's the circumference?
24,901 miles.
And we can only see 1 mile before something disappears because
No, not before it disappears. Before the bottom of it starts to get cut off.
Well, what do you mean starts to get cut off?
As something is, let's say you have a boat that's going away into the distance, right?
Or an oil rig.
Well, the oil rig is stationary, so let's go do something that's
niggers.
Ow! What was that about?
He was just showing us how cool he is. But
weird. Is he a flat earther too?
No. That's one of yours. That's one of your guys.
The only Globers that come in here, they just scream the N-word. Jesus.
Yeah.
No wonder we're getting a bad rap.
Yeah, man. See, like that's what happens. That's the only answers we've gotten. Like we've asked, we've had a civil.
Did he pass the voice check-in? How did he pass the voice
apparently, yeah.
We let him in because it's good for the audience to hear just a second of that. We have really good moderation, admin, and stuff like that here. So, like, we have like a Swiss Army knife to be able to handle.
That is a weird way to prove that.
But
well,
wait a minute, Lou. Isn't this strange? Globe proof 42. Wouldn't you think that's kind of strange if you're going into a topic and you can't stand it or think it's wrong or think it's stupid or dumb? Like, would you spend time just trying to spout out stuff like that?
No.
Is that logical? No. Yeah. All right.
That's why I didn't come in here to holler the N-word.
No, thank you for not being a troll like those guys.
Yeah, at least
I'm just trying to figure out how they got past the screening process.
It's not that hard to pass check-in. They can. Some people can keep their composure for 5 minutes and then start screaming the N-word. Like
for 3 seconds before they got banned. What's the point? What a waste of time.
Yeah, you're right, bro.
That's a ridiculous amount of energy.
Anyhow, just to wrap that up, so we're going to go to a boat. Let's say you have a boat that is going off into the distance in the water. Again, so I'm going to assume that 3959 radius.
Oh, I don't want to assume anything.
Well, this is what we're falsifying. It's that claim. That is the globe Earth claim. So,
which equates to like a 24,000 mile circumference, correct?
24,901, 25,000 basically.
Got it.
And
so 1 mile out,
1.22.
1.2 miles out, I should be able to see the oil rig
But we can give you 3
going down.
3 miles.
No, it's not that the rig itself would go down, or this boat. We're talking about the boat. Yeah, it's
Why
that.
does it matter?
It's that because it's going to be going farther into the distance.
Yeah, but we have 2 oil rigs and one's further.
Would you like 3 miles?
But the horizon is behind both of them.
Yeah, the
horizon's
behind
the horizon needs to be in front of whatever this object is. I don't care if it's a boat or the rig.
To me, it looks like it looks like the oil rig on the left is further down than the one on the right.
No,
it's
it's
higher
just
up.
it's stooping. There is some refraction in this picture.
That's only
It's
the
stooping.
top. You're not looking at the top. Look at the water. It's all extending out
I'm
and
just
up.
looking at the rigs themselves.
No, that's the wrong
The
thing.
one on,
Take
the
the
one on the
rigs
left
out.
seems to
Only
be
the
already
water.
going down.
It's
Only the water.
not though. You can
The point is that you can see the horizon behind the second oil rig. That's the fucking point.
Right.
I'm just using my
you're
own
starting to
observation
lose,
skills.
if you're starting to lose height on the rig, it would have to be because the water line, the horizon line, would be in front of it, cutting off the bottom. That's the way that you would expect that on a ball.
Objects in the distance get smaller, so you got to leave the objects out. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how the water extends out and upward, that it's further out and higher up, that it's 10 times further than it's supposed to be at that height. That's it, period.
You can
The
still
oil
see.
rigs are only for distance markation, so you know the distance you're going to. So that's how we take the distance. Remember the Earth curve calculator? At that height, they'll tell you where the curvature starts to drop away from the sagitta. Do you understand that?
And with this measurement, it changes the need for a radius of like 200,000 miles. It's way off.
You know what's going to be cool?
Yes.
Yeah.
If
Exactly.
you guys are right, as technology improves, the zoom lens is going to be so powerful that you'll be able to zoom in from the North Pole.
I know.
It's already
They've
happened.
limited.
Yeah, we've already
limited the technology. They have.
Boom. Yes, you are right on there, bro. You'll be able to see so far with better zoom technology that the globe would have to be billions upon trillions of miles radius.
Well, and we still have there's other obstacles to overcome too, like the
mountains and stuff.
Atmospheric, just atmospheric light extinction.
Right.
Like
But if we were high enough, like if we were like above the atmosphere,
bam,
we want to be low.
Up in the sky.
We want to
again.
be low.
Verboten. No, into the sky. Stop it.
Why not?
Yep.
What's wrong
Because
with
we're not talking about the sky. We're talking about the surface. You keep
no,
going to see
he's still talking about the surface.
The sky can be a
don't need to go high.
No, sky is not a measurement of the floor.
No, Sonny, God damn it! Listen to what he's saying. He's saying you could get a higher vantage point and then
are
use
we back
the
in
same
the hardware
calculation.
store again? What's going on?
Okay, just go ahead and torch that, you guys. Go. I'm ready.
Yeah, he's saying you can get a higher vantage point. If you can get a little further up off the water where there's less refraction, you might have to make longer observations, but it should be easier because you'll have less of this, occlusion, like the atmosphere getting in the way. And this is true too. We do have some, like the world record, Guinness Book of World Records observation was like 273 miles or something like that. And they were not flat earthers. They were just out there trying to get long range photography.
There.
And then, or you've got guys like Jay Tolan Media who's using infrared from like while he's on airplanes, and I don't know if we can really validate some of those some of the claims of his photography, but it looks like he's seeing 1,500, 2,000 miles to the Rockies, like from a commercial airline.
That's a long ways.
That's way too big to see on a ball.
That's way too long on the ball.
Okay, so I'm willing to accept these arguments. They're fascinating. So, may I ask a couple of questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, how big is it?
Who knows?
What's the radius of the Earth?
Well, yeah, the radius would obviously be different because we'd be talking about a circle instead of a sphere.
Obviously.
And now
what is it?
Well, we don't have the ability to explore the outer reaches of what we think the flat Earth is.
Why not?
The Antarctic Treaty keeps us.
You don't.
So the idea is that the North Pole or magnetic north is basically the center of the Earth, and Antarctica, instead of an island on the bottom of a ball, is just an ice shelf that's all around us. We're just kind of like a warm, liquid water pond in the middle of a big icy sheet.
All concepts.
So
Okay, but we don't know how big. We don't know how big.
yeah, we
the
don't
sheet
know. We
goes
don't know
beyond
the
the ball.
outer reaches of it. We don't know how far it goes.
Huh? Could it go forever?
And even that's speculation too. 42 ounce to say that it's an ice shelf all the way around. It could shore up like a like shoreline. So there's a lot of
there could be other ponds out there with other suns.
well, no, but like so the focus would be like we wouldn't give you like okay. So let me just say that there has been people to say that the azimuthal equidistance projection map or the Gleason's map, the one that you look sometimes Flat Earth will have like this map that looks like a top-down view of the Earth, like a flat Earth.
That's typically how maps work. Yeah.
Well, but I'm saying like they want to equate that to like that's what the Earth is, so they'll show it to you like, look, this is the Earth, but nobody has that bird's eye view of looking top down from the Earth and to claim that that's what the Earth actually looks like.
Yeah, we don't want to go back to the hardware store, obviously.
What I'm saying is, if somebody does say that to you, you'd be like, well, how do you know that? Like, who's verified this map that you're showing me? Like, because there's aerial maps that people have gotten from like in past times, because there's been planes that actually fly above the Earth and you could look top down with that. But that's something different from like saying the whole entire Earth looks this way and a map is presented to you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so that's different. But we want to make sure that you're not given something to where it's like another model or a concept or something that you're just like, well, I just got out of the road.
I'm just curious what you guys think about that outer rim and how far it extends.
This is the thing. If it can't be verified, it can't be used as a positive claim.
Okay. Do you guys think that there's like a certain thickness to the Earth, or does it go all the way down?
No,
may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a borehole in Russia that goes like 7.6 miles deep. That's the farthest anybody's ever dug. So we know it's at least that thick. Does it go forever? Who knows? Is there a limit? Who knows? But we do pretty much view the Earth as being the floor of everything. So anything that's above your head, butterflies, birds, the moon, the sun, and the stars. They're literally here. One moment. They're literally above you.
Sure.
This is the ground floor to everything, and everything else is basically built there for you biblically. Like,
whoa, we don't want to touch religion.
No, well, and you can touch on it. We're just not going to preach. You know what I mean? Like, there's some people religious proofs work good for them. Other people, it turns them away.
But if you're right, if you are right, can we infer that the Earth doesn't have a thickness? It is just the Earth all the way down.
Yes. Yes.
He says yes. Okay.
Yeah, you can infer whatever you like. Speculation is allowed, but in the sense of like actually showing you what we can know, we can't say that. Only we like when you want to infer
you have
something.
to drill down forever to prove that, which is impossible.
Yes.
Yeah, well, like shoot, Lunatic was saying. I don't know why I had a brain fart there. What Lunatic was saying though, like you can only go down 8 miles, right? So that was like the furthest anybody could ever drill down to. So 8 miles all the way down.
You could probably go 9. You could probably go 9. Just nobody's done it yet.
The furthest they were able to go was 7.6, and they didn't even get 8. It was like
what stopped them?
That's a long way down, bro.
It was due to pressure. There was a lot of heat, but it wasn't such an extreme heat. That's not exact that it was melting the bit, but it was like the bit kept getting gummed up. The bit kept getting gummed up basically, and they were just making no progress after a certain point. They weren't able to go any further.
7 point something miles below sea level, and you can't go further.
Yes, or below the ground. The grade of the ground and the location. I don't know if that was below sea level or not.
Right.
Well, presumably that's what they meant.
So there was a limit as far as how people. the furthest somebody's ever verified to say they've ever dug down this particular depth, and also as far as like we know, limitations are going up as well. Like there's only a certain limit as far as like people said that they've gone up.
As
So
technology improves, right? As technology improves, we'll be able to drill
yeah,
down
but
further.
what I'm saying here is that there's limitations going down, there's limitations going up, and there's limitations going out. So you can't just really traverse the earth, down, up, or out. Hopefully that makes
Okay.
sense. So you're kind of like within this realm, and people say, well, why don't somebody just take a boat or take a plane or take a rocket or what? Do those things. If you have the, the money to do it, then do it. But other than that, what we know is that you can't just freely do it. It's not just you can't just pull up a rocket somewhere and go take off and go check it out. Like you can't just get on a boat and go to a restricted area just because you want to go explore. Like that's not how this Earth works. You have to actually have permissions and all kinds of stuff. But
right, but yeah, that's just people saying you can't do shit.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you can do whatever so long as you're able to. That's all I can say. If it's possible that you have the means to do something, then do it, and then report findings or get the data or whatever. But obviously, the thing that they're saying is that due to the reason that it's a globe is the reason why there's space and all this other kind of fun stuff. But that stuff aside, like if we can verify that the Earth is not what they're telling us it is, then it would stand to reason that it's not a globe, and with it not being a globe, it doesn't have the radius value, which of course you need radius for everything in the formulas they use to figure things out, right? So for the radius value is inserted into like refraction, it's inserted into like how the rockets leave the Earth and go to the moon, because they have to take a parabolic curve all around the Earth a couple of times to use escape velocity. So there's a lot of things that the R value is needed for, and if you can provide evidence that the Earth does have a radius, then that's a major issue. It's almost like a paradigm collapse. Then you don't know the distance to the planets or the stars or whatever, because everything's due to the fact that you know the size of the Earth. The size of the Earth matters to like
now I'm
everything
confused.
in the cosmos.
If the size of the Earth matters, well,
it does.
But flat earthers themselves say that they don't know what the radius of the Earth is.
Yeah, no, like
now I don't
it doesn't.
understand.
It doesn't matter to us in the sense of like we don't need to know the entire extent of the realm in which we exist, but to to a geometric shape, it's definitely pertinent. Like it's something you need to know. If you don't know the radius of the geometric shape of the ball that you live on, then you're at a loss for understanding like refraction and
Well, sure, but the
sun.
same argument can be made against flat earthers. If you don't know the
here's
radius
the
of your
difference.
flat Earth, then what are you talking about?
No,
Here's
we're
the
not.
difference, though. The difference is that the flat Earth, what we're talking about, it's a description of the surface. It's not about the overall shape.
Yep.
With the globe, however,
okay, so
the
not
overall
necessarily a
shape
disc. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, hold on, 40. Let him finish.
Sure, I get it.
See, with the globe, which Miggy was talking about, that radius changes everything. Whether it changes the distance to the sun and even the distance between continents here on Earth.
Yeah,
if we live on a much bigger ball, and we have our landmass is pretty well mapped, I would say, right? And we know approximate ranges of like how much ground we can cover on a boat or on a plane when we're out at sea or
in a car
in the air. Well, if you live on a bigger ball, you now have to cover much greater distances, and now your ship and your plane have to travel much faster. And you know what I'm saying? So like a lot of stuff depends on your radius.
Or running, you'd have to run a lot faster.
Yeah, but see, do you understand how important radius is? 42 ounce. Like you know the importance of it. It's not just some little thing that. It's like when we talk about it. When we talk about measuring the surface,
if I'm hearing you real quick, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying radius is very important to the deep, but it is completely irrelevant when it comes to flat Earth.
Well, right. Well, it's just a claim from the globe side that we're falsifying. If we can falsify the radius, the entire globe model basically goes kaput.
It falls apart. Yeah, it collapses. So that's okay. So a lot of the times when you're in here, people are like, look at the ground, measure the ground, and you're like, yeah, but the stars and the moon, and you're like wandering up in the sky, and they're like, just focus on the ground, because the reason being is that if you don't have radius, you don't have any. The paradigm collapses, and even though people say like, yeah, but it's a bigger ball, or maybe the scientist knows, or whatever you try to insert beyond that, if there's no verification that it is what they're telling you it is, then there is no globe. It's almost like good night globe, really. So
I understand what you're saying.
all right, so the next step, right? What needs to happen? So the only thing that can happen next is
Nothing.
you no, no,
Nothing
no.
needs to
I'm saying as far as what you can do, right? You take it upon yourself. You take the initiative. You're like, all right, I'm going to provide this information to myself once and for all, because these guys on the internet, on this server, were telling me that the Earth is something. I'm going to go prove it to myself. So we can say whatever we want. You're like, well, that's what you believe, and I understand that that's your viewpoint right now. But if you just go out there and point A to point B, you measure like a good 10 miles distance or whatever, you got a friend to help you out, and you do a line of sight test, and you try to see if the curvature of the Earth actually presents itself in between you and your friend, then you
In 10
actually.
miles?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Actually,
I doubt I'd observe any within 10 miles.
No, absolutely. Like, check this out. Because you have to realize the geometric size of the Earth is already, the metrics are given to us. You can Google them; they're there. So it's settled that the Earth is this specific size. So you're using the metrics of
Yeah,
the
it's like
globe.
25,000 miles around.
Well, what the metrics are there, so you don't have to.
And I'm supposed to detect curvature within 10 miles out of 25,000 miles?
Yes, because here's the difference, right?
Wow.
Okay, so let me
Well,
give you.
we've
let me
already
give you a
covered how much in 10 miles. That's 66 feet. Is 66? Can you see 10 miles using optics, using cameras or whatever? Sure, no problem. 66 feet. Should you be able to detect that? I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think so, or you know so?
Oh, I know so. Yeah, we have the
just
technology to
checking.
do that.
Just checking.
We've done it ourselves.
Anyways, if you're not 66 feet tall and you can see your friend shining a light from 10 miles away, then bingo, bango, bongo, right? Like you're not 66 feet tall. That much you do know, right? Line of sight test will dictate. I can see my friend shining a light way over there, 10 miles away. The Earth is not curved. Like, it's a simple way that you can figure out. Line of sight can provide that evidence to you. It's falsifying the claim of what they're saying the Earth is. It's as simple as that. There's no. If you overthink this it'll make it more complicated for you. It's not that hard. It's
Dude,
either
I overthink everything. That's my thing.
I know, but I know that because it sounds like you are. But what I'm trying to do is I'm eliminating those other things that you're trying to insert.
Dude, you're
tell
not trying to simplify the way I think, are you?
No, I'm
Fuck
trying.
that.
Maybe not.
I'm trying to simplify the way people are going about figuring this out, because it's not that hard. It's not. It really isn't. And so if you're gonna figure this out, either there's a hump of Earth curvature between you and your friend, or there's not. Right? It's that simple. If there is no curvature, then of course it doesn't measure that it is what the claim is. Right? It's not a globe.
But in my opinion, and once again, this is
What's
just my opinion. The how far away he is comes into play. I mean, if he's right in front of me, then obviously I'm not going to sense any curvature, right?
Yeah, obviously 42 ounce.
And you're saying if he's 10 miles away, I should, but I won't. Well, I don't know. Can I?
Well, that's what. Okay, so you're saying that he's 66 feet tall. Then if you see him at 10 miles away, because that's how much.
Well, no, that's not true either. You got to take into his height and your height into consideration for that.
Assuming we're both the same height, obviously.
Well, no, the viewing.
Right, yeah. No, the thing is where things start. The horizon. Let's go with the 1 foot again. Let's say you've got a mirror. You're doing a mirror flash test.
Okay.
We're gonna put a camera on one shore of a lake, 1 foot off the water, and we're gonna have a mirror standing on the other shore. Let's say 5 miles away, or whatever.
Are we going to like somehow figure out if these two mirrors?
Yeah,
we'd
have to actually do the math of what's the hidden height and stuff like that. You can use an Earth curve calculator for that to simplify that. But
why the fuck would I use an Earth curve calculator?
Well, there's
a lot of this stuff can be simplified. I mean, it's like a fourth of the 8 inches per mile squared formula, basically, for the height of the hump that obstructs what's beyond. And so you get the height of the hump and just subtract that from the height of what's being obstructed. It's not that not as
That's easy.
complicated as it seems.
Okay.
It's pretty easy.
Why do they call it an Earth curve calculator?
That's what it's called. That's dubbed that. But anyway,
it's a stupid name.
I know, but listen. If there is no Earth curve between you and your friend, what is that telling you? Like, it's not.
They should call it a flat Earth calculator, don't you think?
Listen, just stay focused. 42 ounce. Like, you got to remember, like, this thing here is the capstone for like the whole globe paradigm. Like, this is something that if this conversation matters to you at all, this should actually stand out as like, whoa, this is something I need to know. Because if it's not what the claim is, then I've been believing the thing that they've been telling me for however old you are. So the important thing is right now, stay focused.
Basically since birth.
Well, I don't know how old you are. You said since birth. You didn't give me your age. But like what I'm saying is
that's not the issue. The point is they've been teaching.
That's not the issue. The issue is like if it's not of that big of a concern to you, and you're just gonna go on and talk about something else, then that's like showing us that the importance of what we're saying here, it's not hitting somewhere. Like you're not really like taking it in, or like it needs to matter like to the point where you're like,
some of it in, but I'm also skeptical.
Well, what erases skepticism would be the empirical evidence.
Were you expecting me to convert me into a flat earther in like an hour? Like what were you expecting?
No,
not
listen,
necessarily.
I'm not strong. Listen, I'm not strong arming you in the conversation. What I'm saying is this is a challenge for you. 42 ounce. It's a challenge for you to go and do. It's not saying like, okay, within the text of this context of this conversation, I'm going to win you over. No, it's not. I don't care. The point is, if it challenges you, go and do it so you can find out. And then you can report back and say, you know what? It has curve or it doesn't. Like, that's one thing we can actually do. And then peer review it by like having other people do what you've done. And then there's a consensus, right? We can be like, okay, we can agree that you've done this correctly, or no, you messed up because you did something incorrect or something, right? But like the point is, once you go and do it, you provide the evidence to yourself, and it's a bit better than believing someone that has told you something, even though that's what you've been doing all your life with what they've been telling you about the globe. You know what I mean? Like that's what we're telling you. At least on this side, we're not telling you to believe, which is why I'm saying
it takes more than 1 hour of flat Earth truths to overcome a lifetime of globe indoctrination. So we don't expect you
on this one.
We don't expect to change you in an hour, but we like to really plant a really nice seed and give it a lot of water and give it a chance to grow in your life.
Right. So 42.
I thought the radius thing was a
hold
good
on.
seed.
42.
I'm gonna look
42.
into that.
Hold on. If I could interject for one moment, hold that thought if you need. But I just wanted to say like that like to give you like a little heads up because you know like when you're going along a road and you get a road sign. So I want to just warn you if you're open-minded as you seem to be, in my reckoning, open-minded enough that you're going to come to a place here pretty soon, a crossroad where you're going to have to sit. Be willing to move on. So if the earth is truly flat and all the oceans are horizontal, physically horizontal and level, that means no part higher than the other. That means it would be from where I live in California to Japan is horizontal and everywhere else. So are you willing to find out that the earth you've always lived on is this place, this parallel, this horizontal terrestrial plane?
Yeah, if that's the truth, I'm totally down.
Okay, man, you're on your way. Hold on to put your seatbelt on, man.
Yeah, fuck that. I like to live dangerously.
Yeah, just real fast. Yeah, to be clear, we're not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. We're only making these arguments and showing you these things to convince you to go check for yourself. Because we can lead you to water, but we can't make you make the observation.
You can lead me
That's
to
got to be
level
something.
water, but you can't make me drink. Got it.
Right. That's right. So you are the only person that can convince you the true nature of the Earth, right? none of us, there's nothing we could say or do to show you the Earth, right? Because we're not trying to show you pictures.
You guys are
right?
investing a lot of time in trying to convince me, so that's something.
No, we're trying to convince you to go outside and look at the dirt, right? Because what they're telling you is Earth
I've
is
been
the
outside
model.
plenty of times, man. What are you trying to
No,
say?
no, no,
I've
that's
never
not
been
what I'm
outside.
saying. That's not what I'm saying, right? They're trying to tell you that Earth is the blue marble that you see on TV and in your mind's eye. And I'm trying to tell you, you've never seen the Earth like that. What the Earth is the stuff that dirt worms play in, right? Earth is sand between your toes. So we're trying to get you to go out to the real Earth and make some observations. And we don't care what you believe when you come back.
I've had
But
sand
just
between
think
my
about
toes.
this. Cool. Go back. Do it. It'll be great. It'll be fun. But think about this. The globe earthers tell you to look at Eratosthenes, right? He measured some shadows on some whales and sticks. And then look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses. And the flat earthers are telling you, fuck all that bullshit. Go measure it directly yourself. Think about that.
At zero of the hour, 6 o'clock here in Texas, but 0 at the hour, I posted 2 laser experiments, one of 19 miles, one of 25 miles, and they're both relatively short videos. The nice thing is a laser can only change or bend its direction if it goes through a different medium like water or like glass. And in these 2 experiments, 19 miles and 25 miles, it goes directly through air, so there's no medium to change it. So the laser test of 19 miles and 25 miles with no curvature going straight proves flat Earth.
25 miles out of 25,000.
But at 25 feet, their globe Earth calculator tells them 293 feet of bend. Their curve calculator at 19 miles tells them somewhere around 193 feet of bend.
Holy shit. I just thought of something crazy.
Their Earth calculator.
I just thought of something crazy. What if you're both wrong?
Then Elon Musk is right and we're in a simulation?
What if the Earth isn't a sphere and the Earth isn't flat? What if you're both wrong?
No, water is clearly flat. We're telling you right now. Lasers are hitting their target over water, over long distances that should be under hundreds and hundreds of feet of said curvature that you would never see them.
It's just a what if.
It's the middle of the road fallacy.
Do you understand that?
Sometimes like people take one side and another group of people take the other side, and it turns out they're both fucking wrong.
Yeah, but you already answered this yourself. Like you were asked if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it? And you answered flat. This is one of those instances where it can be one or the other.
Maybe not. I don't know. I think I'm going to take the agnostic position.
Oh no! Right. This is as Hank said, middle of the road fallacy. This is you not accepting what you've just been faced with.
Yeah, now it's okay though. Take your time with it.
I'm coping.
You're coping. Yes. Hey, you called it.
Hey man, that's really honest to you, man. We rarely get that in here. It's really refreshing, and
well, thanks.
I don't know, man. This stuff can be kind of like in a way disturbing, but it should actually be a load off your shoulders when you discover that water is exactly the way you always experience it, and everything else is here. And you know what vertical is, you know what horizontal is. Just your own senses tell you that.
From a personal perspective, honestly, on a day-to-day basis, it's not really going to affect me either way. If you guys turn out to be right, I'm still going to do my thing on a day-to-day basis. The stars are going to come up and they're going to go down. The moon's going to do its thing, blah, blah, blah.
Actually,
it's not really going to have any effect on my life whatsoever.
Yes, it will. It could, because then you might discover that you're far more valuable than you've ever been told or ever could have imagined, and that you're more the center of this creation than you could possibly know and connected to it.
This creation?
On an energetic level, you're connected to this earth just like we all are.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think every glober who believes that we live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball has to deal with their ego, their pride, their reputation, and their cognitive dissonance to get over the fact that they've been lied to their entire life.
It's a big step to accepting that. Like the extent of the lie, it's a big hurdle. It's not an easy one for most people to make. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't consider my ego coming into play when other people lie to me.
Well, you sound like it because you said "wow" in a way that like it sounds very genuine, authentic to me. I wouldn't question that. So like that's true. So I would just be easy. We're always here 24/7. Like there's always someone to talk to usually. And this information is a challenge for some people, more of a challenge. But if it was your time to listen and actually hear, all we're doing is giving you the information. You're going to be the one that decides, like everyone has been saying, like Miggy said, to go out there and do it yourself. And it's possible. And we'll show you how you can stand at the water side and look at something else on the other side of the water. Because you have a line of sight. That's a flat line. See in the voice text at Justin put in at 5 minutes after the hour. That was a little while ago, but see that is level curved.
Mm-hmm.
So is level curved? Yeah. No. I mean, let you answer. Is level curved?
I don't even understand the question.
Okay.
Is level a straight line? Is it a vector? Like, or is it a arc?
Look, because he's not paying attention in the voice text. You got to look at the image in the voice text. Do you see that?
Okay, let me take a look at the image in the voice text.
Yeah, where everybody's pinging you.
It's a philosophical question, really. You're just not placing it quite yet.
No, it's like 10 minutes after the hour. Yeah, see that line? You see it's not dropping away on each side of the center portion of that level.
Yeah,
right?
I see that.
It's not dropping away at any side, so it's a straight line, correct?
It's level.
Yeah, and the way you see is a straight line. You can see at different levels and angles, but your vision is
I see the
straight
ground.
line.
I see the ground is curved, but the ocean is not. It's level.
Ocean's not curved.
No, he's talking about how there's topography. He's seen hills.
Yeah, topography goes up and down, different elevations, and they have all different shapes. But that's
It's all curved and shit.
Over water.
It's bumpy. It's bumpy.
It's curvy and bumpy.
So if you could see that image of that, just this seashore where that level has been placed in there for you to see, that's a real picture that the level just dropped it in there, right? Well, in real life, that's what everything is like, and you could do that yourself.
Is that the scale? Because that's an enormous level.
No, dude. I'm just
fucking with
funny,
you, man.
I like you a lot, bro.
So basically, like I was saying, what he's getting at is it's a philosophical question. See, like these hardcore globers, they're stuck. Okay, so like when we talk about sea level, we're talking about level, water finding its level being a straight line. But if you believe that you live on a ball, really you have to believe that water finds its level, and level is also curving to make up a sphere.
Can I ask you guys a question? Like, why do you call it a ball instead of a sphere? Like, you gravitate towards calling it a ball.
Because it seems a little more demeaning to just like say ball. You're stupid
I see what
ball.
A sphere sounds more like intellectual. Whereas
we're demeaning your ball.
I get it. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. See, there's
That's what
nothing.
I thought. That's what I thought, actually.
There's nothing.
That was
there's
very
nothing,
honest of you.
There's nothing intellectual about believing you live on a ball or sphere or globe because it's fake. So there's nothing intellectual about something or believing in something that's fake.
I'm just talking about nomenclature.
Yeah. You know what's fascinating is if you went to the beach with your family or friends and started calling everything sea curve, they think you're nuts. It's sea level. And if you talked about the horizon as in curve, they think you're nuts. It's horizontal. And so, just try sometime talking about sea level and use the word sea curve, and let's see who looks at you in a kind of a strange way.
Yeah, I wouldn't dare try it. That would just be strange nomenclature.
That would be like going to the hardware store for the flooring and looking at the light, right?
Hold up. Is wait a minute. Where does that icon come from?
Uh-oh.
What icon?
That a good?
Your icon. Yes, it's very good.
What? My little avatar?
Hold up. Time out.
Oh, that's
Not
the end
only
That's the
not
end cap
only is it
Yeah, it's the end cap ball. Just
have you ever hung out in the politics server?
Yeah, that's where I came from.
My guy, I tried to convince you to come here so long ago, and you said it's so ridiculous. I don't think it's like
Dude,
I don't think
maybe you're the one who sent me the invite.
Bro, I did like so long. It's so long ago, and we were arguing down these other guys about politics. Like we were,
I know, right?
It was
That's what
it
you
was
do
an
in
amazing experience. Well, yeah, they would. Anyway, it's good to see you here, man.
Absolutely.
Nice. All righty.
Yeah, we're still friends after all this time.
No, for sure, we're cool. I wouldn't say we're friends, but that day that
We're
I entered
Discord.
that,
We're friends on Discord.
for sure. Oh shit, we literally are.
I know.
So I
That's
should
what
have
I'm
already
saying.
known.
He's like, what's up?
Oh, shit.
That's so funny.
What's up? Awesome, man. Okay, I'm seeing our correspondence now. I'm all right. Well, let me stop acting like a schoolgirl. I'm glad you. I'm glad you finally got here. You know. Also,
Well done. Horse of yours there, Eli. Anyway, this guy's really cool. I mean, that's pretty cool that you're
Hell
friends.
yeah.
That's great, man. Like we've had a good
he's super cool.
conversation, and his armor's been chinked open wide enough that he's like now he's going, wow, and
I tried to tell him.
Hey, 40, there's something else that you've mentioned a couple times, 40. That
I'm not quite sold yet.
No, yeah, but hold on. There's something you got to get the right idea in your head to fully understand what we're saying before all of a sudden you're going to go, oh, this is starting to make a lot of sense. So I mean, there's probably a lot of stuff that you're missing. Ways to go, but no, like a couple of times I've already heard you mention though, like talking about like the stars setting, like or you know, basically sunset or whatever else, right? Like, you're clearly thinking of it as a heliocentric model, like
exactly,
with a ball and
a sphere.
You haven't. I don't think you've considered perspective at all. So like,
yeah, but look, wait a minute, Lou. He said the stars are moving over us. He said that.
Well, he did say that, but that's yes, but that's and yeah, no, he's right in saying that, but
right,
he wasn't meaning it the same way we do.
I don't think when you're saying the stars and the sun and the moon are moving over me, doing their thing every day over me, that's pretty specific.
Okay, but I don't think he's agreeing with us when he says it. So,
well, he can answer.
Guys, I'll be right back. Okay.
Oh shit! Now he leaves at the suspenseful moment, so now we don't know if
he's right there
himself, and it's only conjecture between the flat earthers now. He dipped for a second.
Wow, so that was so cool. That was like when I first started Discord. Damn. I'm getting a call.
Okay, go ahead. We'll wait. We'll be here when you get back. I love hearing from people from like across the country like this, and then different people like message each other, like get connected back again. That's pretty interesting.
I just remember a year ago, if somebody would have told me to come on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord a year ago, I would have laughed at them. I said, I'm not even going to entertain the possibility that I've been brainwashed my whole life that we actually live on a flat Earth. I mean, it's just amazing that it takes it takes a catalyst for a lot of people, like it did for me. Yeah. But it's just amazing that once you actually see it, you can't believe you didn't believe it. But of course, we weren't allowed to believe it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've always been really rebellious myself already because I was a pissed off little beat up little bruised kid. So I was like, fuck you all then. And then when I got big enough to take for myself, I was like, yo, fuck y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just like very obstinate, and I've suffered a lot. And then I learned quite a bit though from the that's the one thing when you learn the hard lessons like that, and you just like are stubborn like me, and you have to learn them over and over again. After a while, you go, that kind of hurts. Why do I keep doing this over and over again? Like then I go, okay, shit. What can I do to turn that around? Like in sailing, take a different tack. And that's what I've had to do. But it starts with my own thinking. Anyway, I digress to all this stuff. Anyway, that was pretty cool. Guys, I'm going to take off for a little bit. Have a good one for a little while. Sayonara.
Okay, back.
All right. Later, Sonny. What's up? All right. So anyway, about perspective, though. So you got to have this idea that we think that the sun and the moon and the stars, all these celestial objects that you keep referring to, we don't claim that they're necessarily anything like what NASA shows you in their supposed, their pictures, in their images. They're whatever they are, we can't prove it. We don't know. We know that they're bright and they're magnificent, but we think that they're much closer than what they tell you. You just scale everything in. So like the sun is not nearly as large as they tell you, but it's much closer than they tell you. Same with the moon, same with the stars. Everything.
Just a quick follow-up question. Is that like a common belief amongst all flat earthers?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think I've heard an exception actually, but I'm not going to say there isn't any, but
yeah, there's probably some wacko out there. The general consensus is
some nutcase who thinks the Earth is different than what we think it is.
No, the celestial objects are a lot further away.
Anyway, so that's all speculation. NASA, space, all of the cosmology, astronomy, all this stuff. It's just making an observation, like we talked about earlier. It's just the first part of the scientific method. Therefore, it's not even real science. They can't do experiments or test on it whatsoever. They can't validate any of their claims. So, and we're stuck in the same situation. We at least admit it instead of giving you a whole bunch of fairy tale stories to go ooh and ah over. So we're not going to be like them and try to make these wild claims and tell these fantastic stories that we have to change every 30 years or whatever else it is. We're going to tell you we don't know, but we think that they're much closer, much smaller, and less powerful when it comes to they'll say, well, if the sun was that close, you'd burn up.
Gravity,
you scale all of that down. But when it comes to perspective, what you see when, say, let's take the sunset, right? It's more, or you wanted to go to the stars you were talking about, but any of that.
Take your pick.
We're saying that perspective can explain what you see there. What you're perceiving to be it dropping around the edge of a ball, like going, behind the ball. Instead of that, it's actually going off into the distance. It's going over somebody else's head. Basically, it's just going away from you. So you know how when you look down a hallway, the ceiling and the floor they converge in the middle at the vanishing point at your eye line, right? So the ceiling lights above you, they seem to set even in a hallway. So you got to picture it like that.
They set. Could you repeat that?
Let's say you're looking down a long hallway and there's lights every 10 feet, down the hallway. The floor appears to rise up to the center of your vision, and the ceiling appears to fall downward to the center of your vision, and the walls come inward towards it to a center point, a vanishing point.
If it's a really, really long hallway, yes.
Yeah. This is a very long straight hallway. But there's some good pictures being put up for you also. So like that, people just seem to forget that this is just a natural thing that happens to us. Like things that we know.
This is how we view the world in 3 dimensions.
This is just how we view things.
Okay, so what does it have?
Man, it's really interesting that it's because you were definitely like, nope, I got a reputation to uphold. I'm good.
What? What reputation do I have to uphold?
I don't know, but you said until we changed the server from Flat Earth, you can't come in here because you got a reputation. You basically said you were decided it wasn't for you right then, and I was like, yeah, cool, because that's how it is sometimes. Like, for a lot of people here, it was so absurd.
Now
and
I gotta
silly.
look
It's
up our
like,
messages. Did I actually say I have a reputation to uphold?
yes, because I had to go back and look, and I was like, yeah, I remember this, because we had bumped into each other on 2 occasions and argued feverishly against the idiots over the other server twice. And I said, aren't you that guy?
I see
and
it.
I'm like, you're the same guy, and you're like, no, you're not. So
yeah, I said.
Anyway,
I enjoy entertaining unpopular ideas, and flat Earthism is not one of them, though. That's
yeah,
guys. Do you need a room?
April, dude.
Do you guys need a room?
2020. Wow.
A suite, yes.
Yeah,
a suite would be sweet.
No, this is a good room. This is a good room.
No, I was joking. Hey, so you're from the Toxic Politics server, eh?
Who, me or Elijah?
Oh, I know Elijah. I've just met you. Well, I suppose so, yeah. But I would say Elijah's probably. Well, I know Elijah from here, but I haven't met you before, so I'm just saying hello, really.
All right, let me throw the perspective thing back into play here. What's the deal with Polaris?
I don't know what do you mean? What's the deal with Polaris?
All right. The spherical model says you can't see Polaris if you're in the southern hemisphere. What's up with that?
But you can, to a certain point. Like it's been reported being seen at, I believe, to 20 degrees south, which is impossible.
Why not 30 degrees? Why not 30 or 40 degrees? Like because shouldn't Polaris be observable anywhere?
It's just because it's so far away that it's gone down so close to the horizon line that you can't see anything.
Hence the perspective thing. It's just too far away to see.
Right. It's so far. It's so close down at the horizon that it's just muddied in.
The smallness of the celestial objects in relation to the largeness of the Earth. I get it.
No, or the light doesn't reach
because it's too far away.
Exactly. An example of this is you can see.
That's the same thing.
Well. Actually, yes, it's exactly the same thing. But another example is the moon when it doesn't touch the horizon at all. You're driving, you're like, oh yeah, there's the moon, and then like 5 minutes later, like I don't know, you get a call or a conversation happens, and it's like you go to look up, you're like, where the fuck is that thing? And it's not clouds, even though the air is a little thick, but it's not clouds per se. It just kind of disappears.
Well, we've all seen a moon set. We've actually witnessed the moon descending past the horizon, then it just disappears.
Nah, most of the time it just disappears.
Same with
I've seen. No, that's not true. Because if you were to say that's what I'm saying is, if you were to say that that's only true, you would be cherry picking experiences. Because that's not the only.
This is true.
People have seen.
I'm cherry picking my own experiences.
We've all seen.
Well, because again, yeah, we know what they claim a sunset looks like. We've seen that, but people have also
I'm not
seen
even
the
talking
sun
about
just.
them. I'm just talking about what I've seen personally when I watch the sunset.
All right. Well, have you ever like taken out a camera? Have you ever had filters? Have you been
Yes.
to other areas where
I've taken
there are
pictures of
different?
sunsets.
I didn't, but that's not the question. The question is, and how many different instances and conditions with different equipment have
Have
you
I
looked
taken a
at it?
picture of a sunset? Probably half a dozen.
Well, if that's not what I asked you, though, was it?
I thought you asked me how many different times have I done this? About half a dozen.
That's not the only thing I asked you, though, is it? You're cherry picking now.
My bad. I misunderstood.
Well, the bottom line is people have used filters. People have not used filters. People have tried different elevations. They've tried the beach. They've tried more dry locations. And the bottom line is when the sun disappears. Well, there's many different things that go on. Sometimes the sun appears to touch the horizon. Sometimes it just disappears without having touched the horizon at all, and it's not a cloudy day.
Okay.
So what I'm saying to you is, yeah, it appears like the sun goes down and the moon goes down, but I literally witnessed the moon a couple of months ago just phase in, and it was red as hell. And I showed everyone pictures.
Okay.
And you can do the same thing. All you got to do is go to timeanddate.com, figure out when the moon is coming.
I've seen this type of phenomenon myself.
So then you so then you do know that there are other ways to observe a moon set other than it just going and appearing to go below the horizon. By the way, was it really the horizon or was it the local horizon? Like what I mean is,
what's
like,
the difference?
Well, you'll have a true horizon where if you're at a beach and there's no obstruction, it's just the water for miles and miles, that's a horizon. Or you can live in a city and the buildings, they'll call that the horizon because it's blocking your true horizon.
No.
Or mountains or things like that.
The half a dozen photos I've taken are with the true horizon. Because, dude, I don't want to take a picture of a fucking sunset going over a city. It's like bullshit. It's beautiful when you have that true horizon. But that's just me personally. That's just when I decide to snap a photo.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a video? Have you ever seen a video of the sun just straight up disappearing rather than going below the horizon? Well, no one's ever seen it go below the horizon because the horizon is
once again
just the point at which. Yeah.
It's an optical illusion. That's what you're saying.
So let's post some. Hopefully, you guys are posting some stuff in the chat so that he can see that there are other ways to experience sunsets and moonsets,
there are other ways
whatever
to
they're called.
observe sunsets.
Well, you observe it, but there are different effects. You're only privy to one, and this effect. Well, there's only it appearing to be cut off by the horizon, or it just disappeared without having touched the horizon.
I think the biggest thing is there's really no such thing as a sunset. It's the sun moving away from sight that we can no longer see it again. So the whole thing about the globe thing is it's created its own vocabulary that is based on a lie. But we have to realize that the sun is what we witness is the sun.
It never sets. It never sets.
What we need to witness and say is we witness the sun and the moon moving away from our line of sight and the light that comes, that comes. So again, there's no such thing as sunrises and sunsets.
Okay, so follow-up question.
One sec. Well, what? Okay, yeah. Answer that. But I got something going back to something you were talking about. What Elijah was trying to touch on.
Okay.
Did anybody post the videos also, by the way?
No, see, nobody posted anything. But when Elijah,
I don't have anything.
So there's also this effect that happens with the sun and the moon when they get low on the horizon, where they appear to
be larger,
to look much larger than normal. So where we're looking for it to get smaller as it goes farther away for some reason instead there's this like lensing effect that happens where it gets bigger right when it drops onto the horizon. So,
well, presumably from a flat Earth perspective, it only appears that way.
Yeah, it's an optical illusion, basically, is what the globe
refraction
is. Right. So,
okay.
Well, isn't the problem with that I mean, because we can't say it's a magnifying effect if the standard is a quarter and it's always that size, right?
Right.
Like
I think you're saying it's always the same size. It just looks bigger when you have trees and stuff in front of it. All of a sudden, it looks huge, and then
because you got a reference,
like
trees. What?
Well, yeah. If you're like let's say you're looking at the a moonrise, and it's low on the horizon, and there's like the landscape is in front of it, hills and trees and stuff like that. Like when you have things that
but that's not a true horizon.
Well, he's looking for the uninterrupted horizon. You know,
what I'm saying is when these objects are really low on the horizon, there's this illusion that we get where they look much bigger than when they're up above your head. There's something going on there.
But what do you mean by true horizon? By the way, he's asking.
He's just talking about over the water.
I didn't bring
unobstructed.
That's right. Yeah, unobstructed, uninterrupted.
By
That's
trees and shit like that.
There are many horizons. All horizons we see are true, but they are actually optical illusion because we do know that the sky does not touch the land. We know that. The sky is the sky and the land is separate, but due to angular resolution and perspective, it creates this natural occurring optical illusion, which is real. It's an optical illusion.
When does the sky start and the land stop?
Well, it doesn't. The sky is always there.
Right. Yeah, just like.
So you're right. Then I used a misnomer then, because that was a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, because we know just like in that long ass hallway that we were imagining, we know that the lights on the ceiling never touch the carpet, right? We know that they're at the same height from
even though they appear to, even though
we know they're parallel to each other, right?
Hallway. Right.
Yeah, they're parallel to each other. They never touch.
Yeah, so this is one of
they seem to though. Go ahead.
This is one of the ways that the globers pull the Earth. Pull the wool over your eyes, not the Earth over your eyes. Well, that too, actually. But I actually didn't mean that at all. But is that they'll kind of have like multiple definitions for horizon, and then they'll use things like, what's the word that they always the phrase they always use? The geometric horizon, right? Which is nonsense because horizon itself, well, exactly, doesn't mean anything. What they're trying to say is that there's physical curvature that you don't see, in addition to the meeting of Earth and sky that you do see, right? So that's what they're trying to say is
geometric. That sounds pedantic.
Well, no, it's necessary for them because what they're trying to do is tell you that you can't see curvature, but it's there anyway, right? So that's the argument, and this is how they kind of pseudo-intellectualize it. But when you actually look at the definition for horizon, there is only one definition for horizon, and that is an apparent location where, the sky or the air, whatever, appears to meet the ground. There is no geometric horizon. It's not a thing.
Well, I mean,
that's right. And it should be, though. It should have been if the Earth is a curve. If it's a ball, it should have been. But
technically speaking, if we speak horizontally, I mean, that's geometry. Horizontal does square with the idea of geometry. Horizontal, vertical.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that basically decimates.
A geometric horizon is a fucking flat line. All right, I get it.
No, because the horizon is a visual effect, and a flat line is a flat line, or a level place is a level place.
Horizontal line.
But
can I sorry, Elijah. I just wanted to impress upon what I was actually trying to say there. Like, what they're doing is they're trying to say to you that the curve is there even though there's no actual proof for the curve, right? And then they'll say stuff like, okay, fine, well...
Even though you can't see it.
Yeah.
I mean, unless I cut you off first.
I just felt like I didn't get a chance to really fully finish my point, and then someone else was talking, and then it's
my bad.
So that's all it is, really. So you've got this idea, and then they'll say all sort of things like, "Well, a big ball would look flat, right?" And it's like, well, Yeah, but it might also just be flat, and that they just brush that off. They're like, "Nah, we already know that's not true." Okay, well, that's nice for you to assert that, but look at you bringing in all these things we can't see as an excuse for a globe when we don't need any of this shit. We can just say, "Well, I see flat horizon because the Earth is actually
Ergo,
flat."
it's flat.
It's a much simpler, more elegant explanation, and they just don't want to accept it.
So can
Yeah,
I?
Occam's razor.
So here's the decimation of the globe that I tried to bring you on those earlier days, right? So, and I feel like you're being a little. I don't think you're buying it, and that's cool. I don't
I
need
am
anybody to buy
skeptical.
this,
Yeah.
and that's fine. That's totally actually understandable. Here's the thing. I'm about to say a line of things that are true, that are beside myself, that stand alone as they are and can be scrutinized on their own, separate from me saying it because I'm just citing something.
Okay.
So they say that the Earth is a globe, right? And the radius is 3,959 miles as per some measurement that they did somewhere at some time. Fine. So the calculations stipulate that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. That's the formula that you can look on Google for the distance to the horizon. Now, the thing that we're bringing up is globers were all good and well with that pre 2020 until we started pointing out, hey, the horizon that's supposed to be supposed to be geometrically 1.2 miles away if you're 1 foot above sea level. If that's the case, then the formula stipulates that the horizon is 1 mile away. Then they say, oh, that's just the geometric horizon, not the apparent horizon. Exactly.
What's the difference
That's where we're at. Well, the geometric horizon is what would be if we lived on a globe, because at 1.2 miles, if you were laying down at the beach, that is where the ground would begin to curve away from you at such an angle that you will see no more ground. That is the geometric horizon. That
Or
is the
ocean.
cutoff point for how much ball you can see.
Yeah, or
1
ocean.
mile
Yes.
away?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Presuming
that is
there's
correct.
no waves, no
Look,
nothing.
Now, before you go, that has to be wrong. Begin from doing what I said was the case. Go on Google and
I thought your
type in
argument was that it is
distance.
wrong.
Yeah, that's the point. Because it's falsifiable. You know what falsifiable is, right?
Yeah, yeah. I've
Okay,
looked
so
out,
some
I've had
things
my
are
sand in the toes, and
unfalsifiable.
I've looked up at the beach, and I'm like, yeah, I can definitely see more than 1 mile out for sure.
No, it's not okay. Well, if
I've done this observation.
let's say you're a 6 foot man, then the horizon is 3 miles. So the point that I'm getting to you
No.
is
I mean, I'm laying down on the beach. My head is up. I'm just propped up, and the water is calm. There's no waves. More than 1 mile out, easy.
well, if you were at 1 foot sea level, then that's easy. That's cool. So the
I'm
point
literally
is,
arguing your point right now.
Yeah, he's
right,
agreeing with what you're saying, which is good.
so that's the thing. So if you've seen, because the geometric, the horizon is supposed to be the point at which you see no more land because it's a sphere and the rest of the sphere is curving away
There's no
from you.
land. We're on the beach. There's no land.
Okay, so on the beach you're looking at the water
ocean,
and the
beach,
horizon, and the horizon is supposed to be the point at which you can see no more water because the rest of the watery bowl is curved away from you. Right? That's what the horizon is. There's the
1 mile
horizon. The
away.
rest of the ball is under
Bullshit.
it.
Bullshit. Not 1 mile away. I've
Well,
done it myself. Dude, I
well,
believe you.
that's as simple as it gets.
I might believe 2 miles, but 1 mile, nope, not a chance.
Yeah, no, yeah, you don't see it.
Well,
if you go up to,
here's
if
the
you go up
thing.
to 8 feet. Oh, go ahead.
Here's the thing. Well, the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height is the formula for the geometric size of a sphere that's 25,000 miles in circumference roughly. That's what that amounts to. So they're telling you that because of that fact, you can only have so much visibility of land or water as you're looking across this sphere.
From one
So that's
female.
a positive claim. No, from 1.2 times the square root of whatever height you are, which is what I was trying to tell you. So that being the case, you can always take your handy dandy Earth curve calculator, chip app, or whatever app you have that would help you figure out what's out there on the water
Why is
for
it called
distance.
Why is it called an Earth curve calculator?
Because that's what they called it. I don't know. Why is that?
Because
Why
we've
is
been
that?
fighting about flat Earth since 2012 hard, and many people have done the math and created these online calculators to simplify
Bust out your Earth
check it
curve
out.
calculator.
It's the imaginary curve calculator is what it is. That's the right name for it.
I want a flat Earth calculator. I want to use that calculator.
Well, you don't have to.
You don't have to. Yeah,
there's no
curve. There's no curve
because we already know. I mean that a part of our reality, the level is level, and you know it when it is. If you're trying to level something, you know when it's level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, let me help. Let me just say,
we're practically using the Earth as flat right now. Like you're using it practically as flat. That's how everybody gets trained. Like pilots and sailors, they get trained on it. The Earth practically being used as flat. So there's no reason to say that you don't have to use it. That's how you're navigating across the Earth.
Nice one, Miggy. I was just going to say that, Miggy. You took the words out of my mouth. That guy.
The same
time.
Yeah,
right
it's the
on
same
point.
thing.
Yeah. I will go as far as to say that you've got like radar, okay, and radio signals. These things travel across the flat plane, and the people who use them, the experts who use them, like in the aircraft carriers or submariners or the jet fighter pilots, they say that if the Earth was indeed a curving ball, the equipment wouldn't work because the Earth's curvature would be in the way. Okay. Yeah.
What if satellites go around?
Who knows? Why is it? I mean, there's a million questions that are birthed from it not being a sphere. But here's the thing: if you were truly, who knows? Because they're using a grid system, right? And what is that grid system? It's utilizing planar geometry. So what the satellites are and where they are and their elevated angles can only be known from a plane. That's the only way you could get an elevation angle in reference.
But the reason they're called satellites is because they orbit something, right? That's why they're
supposedly.
Can you call a circle in orbit?
There you go.
I don't know. Can I?
I don't know either. But if you can, there you go.
Because you have to first believe that the hardware known as a satellite is actually being deployed into space. Now, that's very hard to believe. And then the question would be, what's keeping it up there? What makes you believe that something made on Earth can be lifted up to so many thousand miles up and it can be there geostationary following the orbit of the Earth? You understand?
Well,
I mean,
what makes you bring it down?
It's weight for me. Weight.
So gravity is a thing.
Not gravity.
I'll tell you what. If the Earth is traveling with the sun and things aren't attached to it, like gas particles and satellites and everything else that's not attached to the Earth, and that sucker was moving 500, 500,000 miles a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. There would be no anything orbiting anything on this. So
exactly.
I just told you.
Oh, okay.
Because the moon, the Earth is moving at that great speed. How could the satellites keep up?
But here's the thing. There's no math for that. Look.
Satellites?
What I just put to you, there's no math for. You know why? They say that's irrelevant. The fact that something is moving in 3D space and the things that are kind of obviously our atmosphere is a part of, or the air is a part of the earth. All of this is a part of this system. The bottom line is this thing, we're all supposed to be moving.
Do you guys think that the Earth is moving in 3D space?
So what I'm trying to tell you is this. I'm trying to tell you that they claim that the Earth is moving, right? The Earth is moving with
I
the
didn't
sun.
ask what they claim, Elijah. What do you think? Do you think the Earth is moving?
Well, why would I think that? Why would I think that?
A simple no would suffice. I'm just asking what you think.
But see, the problem is I was talking and you interrupted. I would have answered no if you would have asked it on its own.
My bad. I'll ask later when I'm not
That's
interrupting.
cool.
Sorry.
Well, the answer is no, because obviously I don't feel it.
How hard was that? You could have just.
But why was that an important question?
Dude,
because
remember,
didn't know what you thought.
Look,
Jesus,
I understand sometimes, Elijah, when shit's really out of control, but like you are a little nitpicky when it comes to that shit. Like, just,
yeah.
I was just asking a question, man. Okay, you don't think the Earth moves? Fine, got it.
No, all right. Well, let me tell you why I'm antsy. Because we were talking about Earth curve, and I heard three questions that took us 3 steps away from that, and it's like I was trying to get to the end of something else. But you were curious, so it happened. But then it happened 3 times, and then you were like, "Well, is it moving?" So that's why I'm antsy.
Okay. Well, I got your answer. We're good to go.
And nitpicky is very good because you get precision and consistency with nitpicking anyway, which is a good thing. I like it.
Are there any flat earthers that think the Earth does move?
No,
I don't
no
know.
flat earther
think
does.
that the Earth is stationary.
I don't know any. We all know it's stationary.
Well, it depends if
We
you
all
count
go-
Flat Earth Society as flat earthers, which I don't. But because they say
that's a good point.
Because they say that it moves upwards to account for gravity, which I think is complete nonsense. But it is what it is.
No, but isn't that what who's that dude? Where's Chocolate? Who's that dude that said that Einstein is really saying that the Earth is moving up 9.8 meters per second, not that things fall or they meet each other.
Oh, interesting.
So that's not even Flat Earth Society claim. They ripped that off of somebody else
model.
that wasn't us.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Well,
anyway.
what they actually say is that if an Earth and if say you drop an Earth, fuck's sake, drop an apple to the Earth, then the Earth and the apple are actually moving towards each other, proportional to their masses.
The apple is stationary, and that.
Well, no. They say that they're moving towards each other proportional to their masses, right? So
That's the gravity spherical model.
That's what I'm explaining. And so the Flat Earth Society model is that the disc itself is moving upwards, and the thing, say the apple that you dropped, is just staying in 3D space, and that the disc is rising up to meet it. So it is subtly different. Let me just finish. It is subtly different, but I don't believe either. I think they're both nonsense.
Yes, and I'm sorry, but so there's a Flat Earth Society out there, and they all agree that the Earth is a disc.
Yeah.
Let me just say right now that I've been in this for 5 or 6 years, and I've never actually met a Flat Earth Society member, which leads me to believe that they are a controlled opposition disinformation group.
And
absolutely,
I can validate that. I'm about the exact same story. Like, they're just people who leave comments online. They're not a real group of people that you can actually talk to, and a group that you can actually join. If you find anything like that, it's just an internet troll group, which is a sport for a lot of these kids these days. So they'll just do that just for the fun of it. But that's what.
And they have.
What if I'm in an internet?
They have organizations. The Flat Earth Society. This Flat Earth Society is organized across the flat Earth, across the world. Okay.
What if you guys are
so you have a
with my
Flat
head
Earth
right
Society in Japan, for example. A Flat Earth Society in Japan exists, for example. Okay. Where I'm talking to you from now.
Oh.
Yeah, and I looked them up, and I thought, well, when I became a Flat Earther.
What if this server? is like an internet like trolling room.
Well, yeah,
that's why when you go ahead and look up what I asked you to look up, you'll realize they're not my words. They're the claims of others that can be either validated or invalidated by you yourself as the individual. There are trolls in here, so I should have just
Fair
answered
enough.
you that.
It is Discord.
Oh, yeah, let's put it this way: how many members do we have in here right now? I know it's like 20. It's 25,000 ish, right? Something like that. Of actual flat earthers in here, and that we commonly talk to
flat earthers.
Well, people who are like, how many people in here claim to be flat earthers versus how many people actually are flat earthers? There's probably only 1,000 people who claim to be flat earthers,
but they're really not.
And that would be generous. Like, let's just say 25,000 members, 1,000 claim to be flat earthers, 500 actually are, and that's being nice.
Wow. So I'm actually in the majority.
Yes, the majority that are brainwashed.
Fair point. Fair point.
So yeah, you're asking good questions. I mean, obviously, it is what it is. You haven't seen curvature of the Earth, you never will. You haven't experienced the Earth spinning at all, and you never will. And you cannot be the Earth cannot be a ball in the vacuum of space.
And I've actually discussed. No, I've discussed with this before, where like I have claimed to have seen curvature of the Earth from 35,000 feet up in an airplane.
And where were you in an aircraft? Were you at the time?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, we've already had
looking out of the fuselage. Looking out the. Hang on a second, please. Looking out of the fuselage window. Yeah, the fuselage window.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Right, and apparently, I've never seen it. I've flown hundreds of times. I've never seen.
We've had this.
I've never seen
already.
Oh, we have we? Right, you understand?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I'm glad you remember me.
And I actually brought up the point. I actually brought up the point that maybe I didn't see the curvature. Maybe maybe the bias had already been taught to me as a child. So when I looked out the window, that's what I expected to see. So I saw it in my mind's eye. Possibility.
Yeah.
Or maybe
I would agree
saw
with
it
that.
with my own eyes.
Yeah,
or maybe
maybe
I saw it because of the curvature of the fucking window in the fuselage. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I was just going to say that I've never seen curvature of the Earth through that fuselage window, or even from the pilot's seat.
Even though you had the bias from birth, even though you were looking through a curved window in the plane.
That's correct. Yeah, I was looking through the curved window, and I never saw curvature at all.
And
but
you
remember,
had the bias like I did, right?
As a child. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I was taught that the Earth was a globe. Okay, so and that's a given.
I guess maybe I'm more susceptible to bias than you are.
Maybe that is so. I mean, I'm going from the impact of that flight and the memories which are unforgettable, because it's the first time I've ever flown in a plane after studying planes as a child at school as my project, you see. So now we're going to Nigeria. Wow. On British Overseas Airways. I still can remember me going through the scanner back in 1970. Going through the scanners, 71. And I remember the whole thing. So, and looking at the window, I don't remember seeing any curvature. I noticed how flat it was, not realizing I'm a child. So I didn't even connect, just that I remember seeing the clouds being very level. That's what I remember clearly. And over the years, that's all I've ever seen. I've never seen the Earth curve. And remember, I've been in the army as well, where we're jumping out of planes, parachuting. Again, I didn't click on the leveled horizon. I did not connect. That was completely switched off, the Earth being a globe. It wasn't on. It didn't hit me until I became a flat earther.
About to jump out of a plane. You probably had other things on your mind.
That's what we agreed on. Yeah, there was more things on my mind then. But when I got out there and and my descent slowed down, what you could survey was just beautiful, man. That's what I mean by being totally exhilarating. That experience.
Yeah, nature is crazy beautiful. Agreed.
Yeah. This is why I say I'm luckier than most people who live in towns and cities who haven't had any military experience, because you do go into the environment a lot. the natural environment. And I'm lucky I've had 5 years of that. Plus, I've had my own, taking my children and my family out to there to enjoy nature. And I still kick myself in the ass for not
I've
connecting.
never been in the
with Earth.
military, but I totally get it.
Yeah, and I
I
never
just take my
connected.
family camping.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, it's one of my favorite pastimes, that one, really. The number one. You're out in nature's elements. Yeah, it's fun, listening to the sounds of nature's.
Sometimes you just got to disconnect, turn off
Oh,
the
yeah.
Wi-Fi, and just get away. And just observe the either spherical or flat planet in its glory, in the absence of all the beep, 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 beep. So
that's correct. But I have always taken the opportunity, since I've been a flat earther now, of talking to campers about flat Earth. Okay, I make
while
a
you're
point
camping.
Of that. Whilst I'm camping, it could be like at night, for example, at a night time when everyone's sitting and having their beer and that. I'll walk through. I'm in Japan here, right? So I'm walking through with my glass of wine, right? And I'll say, "Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Yeah, everyone have a nice time. Yeah. Can I have your attention for 10, 20 minutes? Do you mind?"
Oh God,
and
you're
I
just going
introduce
to
myself.
ruin their experience.
No, I'm not, because I
They're
introduce
just having
myself.
fun. Now you have to be like,
yeah,
hey,
I'm enjoying
did
myself.
you know the Earth's flat?
No, I don't do it like that. I actually introduce myself and tell them how long I've been in Japan and how I've enjoyed the Japanese culture and what I'm enjoying about it. And it's nice to be among fellow campers. And then I ask them, okay, now, what is the shape of the Earth? Any children can answer that question. And, and then that's how I begin.
You bring the kids into it?
Of course, because their kids are there. My kids are there. Everyone's there. The children are there.
And so the kids, so their kids presumably go, we think the Earth is round.
Well, they say it's round, and then I ask them, how do they know?
And then you start drilling into them? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, but everything is done because remember, I am the foreigner in their country. So I'm actually walking on eggshells, obviously. So I'm very polite and respectful of the honorific situation that they have. And they love it because they're thinking, wow, because first one of them commented that you cook good food. Okay. Because obviously they've walked past my campsite and smelt what I'm cooking.
Oh, I thought you were walking past them.
Here's the thing,
I have
Jin.
a completely different vision of what's going on.
Jin, you think you're walking on eggshells, but because you're the outsider, you're the foreigner, you're able to get away with all kinds of shit that they would never do. Like
that's right. Yeah. You see what I mean? That's why it works for me. And that's how I do it, you see. And then we have I said 20 minutes, it goes on for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
You understand? Yeah.
Maybe even
and then
3.
I'm bringing out all the memes that I've got from this Discord.
The memes.
Okay, I use them. The memes from the Discord because they're going to help them understand and visualize.
Nobody goes camping to see memes.
No, they do. They do because they're enjoying themselves.
I go camping to get away from the fucking memes, man. I thought.
This is Japan. This is Japan. You're talking about.
Remember, we're talking about Japan now. People want. I always say to the Japanese people, you like to come into knowledge, don't you? I noticed that about the Japanese. You like to learn something new. Okay, well, here we go.
I've never been camping in Japan. Maybe it's very different.
Yeah, it's lovely, man. It's a great thing. It's just like camping.
Yeah, you don't go camp. You don't go camping without like a freaking Segway, like an all-terrain Segway, and like charging. I don't know. I'm just making shit up, Jin. I'm just saying they're gonna have all kinds of technology with them.
I think it's interesting.
The
whole point of camping is to get away from all that and to turn off the
no, they got camping tech to bring with them.
Yeah,
I think a couple minutes ago when the good gentleman said we go camping or go out in nature to observe our flat or spherical Earth, to observe our flat or spherical Earth, nobody has ever observed a spherical Earth.
Spherical Earth, that's correct.
So there isn't flat and spherical Earth. There is only flat Earth because nobody has empirically or through observation observed a spherical Earth.
And that's what I bring to the attention of the Japanese people who I meet when I'm on camp every time, and their minds are blown because I said, I always remind them, remember, you only know what you know because you learned it at school. You have not verified anything. That is the honest situation, yeah? And they agreed. I said, okay. So some of them understood immediately, and they're going to do the research and that. Some of them said, yes, flat, because I can't prove it, they said. If I can't prove it all these years, it must be flat. Some of them have come to that conclusion quickly. You know, thank me, give me a drink, sit down, have some food, and I'm there for 3 hours now, 4 hours, talking about other things. But yeah.
Well, I mean, the honest way of looking at it is like I experience it as flat and motionless.
Yeah.
And if you say it's otherwise, prove it to me. Until you do so, I'm going to stick with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the next morning is the funny one. Next morning, flat Earth. They're saying, yeah.
But that goes back to the plane ride.
Go on.
It goes back to the plane ride that you're looking out a plastic curved window because of the plane going up and down so many times. It does that so it can actually not break.
No, what I mean is the plane ride feels motionless.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No,
not to me.
So if you're on an aeroplane and it's going, say, 600 miles an hour and you walk one direction or the other direction down the aisle, do you feel like it's motionless?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
How many times have you flown?
Many.
Then I don't understand how you can have that conclusion.
Yeah, there's no way you could say it's not. You know, you should.
I'm gonna call
You guys are
bullshit.
retards. So you watch NASA live streams. You guys are idiots. The Earth is round.
So anyway,
That's all I heard.
he's done.
Crash and
That's
burn.
all I
Crash and
heard.
burn.
What was
He's done. Doesn't matter. Just
You
very
stand
low
up on a
low
plane,
grade troll.
You
That's all it is.
clearly feel it. Sorry. That's why they tell you not to do it.
What are you talking about? People like get up, they walk to the bathroom in the middle of the flight, they sit on the fucking toilet. It feels motionless when you're up there.
It does not feel like.
Every once in a while you get some turbulence. But for the most part, it's fucking motionless. It feels
Right. If you're
we all know we're moving really fast through the air, but it feels motionless inside.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
For me,
So if you're on a train,
go ahead.
If you're on a train and you try and walk in the same direction that the train's traveling in, do you feel that like the train's moving?
No, trains also feel motionless.
Okay, then. Well, I just don't think you're actually
Same with your car.
I don't think you're
driving 100
interfacing
miles
with
an
reality properly. I'm sorry.
If you're driving 100 miles an hour and you set the cruise control and you're on a straight road and there's no
you're going to
bumps,
notice it.
It feels
when you're walking up when you're walking up and down the aisles, I haven't done a lot of that, but like on a bus, on a train, I haven't been on any trains myself.
Swaying, man.
Sorry.
I had no idea this would be a point of contention.
When you're moving towards the front versus moving towards the back, you're pushing a little bit harder moving towards the front, and you're almost having to slow yourself down when you're moving towards the back.
I don't get it.
You do notice that, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not much, but it's a little bit.
Well, it's not enough.
Even your foot placement, especially on the carriages on a train, your foot placement is you're aiming to put it, but it's slightly because it's moving because the platform, the carriage floor is moving underneath you. The whole thing's moving as you're traveling. But it's not silky smooth like a Shinkansen. It's not like a Shinkansen, silky smooth. No, if we're talking about an ordinary subway train, it's moving from side to side slightly. So as you're walking through, you're trying to keep your balance as you're going through. Come on,
sure, when it's moving side to side, but if it's moving straight forward at a constant speed, I can't feel a goddamn thing.
No, I'm talking about when it's moving normally in its normal operating speed, and you want to walk through. You know, diddly-dee. You're making sure you're putting your foot down properly because it's undulating as it's moving through.
I feel like a Japanese student, like arguing.
I would say you especially don't notice much when you're seated in your seat, but when you are walking to the front or walking to the back, you will notice a difference.
Of course you will. Of course you will. All the suspensions working on the train. I tell you haven't been using your senses at all, pal. I'm describing to you exactly what it's like for me to walk through. Because usually you're standing up on these subways or the underground in Britain. You're usually standing. You're not sitting unless it's midnight or something like that. But
in Britain,
during working days, you're standing up, and then you have to get on and walk to the next carriage. Sometimes you do, and it's undulating. It's moving from side to side. You notice it, all the noise and the click, click, click. You notice the unevenness of the rails. You notice. You pick it up through the vibration. You're doing 100 miles an hour. You're going to know you're doing 100 miles an hour.
Sure,
you've got the width. the atmosphere and the vibration. So that, you know, unless you're
The
on a
atmosphere.
Shinkansen, that's silky smooth at 180 miles an hour. That is smooth. That's like flying.
It's like a
Literally.
plane. Yeah.
Yes, it is. That is silky smooth.
Where you
They
can't
see
even
that
notice
there.
that you're moving. Right.
Well, you notice you're moving because you feel the G.
Because you
in
can
your-
look out the window and be like,
Yeah,
hey,
of course. But you feel the
I
G
see
in
the
your seat
flat
as well.
Earth slowly moving below me. Ergo, I
Exactly.
infer that I'm moving, but it feels like I'm standing still.
If
But
you-
I know I'm really not.
If I happen to stand up here in the living room and walk back to the kitchen, that has a totally different feel than if I get up in an airplane and start walking back toward the bathroom. Entirely
I
different
disagree.
feel.
Thank you.
And the thing is, you can disagree, and that's fine, but it has an entirely different feel if
To
you get
you.
up from your couch and walk back to your kitchen. If you get up in an airplane and walk back to the bathroom, you are being disingenuous for whatever reason, because it's an entirely different feel. I've been up in an airplane.
Honestly.
I've been up in an airplane 30 or 40 times.
Same.
I usually use the restroom when I'm on the airplane, and it is an entirely different feel.
Yeah, you're even going to stretch your legs. I mean, the pilot even
What's
says
different?
you can stretch your legs.
What's different about the feel when you're in the airplane?
Balance.
What's the feel you're talking about?
Yeah, the back. Exactly.
Balance.
Yep.
If I get up right now and walk back to my kitchen,
down
I
the
have
aisle
no
of an
problem
aircraft
with
while it's in the air.
balance. But when you
But
stand
you
up
just
in an
said balance. What's the
airplane,
difference?
when you get up in an airplane, you must balance yourself before you start walking.
That's right. You've got
have
to
never
use
had
your
this
muscles you've got to use all your muscles in your legs and your body just to keep yourself going in a straight line and keeping sure-footedness, because you know that the plane is moving underneath you. It definitely is.
What the fuck?
Yeah, well, you don't notice it. That's the thing. Look, ever since I've been
You're right. I
since
don't.
my childhood days, I've always played this game where I sit in the plane now. Now they're getting ready to taxi out. I close my eyes. So now I'm just waiting to see what I can pick up. And I'm picking up the backward motion of the airplane, backing up.
Sure,
and then it's moving forward.
Same.
And then it's turning left, turning right. This is when it's taxiing onto the runway. And you can pick that up all just by.
But once you reach cruising altitude, blasting through the air at 500 miles an hour, and you don't have any of that shit going on, you could just stand up and walk down the aisle like nothing's going on. Like the
but you can tell when the plane's banking.
Want a Coke? Want a Coke? They're not like,
But
oh
you
my
can
god,
tell.
I can't keep my balance.
No, it's not that bad. It's noticeable. It's not bad, but it is noticeable. More so than walking to his, like the gentleman said, from his living room to the kitchen. You don't bat an eyelid. But on an aircraft,
when you say I
I
can't
don't
keep
bat
my
an
balance,
eyelid when I walk to the bathroom on a fucking plane.
when you say I can't keep my balance, you are being disingenuous. Obviously, we can keep our balance when we get up in an airplane and go back to the restroom, or we would all fall over, or many of us will fall over. So you're being disingenuous when you say I can't keep my balance. You obviously can.
Yeah, you notice you're on a plane, no doubt about that. That's impossible not to.
The only point I was trying to make is no.
No, nanny. No what?
No is not a point.
Yeah.
You're not accelerating or decelerating. You're just going a constant speed in the same direction with no turbulence.
Yeah, you notice that.
It's literally like sitting or standing in your house.
No, it's not.
The difference.
It absolutely is not. I'm sorry. It absolutely
You don't have to
is
apologize. This is just my personal observational experience.
Yeah, that would mean that I don't know. No, I'm not going to say anything. But some people who say this thing, I find that they're not. They haven't got much of their faculties working properly. They've lost. They're not using their senses enough. Level of fitness.
Maybe I'm one of these people. I'm sharing with you my personal observation.
Yeah, that's right. And
I think what you're doing is projecting a mathematical model.
What? Who?
Yeah,
he's pulling you out.
You're talking about theoretically, mathematically, velocity. You're carrying velocity and blah blah blah. Like this is the way. It's a mathematical type of thinking that you're using. You're not relating your real life experience to it. Like I said, if you've ever moved forward and back on a bus, or if you're on a plane or on a train, like if you pay attention to the work that you're doing, you'll notice a difference moving forward or back. It's subtle. It is subtle, but and you're not going to notice it just seated in.
It's subtle. It's too subtle for me to notice. That's all I'm going to say.
But for example, when the train is moving in its direction, and you walk opposite to the direction the train is moving, it's easier to move than going in the same direction as the train is moving.
Never noticed.
Going in the same direction is easy. It's harder than going back. Only slightly. Don't get me wrong. It's not a mammoth problem, but it's a noticeable difference. There is.
I find it interesting. You said your personal observations say that when you get up in a plane and walk back toward the bathroom, it's the same as getting up in your living room and going back to the kitchen. But your personal observations have never proved that we live on a ball or a sphere or a globe either.
Okay.
That's a fair point, isn't it?
Doesn't disprove it.
The thing
it all started with the sphere like moving in the first place. That's
right.
That's what got this kick all started.
I think you don't notice it moving,
just to bring it all into context,
right? Well, and you have no reason to think so other than looking at the stars. That's the only reason to think so.
Which are moving, by the way.
Right, because they're moving, you've decided actually instead of them moving that you're moving.
I think
it's
the
instead.
I think the one saying the one saying from Flatten the Curve, which came out 3 months ago, that says the eyes are useless when the mind is blind, and so if our mind is blind, it doesn't matter what our eyes see, and we have to open our mind up to the fact that just possibly we've been lied to about just about everything.
I was told through the interview process, flat Earth and globe Earth, and we don't start talking about flattening the curve in a political sense and all that kind of stuff. We don't start talking about Anthony Fauci, is what I was told in the interview.
Well, it's just it's just common sense. Like, you know how the censorship has gone crazy last couple of years, and this is live streamed on YouTube. So there's certain topics that
for now,
if it's for now. Right. Yeah, we're going to have freedom of speech again real soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, Elon.
Yeah.
Totally going off the rails.
Anyway, it's just there's certain hot topics that we don't really want to get too.
I just want to make sure I don't get banned from the server.
Yeah, no, we're not. Look, as long as if you're going to graze along a subject and just you can hint towards it, be careful how you say it. All right, like that's about it.
Hey, 42OZ or whatever, 42 hours. What do you think about the NAP?
Holy shit! Now you want to talk about the non-aggression principle in a flat?
I just wanted to know that you knew what it was. You can carry on now.
Okay. I'm just trying to stay on topic.
I think Discord is fighting the February 7th, 2022 Homeland Security Bulletin that came out, and they're also fighting the April 27th, 2022 new board for disinformation. And we have to respect the fact that Discord is fighting those two anti-speech things, because controlled speech is not free speech. So free speech on Discord with the Earth is great. You know, we can talk all about that. But if we go away from that, it's become censored speech or controlled speach, and that's
the platform.
Yeah. So it's just the life. It's just, I don't want to use the word. I'm not going to. But we've been censored, and so the First Amendment, in a lot of ways, is a fallacy. It's gone. And we have to accept that. We got to deal with it.
Now, again, actually, I don't know if anyone else caught this, but I just thought I might as well bring it to the attention. You know, the thing that happened in Buffalo recently,
They also, a part of that whole story is that, like, the day he did it, like right before he did it, he was talking to his buddies on Discord and shit. So watch out for that being another excuse for them to do more stuff to this platform.
Yeah, I heard that on CNN, and CNN never lies. So it's fine.
CNN needs their own Discord. They don't even get it.
Don't you find it really, really coincidental how everything that the government doesn't like is always included in a mass shooting at some point?
It's just, it just makes sense. Right? Like, bad people, they tend to flock to the same things. And they do bad things.
And good people don't. What's the bad thing that bad people flock to?
Everything that's not in the social values of the modern mainstream media.
Oh, okay.
Hollywood has, and TV has told us, for 50, 60 years now, that it's okay to show your superheroes on Die Hard and Shooter and all those movies that have great actors, famous actors, that it's okay to go out and kill somebody. Now, I don't think any of the.
They've also told us the Earth is round.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a
I mean,
sphere,
that's Universal Studios everywhere. And the funny thing about Universal Studios is they started showing us a globe back in 1918, when NASA supposedly never went up there until 1960. And then that little curving Earth started in 1927 with Universal. How would they possibly know?
So it's not just about a distrust of like whether or not the Earth is a sphere or flat. It's actually, there's an underlying thing going on there. Like, who is telling us this, and why should we believe them? Because we know they're fucking lying about a whole bunch of list. The list of lies is fucking endless. So why should we, take this particular statement, the Earth is a sphere? Why should we believe that lie too? I get it.
I think anything of major significance that we were taught since kindergarten, first grade, anything of major significance that we were taught as truth is a lie. Everything now, obviously, our
even
special
Christianity.
We weren't taught that in school.
Well,
we don't get taught.
That's because you didn't go to a Christian school. But what if you?
Well,
look at this generation. Our whole lives, we've been taught about how terrible Christianity is, and how we need to completely eliminate even during the word God in school, completely separating it. Even though it's, we have separation of church and state, but yet God is mentioned.
Is there a connection?
Right? That's not the way this.
Is there a connection between believing in a flat Earth and believing in God or Christianity?
No. So look, there are atheist flat earthers. It's not terribly common, but it's hard for most of us to understand.
I didn't ask if there was a connection between atheist flat earthers. I asked if there's a connection between like Christian.
Well, no. Okay, so like I'm just kind of including all this. So actually, all religions, like all the old religions, they all believed in some sort of flat Earth cosmology. Okay. So
do you think there's
plenty of Muslim flat earthers? We have a lot of Christian flat earthers.
So that's a yes. There is a connection between the two, or do you think it's just I don't know what's the word I'm looking for?
There is definitely a connection. But they're independent of each other still, though. So like we can around here, we can in this room specifically, we try to focus on like empirical proof of flat Earth, or empirically disproving the claimed globe model.
I've heard a lot more of the second side. I don't hear a lot.
Yeah. That's what it mostly is. It really mostly is disproving.
It's
mostly
disproving. Right.
What Discord? I'm sorry to interrupt you. What Discord does is looks at flat Earth versus globe from a secular or what do you want to say?
Entire platform of Discord does this?
No, I'm saying what we're told or allowed to talk about basically looks at it from a secular or observational viewpoint. But there are a number of self-professed, and I do believe they are Christian globers who read Genesis 1 and go, okay. But if you are a Christian flat earther, you read Genesis 1 and you go, wow, it comes off the page. It just hits you every time you read it. That's the difference.
What does that have to do with Discord?
Discord wants us to kind of stay away from the biblical aspect of flat earth, except we can go down to different channels and talk about it away from YouTube recording it all the time.
I don't know if that's actually a Discord thing, man. It's just more of a server policy that we've put in place ourselves. In this room,
is this being recorded on YouTube right now?
Yeah, that's the problem. See, like with the YouTube stream,
what's the point of recording this on YouTube?
We don't get a lot of viewers, but there's.
If
some
I ask
people
you how many viewers you have, will you tell me what the point of is?
You get people. That's how people find this place. They stray in here. But the main reason, honestly, is to record the bullshit that people say. Like we actually have a record of things with this.
Okay,
being recorded.
I have a UK friend who said, "Hey, you need to get onto Discord so you can listen to Nathan Oakley and all the good people that are on Discord." And he oftentimes gets up when he gets up. He's 6 hours difference, from in Texas to the UK. He often, when he gets up, he can't listen to Discord, 24/7, all the time, and he'll actually
have lives, yeah.
He'll actually go back and listen to what was said when he was asleep. He actually does that,
So basically, you've utilized YouTube as a free recording service. Cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
stick it to the man.
You know the guy who came here and said nigger, right? Like that guy?
No, I don't know who that was.
Well, okay, well, you don't know him personally.
I don't even know how he got past the fucking screening process. Perhaps you do.
Well, no, but here's the thing. So, like, we can then go, guy does that. Let's say nobody caught whose name it was. 3 people were talking at the same time. We can go back on the live stream. We can see who it was, pause it, isolate it, slow it down, whatever. We can find him. We can get rid of him. It's a moderation tool.
You're using YouTube as a moderation tool.
That's one of many purposes. Yeah.
Got it. So once again, you're using YouTube as just a constant record, like a tape deck that records shit that never ends.
Yeah.
And it's totally free.
Well, it's not total. Nothing's free. They're stealing our data constantly and selling it, so it's not free.
They're not stealing my data.
They're stealing everybody's data. We got your data too. I'm sure of it.
I think if somebody wanted to record your voice off of YouTube and find out who you were, I think there is a way now that because they actually have recordings of your phone calls and they can go to a cell tower or wherever they keep it, and they can actually bring that up, your voice talking on your cell phone. They can identify that with what they hear on YouTube. That is the technology that we are up against today.
And I like to think that we are providing a service as well, aren't we? Information service for them about the flat Earth. That's good, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
We're definitely here trying to provide a service. Like we're trying to provide the people with the tools and the common sense to be able to discover the truth and experience it for themselves.
Yeah. Especially those who have lost their senses and not using their senses a lot. Their eyesight and their smell and balance, touch.
I've been on
all these things.
I've been on Discord now for 29 or 30 days, and the amount of information that I have written down in my notes on my phone, and the amount of information that just went into my brain without having to write down on notes is absolutely. I don't know what to say. It's amazing what I've learned in 29 or 30 days being on Discord.
It's an education. Come on. It's an education. Come on, man. It's an education.
Cool, man.
Yeah, I'm remembering back actually to like when I first found this place and really started getting into it, and it's something that I'm kind of now been here so long I sort of take it for granted. But yeah, there's such a wealth of information, so many brilliant people. I'm not saying everybody here is brilliant, but there's a lot of brilliant people. There's also a lot of dumb fucks too, and you still have to use discernment. But there's just a lot of information out there that's so interesting, and it makes you a more rounded person if you actually dive into it.
Yes, exactly.
People.
For me, I'm sorry. For me, it's not about brilliance. It's about like perspective and just getting other people's points of view. That's what's so fun about it.
Some people
you don't even
think
have to agree with them. You can just like listen and respond and speak, and you get all these different perspectives. It's cool.
Some people think that QE and Nathan Oakley are the stars of Discord. Actually, we have so many stars on Discord, you can't count them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
That's why I call this, and I always will call this, and I've been calling it for quite a while now, 24/7 Flat Earth University Discord. Because it is. The amount of information that you get this is like university level. That's why I'm saying it's like an education when you come here.
And you're not paying $500 an hour. You're not paying $500 an hour either.
Right?
Right. Exactly. You pay all that money and you don't get the information you're getting here. I mean, come on. There you go. It's a no-brainer.
And plus, you can't fail. That's the cool thing.
Yeah,
Nobody's grading you. You can't fail.
That's right. Because people tend to ask about your credentials. What's your credentials? And I reply that I have the right. I have the right to study any topic matter to the highest degree I deem fit, and I don't need to be taking an exam on that one. I have that right, do I not? I asked the individual. Okay, so there you go then. Allow me to speak then. Thank you.
I didn't realize that I was stopping you from speaking.
No, I'm not talking to you. No, not you, sir. No. There are other people who tend to ask for my credentials or other flat earthers' credentials as if they have no right to speak because you're not learned on a specific topic.
You're not allowed to speak out against the state because the state hasn't given you a certificate yet.
Yeah,
what?
Exactly. Don't get confused. I'm not having to go at you. We're talking about people who appeal to the authorities, fallacy, where you have to be a scientist to talk about science. You have to be a mechanic to talk about mechanics.
Anybody can be a scientist.
Exactly.
Anybody can be a mechanic.
Oh, dude, you're closer to the flat Earth than you think. I don't know how.
He's a flat earther gonna
be. Yeah, those words right there. Those words right there show hope for you. Like, yeah.
Well, thanks, man. Anybody can be a scientist. Anybody can be a mechanic. Anybody can be a teacher. Anybody can be a teacher.
Right.
Can anybody be an astronaut?
Great question. Can anybody be an astronaut? Astronaut.
Yeah.
No. No,
why not?
Your mom was wrong on that one. Can you be president of the United States? Do you think so?
Yeah.
Do you think you can be president?
I don't want to be president. I think it's a waste of time.
Nah, you could never be president. You could never. Never.
You don't have
the
credentials. You were not born with the credentials to get you to that position.
Yeah.
If you want to
be
be
in those circles,
that's what they said about Donald Trump.
Donald Trump was predicted to be president in the Simpsons.
I'm just saying, you never know what's going to happen next. Maybe you could be president if you really wanted to. I don't fucking know.
To be a president.
That's not my personal cup of tea, but you know.
To be a puppet in chief of
not my
prime minister, you know, a puppet prime minister, a puppet president, you have to sell your soul, and that's the only way you get there.
Assuming souls
That's
exist,
correct.
I agree.
Yeah, you have to sell your integrity, basically.
But what if souls don't exist? Then what would you have to sell, or what would you have to buy? I don't know.
Interesting.
No, well, that whole thing about the soul, it might just be something that we invented, right? It's more morality. Like you would have to sell out all of your own people in order to get it. Okay, let's be real about this. You have to sell out. You have to sell out your own family and your neighbors in order to freaking do some of these jobs.
All of my neighbors?
Well, yeah. Unless they're on your side. Some of them are on your side, fine. But,
what if I only want to sell out the neighbors that aren't on my side?
But you're selling out. Look,
and
when you damage the world and the freedoms and the liberties of people where you live, even if it doesn't like directly affect you, it does down the line somewhere somehow. Like you have to live here, and you're damaging yourself.
Where is here?
Earth, flat Earth, beautiful flat Earth created for us to live on. That's being devalued. And
I thought somebody was going to say the planet.
No chance that.
No, the flat Earth.
No chance from us lot, mate. Me especially. I always say the beautiful flat Earth because I know it annoys the Globers.
I totally thought someone was going to fucking buy that.
No chance. Not here, mate. Not here. You got the highest level, beautiful flat Earth is what you got. That's to tell you how far we are from using that word.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
Planet.
It's interesting. It's interesting. You use planet. You remove the T, and it changes your whole outlook on life.
Plane.
Absolutely, plane. You see, flat plane. Yeah. You see, aeroplane, airplane.
Yeah, my whole outlook has been completely changed by removing one letter from the word planet.
Well, what should have changed it are the measurements of the planet you thought you were on.
Like, what if
that's the thing about words? They're very powerful spells.
What if I remove the first word and it's just lane? What would that mean?
Wouldn't it be laint?
What if I removed the two letters from the front and the two letters from the back?
I'm still wondering about the air planet. What about air planet? I mean, like, why wouldn't they do air planet?
What would living on a planet look like?
Right?
I don't even know what an air planet is. What's an air planet?
I'm not sure, but I think a lot of this is happening because
this is going to get really cool.
We've done a lot of talking and none of showing.
A lot of talking is good.
Yeah.
Sure it is.
We get to know each other.
Sure it is. But there
done too much talking, or like, am I breaking a rule?
No, I don't know. I just got back.
Oh,
I'm just.
I think Elijah's saying we should get.
I love the way he came in though. We've done a lot of talking, no showing. It's perfectly on point. He hasn't made a mistake. Sorry, I love that.
I'm only saying that because I still hear him being facetious, which is cool. But what's the point in continuing in a serious manner if you're not hitting the right notes? You know what I mean? Not hitting the right notes, get off stage.
Oh, dude, he ain't feeling you anymore, man. Elijah was like,
I had no idea this was a concert.
And now he's like, yo.
No, he's still mad cool by me. I mean,
like
those are some good days.
Performance or something? Like, what's going on? Is this just a big stage? Is this like a?
Yes.
The flat Earth stage.
To me, it just sounds like a bunch of people talking. I don't hear any music.
Oh yeah,
that might
would be nice.
Yeah, but that's my ears. I'm trying to keep my feet on the ground.
Do you know where the ground is?
Below my feet, right?
Okay, all right. I'm just checking because you're the one
Unless
with the.
I'm doing a handstand.
Okay.
I had my.
But I'm not.
I have the great guy from the UK that turned me on to Discord about a month ago. Just sent me a message. He says, "If a plane train is motionless, why do people hold on to seats when they go to the bathroom?" And it's just
exactly.
It's just like it's amazing. And this good guy in the UK is awesome. So I credit him a lot for what I've learned the last 30 days.
When they go to the bathroom in a plane.
Well, it's true. You see them. They're walking through. They've got their hand just to make sure they're balanced as they're walking through.
Typically,
yeah.
I'm just going to tell you what I observe in the plane. When the plane is like, there's a lot of turbulence and curving and stuff going along, the little put your seatbelt on, the little light shines and everybody sits the fuck down, right? And then when the plane is just like chilling and you can't even tell that you're moving, then the seat light comes off, and that's when people walk and go to the bathroom. And they're not holding seats; they're just walking down the aisles. Just like
I've seen people
just like the stewardesses do when they're like, "Hey, you want a Coke?"
Most people do. They reach on the right side, then the left side. The right side and the left side.
Yep.
They touch every headrest. They touch every headrest walking down. They ladder down.
Yeah.
This has not been my experience. Apparently,
I've done that without touching the headrest because I want to see if I can balance and get the way through without touching a headrest. I play those little games when I'm flying on a plane. You see, that's what I mean. I'm still a child at heart. Okay,
I had no idea it was a game.
See, we're doing all of this instead of things that are devastating. It's like, bro, we're talking about. I don't even remember whether I could feel it or not on an airplane. I'm gonna keep it real.
Do the flight attendants do the fucking?
That's what your mama said.
As the flight attendants are serving a Coke, or they're like, "Oh, I gotta grab a seat. I gotta grab a seat."
Well, they got their little
this
machine
fucking cart on wheels.
They've got the
down
carts.
the aisle.
That's right. They've got the carts to
Yo,
what the fuck, man?
Nah, he did not. Okay, they do have the carts, but
experience. They've got the carts.
Come on, unless you guys are saying it's like some fucking wild roller coaster, you're just like holding. Come on, fam. Let's just let it go. Like y'all are helping me get my friend back to a level of sincerity here. Like this is not helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, let's imagine this thought experiment. The plane's flying 500,000.
Why are we thinking about a plane though? Why are we even?
Because
the Earth is moving in multiple vectors. So unless the Earth was spinning on it,
we're talking about things moving. It doesn't feel, but it doesn't feel like things are moving, right?
Okay,
things that aren't moving also don't feel like they're moving.
I'll wait till you guys all finish with your Tourette's. I might mute you, and then I'll. But
okay, well, if you mute me, fine. I'm going to continue speaking. The idea.
I was talking to everyone.
The idea is that the plane is flying. It's moving, right? But you can't feel that it's moving because you're moving at the same speed. And then imagine the cart with the beverages and the plain food sitting in the middle of the aisle.
Yeah, nobody's going to deny this experience. This is what happens on a plane. Yes.
Apparently some people will.
Get to the end of the story. Because I was making a point that you cut off. So
that's the end of the story.
All right. Now, like I was beginning to say when I was so rudely interrupted.
By whom?
You. Because I began with, why would you be talking about a plane when, and then you answered for me. When the Earth is supposedly moving multiple vectors. The plane
I never
moving
mentioned vectors.
Well, that's the point because it's the many vectors that the Earth is moving is not analogous to when you're not feeling a plane moving in one. That's the point.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is the reason the cart in the plane is
No, I'm saying, what does it have to do with what the Earth is claimed to be doing? Is what I'm asking. How is it sequitur? Because it's not.
I'm trying to understand your question by steel manning.
My question is, why are we talking about something that's non sequitur to what the Earth is supposed to be doing? That's the question.
The Earth is supposed to be moving. That's the axiom.
In
right?
multiple vectors, not just one, like a plane.
So now we're talking about vectors.
So we're talking about the non sequitur that a plane is to what the Earth is supposedly doing.
He has brought up vectors.
Because it's non sequitur.
You're bringing up vectors because vectors are a non sequitur? What?
Because what the plane is doing is non sequitur to what the Earth is supposedly doing.
The plane is doing a non sequitur? What does that mean?
I don't know, man. I like you too much to talk to you like I talk to anybody else. So it's all good. You don't have to take this serious. You could piss in the pot, do whatever.
Figure out what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm trying to tell you it's fairly simple. If I were spinning around like a dreidel while also on my axis, right? While also spinning around a ball, while moving with that ball in another direction, also an acceleration because it's a rotation, while moving around while the ground is also moving in a circle. That you would definitely feel, but I don't understand how that's analogous to a plane going in just one straight path.
Okay, well, let's walk through this idea that you have that the ball that you're on is accelerating. Why do you think that's happening?
Nothing's moving.
I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
Oh, okay.
I'm just wondering why we're
That's
talking
the claim,
about.
isn't it?
I just wonder why we're I wonder why we're talking about planes. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Because the plane, when you don't feel like you're moving inside of a plane,
How are you just going to repeat yourself? You're repeating yourself. After
he could
It's okay. Let him repeat it. Let him.
He could repeat himself. He could repeat himself.
You just told him
bottom line.
He's just going to repeat himself.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll shut up. That's
true.
We're going to get to a conclusion.
All right. You know why it's non sequitur beside all the other language? Specifically because the plane is moving at one velocity. The Earth is not doing that.
One vector. Right. Exactly.
And
the plane
you have a definition of a vector. A vector is an object that has both a magnitude and a direction. The plane has one direction. The Earth, we're being told, is spinning at 1,039 miles per hour. It's going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. The solar system is traveling around the galaxy at 450,000 miles an hour, and the whole galaxy is moving around an ever expanding universe.
I would challenge
1.3 million miles per hour.
I would challenge your original premise that a vector is an object.
Well, if you want to challenge that, then you can go to Google and challenge Google all you want to. That's fine with me.
Wait.
He said a vector was an object, and I'm challenging that premise.
I don't think he said that.
Yes, he did.
No,
but why is that? Why is that?
Literally how he started.
But you didn't.
You really think that's what he was trying to say?
He said
it's actually correct.
But you didn't. But you didn't challenge when I said the Earth is accelerated, because obviously we feel it. You should say no, we're not. It's like a plane.
You're telling me
what you can't feel. Well, I mean, it depends on what you believe. You know, perhaps you don't have any claims. Perhaps that's what's funny here. Perhaps you've always been a flat earther, and you know, if I was a flat earther if I was a flat earther and I grew up as a flat earther, and then my parents were telling me how dumb people are for my whole life, and then this flat earth resurgence, by the way, came about in 2015, I would be trolling the shit out of y'all for taking so long. I'd be doing the same thing, to be honest.
I'm just trying to figure out how a fucking vector is an object.
It's not, dummy.
No one said that.
Actually,
Somebody said it.
there's a notion of a mathematical object, so you could actually say a vector is an object. It's a very abstract term, so it's actually right.
And since we have a 24/7 YouTube stream of this, we can go back and we could look at the free recording and see who said a vector was an object.
Nice job, dude. You're just trying to derail the conversation. It's really pertinent.
It's called comprehension. Did you understand what he was trying to tell you? Instead of
If you want to take,
Dude, I don't need you to convince me. I want him to convince me.
If you want to change, if you want to change a vector, if you want to change a vector as an object a vector is the plane or airplane, you can do that very easily. That has both a magnitude and a direction. The plane has one direction. The Earth, we're being told, has about 4 or 5
doesn't have
directions.
one direction.
So you've brought a story about a time when you don't feel any movement. Check out my story about a time when you don't.
Shut up.
Yeah, check out my story about a time when you don't feel any movement. Check this out. Yeah, when I'm not moving.
One direction. What does that mean?
Shut up. How about nothing?
Well, it means it's flying in one direction, isn't it, to its destination?
You mean like an
Let's
airplane?
not be silly here. Yes, right.
Wait,
now
should a
listen
loopy loop also be an acceleration? Because if that's the case, then what the hell are we really talking about?
I don't even know what the
Nah,
I don't know
never
either.
feel
That's
that.
why
You'd
that's
never
why I'm
feel
asking.
a
I
loop.
don't
Why
know
would you
either.
feel that? Come on, dude. Why would you expect to feel a loop-de-loop?
Okay, now let me just say this, right? You know the plane is moving at 600 miles an hour, let's say. You're not going to feel that 600 miles an hour because you're inside
That's
that
all I was
fuselage.
saying in the first place.
Right, I knew you were saying that. Yeah, you're not going to feel that.
Because the plane is not turning.
Finally, somebody gets me. Finally, thank you.
Yeah, I got you. But what we're trying to say is, but the plane is. You do notice the plane.
You don't
is
have to
moving,
hold
though.
seats and fucking
No.
walk to the bathroom. Oh my god!
Some people do. There are times when you do. There are times when you do.
Oh my
there
god!
are.
When you're like
it's not
arthritic
going
and
the
like
same
100 years
direction at
old.
the same constant
Jeez.
speed.
Yeah, but there are people who do that. Yeah, old people. Some old people.
People that
do
have
that.
vertigo or
happens.
something.
You don't.
Come on.
You don't.
Correct.
You don't walk down the aisle. You sit down and you buckle your seatbelt on because you know.
You're about to take off, but once you get to the allotted altitude and then cruising altitude, the seatbelt sign comes up. You can undo your seat. You can stretch your legs. Yes, but you still indeed notice that the plane is moving under you. There, you notice it. It's not.
No, I don't.
It's smooth.
Didn't this stem from? Didn't this stem from saying that a 35, or maybe that was before I got on the train, which was an hour ago. Yeah, we're talking about at 3,500 feet,
whatever. Yeah.
Oh, at
If you
35,000
remember,
feet.
if you remember, sorry. Yeah, if you remember, I actually brought up the train because I wanted to make it more real for people maybe who hadn't been in an aeroplane. But absolutely, if you get up in a train and you walk in the direction of travel, you will be leaning forwards. That is the case, right?
That's true. I know that.
Like, if you don't know that, then you're having trouble interfacing with your own reality. I can't help you with that.
Leaning forward?
Yes, because you're moving.
If you walk in the direction of travel on a train, you have to lean forward slightly. I'm not saying like it's it's not like some kind of end of the world scenario. It's not like an apocalypse where wind's flying everywhere and there's a demon in the sky about to attack you. Like, if that's what you're picturing, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you have to lean forward slightly. That's all I'm saying.
But you have to do that when you're on a sidewalk outside of a train.
No, the reason why you have to do that on the train is because the train is moving.
That's nothing to do with a train at all.
Move backwards slightly.
Yeah, if we were on a globe, you'd have to lean forward constantly.
Yeah.
If you're walking into a 30-mile-an-hour wind, obviously that's different than if you're walking and there's no wind whatsoever.
I'll defeat the door someday.
30-mile-an-hour winds. On the inside, there's no wind inside a train.
How you doing?
So anyway, obviously no one's saying that there's a wind inside the train. What we're talking about is whether you notice that it's moving And if you're having to lean forward slightly, then that's because it isn't still, right? And you do get that effect on airplanes as well.
Lean forward to walk forward, even if you're not in the train.
Okay, in comparison to when
you on the sidewalk.
Okay, so
you
lean forward while you're walking.
If you get out of your chair right now and go to the bathroom, you have to lean forward slightly to walk to the fucking bathroom.
Okay, let me clarify. Let me clarify. You need to learn. Okay, let me clarify. You need to lean forward a little bit more than usual. Is that clear?
A little bit more than usual. Okay.
Yes.
This guy's confused by basic English, dude. Oh my god.
And the reason for that is to keep your balance. Because if you walk with your head up, then you're not looking at where you're placing your feet.
Yeah, you're not leaning forward enough, obviously.
Hang on. The undulation of the actual carriage as it's moving on the rails, you're going to put your foot. You're going to place your foot just awkwardly, perhaps, as you're walking through. So you're not walking smoothly. You're going to be looking a bit funny as you walk. But if you lean forward, you can see where you're going properly, and then you're placing your foot better because you know that you've got to
the same
do that
could
to
be
keep
said
your
if you're on an airplane aisle going 500
Correct.
miles an hour. If you look
And
up,
it does
you start
happen
trying
from
to
time
walk,
to time.
you'll be
It
like,
does.
"Oh
It
shit, I
does.
can't see where I'm walking." Oh.
Well, that's why we say that we know the plane is moving. You got to walk carefully to keep your balance. You
This
don't
is your
fall
evidence
on
for
the,
flat
on the
Earth.
passengers, do you now?
Okay.
Well, it's a fact anyway. I mean, it's a fact if you've flown a lot.
Just a weird straw man.
I
This
have.
has got nothing to do with the flat Earth at all.
Exactly. It's just got,
What are you
I know
talking
the plane
about?
is not following the curvature of the Earth.
I think this is good.
Believe you me, if we were on a globe, yeah, you'd be in your seatbelt strapped in. You wouldn't have any meals. You wouldn't have any films. You wouldn't have anything because there would be a curvature trajectory. So you would be in your seatbelt all the time. You couldn't go to the toilet. You piss your shit. You're pissing shit in your seat because of the curvature of the Earth. That's why.
Right, I'm sorry, Elijah, you're going to have to explain yourself. Why do you like this guy? What's wrong with you? There's a blind spot going on here.
Elijah's a saint, that's why.
Yeah, probably.
I think we have to look at the strongman fallacy or the strongman argument. And the perfect example of that is that our good Earth has 321 million cubic miles of water on it, and water at rest is flat. But somebody will come along and say, "Oh, look at the windshield beating. Look at the water beating on a leaf. That proves the water is not at when it's at rest, it's flat." That's the strongman fallacy. And I think a lot of people who resist flat Earth go say, "Well, look at this, look at that," and it puts the burden of proof on us to say, "Well, large bodies of water at rest, can't or curve. It can't bend or curve." So the strawman fallacy is used by globers against flat Earth all the time.
The psychiatric description of that behavior is known as SAD, separation anxiety disorder. Okay, that's what they call that. Separation anxiety disorder. Okay.
Is the idea like if the oceans were at rest, then we'd be able to like prove the shit? I don't understand.
Oh my god. No, dude. They're saying there's no curvature, there's no hills of water, mounds of water. We see pictures, these quote unquote space pics, and they show curved lakes and curved oceans.
You know that waves aren't
But waves aren't
spherical
curvature,
Earth curve,
dummy.
right?
Waves are.
So why do you even have to ask?
Waves aren't.
You're just
Earth
trying to
curve.
derail the conversation.
So what is a body of water that is at rest? What does that mean?
It's just not curving. That's what we're saying. This isn't
not
complicated.
curving, not moving.
Hold on.
Yes, about at rest. To be fair.
Actually,
I'm just trying to figure out
no. What would if? See, that's why anyway, standing water, the one that mosquitoes breed in. But obviously, we're not talking about the ocean when we're talking about standing water. So I don't know. We all know that there's
mosquitoes don't breed in the ocean. That's fucking stupid.
No, he's talking about lakes and ponds.
God.
Come on.
Even with waves, that's not curvature. Okay, if I have a carpet on my floor that's really bumpy, my floor is now all of a sudden not rounded. It's still a level surface.
Agreed. Well, it's not.
Okay, so
it's not
waves don't
level.
change that.
It's
Waves
not
aren't
level.
curvature.
It's bumpy. It's not level. It's
Okay,
bumpy.
no, it's not curving. That's what we're saying. It's not curving.
It's not curving, is it?
But that's why we test over water. We covered this earlier. I'm the one who told you it was bumpy, and you argued with me. Now you're the one saying it's bumpy.
Yeah. The ultimate straw man. The ultimate straw man.
The ultimate straw man of all time.
Fucking course.
The carpet is bumpy. Ultimate straw man. It's not level. It's bumpy.
Not here to learn.
The old bumpy carpet trick, eh? Not
I don't
gonna
know
fall for that shit.
I don't know what it is. I'm just waiting for the hardware store analogy to kick back in.
But you need another analogy to understand that the Earth isn't curving, bruh?
Yeah, the hardware one, the hardware store one, where I look at the
Sounds like
ceiling and
you
measuring
know that.
the
Tell us.
store.
Oh, the one where I, get measurements for the hardware store, its area and all that, just by looking up at the ceiling.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not a straw man. That's just a.
No, that's how you do it. It's modern technology. You put some sticks on the ground, look up at the ceiling, boom. Science.
Oh, well, you take a couple of mirrors across a lake 10 miles away, shoot some lasers at them, boom, science.
No one's claiming that to be science, though. Weirdo.
Yeah, just geometry, bud. It's a lot simpler than that.
It's actually called empirical evidence and observation with our own two eyes, and then using common sense between our two ears, called a brain. From 18 miles across the flat surface of water at 5 feet elevation on each laser, there should be about 197 or 193 feet of curve. There is no curve because the lasers can catch up and see each other in a straight line. That is, you can say
cool. Something. They travel at the speed of light and stuff, right?
And the fun thing is,
dummy.
the lasers in one medium, the air, cannot bend or curve. They can in water and they can through glass, but through air they are straight. Therefore,
so they do travel at the speed of light straight.
Pay attention.
What is? And here's the next question: what the heck is speed of light? That's all I want to know. That's another thing that people just throw out: speed of light. What the heck is speed of light? And how can you measure it?
By I don't know. How do you measure the speed of light?
You saw it on TV, though. Can you just admit that, 40?
I know. When I watched Star Trek, this is going to date me, 1966 to 1969, and Spock told Kirk that we were traveling at Mach at warp number 6 or warp 6. Then we believed them. And when they talked about space-time...
You actually believe Star Trek really happened?
No, absolutely not. But absolutely not. But I was a brainwashed Glober Trekkie, and I still watch it today because that takes me back to my youth, and sue me for doing it.
Dude, I don't want to sue you for it.
Anybody with 10 functioning brains... Everybody with 10 functioning brain cells between the ears knows that we have never, ever lived in a Star Trek world.
If we get to sue for that, I definitely want to be on the class action lawsuit. Let me know how that
I have at least 10 brain cells. Cool.
Yeah, but do you have curvature measurements of the surface of this planet you think you live on? Do you have that?
That I think I live on?
Yeah, that. You would need to do the curvature measurements first in order to confirm.
Yeah, dude, you have to think.
The first lesson was we can't. Well, listen. The first lesson was we can't feel motion. So I guarantee the second one is we can't see curvature.
Yeah, that was a really great story, buddy. Here's my story about the time when I
Cold,
don't
hard
feel
truth.
motion. When I'm not at motion. Cool.
I had no idea these were lessons. Interesting.
No, we're learning. We're trying to show the
Take
audience
notes.
the globe claims, 40.
I thought we were just bullshitting and talking and stuff. I had no idea.
Every
like,
glober has
lessons.
its own religion, so 40,
No,
you're
just you.
you know,
That's what you're doing.
We are doing that as well, but there's a point to our talk. We're not just aimlessly going around. We're here trying to blast your globe, your ball.
XO is in the house.
Whatever gets your rocks off.
Yep, cartoons are not safe, Jim. Sorry.
No pun intended.
I did like Animal Farm as a cartoon and an animation, though. I thought that was really cool, and everybody should watch it.
I never saw it. I only read the book.
It's good, the animation. It's very good. Welcome, Pillbox. Welcome. Long time no see.
Feels like a long time. Couple of weeks is an eternity, Jen.
Yeah, certainly is.
Hey, I don't know if you know this, Jim, but last night, a couple nights before, Matthew Learns has admitted you can't. Not only can you not measure Earth curvature, you shouldn't. So he's our new favorite glober.
And the reason being,
you shouldn't. Wow.
Don't do it. No, CB, don't go anywhere near measuring that curvature. Stay away from that. That's Matthew Learns' new.
Why would you even bother trying? That's a waste of time. Don't do such a thing.
he does say stuff like that. Why would that prove things to you? Why would they do so? Why would they do that? The old, why would we expect to have evidence for this claim?
Right. Where is he? 42. I kind of like the number there. Can I ask you a question real quick, or
of course.
Too early. Okay. I was going to ask you. Do you know anybody in history that's tried to measure the Earth curvature?
Nope.
No further questions. Thanks.
Yeah, so you just take it on blind faith that there is any. And then you call that science. Okay.
It would be nice. He's honest. I just wanted to test out my new question with the word try in it.
Yeah, he's been kind of a jackass.
It worked on me.
XO often
everybody.
talks.
It's 100% success rate. Go ahead, Jim.
XO often talks about people who might be demon possessed. This morning I had an hour 45-minute flat Earth versus globe debate with somebody from Australia live on Instagram, and I think for the first time in my life I actually met and talked to somebody who was demon possessed.
We're just throwing the D word around here.
And people who watched the live got hold of me in a private message on Instagram. A number of them did, and said that guy is demon possessed.
Hey,
and he
Jim,
comes across really professional.
Wow.
But he was bad. I've never seen
I'm
anybody
not allowed
like
to talk like that, Jim. I'm just letting you know. That's off the camera. We talk about that.
and we can someday if you want to.
Yeah, just not in here. That's why I'm not allowed to do it. But the good
You're
thing
not
you
allowed
did,
to.
Jim.
No, look, we're gonna give you this one free pass because we made a joke out of it. But seriously, don't go slinging around people being demons all over the place. Like it's just not a good look. It's just not a good look. You know what I mean?
I concede that, and I apologize.
Yeah. Listen, Jim, they can only have one XO, bro. There can't be more than one XO saying that kind of stuff around here because it'll get tacky.
I concede that I crossed the line. I apologize.
Yeah, you got to be the nice guy. Jim, people like you, Jim. They don't like me, so let me be the bad guy.
Probably not.
Well, 40, thanks for coming by, man. You've been cool, yeah, but if you notice, everybody ends up believing in flat Earth, though, so you'll eventually get there.
Jim, I mean, since we're in a groove, if you want to shout out 2 more demons, like just 2 more of that.
Hey, if somebody wants to go down to the Biblical channel or the Health channel or whatever and talk about my experience from this morning, I can go into great detail.
You got to hold on to that, Jim. We got one on the hook right now. Please save it.
These demons running amok.
They're everywhere, man. You got to cut your shotgun, at an angle.
Oh. Hey guys, I'm 40's wife. I was just walking by and he said he was talking to flat earthers, so I took his headphones.
Great.
He's not talking.
Thank God
He's
you're
not
here. Yeah, we were
talking.
getting-
He's cackling and fake laughter and nonsense. I wouldn't call it talking.
Yeah.
Maybe you can be a
Excellent.
little
It's
more
nice to
coherent.
meet.
Maybe you could provide us with an Earth curve measurement that he's been desperately searching for, or not so desperately. He didn't even try, really.
He usually doesn't put that much effort into it.
Oh, dang.
He said, "Damn."
Tom Cruise
So,
said. Tom Cruise said, "Show
Well,
me
it's
the
great
money."
to have you on board anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
Tom
thank
Cruise
you.
said, "Show me the money. Please show me the curve."
Yeah.
Yeah, 40's wife.
So, what
Are
is
you
your
moving right now?
position
Am I moving right now?
on this? Yeah. Do you know?
Oh, am I
No, you're
moving
not
on the
moving
Earth?
right now. 42-ounce wife.
Yuck.
So is that a yes or
Go easy.
no?
The question is, am I moving? Like moving from my home?
No, like if we're on a globe that
No.
spins, everything's moving technically, right?
Well, she already kind of answered the question. She doesn't really seem to notice any movement.
True.
Well, now they tell us that the Earth is moving hundreds of miles an hour. I'm not sure.
How about a couple million? 1.4 million. Depending on where you're at. No big deal.
So what do you think? Does that seem legit, or are we?
Well, I mean,
moving
on
or
TV.
no?
Let me just point that out. 40's wife. I mean, that's on TV, right? They tell us these things on TV, and that's how we know they're true, right?
We don't actually watch television. We haven't had cable in a little bit over a decade, so we get most of our news from online.
Right. Well, that would be the
Same
same thing.
news.
It's the
Now it's
exact same
targeted.
thing. That's still television. They're telling you what to believe. You didn't make the program on your computer. I'm sure somebody else told you what to believe, right?
Yes, I was probably informed in school to start with.
Exactly.
Okay, can I ask a question now? Can I ask a question, please? Hang on. Madam, do you want to know if the Earth is a globe or not? That's all I'm asking you. Do you really want to know?
Yes, I would love to know.
It's not.
Okay. So what I'll advise you to do is, hang on a second, folks, please. It's 42's wife. Let's be respectful. Can we ask her to ask the questions so that she can get some answers to her questions, please? Because it is someone's wife, yeah? Okay. Please bear that in mind. All right? Stop acting like pricks. Sorry,
don't
lady.
be assholes.
Yeah, please. Okay, let's try and get some conclusion here. Now, the woman's got some questions. Let's answer the woman's questions, man. Please go ahead, madam. Any question you like. You understand the Earth better. You've landed on your feet here. Please go ahead. The floor is yours, my dear.
Well, I think that I really haven't had anything prepared. I was just walking by and I heard you guys talking about it. But he's right. My brother is a flat earther. He just turned 41 this weekend. He's not married, no kids, and he lives about 10 minutes away from us.
Okay, what's he told you? I mean, what's he told you about it? And I'm happy that he's a flat earther. Well done. What has he told you about the flat Earth? Anything? Has he told you anything?
He's mentioned the airplane phenomenon because I know he's been in an airplane with me at the same time. But I mean, he is adamant.
Great.
He's adamant that we are all wrong. And he does believe in aliens. Yes. I mean, he says he spotted them. He's spoken with them.
Okay,
let's basically like a Scientologist then.
Now. Hang on, guys, please. Hang on, please. Yeah, now you said the aeroplane things. I'd like you to imagine you're with him on the plane. You're going on a holiday destination with your husband. Okay. Do you remember the plane ever following the curvature of the Earth? Because if it's a ball, without doubt, it must follow that shape in order to get to its destination. Did you notice the aeroplane taking any kind of like arc flight during your journey, if you've ever flown?
No, I do remember the horizon being slanted, but I don't recall anything like that.
Okay, let me just ask you again now. So do you remember the plane being leveled flight all the way, apart from taking off and landing?
And turning in the air, yeah.
Okay, great. Fantastic. But then you said something about the slanting. What do you mean by the slanting? Can you give me a bit more information on that?
It just seemed like when you look out the windows that the horizon where the sun is setting or rising looks like it's curved while you're in the air.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me just explain that to you. That sometimes the fuselage wind can facilitate a curvature image. I've never experienced that in my life looking out of any window. I've always seen a leveled horizon. Plus, I don't know if you know the man called Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's an astrophysicist, a black African-American, Afro-American.
Oh, he's amazing, yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. And you know what he said? He said that at the height of an aeroplane altitude, or even higher at 120,000 feet, that's like 24 miles, you're not able to see curvature at all. That stuff is flat. It's impossible for you to see curvature. You understand? That's what he said. And that would be in keeping with our experience, because we don't see any curvature at sea level. We don't see it anywhere. Taking instruments like laser, radar, radio signals, and these things travel across a flat plane and indeed hit the targets that we aim at. They don't encounter curvature, you see. And then you yourself experience on an aircraft was a leveled flight when it shouldn't have been. It should have been a curved flight because the Earth is supposed to be a ball. Isn't that not true?
That is true, yes.
Right. That's why your brother is adamant, because he's sticking to his experiences through his senses, listening to what he's being told by the astrophysicists, in that the Earth is a spinning ball, but he hasn't encountered this. My question to you is this: have you ever encountered the curvature of the Earth, apart from like you thought you saw it in a plane, anywhere else?
I don't think so. I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Have you noticed the Earth spinning at all? Because it's supposed to be spinning at the equator. So if you're at the equator, it's 1,038 miles an hour. Okay, miles per hour. Yeah, that's almost double the speed, just short of double the speed of sound. That's very fast to spin on the axis. Move away from the equator, for example, to the North Pole, or from the equator to the South Pole, the Earth was a ball, the speeds begin to reduce. So like in the UK, it's like, I think, 500 miles an hour at the UK.
That's quite the
if it was
difference.
spinning, it's a difference, isn't it? Yeah. This is what I'm saying. So on your travels, have you noticed these things?
No, I have never noticed the spinning of the
No.
Earth. We've been camping in the woods with just tents, and I have felt nothing.
Brilliant. Okay, so do you not think that if you haven't felt seen the curvature, felt the spin, it would mean that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary would be the normal thing, which is a safe place to live on? Makes more sense, doesn't it not?
Yes, it does.
Because if I'm living in the UK, for example, I'm going to go to Australia in an aircraft. My aircraft is going to be upside down at one point, because I'm following the curvature of the Earth. And Australia, which is referred to as being down under that globe, I would be going upside down, would I not?
What part of England are you currently living in?
Well, I'm currently talking to you from Japan, but I was born in London.
Okay. London.
Yeah. I've traveled. I've been in the army. I've done lots of things. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm an
All right,
Anglophile. My husband is looking at me like whatever, because he's never watched
Whatever. Whatever.
Well, it's indeed a pleasure talking to you. So if you have any other questions, please ask. I mean, I'm trying to trigger your curiosity and fire up your memories from your experiences. Because, the Earth is the one place we live on, created for us to live on it. Beautiful place. And we don't want to be lied to about what it is.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a crime in itself.
Coming from
Yeah.
public school and private school educations that my husband and I had, we decided to keep our eldest home from school and more of an unschooling type of environment because we don't like the mystery.
Brilliant.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm glad you did that. That's fantastic. So you can see where we come from. We believed the globe, what we were taught at school from a young age, 6 years old in my case. Okay, and you carry that belief because it's reinforced I was born in 61, so I had the moon landings to help me galvanize it, if you will, in
Oh,
my
the
mind.
moon landings. No, my brother knows those are
Yeah.
fake. He has no inclination
Okay,
that those
what
are
about
real.
you? What about you?
I'm.
What about
You still believe them?
personally?
It's very convincing, but on the other hand, I'm a huge conspiracy theorist.
What's very convincing about it?
Okay, but yeah.
What
One
is
thing.
convincing? Probably just the information.
No, you said very convincing. One thing that's very convincing.
Well, what do we have? We have pictures. That's all we have. None of us have actually
We have
been there.
pictures of unicorns too.
Yeah, there's supposedly photographs from
Yeah.
the surface of the moon, and if you've examined them, you'll find out they are not.
Photos.
We have pictures of King Kong scaling the Eiffel Tower. Would you say that that's a realistic scenario?
Yeah.
So it's not very convincing, is it?
Confirmed.
If you look
Especially
at,
for the time frame in that decade, yeah.
Yeah.
if you look
Can I
at,
also interject there with the actual? Hang on a second, gentlemen. If I can just interject with this, don't forget. Let's not forget that the environment where the moon is, the vacuum of space, with all that radiation. Apparently, the photographic experts have said that the radiation's level would have totally obliterated the images from the shots they took. So they wouldn't have been able to take a single perfect shot. They should have been destroyed because the levels of radiation were up to like 960 rems at one point. Totally unpredictable levels, devastatingly dangerous, killer levels. So the photographs that were supposedly taken on the lunar surface couldn't have happened because the radiation would have destroyed the images.
if
Anyway,
you look at NASA supplied photos of Apollo 11, they debunk Apollo 11 ever going to this thing we call the moon. All you have to do is analyze the NASA supplied photos of Apollo 11. They debunk Apollo 11 going to the moon.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
And
I
I
have
think-
to check on our kid in the tub. I will maybe talk.
Oh,
That's
please
important.
go ahead. It's been a pleasure talking to you anyway, madam. Please come back if you wish. Bye now. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's
Good
nice
job,
to be
Jan.
respectful to.
Way to
Thank you
go,
very
man.
much.
My
Nice one.
wife.
Nice one, my man, Kenny Dude. Yeah. Now I'm charged up. Now that I've heard his
The
voice.
Flat Earth Revolution, baby. Woo!
Baby, you got it, baby. Way back from the Hangouts, man. Yeah. You got it. Now, I always think
I feel
it's
like
good to
one
be
of the most
respectful.
obvious
Go ahead.
obvious arguments to make is that the flight times aren't shortened.
Yeah. And that's nice when we can get to that level and articulate that out there, because again, that's compelling, irrefutable.
Like we can talk about like not seeing it, and then like the window is curved. It's kind of adds a little bit of subjectivity, but with the flight times being shortened underneath Earth that's supposedly spinning, it's pretty objective. No arguing it.
You were saying that yesterday. I was listening to you yesterday. I agree. Talking about having your destination shortened if you traveled west across the globe, and I thought that was so poignant. It's correct. Who could argue against that? But people were still arguing with you, weren't they? Do you remember yesterday?
Are you guys talking about time zones?
Well, in a way, but we're talking about flight times at point A to point B. If the Earth is spinning and you're going against the Earth's spin, that means you're heading west. When the Earth spins eastwards, if you're heading in that plane, you should be reaching your destination pretty quick.
Okay.
Less than
But doesn't time zones like?
No, regardless of the time zone. So if you just put on
regardless of time.
Hold on, relax, guys. He was looking for a question. His mind was looking for a question to ask, and he couldn't get it out. Okay, so he's trying to calculate real good. Just let him ask the question.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, okay, so who's going to ask the question?
You are. You were desperately trying to segue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so my question is, if I fly from New York to LA, does it take the same amount of time as it does to fly from LA to New York? And if
yes,
it
they average out.
takes,
Yes.
If it takes less time to fly from one direction to the other, well, why?
It doesn't.
So it should. If the Earth is spinning underneath you, say in North America around 800 miles.
Let him finish, please. Let him finish.
Who? Me or him?
Yeah, no,
You're
let him
interrupting
finish
us.
because he was
We're
explaining.
trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to answer you. So you got to let him speak.
Yeah, so let him answer you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so
Please.
if the Earth is spinning, say in North America, 800 miles an hour from west to east, and now you're flying from east to west, you have the Earth spinning underneath you at 800 miles an hour while you're flying in the opposite direction, 600 miles an hour. That should be shortening the flight time because your destination is coming to meet you. Now, when you're flying from west to east with the curvature of the Earth, it's going to be a lot longer because the destination is going away from you at the same time you're flying.
Correct.
We don't actually observe that flight time change. And you can ignore time zones because if you just put on a stopwatch flying from one place to the other and then time it, you can ignore the time zones.
Absolutely. Go ahead, number
The Earth's
42.
not moving.
It's not moving.
Okay, 42. Your time is up. Come in.
He's going through his notes. He's trying to find some other.
I'm just trying to figure out what
Some
time
other
zone's
straw man
for.
question. Yeah.
What's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point
What's
of
the
reality?
point of what?
Wait a minute.
42 ounce.
What's the point of helping people understand reality? Yeah, we got to formulate the question a little bit more.
Did you guys hit him with the 3 questions yet?
No, he's
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
We're not. We just hold on, please don't. Please let this. This is an organic conversation. We already started that earlier. He said no idea. I mean, let's just move forward, please. Yeah, just relax.
Yeah, we've done all this already.
Every time we start talking like that, he starts to have a
Kenny.
seizure. So let's just keep it a little smooth.
42 ounce.
Yeah.
She said, "What's the point? What's the point of what?
Of time zones.
To tell
That's the idea.
What is the
Come on,
point
man.
of time zones?
What is?
Can you,
I mean, that's the way the Earth's created, man. Come on, man. You can't be asking that question.
Can you please put your wife back on? Like, she was much better talking.
Yeah.
I can ask
Our clock. Wait. Is the next question what are clocks for? Because I can answer that.
Okay.
He's good.
Yeah, I mean, these are big questions, man. I mean, normally
Clocks.
this is the kind of
Just to make sure you get to work on time, man. Make sure you get to work on time. That's the only thing clocks are good for.
Yep, and back
That's
in
the
home
slave system.
Right. Exactly, and back in home in time to watch rockets go to space in the cartoon. Yeah.
But the only reason clocks make sense is because there's time zones.
Yes, on the flat plane, that works on a flat clock face. Yeah, you notice how a clock is a flat face where something goes around it to tell time? Yeah.
Yes, I have.
So you're deflecting from the
hold
fact
on,
that we don't
It's okay, let him
experience
say.
Coriolis.
I know.
Let's
Let
talk
him
about
say.
clocks.
It's fine. He doesn't need to critique. He's fine. He's going to critique himself.
Yeah. The time self up sooner or later.
I
Yeah,
don't see
clocks
how.
work. Yep.
Clocks work and time zones work. Okay.
Exactly. On the flat plane, yeah. Only on the flat plane.
Sundials work.
Why do we need time zones on a flat plane?
Because so you don't believe in okay, wow, this is difficult. Oof. So the flat earthers actually have to tell you why we all depend on time. I bet you've never asked the globe earth proponents that, just the hunt.
No. What I'm asking is what as a flat earther, why do you need time zones?
Because the sun goes around the plane of existence and it gives us different time spots over the plane of existence, and we should probably have some sort of knowledge of when the day starts.
Probably?
Yes, we should. Probably. Yes, probably. We should know when the day starts. These have been around for 5,000 years. We've depended on the sun going around us as a clock every day. It goes around 24 hours as we sit here stationary. Crazy, huh?
So the idea is that the sun goes around a flat.
No, that's no. See, I didn't say idea. That's what everybody has always experienced for thousands of years. Yeah,
that is law.
Experience. Yeah, that's the law of life.
So that's a yes.
Absolutely.
No, it's what we experience. Yeah, you experience it too.
Why do you keep saying no? Why do you keep saying no?
Because
it's making sure you don't make a mistake.
Yeah. This is a reality that we all experience. So does your wife. Yeah.
Okay, so why do we need time zones?
because I'm not around the same part of the earth that Jin is. So for 5,000 years, 6,000 years of human history, we've always needed to know that the time here is not the same time as some other place on the plane of existence.
I understand that, but why do we need time zone?
Wow. So why do we need time zones, guys? This isn't desperate. Wait, you're saying we don't need time zones? So I shouldn't be able to know what time it is because the earth is flat, bro? Are you serious?
Dude, time can exist without time zones. My question is...
Right.
Yeah, but the sun is in a different place.
Okay, wait. So you're saying, flat earthers have to answer this question. Time zones only make sense. Right. No. So you're saying time zones... Wait, stop. Listen. You're saying time zones only make sense on balls? So time zones only make sense on balls that we don't experience in a cartoon? That's where we need time zones? Because last time I checked, I don't need a time zone in a cartoon. I need it here in reality.
It's because the sun is moving around this plane, and we want to know when the sun is over a certain area. Wow. So that's what time zones tell us. So noon somewhere else.
We also
we can know that this
wait, hold on. We also need shoes, right? Should I explain why we need shoes on the flat Earth also?
If you want to.
No, he just doesn't understand that it's the sun moving around the plane.
Scary, Jin.
Tell him we need underpants. Go ahead, Jen. Have underpants on because you can't be walking around swinging. You know what I mean, man? Come on.
Yeah. Do we need? Yeah. Bathrooms have locks on them also in the flat Earth. Just so you know.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Please, let's get a bit more, serious.
I'd love to get serious, but man, I can't believe that guy keeps asking that. It's kind of cringy.
I know. Come on.
Sorry for being so passionate. My bad.
Passionate about the time.
No.
So now we can't believe in time.
That's not passionate.
We can't believe in time. Why do we need time in reality?
Fuck? I never.
Yeah,
we
can answer.
Why do we need time, guys? Good.
Where's this going?
42 ounce. We were in the process of highlighting the fact. Yeah, we were in the process of highlighting the fact that the Earth is not spinning. Correct. And then you started talking about time zones.
Yep. Right. No, we didn't. You mentioned time zones. We just talked about.
No, he's right.
Flight
That's exactly what happened.
Flight distance.
That's exactly
flight time and distances only.
You guys figured it out.
Flying from.
Do you acknowledge the fact that?
Whoa! Relax. He says you guys figured out the whole.
And which is no.
Yes, relax. Okay, listen, bro. You're panicking so bad. Listen, hold on, guys.
Talk about time
zones. Did you hear this, guy? Listen, bro. That's the point. Is that we're only trying to say that reality is real, and now you're asking us why is reality real?
42 ounce. Did you think this was going to be easy?
Did I think what was going to be easy?
Your task.
Poor guy.
What's my task?
You tell me.
Hide from time zones.
Getting to the time zones.
Are you projecting a task on me, dude? What are you?
Well,
doing?
don't you want to know the
truth? Why did
you? Don't you want to know the truth, like your wife? Because I asked your wife sincerely, does she want to know if the Earth is a globe or not? And she said yes. So, do you not want to know that it's a globe or a flat Earth?
I do too. I do. But it's not my task.
Hang on.
It's not my
that
fucking
is your
task.
Whilst you're here,
I'm just bullshitting on Discord, man. Relax.
Well,
okay, so
why?
To protect your religion, yeah.
Well, here's what you did. You changed the subject from the Earth not spinning to time zones, and then you complained about it.
We're bullshitting.
Yeah, you guys. Why do you guys need to? I still need an answer. Why do you guys need time zones?
You guys are super cool with me. I'm not complaining.
So 42. Why do you think I'd need a time zone? Do you think I don't need a time zone because I live in reality?
I didn't ask if you needed a time zone. All I asked was what's the point of time zones?
Wow. So what's
okay, and then we told you. Do you understand now? Wait. It's okay. It's okay. There's no stupid questions. So now, do you understand why we need time zones?
No, that's why I'm asking.
You don't understand.
On a flat Earth.
So if
bro, you can't be serious.
Look, you're misformulating your own.
Do you at least understand that if the Earth is a sphere, why you would need time zones?
But
what was my answer? Listen, stop. 42. Remember when I answered you? Can you repeat my answer? 42.
No, I can't.
Right, you're not listening. That's the point. This is just
that's because a whole bunch of people are talking at the same time.
42. Listen, it's all good, bro. It's all good, bro. You don't have to be afraid of reality. It's not that big of a deal.
I'm not afraid of reality.
It weird. It just seems like you're so scared. You're asking me why we need time zones. You're hiding from time zones, bro. I mean, are you like 11?
I'm not hiding from time zones. I'm actually asking. It's perverted,
to
be honest.
XO, stop. That dude, stop.
What is happening here?
1 sec. Yeah, people are getting immature about it. Okay, you're attacking each other instead of.
I'm not trying to attack anybody.
All right,
going in a coherent direction, please.
You're asking about time zones.
If
I
attacked anybody,
I think your question is how do time zones work on flat Earth? Am I wrong?
Yeah, that'd be a good way of putting it. How do time zones work on flat Earth?
Look, we're experts at this. We go
showed
through
that.
the same shit with everybody, like dozens of times per day. People come through here. We go through the same questions with everybody. So we know what you're trying to ask. If it causes a fight, you guys should fucking have been through the ringer and fucking be able to recognize it. Anyway.
Yeah, but he did admit he was bullshitting us. He said he was messing around it.
Yeah, but don't get triggered by it because you can.
No.
You know,
yeah, but we couldn't believe the way he formulated the question. You know, it's just the way he formulated it.
Apparently,
what's the point of time zones? You know, I mean,
and when I answered, he completely he ran away from the answer and has no idea what I said. And then he asked, "Well, how does the sun work?" And then here we go.
Well, the sun moves around, and it's only at one side of the plane at a time. So
no. When I said we see the sun go around us, he says, "Oh, so you believe the sun goes around?" I said, "No, we see it." And he goes, "What do you know?" He doesn't.
I never asked
That's
how
what
the
we
sun
all
works.
agree.
I never.
Right? No, you didn't ask how the sun works. You asked me if I believe the sun moves around us. I said, "No, we all experience that." And then you started running away from that.
Yeah. So, do you understand about the time zones now? 42 ounce. Do you now understand? 42 ounce. Do you now understand about the time zones? Do you understand the importance?
I understand how it works in a spherical model, but I don't understand what the point of time.
I'd love to see.
Okay. Let's explain it to him. Let's explain it to him. As you well know, we're living on a flat Earth. Maybe you don't realize it yet, but we are. Okay.
No, I'm
the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are above our heads, and they're never late. They're always on time on their circuit. Okay. That sun is only of a specific size, and it will only light up as much as it can of the land. It cannot light up the whole flat Earth. That would be impossible for the sun to do. So as it moves through its circuit, passing all the countries. That's how you get your daytime and nighttime. Okay. So if it's daytime your end, it's nighttime my end. Okay. Does that make sense now to you?
Makes sense. Yeah.
If you can imagine your wife's hang on. If you can imagine your wife's dinner plate, and you have a green pea at the top, the size of a green pea doing a circle over the Earth. That little green pea is only going to light up a certain amount of time.
Understood.
Yeah. Certain amount of land. Sorry. Again, as it moves. Right. So then there's your time zones.
What is
Each
that
hour
time zone?
is
Right, just as we experience. Right. That's what we experience, Jin. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. That is your time zone, isn't it? 1 hour at a time. Okay.
What?
That is the time zones.
Wow. Essentially, the answer is it works exactly the same as on the globe. Yeah. So we base whether you're on a globe or you're on a plane. You base the time on the sunlight, like what time the sun reaches your position, right? So it's
okay.
So I already mentioned earlier about how the sun is closer than what you think.
So time zones don't have anything to do with flat Earth.
So it works exactly
only
the same.
No, it does not, Lou. It only works on flat Earth. There's no demonstration of it working on a ball. I'm sorry, I don't know why people.
Okay, well.
Whoa, I'm out of this. I'm out of this argument totally.
No.
Yeah, it's okay, Lou. It's okay.
I'm about to agree
this
with
is flat Earth,
so it's not
versus
like
flat Earther. I'm totally out of this one.
No, it's not a problem.
No, relax,
I agree with him, but
totally relax.
In order for talking with you, I'm phrasing it this way. So, like, it's
throwing him a bone.
The same way you think about it, the same way it was derived on your model on your ball is the same on the flat Earth.
Yeah. The only problem is you've never seen the. Hang on.
So time zones work in the flat Earth model and the spherical.
No model.
It's always
only
been on
in
a flat
reality.
Earth. It's always been on a flat Earth by default. You've only observed Earth as a flat Earth. You haven't seen it.
Reality.
So it's
and time zones work in a flat Earth. Got it.
Only
work in reality.
Reality. Yeah.
They work in reality where Earth is a plane. Your model is just an abstraction. It's not a real
Earth
thing.
It's a model that doesn't work. It's a model that's never been proven.
Yeah, reality.
Well, I think a really good point to make would be that you got to understand that ancient people studied the patterns of the sun and the moon and the stars
Sure.
Religiously, long before heliocentrism ever came to be. And they recorded all of this stuff. And they found the cycles, the patterns, and all of that. It wasn't until heliocentrism came along 500 years ago, like
Copernicus.
So that you guys started thinking about it in a different way.
It's a new idea.
So you
1543.
have the new idea, and you're only piggybacking off of the work of people before you who didn't agree with you.
479 years ago, 1543, Copernicus. That's what we're talking about.
Did they have time zones like 600 years ago?
Good question.
Yes, they always had, because it's the sun above us that.
So it's not really about. So it's
right.
not really about
42. 42 in your area generally. When the sun is directly south of you, what time is it?
I don't know. Depends on where I am.
Yes. No. There we go. Exactly. That's how time works. When the sun is south of you, anybody that understands how time works in reality understands the general area of what time it's going to be when the sun is.
We don't want to talk about how time works in not reality.
Right. That's the point. That's the point, 40, is that you don't even know what time it is when the sun's directly south of you. Only flat earthers know. Crazy.
Well, then why do we have time zones?
Yeah, because it works on a flat Earth. We need to know the time. I still need to know the time, 40. Why do you keep hiding from that?
It's really simple.
Hold on, Central. We already answered this, and you're hiding from the answers. Like, why is it so scary just to accept what we're saying? That's what the world depends on, 40. We all depend on time zones.
I'm just asking questions.
I know, but why are you so scared of the reality that we depend on time zones?
He doesn't
really
sound
that
scared
bad?
to me.
Why are you like, oh, I don't believe it? How does it work when we're showing you that's how it works?
That's how it's always worked. Only been on the planet.
Do you understand? So the point is, you don't know what time it is when the sun's directly south of you. That's the point. Only people that understand reality, that look at a sundial, would know that it's roughly noon.
But that's like shadow. That's like Aristotle.
I know, 40.
I know,
40. That's the point.
Shit.
You don't even know, right? You don't even know. That's the point. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm showing you what the
sundial.
40. You're panicking. Just relax.
You know what? I'd rather a
40,
sundial than a mechanical clock any day of the week, mate.
Yeah, the sundial, like 40. Do you think a sundial is more accurate?
Dude, I'm not panicking. I don't know why you.
Do you believe that we can use sundials? So hold on, Jen. Do you believe that we can use sundials to tell the time more accurately than maybe the watch on your wrist or your phone? What do you think's more accurate, 40?
The phone?
No, it's not. The sundial's more accurate. So again, sorry, this is going to be difficult for you. Thanks.
So you're actually arguing that a sundial is more accurate at telling.
Bro, that's that's the point. Hold on, Jim. That's the real time, 40. Welcome to reality. I'm sorry, it's not on TV.
All of your technology, digital stuff is all based off of the patterns of the sun above us.
Yeah.
So
and the shadows and stuff.
And when you replicate it on a clock,
the sun.
Error. When you try and replicate that onto a watch or a clock, there's a discrepancy all the time.
But that almost suggests that the sun is like the stationary spot.
Oh, because it's moving?
And everything's going around the sun.
Right, 40.
No,
we're witnessing the sun move, 40. So you're already you're saying we can't trust our eyes.
No,
right?
I'm just saying that you're inferring that the reason.
No, we're not.
No. You're saying we can't trust our experience. Thank you. Yeah.
It's based off of the cycle, the pattern of this that the sun makes across our sky.
Right, Lou, but hold on, but he projected because you're making the inference for it. You're saying we can't trust our eyes, 40, right? That's okay. Just make sure you're making the
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
Okay, so can you at least admit that you're making an inference because you're saying we're not going to claim you're making the inference. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And do you remember me saying
an inference too?
No, do you remember I said to you?
No, we didn't. No, this is reality.
Not you, Jen, the other guy.
No, 40. I didn't make an inference. That's what we see in reality. That's what we depend on. Clocks work, 40. Clocks work. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm trying.
And
do you remember I said at the very do you remember I was trying to tell you about the time zones, and I said to you that the sun and the moon are never late. Did I not say that to you?
You said that.
Right. So that should give you something there to think about. Yeah, that
They're never
it's
late.
accurate.
Got it.
It's never late. It's accurate without fault. Okay.
Why do you suppose that is? Why are the sun and the moon never late?
Oh, wow. So you think flat earthers are gods? Well, I thank you
Yeah,
so much,
exactly.
40. I'm your god now. Wow, I didn't need that kind of promotion, bro. Listen, bro, I don't need that kind of ego, 40. I'm not a god.
I don't recall promoting you.
I'm
just
not a
asking
god, bro.
question.
I'm not a god, bro. Sorry, I know you believe in
No,
evolution.
but it is a good
too.
question.
I'm not your
But
god.
that's the
I
response.
didn't
We're not
suggest that you
gods.
were a god. I just
Okay, well, that's what you'd have to be.
Yes,
to
you
know.
are. You're suggesting I'm a god.
Now,
I can tell
you
you
can
yes.
do that, but then
That's
chill out for a
insane.
minute and then explain to him why you're being facetious. Okay, like
Yeah.
That's
the
insanity.
reason he's being facetious is because only somebody who knows God
facetious?
intimately could answer that question. God Himself would only really know.
Head over to Omniscience 24/7, 42 ounce.
Why?
Well, someone might lie to you and tell you they have an answer there.
Yeah, you want an answer. You don't want the truth. You just want a cartoon story.
I'm cool here.
Okay, you're good. You're enjoying it, right?
Please.
Yeah.
Mysteries abound. Not everything is known, 42 ounce.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But 42 ounce. Now, I can't tell you how the sun works or water works or the moon or the stars because I'm a human being, not a liar on television. Thanks.
Okay.
But a high school textbook will tell you everything.
Yep.
Even
And
a
you'll
college
believe it.
textbook.
And you'll believe it.
Even a university textbook.
Even
But you won't know
a
what.
textbook
But you won't
that
know what
has
time
nothing
it
to
is.
do with high school or college. I'll tell you some.
But you won't know what time it is when the sun's at your south. But you'll have the cartoon religion.
All right. And
What's
you
a
won't
cartoon
trust your
religion?
you won't trust your sundial, but you'll trust your clock.
Heliocentrism, as seen on television or your handheld device in which you receive your information. That is the religion.
How do I receive information on my handheld device? How does that work?
Well, you mean through the cell
figure of
towers?
speech.
Yeah, the flat
I
Earth
don't
cell
know. I'm
towers.
asking.
Yeah, difficult. I just answered.
I connect to the nearest satellite. I connect to the nearest satellite, and
What's a satellite?
It's a thing that only works over the flat Earth. Do you see them? They have balloons. They only work over the flat plane.
God, do you think your cell phone communicates through satellites? Are you kidding me?
That's what I've been told.
No, that's not what you've been told.
Can't
You
wait to see
just
it.
believe that. Nobody ever told you that.
You have a citation for that, 40? I'd love to see a citation.
Not on hand. No.
You have
you
a
know
belief
what a
in
cell tower
satellites
is?
in orbit.
Requires
you know what a
Earth
cell
radius.
tower is. Right. So hold on. Do you know what a cell tower is? You've seen a cell towers, 40?
Yes, but I don't
That's
have a
how our cell
citation
phones
for it.
for some reason only flat earthers know that cell towers make your phone operate and not Glovers. It's weird.
I don't have a citation for either. I don't.
I know, that's fine. We're just trying to help you out. We're gonna go nice and slow. Don't
Did you what's your satellite phone subscriber? Like what's your what company do you go through for satellite phone?
AT&T.
Really?
Yes, really.
Are you sure that's satellite phone?
But no, I don't know. Maybe there are no satellites.
Can you take it with you into the middle of the of an unexplored desert, or into Antarctica, or into the middle of the ocean, somewhere very far away? Can you do that? Can you communicate with people on land with that thing, no matter where you go?
He's never tried.
Well, there are exceptions, but for the most part, yes.
So no. Wow, big wrong answer.
Okay, and
did you see it on TV? 42?
No, he's talking about his AT&T. You know when they're like for $99, if you get all three, you have to get like you have to get the landline phone, like where they
mine
plug it
costs
into.
$250.
Well, whatever it is, I don't give a fuck about the cost. I'm just saying they throw you a deal. It's a promotional deal that you get for the first year, and then it goes up to $390 million.
Mine's $250, and
yeah. Anyway, that's not connected to a satellite, you doofus.
Okay. What is it connected to?
The phone companies are the ones making the claim.
Okay, if you look 42, look at the live stream. Look at the live stream. I'm going to be posting some of these.
Where's the live stream coming from? What's the live stream
techniques? Okay, live stream voice text.
Wow,
live stream
he's
voice
really
text.
having a hard time. He's really panicking.
No, he's clarifying a few things. He's got his own preconceived ideas, and he's
watch what happens.
No, look at the image I just posted. Please look at the images I'm about to post. I posted one.
You have like an image blocker, man.
There's one medium of communication. Can you see?
Okay.
Can you look at it? Yeah.
And what am I supposed to get from this image?
Well, that's one part of how the.
I see an American flag and an astronaut clown. That's what I see.
You got to look at the picture before that. That's actually more important.
Why?
Thank you.
Because it shows all of the landlines that are buried across the oceans. Because it's 99% of the communications run through those lines, man.
Yeah, we have undersea fiber optic cables. They, in fact, are like renewing right now as we speak and adding more all over the place. So like all of our communication literally goes by wire from continent to continent. It's much more reliable. It's cheaper. It's faster.
It's actually real. It's actually real.
It like all of this stuff that you're thinking about with satellites that you think comes from the power of space. Like, it's all stuff that you invented and the people around you invented. If you actually go to the experts, they don't tell you that it comes from
satellites. I don't think satellites come from the power of space.
No. Oh, you're thinking of GPS. Do you think you're able to talk to us right now through a fucking satellite? Or do you think that when you're on your phone and you're talking to your buddy down the block, do you think that goes up to space and comes back down?
Well, do you mean my cell phone?
Yeah, if you're on your cell phone and let's say you call your buddy who lives a block away.
Well, my cell phone certainly isn't connected to the ground, is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Please, it is. Yeah. Please look at the images I'm posting.
I get it.
Looking.
Okay, so there aren't. So it's not broadcasting up; it's broadcasting down. Okay.
No, it goes to the nearest tower. The nearest tower is triangulation.
So it does
they
go
have
up.
towers everywhere. Look around you. Look at all the towers everywhere you go. They're everywhere, dude.
I see them.
Okay. So,
and all of these towers have massive cables running up to them. They run into the ground, and those cables run out around all over the place.
Okay, so all right. So the idea is that satellites don't exist.
There's no need for them. There's no need for them for you and me.
Well, I'm not talking about whether or not there's a need for them. I'm talking about the idea that they don't exist in the first place.
He's going to tell us he didn't see him on TV. He saw him in reality, right, 40?
I don't know.
Well, I have a question. I have a question for you, 40. If satellites do exist, why are they going to such extremes to relaying all these massive cables across the oceans? Because that is our main, I would say, close to 100%, if not 100% of our communications. Why? Why are they doing that? And that is because that's what we use. Okay.
They don't know.
If you happen to Google biggest helium buyer in the entire world, you
NASA.
Get NASA. You get NASA. And the second point I want to say is that, Shanna, your average rattlesnake weighs between 3 and 6 pounds.
Well, I promise you, I caught a couple of 20-pounders at least.
Okay.
Wow. Scary.
Yeah, that is scary, Jen.
Why would they lie?
That's the biggest question for everybody. Everybody wants to know, why would they lie? Listen, for $52 billion? I don't know.
That's a lot of money.
Oh, 52 million. I'm sorry, you guys. My bad. I'm really bad.
That's still a lot of money.
I'm really bad with the million billion, but it's still
gazillion.
Either
who
way,
cares about starving children? Let's go to space. Who cares?
Dude, I love it's one of those things, actually, when you start talking about like millions and billions, for some reason it just astounded me again. Like, I've done this a couple of times in my life, but like, when you think about these distances to stars and stuff like that, when they tell you that they're light years away and you calculate what is a light year, you're like, oh my god, that's a big fucking number.
That's a really big distance.
6 trillion miles. 6 trillion miles.
You're like,
right?
yeah.
1 trillion seconds is 32,000 years.
Then you start
seconds.
Then you hear about a trillion.
Years.
You start hearing about a trillion, and you're like, well, what is really a trillion? Like,
but let's literally, if you just break it down.
If you counted, if you counted 1 trillion seconds, like on the second, which you couldn't even do it because, like, you can't say like
No, you'd be dead.
666 trillion, 666 billion, 666 million, 600. You can't.
But
do you like my choice?
But if you're able to count, if you're able to account 1 billion in 1 second, then it'd take you 1,000 seconds. Okay, we get it.
No. But look, 1 trillion seconds takes 31.7 thousand.
1 trillion seconds, 32,000 years.
Okay. Yes.
So,
most people cannot wrap their brain around even 1 million. Okay, so if
but then, you go down to 1 billion. You drop from trillions to billions. So 1 billion, 1 billion seconds is 32 or 31.7 years or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, so the difference between 1 billion and 1 trillion takes you from 31 years or 32 years to 32,000 years.
What
in seconds?
I have a weird question. For the flat earthers out there. What does a year mean if the Earth is flat?
It's still the same again.
it's a cycle. It's a sun and moon cycle.
How does
it's when the cycle of the stars all reset? Because they stay the same year after year after year. All the constellations are the same and everything. It all resets.
Okay.
The sun goes to Capricorn to the Cancer, back and forth, and that's
right.
When the stars,
what does it mean on a ball?
Right.
What does it mean on a ball?
Same thing.
No, I can't get anybody to show me how it works on a ball, though. I'm still waiting for that.
It should work the same either way.
Especially on a ball where all the stars are like getting farther from each other and moving.
Okay,
it only works on a flat Earth is the point, right? It only works linearly.
I get you when you talk about that kind of bullshit, but you know,
if linear, bullshit. It's just linear. Just relax.
Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used that word. I'm just saying.
Isn't it funny? 42 ounce. 42 ounce. We're flying through outer space. Billions, trillions of miles, and all the stars remain the same. Isn't that kind of bizarre?
But
no, they don't. Right?
Maybe the stars only remain the same because, like, of the spatial dimensions of the space.
Does that make any sense?
Something else. Maybe
does that make any sense? 42 ounce. Yeah. I heard you say the words.
It makes sense to me.
Explain it then.
If the stars are really far away, we won't be able to tell that they're moving in the rocket ship.
Oh, so it's sort of like the movement thing. It's like another explain away. We have no positive
all of a sudden you have to think of unfathomable numbers, just like I was elucidating a moment ago.
Okay.
Yep. We can't decide curvature or the stars. We can't know anything. We just have to believe it. Yep.
Well, can we discover the curvature?
Well, as long as it makes perfect sense. 42 ounce.
We can discover
as long
the
as you can
curvature of
imagine
stars and planets from right here on.
As long as you just imagine it. As long as you imagine it, it's real. Yep.
You don't have to imagine it. Just look through a fucking telescope, man.
We're talking about the Earth. Yeah, I know that's the thing. You're hiding from the conversation. We're talking about Earth, and you're saying look away from Earth, which is a form.
But we're talking about a rocket out in space, right?
No, we're not. Nobody said a rocket out in space, bro. I'm sorry, you lost in the sauce, buddy.
I thought somebody
said a rocket in space. I know. You're so excited. I like a rocket in space. It's like the 5-year-old. You know, I know you're
I didn't bring it up.
It's not about rockets in space. It's okay.
No, literally, nobody said anything about rockets. As far as I know, I didn't catch it.
I guess I was hallucinating.
But generally, the grand description.
It was you. It was you that said that.
Me? It wasn't me. I never said rocket in space.
I'm pretty sure you did.
No, I did not.
This is a thermodynamics violation. So,
can anybody say I said rocket in space?
Okay, Shannon. I'm so desperate to leave the Earth. That's why we have to leave the conversation and go to a fictional fairy tale, right?
The only thing I've said is when you asked, why would they lie? I said for $52 million a day. That's all I've said since we've been in this conversation.
And that's right. It's actually $57 million a day or more, maybe $67 million a day now because they've had an increase. They've had an increase this year. $23 billion.
And let's just, if you could break, I would love somebody to. I would really listen. Listen, 42 ounce. I would really love somebody, because I haven't seen anybody do this, break down like approximately how many employees there are, and take it into account. Secretaries make so much, and this and that, and literally break that down like to what your average NASA employee is making a day. Okay, like somebody needs to do that.
Google it.
I don't know if that's Googleable. Is Googleable a word? I just came up with a George Bush word.
Put that in the dictionary. Googleable.
Googleable.
Bing it.
I love it. I love it.
Is that better?
I did hear somebody say rocket in space. I think Buzz Lightyear was on here just for a few seconds. So, but now Buzz is gone.
It was not me. I did not say that. But I have heard a lot of people.
Sharon, it wasn't you. It was Buzz Lightyear who just came on and then left.
I have heard that analogy from a lot of people talking about the description of the cosmologies is basically, like the sun is a rocket in space, traveling at a pretty fast speed with all of the planets traveling around it and then hurtling through space with it. And so, yeah, that is a bold statement, but that's kind of like the new scientific idea about how the world works.
Challenging. Yeah.
I would 100% agree. That is totally an axiom. More challenging.
That alone is like, wait, really?
Yeah, like a wet rocket ball traveling through space, by the way. I have heard this term used. I don't agree with it.
I also don't agree with it.
Space. The final big lie.
I still think the Earth is a sphere, though.
Well, yeah, because you've seen it on TV, yeah.
Yeah, anyone who thinks the Earth is a sphere, that's what it is, a thought, a belief. It's not reality.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can't provide any evidence to admit it's a religious belief.
Philosophical.
Yeah, it's a philosophy.
Yeah, if you believe what you wish to believe, we'll celebrate your belief. It's great. People believe all types of things. Some people choose to live in reality.
I don't know if you're going to celebrate it.
42 ounce was crazy.
Most people having freedom of belief, 42 ounce. I'll be the first to stand up and applaud your belief. Just realize it's a belief.
Okay.
40. Way before NASA was even created, the Universal Pictures had that same picture.
What is a Universal Picture?
Studio. Films. Come on.
They had the globe turning in Universal Studios with our pictures. It used to say Universal Pictures back in the black and white day,
So Universal Pictures are Universal Studios?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, back in 1910 to 1918.
Anyway, I'm just saying.
Studios was called Universal Pictures.
I'm just saying they showed the same exact picture of something they had never been out to space to see.
Dude, can somebody post this picture
before
for me?
Well, 40, that's the 40. What was the? Hold on, guys. 40. What was the?
I just want to see the same exact picture.
I know, 40. We're going to do that too. But I just wanted to read. I have to redirect the conversation for you. Should we discuss the evidence that they've shown us that we know?
No, I don't want you to redirect the conversation. Right. I want to see the universal picture.
Exactly. He's scared to death.
Hey, listen, I was kind of taking this in a good way, I thought, because the fact that they were representing something they had never actually literally seen before, and then NASA just as soon as they say they go to space, they show the exact same picture, which is crazy.
What is the picture? Post it. I want to see it.
Of a globe, the globe.
But it was
you've never seen a globe, 42?
It's a black and white globe. And it looks just like the globe you see from space.
I want to see what you call the universal picture. I don't want to see the fakery or the bullshit. I don't want to see all the copycats. I want to see the original universal picture.
No, it's not the original universal picture. This is a picture that was created by a movie producer when their movies came on. That was like just like the Paramount Pictures, the horse runs out. They would have a turning globe that was black and white.
Pictures? So it's not Universal Studios, it's Paramount now?
No, I'm comparing it to.
Yeah, he's a wind up.
I'm just saying it was their drawing rendition of what the Earth looked like.
Paramount Pictures is like a big mountain.
Yeah, real quick. So 6 minutes after the hour, help me out, Jim and Shannon. So there's one of them, a universal picture of a globe. You might think that's real, but that's what they've shown people.
So we're not talking about
a long
Universal
time ago.
Studios anymore. So that's
I go to the old if you can find the old black and white one, because that's
it's in there. Shannon, it's in there. It's 6 minutes after the hour. It's right there. Both of them. Radical Earther posted
cool. I'm sorry.
Okay, I see it. Is that the original?
Yeah, they showed
the
that
original
many years ago, right? It's not too complicated, right? People are showing things on TV, the thing that you say that you don't watch, right? But for some reason you believe all the things they show on TV. This is one of them. Thanks.
And the only reason I brought this up is because this was a rendition of mankind before NASA even existed, but way before we had been up, supposedly, okay, I'm using super air quotes, high enough to see this ball thing you believe in.
Right.
And they literally, this ball thing you now believe in is exactly what they predicted before you could even see it. Don't you think that's a little suspicious?
And the plane is totally out of scale. It's ridiculous.
I mean,
yeah.
The fact that they
flying the wrong way,
going around that it's like Jesus. No way.
The fact that they came up with this
there's the real reason.
The entire Earth is spinning the wrong direction.
The scale is just ridiculous.
No, the entire Earth is spinning the wrong direction.
I just want to say the fact that they came up
how do you know it's spinning the wrong direction?
Oh wait,
never mind.
Right. So when did it get real? So
Gentlemen,
hold on. So
gentlemen.
Jen.
Shouldn't it be tilted like 23 degrees?
You're going to talk next, Jen. But here's the deal. Can we find out when?
No, that's all right. No problem.
Can somebody show us when they started showing us the real pictures of the ball? Because he's admitted this is fake. So when did they start showing us?
Yeah, just wait until he sees the inconsistencies on the scale on what they say are real. Whoa.
Right, old Huss.
You better be sitting down, 42.
We're not gonna. Here's the point, guys. We're not gonna get a claim. He's never gonna say this is the real picture or this is. He's never gonna do that.
Yeah, if you guys are going to continue to post like shit from the fucking 1940s,
see,
you know,
well,
it's now our fault.
But that's the original.
And his religious zealots have pushed this. Yeah, see.
For 40, I only wanted you to see this because they were pushing this from the 40s, even though they'd never seen what you're claiming you see.
Let me help out again. Right, Shannon. So 40, can you show us a real one now? That's my question. Is there any way you can show us a real one, 40?
A real what?
See, he doesn't.
Globe.
A real picture of the Earth.
Real one of your globe, Earth 42.
Nope.
Is that possible?
I have never gone out of the atmosphere. And
I told you he can't show us anything. I told you. I rest my case, Jen. Thanks.
There you go.
In order for
what are you believing in, man? Nothing.
Wait a second. You trust the moon? You trust the moon landing photography, correct?
No.
No, we don't.
No,
we don't trust them.
all.
We don't trust any of them.
To him, relax.
Come on now.
I mean, if I ask a flat earther, have you risen up?
Yeah,
high
that was
enough to see the
lunatic.
ice
That was
belt? Can you see
confused.
it?
Yeah, they got confused.
Yeah, I have been high enough to tell whether or not the ground is curving. How about you, 40? It only takes about a foot off the ground. That's all I have to do.
Yes.
Just a foot off the ground, I can tell whether it's curving.
Brilliant. Yeah.
What about the ice?
Brilliant.
What about hiding from the shape of the Earth? Yeah, let's keep hiding from it, 40.
No, I'm just asking about the.
I just love that.
So no claim though. So you admit, 40, that it's just a religious belief, right?
No, not at all.
You kind of have.
Okay, all right, so Shannon, hold on, Shannon. Right. So then, what was the evidence that they showed you?
I'm not claiming that
he's so
I
scared
believe
to death of his own
the Earth is a sphere because I believe in God. That's not what I'm saying.
No, that's your religious belief. It's you don't believe in anything. You believe it just because you saw it on TV. That's the television religion.
So now not believing in something is a religious belief?
No. You do. It's not a not. You do believe in a cartoon. You said you do believe in a Ball Earth cartoon. That's the point. You're hiding.
I think I can maybe help on that. So in when it comes to religion,
this guy's telling me I believe in a cartoon.
When it comes to religion, you have to take certain things.
What the fuck do cartoons have to do with the Earth being
one second, guys, please. When it comes to religion, you have to take certain things based off of faith. You stop it. Okay. You can't know everything. You have to take certain things based off of faith. Therefore, their beliefs. Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. So if we just apply that to what you have to believe in the so-called science, the pseudoscience that they present us with today, if you're going to believe in that, then you are taking it on faith because you've already demonstrated multiple times that you don't know who proved it. You just trust that somebody did. You don't know, you're just literally believing your new high priest.
Dude, I'm not even taking on faith that the sun will rise tomorrow. For all I know,
solipsism. Yep, atheist.
But you're taking on faith that the Earth is a ball.
Yep. There you go.
What? Why?
You're taking on faith that the Earth is a ball because you have no proof.
But now you have to tell him why he believes that.
Because that's what he's been told.
Did he on well, yeah, I guess so, based on the conversation we had, but I'm wondering, did he actually say today, as we were talking to him, that he did believe in the globe? I didn't actually hear him say
yes,
it.
Elijah, yes.
He just said that. He just said that a while ago.
And
defending it for 2
I'm still
hours.
skeptical about the idea that the Earth is flat.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about that you religiously believe in a globe.
Religiously? Well, that's a new one.
Well,
Lou just explained it.
If you're defending it, you 100% are into it. You believe it, and you believe it only because that's what you have been told.
Yeah,
and
you're bound by edict.
You're bowing down at your education of people that have told you something that may not be factually true.
Okay.
Right. So, go ahead, Eli.
I'm listening.
No, my bad. I'm hot micing.
Right. So we're not really right. You're admitting though that's the point. You just believe it because you were told to believe it.
Who's admitting?
40. So you're not going to admit it. You'll just not have a claim. You're going to hide from it.
I swear he just admitted it. He said right.
42 ounce. Do you know that the Earth is a globe?
I think it is.
Okay, so you believe it is.
But I don't know that it is.
Correct. You believe it's a belief.
Okay.
An assumption.
So don't you want to know that?
You've gone with the narrative that's been told, and in the narrative, even though the narrative has inconsistencies, it still it points to a globe, and you believe it. Period.
Okay. And
well, do you agree with
that? Is it okay? Yes.
Do you agree?
Yeah, you believe it.
Do you agree with what I just said?
It's a religion. Yep.
It should be an open topic. People should not be.
It is an open topic.
I know.
The answer though is yes, you can.
A ton of people.
I'm literally a sphere earther talking to like a whole bunch of flat earthers.
I know that, 40.
It's an open thing.
40, I know that, 40, and I think that's awesome. I'm so proud of you for being here.
Free
Literally.
to believe what you wish to believe. No one's going to criticize your belief. They'll point it out to you that it is indeed a belief. That's not a criticism. That's a fact.
Okay.
Now, I can also throw that back to you.
6 minutes ago, Shannon, we're trying to figure out why he believes it. I'm just waiting for one reason why he believes it. That's all.
I already told you guys.
See, nothing. I can't even get an answer. That's how strong the belief is.
Do you want me to tell you again?
No, that's the point. Is that you're so scared of your own belief, you won't tell us why. You haven't told us why. You asked me
I
how
already
the
have
sun
told
works.
you why.
You
40,
asked me how
40,
how
I
time
wasn't
works.
here.
I've only heard because you had a telescope as a kid. That's what I heard.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to apologize.
And also,
I want to apologize to 40 because I wasn't here, so I didn't get to hear. So can you please explain to me, 40? I'm Shanna, by the way. Nice to meet you. So can you explain to me
Sure.
why you feel this way?
I had a bias growing up because that's what I was taught. And then I had a telescope as a kid, and I looked up and I noticed that like all the close planets and stuff were like spherical, and they had moons and stuff. And I was like, whoa. Well, and here's where I go into dangerous waters. I inferred that, well, maybe since that's how the rest of what I'm seeing up there looks like, well, what if that's how it is down here?
Okay.
So nobody told you already. No, hold on. You're saying nobody told you first off that the Earth might be a ball?
Actually, I do have that bias. People did tell me that, and then I looked through the telescope, and maybe it's confirmation bias. Maybe I was looking up the telescope and going, "Oh shit!"
So you were told what? Right, you were told what to believe. Thanks. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What if you were never told that, and you were told that, like, you lived on a specially created place where everything that was in the sky revolved around you, and you were a special creation? Would you possibly have a different outlook on that, thinking maybe what you lived on?
Yes.
Like, can you concede that? So it's the same thing as like how a lot of things are being taught to children today is warping their brains to think this way or that way.
It depends on what you mean by warp.
Because people,
it depends on who's right.
People, exactly. That's very true.
Is the ground curving? Let's see.
Yeah, that's the point. Who's right? Yeah. Who has evidence?
I don't know. Who is
and,
right?
And see, listen, I would like to say, even to my flat earth friends, yes, I consider myself a flat earther, but at the same time, I can't empirically prove it one way or another either right now, yet, personally, for myself. Fair enough. So I understand maybe that 40 is actually being truly skeptical and really want to hear the arguments, and that's awesome.
Dude,
so
I'm not bad at play the actor. If the accusation is that like I'm bad,
no, nobody thought that. Trust me.
No accusation. I'm trying to do. No one thought that. Yeah, not yet. Anyway.
Yeah, bro, you're acting like a normal person. Yet. No one thought that. No.
Okay. And y'all, please, my flat earth friends, don't hate on me for that. But I'm just saying, it's very difficult.
No,
really,
you're right.
It's This is something that people for thousands of years have been arguing about back and forth. Y'all, if flat earth know this, a lot of people have been arguing these points back and forth, trying to prove it one way or another. Right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, it's already been proven, Shanna. That's the reality. It's already proven.
Shanna, you live about 1,100 miles from the best place on this good earth to prove empirically and through observation that you live on a flat and stationary plane. It's Lake Michigan, Benton Harbor, looking across at Chicago. Now, I know 1,100 miles driving's a lot of gas money, airplane tickets,
Dude,
stuff like
I'm
that.
way more than 1,100 miles from that.
But you live.
I live in Texas.
Yeah, so do I.
So do I. Texas is 1,100 miles across.
That's a long way away from Michigan.
You live within driving distance. Let's say that you live within driving distance, and on the same same.
I've been there. I've been there.
You can actually go prove it to yourself.
Listen, I have been there.
I live 13 miles from Lake Michigan.
And I seen an electrical storm across Lake Michigan. It was beautiful.
Cool.
Beautiful. And it was so flat. Just saying. But but yes, I was on the ground. So yeah, of course
You
it looks
saw
flat.
a flat electrical storm.
Man, it was amazing. Have you ever seen a lightning storm on Lake Michigan? It's the most beautiful
Not a
thing.
flat one. No.
Not a
But
flat one. What do you
they
mean?
are the bottoms
It's
of the
beautiful.
clouds. Bottoms of the clouds actually are flat too. That's another good way of.
Yeah, I mean, it was like the lake lighting up, and it was super flat, and the bottom of the clouds lighting up. It was super flat. They were like two parallel lines, and lightning going off like crazy.
Wow.
It was
I've
42
seen
ounce.
that electrical storms.
The
They're
entire
brilliant.
storm
They are
was
brilliant.
flat.
Yeah, have you
Because-
ever seen
because
have you
what
ever
you
seen
saw in the
electrical
lake,
storm from a far distance, 42 ounce?
Yeah.
Well, then you've seen one on a flat one.
Yeah, it looked totally flat.
Totally did.
Totally, man. Hang 10. Oh, I'm so old.
Yeah, I love it. Well done, Shannon.
Oh,
See,
I love you guys.
It's like the further you move away from something, the flatter it gets.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Apparently.
crazy.
Anybody who believes that they live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball has never experienced, with empirical evidence or observation, that they live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball.
But Jim, listen, Jim, the farther
it's just so amazing that you believe something when you've never seen it with your own eyes.
But Jim, listen, Jim, when you get farther away from the ball, let me just say this one thing.
All for this guy's bullshit. He's just flattering you.
Yes, hey Jim, when you get farther away from a ball, though, it starts to look flat, right? That's what always happens to me.
And it always rises to eye level.
Right, like the further you get away from a ball, it disappears.
No, it gets flat first, actually, forever for some reason.
and then the edges just keep coming up and up and up. Remember what was Picard? What's his name? That went up in the.
I don't know.
The bathysphere.
August Picard. August Picard.
And he said the further he went up, he said the edges just kept coming up, and it was like looked at like a stamped out. As he looked around, it looked like a stamp, like a seal stamped out with the edges turned up.
His observation,
yes, like a pizza.
And May of this year is the 91st anniversary of that happening.
And that was published in Popular Magazine. Popular Science, sorry. Popular Science.
But not in any school books. And if you happen to go to Wikipedia and look up Picard, not one mention of what he did.
Well, the cool
was
thing
his,
about
was his name Jacques?
You can check out the sources to see if the entry is even worth reading.
Yeah, August Picard.
Yeah, how do magazines work on a flat Earth? I don't know. It's crazy.
And was it his son Jacques Picard that went to the bottom of the Mariana Trench?
Yeah, depths, the deepest. That's correct.
His father went up as high as he could, and then his son
to the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Yeah, he landed on the bottom.
Yeah, he went to the deep. Yeah,
the dust stirred up, and the window. Yeah, and the window cracked a little bit, and they come back up.
Wow, that's really like that. Like somebody told me earlier that
amazing
that we drilled down like 7 feet, and the drill bit
7 miles.
But the Mariana Trench is like 3 times that.
7 point.
No.
No, it's not. Hang on.
Okay.
It's 7.6 miles. Mariana Trench, 7.6 miles. It's the exact same depth as the hole that was drilled. Yes.
I don't.
No, dude, I'm pretty sure the Mariana Trench is far less than that.
Well, just Google it.
Yeah.
No. It's 7.6 miles, mate.
But I don't.
7.6.
But I don't think that Jacques Picard went all the way to the bottom. I think he landed on like a shelf side. And I think he went
He went down.
I think he went a little over.
Anyway.
I think he went a little over 2 miles and bottomed out on like a shelf.
Hey, whatever you think.
No, all right. So
you can Google.
Whatever you think. Very good. Very droll.
I don't think he went all the way to the bottom of it. He went. I mean, we're talking back. I'm thinking the 60s.
Dude, I don't fucking know.
Hey, 42 ounce. Do you think that we think the Earth is flat, or do you think that we know that the Earth is flat, or do you know that we know the Earth is flat and you just can't admit it?
Could you repeat that question for me?
Do you
Those
think
questions?
Do you think A, B, or C? Do you think that we think the Earth is flat? Do you think that we know the Earth is flat, or do you yourself know that we know and you just can't admit it?
Okay, so who is we?
Us, flat earthers.
Flat earthers.
He forgot again. Talk slower.
I only asked because you had that little that you dropped that little think in there to make yourself feel better.
He also forgot.
So what do
I
you
was asking
think?
for
42 ounce. A, B, or C?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, the answer isn't really one of those three because
I just answered honestly. I said
the answer is if it was answered by you, it could have been one of those three. The answer is we know.
I did answer. I said I don't know.
We know. We know.
We.
I want to go back to this.
Yes, we're certain that the Earth is flat. 42 ounce. It's not a thought.
Okay, so who is we? Because I mean, obviously,
me right now. I know.
Well, you are.
Anyone who claims to be a flat earther, they don't. There may be some outliers, but they don't think the Earth is flat. They know it is.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
We know it is.
It's flat.
And you
that's it. It's a thought. Okay. We're not thinking.
Now,
we're not believing.
Who's got something to tell us about the Mariana
I was just
Trench?
asking who we is.
Come on, Luke, get in there.
Yeah.
All right, hey, one second. We were talking about the Mariana Trench. I just want to.
For hours.
1 second, please. So, like the Mariana Trench, we were talking about that. It's not quite. You were right, though, Jen. I would call it ballpark. They're about as deep, but the Mariana Trench. But the Mariana Trench, its deepest part, they say, is like 36,200 feet, which is 36,000 feet is 6.81 miles. So 6.8, 6.8, not 7.6. But it's
got it.
Okay,
I'm close.
So the borehole is deeper, kind of significantly, but not like a huge amount.
Yeah.
About a mile.
Hey,
far off.
And I do want to put a disclaimer in for 42 ounce. Everybody here, I want to put a disclaimer that I may not be necessarily on the same page, and I don't want to stand for them when I told you, that I feel that there is a argument on both sides, because not everybody here that feels that way. I 100% understand that and agree with them. I personally tell you, I believe the Earth is flat, but I still think that there is. Okay, I actually think there's enough proof to prove it one way or another, but I know that the people that believe the Earth is a ball need more proof because they're just so hard-headed. That's why I said what I said earlier. Okay, I wasn't saying that because I don't believe the Earth is a ball. I was saying that because I understand that a lot of people that don't believe it feel they need more proof. Listen, I believe in a creator, but I understand that a lot of atheists feel that's not enough proof of what I have of believing in a creator. Okay, so same kind of argument.
Let me just ask you this one question.
You don't need a disclaimer. You're fine.
One question for you. Hang on. One question for you. So what you're saying is you don't know the Earth is flat, but you believe it's flat, because there's a difference there. You either know it's flat or you believe it's flat.
Well,
I don't get.
There is a ton of proof to me that shows that the Earth is flat. I have not seen any proof to show me that the Earth is a ball. None. Zero. Zilch.
Okay.
So I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I have been proven.
That the Earth is flat?
So then you know it's flat. Then you know it's flat.
That's right.
That's got it. Yeah. Thank you. That's
because I have been proven that the Earth is flat. I have not been proven that the Earth is a ball. I have more proof.
Right.
I have more proof of one side or the other. That therefore I have been proven that it is flat.
May I ask where your proof came from?
My proof came from many different things.
Well,
the fact that have you ever seen? Well, there's many different experiments, but I actually went to a meetup with a person that was a pilot for many years, and he said he put a piece of masking tape on his window when he took off.
Okay.
And he flew in the military. He flew super high altitudes.
Okay.
And when he leveled off, that masking tape was still, when he leveled off.
Is it Jen?
No, it's not Jen.
Okay.
He's not in here. He's an old man. He would never probably be in here. If he was,
bring him in next time. Bring him in next time. He's an experience.
If he is in here, good to see you, man. He's from Alaska, by the way. Anyway, he said he put masking tape on his window when he took off. Like when he was on the ground, he put it on the horizon. When he took off and went super high and leveled off, that masking tape was still at the horizon level, which proved to him the horizon just keeps coming up no matter how high you go.
There you go.
And that's impossible on a ball. And his wife was she wanted me to call her this, so please don't take this offensive if you're an Inuit person.
You can't possibly offend me. You're good to go.
She was from Alaska, and she was an Inuit person, and she worked for the United States government on their radar with looking at stuff at Russia. And she said, girl, we looked at stuff super far away with straight line radar. And she said it's impossible.
Radar.
As opposed to the curved radar.
Well, she was like, she said that what they were doing, whatever it was impossible to be seeing what they were seeing with what they were using that far away. She said these were giant things she had. I don't even know.
So
man,
this is your evidence. I got it.
I mean, that's not my only evidence, but these are me talking to people firsthand that were like real people and their actual like world experiences that I don't have because I'm just a housewife, you know.
You're a real person too.
I know, but I don't have any of these experiences in the world like these people did, and so to hear real people's real experiences of what they've done.
A real person.
I know, but what I'm saying is you might hear somebody online saying something, and then you might meet somebody, a real person, and they give you their credentials. They tell you what they've done in life.
Okay.
You know, I find that more credible because I meet them. I know them. You know what I'm saying? Like
are you saying I'm less credible because?
No, I'm not saying you're less credible.
What claim did you make, 40? What claim was that? Did you make?
I didn't make any claim.
Right. So what do you mean? How could you be credible if you don't even have a claim?
Dude, I'm not claiming. To be credible.
What's going on? What is going on? Help him out.
Okay, so I'm gonna do an experiment.
Couldn't be offended, Rimmer.
I'm gonna do an experiment, you guys.
Sure thing. Yeah, that's what they always say, Jen.
I'm going on a flight. I'm going on a flight in August, and from Texas to Georgia. From Texas to Georgia, and I'm going to start off with some masking tape on the window.
Okay.
And just see how that goes. If the line stays, you know, I'm just gonna do it. I'm sure people sit beside me because I've asked for a window seat. We'll see how that. Hopefully, I can get one, and hopefully they don't care if I put masking tape on the window.
Book the window seat in advance to ensure you can get it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I've asked for a window seat.
They're gonna think that tape is like C4 or something, and you're gonna be in big trouble.
I'm just gonna put a little piece on there. I'm not gonna put a lot on there.
You've got to put it right across the window.
No, I'm not putting it. I'm not putting it all the way across. I'm just gonna put it across the middle, you know, or from the edge, and then try to hold a reference point, you know. And
yeah, real quick, Shanna, just take a little Sharpie with you. Thanks.
Take a Sharpie with me.
I don't know. Will you get tackled for Sharpie or duct tape? I think the duct tape might be more dangerous.
I'm not taking duct tape. I'm not even taking a roll of masking tape.
Be tackled.
I'm just gonna take a piece of masking tape in my purse that's stuck together, and then I can undo it and put it up there.
So 42, what was your best evidence for the globe?
Yeah.
Crickets.
Also,
TV, you said that.
By the way, 40,
Okay, never
water always finds its level. Always. That's another proof of mine. I've never seen water bendy ever, except for like when you have like a strange bubble effect, but then it's still not a ball. It's like
it's pouring from one vessel into. When you're pouring it out of a bottle and it curves a little bit as it's pouring in, as it's flowing. But once it's on a ball, it rolls off to the ground because the ball's not level. Doesn't it? It accumulates at the bottom of a ball.
I mean, you can use like a straight line. Have you seen these long vessels that have different parts that go up and down inside this thing, and you can put the water in it and turn it back and forth, and the water will always go up inside of these things.
Level.
You're so cute. You're so cute with this. She's describing what's called a water level.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about a weird water level, not your just spirit level.
No. A water level, it's literally it's a tube, with like a little bit of a bigger like end on each end or whatever. But you fill it with water, and whatever the top of the water reaches on one side, when you hold up both ends, like wherever you mark the top of the water there, and then you take the other end somewhere else around the corner where you can't see the first one, and you're like, well, I want this to be level with that.
The corner.
Yeah, you go around the corner.
You're so cute. I love that.
and you mark the top of the water on the other end, and now those lines are level with each other. Why? Because water finds its own level.
And you know how bricklayers used to lay their bricks with the string hanging down?
The string.
No, I don't.
Yeah. You got the plumb bob. You got the plumb line and the strings.
The plumb line and the string. That is, you get your level, you get your plumb bob. You got a freaking square. Man, you're building the best shit.
It's fine.
This is how you build shit. And
you're building a true horizontal wall.
It's
and
like
the reason, no, it's not like gravity. Not like gravity.
I
assure you,
talking about
I assure you, this is why anyone comes. I guarantee.
What's holding the plumb line down? If not gravity.
It's because it's down.
No.
Down is down.
Got him. Thank you.
That's all it is.
Down is down. Up is up. This is why we say up and down. Up and down. If there's an up and down, there can't be an up and down if Australia is underneath us. That makes no sense.
Oh, I see. Imagine a plumb line imagine there's two plumb lines. One's at the South Pole and one's at the North Pole. They'd be like pointing directly at each other.
No, they wouldn't. They'd be both pointing in the same direction.
He said imagine. Right. He's imagining that. Yep.
Okay.
I'm imagining it from a global,
the supposition,
Eli, save us.
Spherical Earth perspective.
Yeah, the supposition would be that
in the flat Earth perspective, there is no South Pole, correct?
Correct.
That's correct. That is correct. No 24-hour sun.
Got it. Word. You got answer Tourette's, guys, that you don't hear me trying to. So,
go ahead.
You have a supposition.
You're roboting a bit there.
Am I still?
No, you sound fine to me.
Oh, perhaps if I get talked through, I'll robot. I don't know. Can you hear me? Mic check, everyone.
You're good.
We can hear you fine.
Okay. Jen, you want to step out and come back?
We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, you're good to go, man. Speak.
So, the supposition, if you could call it that, well, let's call it that for now to be fair, is that the reason that the plumb bob is down because
on the North
masses
Pole,
inherent The reason that anything goes down on Earth, the supposition is that it's because of inherent matter that's attracted to itself, aka mass attracts mass.
But that infers gravity.
Since
That doesn't
exactly,
infer gravity,
yes, it does.
and I don't agree with
So,
that.
Dude, are you a
well,
round
well,
earther?
you're
What
not.
the fuck are you doing
Well,
here,
you're
man?
not. You're the supposition because I'm laying out a hypothesis, right? For you.
Okay. So you're not trying to
So,
tell us a fact. You're laying out a hypothesis. Okay.
but if you would let me, you wouldn't ruin it again.
My bad. I didn't mean to ruin anything.
So, since the supposition is that down is because of mass attracting mass, then you would have to test mass attracting mass. To say that stuff goes down is obviously just circular reasoning. So, how has anyone tested?
Mass
Yeah,
being attracted to
the
mass.
supposition.
You would be talking about the two big balls. Who did that? Michelson and Morley? Is that who that was?
Yeah, I was asking you for
Cavendish.
sure. I was
Cavendish.
asking you too for sure. And I don't know how Cavendish. Actually, no.
I
So
never read this shit.
yeah, but the
Anyway,
bottom line
I
is
promise you,
the
if
bot.
you've got a plumb straight line and you put two,
What do you mean anyway? Why are you being so disrespectful?
I'm not.
Because I wasn't interrupting you. I'm
Well,
talking
I
to
was
him
trying
and
to
you're
have a
responding in
conversation
his
with
place.
him, you
This
know,
shit's
and I
getting
thought you
personal.
interrupted.
Yeah, real quick, just
Actually,
let Eli talk. Eli hasn't been here long.
No,
Just let him go real quick.
yeah, I didn't interrupt. I waited for nobody to be talking when I tried to start speaking, and you've been talking at every turn.
You're kind of like spazzing out, dude.
Of course I am.
Oh boy. Well, at least you know.
Anyway, oh my bad. It's a party. Go ahead, have fun. Continue, children.
See, you're doing it again. You called us children. Like, why are you doing that?
Well, 42. I mean, you want to make a conversation? We're waiting for some globe Earth claims. Do you have a claim yet?
I'm just pointing out that he's kind of tripping out a little bit.
Eli's
He's
fine.
cool,
No, Eli's
he's
right.
cool.
He's right. No, he's right. He's right. We're trying to talk one at a time. He's right. We shouldn't be talking over each other. See, it works a lot better.
We are talking one at a time, and he's calling us children.
No, he was right. We were acting right, but now we are talking correctly. But yeah, we're bouncing back and forth. I just want to get the conversation going, 40. I'd like to see if you have a claim yet. I'm just trying to be serious. It's just, the reason this is serious, 40, is because a lot of children are brainwashed with these religions, and we're trying to figure out why people don't care.
Okay, let's go for it.
Yeah, so I just hope you're caring a little bit just to know the truth. That's all I'm asking. I'm honest.
Okay.
So if you have a claim at all for it, I'm just curious to why you believe you live in that globe that you've seen on screens. No, that's all.
Because like I see when I look out from my perspective, when I look out and see the other celestial objects in the sky, they appear spherical in nature.
Right. So that's the point, is that we're Earth. Celestial would be outside of Earth. That's why it's called celestial. Earth is anti-celestial. So we're not in celestial, we're under celestial. So that's why we're trying to figure out, why do you think the non-part of celestial is like the celestial? You know, like what's the evidence?
The inference that I'm making is that there is no non-celestial and celestial. The inference that I'm making is that what if the planet that I live on is, exactly like everything else that I observe.
Well, that's right. So you're admitting that, right? There's a lot of religious inferences that you've been told to believe. And the problem here is that everything is dependent on another belief. Hold on, 40, just relax. I'm just trying to speak. I got to go back and forth because I have an audience.
Dude, I'm totally relaxed.
So the problem is, I know, but that's the point, is that you're making up stories. You're saying, I believe something is here because of something other than here. That's the psychosis.
I'm just using my own two eyes, dude.
I know, 40. I know. Right. You're looking away from the Earth to tell what the Earth is. This is the only religion that does that. The globe Earth religion is the only one that says, look away from something to tell what it is.
Believing the Earth as a sphere is a religion. This is
wait a minute. You're admitting it is. I know, but that's the point. Is that you're
Well,
admitting
look,
you
we
believe it.
don't play stupid now though. We did cover this like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, several times.
Okay, so believing the Earth is a sphere is a religion.
Correct. Yep. You admit it, right?
No, I don't.
You admit you have to base it on something. You're saying something
I'm
else
not
that's not the
admitting
Earth.
this.
Well, these are English. Do you know the English words mean something, 40? If I say the sun is something, therefore something other than the sun is just like the sun,
Do you
that's
think
a religion.
the sun is a religion?
No, that's what I'm telling you.
Literally,
is
no,
like this.
EXO, hold on. One second. Like,
Sure.
see, EXO is high strung. EXO is high strung. I will point this out. So, like, you think he's worked up, but this is just like normal. Like, this is him chilling. Okay, that's EXO.
Yeah, chill.
Like,
this is me chilling too.
yeah, all right.
I'm not getting worked up either.
One sec.
Right, I'm not asking. Right, but you're asking if I believe in
when it comes to whether Helios, see, like Helios is a god, like Helios is the sun god, right?
What?
Like literally, the entire heliocentric religion is based off of the sun god, the Greek sun god. Okay, like or
Greeks,
named after this, that.
The Greeks believed in a fucking heliocentric thing.
No, they took the Greek sun god Helios and they named this new religion heliocentrism.
They named a new religion heliocentrism? The Greeks did this?
Oh boy.
No, not the Greeks. They came up with Helios, okay?
Right, Lou, see how we're off in the weeds now, Lou? See?
What does religion have to do with it?
I can't win. I can't do it. Oh boy, 40. I'm just trying to figure out if you're willing to look at what we're talking about instead of hiding from it. Because again, only Globers tell me that I can determine something by 40. You won't even let me speak. I'm just trying to talk, and you keep interrupting me. I'm saying that there's a bunch of people that I keep
reason I'm
meeting. So you're doing it again.
is because you're
40.
telling me
I'm trying
that
to
I'm
talk.
hiding from
I know
something.
I know. Just relax and let me speak. The
I'm
point
totally
is,
relaxed.
you're just like 40. You're just like everybody else. I keep meeting Globers that tell me I have to look away from Earth to determine what it is. No other religion acts this way. This is beyond a religion. This is a cult at this point. Do you have any evidence we can talk about, or are we just going to stay with just because we saw it on TV? We're going to continue
cults
to believe
are
it?
religions, aren't they?
Yes,
What's the
I
difference
agree.
between a cult and a religion?
You're right. There isn't much. That's the point. Is that you were believing in this because
So
you were
now you
told
think
to
I'm in a
believe it,
cult,
right? So again,
and it is a religion,
right? So 40. So real quick, remember when you said we live on a planet? Do you know what a planet is? You know what the word means? Planet.
Yeah, it's like a sphere that like goes around the sun. and stuff.
No. Planet means wandering star. I know on TV they told you that, so you don't even know what the word planet means, right?
Okay.
No, that's that's the point. No, that's the point. It means wandering star. So last time I checked, I don't think I live on a wandering star. Do you think
The
you live on a
last
star?
time I checked, the definition of planet was not a wandering star.
When did you check?
No. Well, hold on. Let's be clear. That's about etymology, not necessarily definitions. It's the etymology of the word. The etymology of the word is wandering star.
Okay.
Well,
when did you check?
It might be a genetic fallacy, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
What the fuck is it?
Right, that's what it means. Right, the planets in the sky. Right, the planets in the sky. Hold on.
You. Anyway, never mind. I'm going back.
Sure. Okay, go ahead, Eli.
Never mind.
Okay, so 40. So the stars in the sky. So there's stars in the sky.
The
40,
wandering
like Mars, Mercury,
planets,
Venus,
or the wandering stars.
40. Right, 40.
What?
They're stars. That's why they're called stars. You don't believe in
Are they
stars?
wandering?
Yes, they're moving. Can you tell they're moving, or you don't think they're moving?
I don't know, but are they
right?
wandering?
So you don't. Right, exactly. You don't know. Right, that's the point. You don't know.
I didn't bring
so
up
see
wandering
stars.
stars.
I know. We're trying to help you. That's the point. You're still scared of the topic. I know. Why are you so scared of this? I'm just trying to help you.
I don't feel like I'm scared of it.
I can't even.
I feel like I'm talking about it.
Bro, relax. It's okay. You can keep the religion. I'm not going to take it away. Okay, so real quick, 40. We see stars in the sky. Do you agree?
How many times
can I have a conversation? So 40. You can't answer me. Do you see stars in the sky?
Well, that's because you're busy asking me how
Wow,
scared I am.
Really? I can't get a basic answer? Are you serious, 40? It's this scary? Do you see stars in
I
the
don't
sky,
even know
40?
what you're asking at this point. You're
Wow.
busy telling me I'm
Wow.
scared.
Do you see stars in the sky, 40?
Yes.
Do you see stars?
Yes.
Right. So do you think we live on a star because we see them in the sky?
No.
Oh, what happened then? So you're retracting the claim now? So we don't live on a star.
What claim am I retracting?
Right. Well, that's the thing. Everything we see in the sky would be a sun, a moon, or stars, right? Would you think we live on any of those things we see in the sky? Do you think we live on a sun or the moon or stars? That's what we see in the sky. Right. That's all we see in the sky. Did you see anything else in the celeste above us?
We see other things in the sky besides stars.
Sun, moon, stars, meteors, right?
And planets.
I guess falling stars.
And planets.
Yeah, those are stars. When you zoom in with your telescope, you'll see the star. Try zooming in next time for we don't live on a star. So if you ever have a claim for listen, I'll back out of the conversation for you.
So out of fairness, I'd like to add before you back out. Out of fairness, what they call the wandering stars, they're called wandering for a reason. It's because they don't go to the normal patterns of the other stars.
Planets.
So no, that's just another name that you've. This is the thing.
Yes,
you're talking about the exact same thing as him. When he says wandering star and you say planet,
well,
you're
then
talking
what
about
are
the
we
exact
arguing
same thing.
about? If we're talking about the same thing,
I'm asking you. Do you think we live on a star? That's what you're saying no, but then you say yes. You can't make up your mind.
I never said what. Did I say that?
Yes.
Did I say
do you see
Did I
in the
say yes
sky?
and no to looking at a star?
You did say that. Because you said
I retract
you're
my
trying to say
statement.
no, I never said that, but you said yes. If those things are up there like that, then might perchance this be that.
I never said that.
Well, not verbatim, but that was your sentiment.
No, that wasn't
exactly.
All right. So
Yes,
it's
it
a
was.
religion, 40. That's fine. I just had to point it out to the audience that it's a religious belief that you have, and you're not going to tell us why you believe it. It's fine.
Who is the audience?
About 300 people that will eventually see this broadcast.
I am.
You guys are the audience. Wow,
350
I feel like a superstar.
Oh yeah, mostly we are most of the live audience, but there are a handful of people watching on YouTube, and we're on Twitch, and we're on a couple other places. And if we can get a good clip, we're going to be on Spotify and Apple Music, and you could be featured.
Why the fuck did I care about that?
Well, no, I'm not, dude.
No,
I
you
don't.
don't.
You don't care, like, because you're not getting royalties.
We are the audience.
Pay you or nothing. Like, we don't care about it.
Is that what you guys are doing this? You don't even give a fuck about like flat Earth or sphere. You're just trying to get a
Oh,
fucking
now he's
audience?
triggered again. He's so scared. Wow, he's triggered. He's drunk.
I thought you said you couldn't be offended.
I'm not offended. I'm just wondering.
Okay, calm down then. Why the attitude?
I'm totally calm, man.
Why the attitude, dude?
What attitude?
All right, just chill out.
I'm chill.
Cool.
I don't understand how you guys could like go through. Oh man, that guy's
No, look, there's an audience.
How do you?
You might not think so, but and it might not be a big audience for you, and you think it's laughable. But yes, there are people who go and watch this stuff. Okay. They go and listen to it. They find it soothing to listen to while they're working or before they go to sleep, or they,
or just like me. I'm just hanging out chatting with you guys.
Yeah.
Like the audience, it is the people talking. Like me,
Can
for
I
example.
interject real quick? I want to
How profound.
apologize to Elijah for being rude to you earlier, and I really do want to hear what you were going to say.
Well, now I want to hear what Eli has to say too.
Elijah, about the pendulums and stuff. I want to hear what you had to say about that. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
He has he's on the move usually, so he's probably going to come back when he does. He knows what he's doing. So,
Yeah.
Corey, is there any way we can talk about evidence? Go ahead.
Plus, you
That
can
point
DM.
noted, though, Shannon.
You
Well
can
done.
DM. You can DM Eli.
the only reason
That's
I
the
brought
beauty
up
of this.
because I think
know how to
that
use the
Elijah was gonna probably elaborate way more upon the reason I brought up the straight line and the thing that hangs down. What do you call it?
Plum.
The plum.
The plum in the straight line. The reason I brought that up is basically Elijah was fixing to elaborate on that beyond what I was going to elaborate. And I think what he was probably going to say is even if you took two plums, 10 feet away and you measured the amount where they were hung from, like say they were hung 10 feet away at the top, if you measured them back at the bottom at the plumb line, there would be no difference in the line. No difference.
Exactly. That was done by the Brazilians from that.
It would depend on the string.
It?
It would depend on the length of the string that the plum is hung.
I was
from.
talking there, man.
I'm just saying, no matter how long that was, no matter how long that was, and I think Elijah was going to give us a really great explanation, lengthening that to a bigger scale, and
because Elijah's not talking.
No.
I know, but he was talking, and I interrupted him, and I feel bad, and I'm just wanted to publicly apologize to Elijah and say I'm sorry.
It's a private server. You're good to go. It's not public.
Yeah,
it's noted anyway. It's noted.
Except for the fact that it's streaming on YouTube. Except for that fact.
I don't like stepping on nobody's toes. So, and most of y'all know that. And I hope Elijah knows
public,
that too.
It's public, but just like
Julie noted, your integrity is intact.
Oh, thank you.
I think everybody's
well done for apologizing. That's good.
Hey, Shanna, I want to apologize that I said that you lived about 1,100 miles from Lake Michigan.
The plum.
That was
that experiment has
actually me, Shanna. I forgot to add a few hundred miles to it, so I'm 1,100 miles from Lake Michigan. You're a few hundred miles, because we're 200 to 300 miles apart here in Texas. So I apologize.
For real? Are you that close to me, Jim?
I'm in Dallas.
But we're talking to each other.
And it's literally only 11.
Oh, where they killed Kennedy.
And literally,
I think we made a love connection.
It's only 1,100
Thanks
miles.
to all those underground wires.
It's
Slightly
only 11.
in the weeds here, yeah.
It's only 1,100 miles. Really?
Yeah, because where we moved from, it was 950, and we were about 125 miles from Lake Michigan. So it's actually probably a little bit less than 1,100 miles, but I just rounded up to 1,100 miles.
Yep.
Wow.
And the only thing that would make Texas great would be if they had their own Great Lake. You know what I mean?
What? Their own Great
The
Lake?
only thing that would make Texas better is if we had a great. Our Great Lake is the Gulf of Mexico.
Texas is already great, but man, Texas would be even greater if they had a Great Lake.
Hey, don't mess with that.
We got a Great Lake. It's called the Gulf of Mexico. Okay.
No, but you ain't got no Great Lake. You gotta get yourself a Great Lake.
Flat Earthers talk on Discord just like regular people do. This is crazy.
Yeah, everybody uses a flat Earth.
That's because we're regular people.
Well, since everybody depends on flat Earth 40, that's probably why. Yeah.
Well, it's amazing. We're regular people.
That could be argued.
Crazy. 7 billion people admit they don't experience the curvature or spin.
Well, when are you going to start arguing it, 40?
I'm not going to.
Never.
Oh, so you said you said it could be argued. How would you know?
No, I just enjoy the idea.
No, I know you enjoy it and you're having laughs. But you said it could be argued, and I said how? How would you know?
Old Haas, he believes in evolution. He's never going to give you an argument.
Oh my lord,
dude, calm down, man. Calm down. You're good.
That was
so you think you
don't get
have
so excited. Don't start spazzing
ancestor is you're evolved pond scum 42 ounce. Is that what you're telling me?
What? Did you?
Are you evolved pond scum?
No, he's gonna hide from his own religion.
He's a really smart rock. Remember?
My old religion?
No, he's asking you, do you believe in evolution? That you evolved from
someone said he did.
Pond scum.
Of course he does. Yeah, he does. Of course he does.
He evolved from pond scum.
I want to hear it from his own mouth.
Me too.
Can we take bets first? Can we take bets first? Because I don't care how little I get.
place your
Like,
bets.
I'm sure he does.
3 cents.
Well, he has to.
I've evolved from a glober to a flat earther. Does that count for evolution?
That proves that evolution. Yes, that's correct.
Actually, we've evolved from the dust of the universe after the Big Bang explosion, and then somehow it here we are on a sphere, and then but before that the some rock, another sphere, assumedly Thea, had to smack into Earth, deposit its core, and then leave off a piece of another rock that eventually became a sphere that looks like the moon, that happens to be 400 times smaller and 400 times closer as well, so that we could experience eclipses. That's not an amazing story. That's just a line of sequences that happens from evolving from the dust of the universe.
Okay.
That was a beautiful
Well
fairy tale, Elijah.
Radius
Now,
dominance.
Elijah,
Beautiful.
Is anyone sleeping? Did I put
Fairy,
any of the
fairy
kids to
poem.
bed?
That was a beautiful fairy poem.
now that Elijah's back, I don't know if you heard me earlier, Elijah. I really wanted to hear you talk about the plum issue, and I apologize for interrupting you.
No, it's okay. Yeah,
Me too.
you were talking about something totally different. I was just talking about the supposition, if you could call it that mass is attracting mass, and when was it ever experimentally proven? So, if you can't prove that, then you can't say that the reason things fall down is because of mass attracting mass.
Absolutely, and that's I thought you were going to elaborate on a little more. So that's why I was like, really want to hear what you had to say, because I thought you maybe had some good shit to give me.
Yeah, I did try to help you with the Cavendish thing.
I just defeat the positive claims
totally
with the goal
rejected.
most of the time. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, it's still good. The fact that you can't get other masses, you cannot prove other masses pull to each other, and that is a fact.
No, you can't. It's bloody ridiculous that even begin to talk like that. I mean, come on.
If that's the case, my kid's birthday party would be ruined because there wouldn't be any balloons. All of the mass in the balloon would attract, and it would like deflate the balloon. Like, what's going on?
It'd be a terrible time.
And the funny thing is, right, the Cavendish, the man himself, it was said that he would never talk to anybody eye to eye. Right? You'd go and see him, and you'd be talking to the back of his head in the room. He'd be at the other end of the room. You'd be by the door, and that was it. You know why? Because he was perpetuating a fraud. That bloody thing wasn't an experiment. He lied, and he couldn't look at you in the eye.
And then they even go as far as to say opposites attract in as far as relationships. Man, they literally have beat this crap. They have beat this crap into our brain at every single level. You know,
opposites attract.
This is gravity 101.
Can you imagine you're driving your car and suddenly the little minis attracted to your
sociology
car?
101.
Oh shit! I'm hitting that car. I don't know why.
Why? Yeah. What's going? What?
Car crashes attract.
And I haven't got gravity insurance. Shit. You know, stupid, isn't it?
It's so stupid.
You're not bouncing,
especially on the flat Earth.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Wow, you got some big gravity there, man. Can you let go of me? Can you let go of me, man? You got some big gravity there.
Shit.
God, Bennett, you know.
She must have been driving a big Ben with a big booty butt.
On a flat Earth.
Yeah. of all places.
I mean, if the Earth was curved, they might have missed.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that claim. 42, you got it yet?
He got 9. No, he's just uploading. You see, he's uploading. I'm sure he's recording all this.
No.
Yeah.
YouTube.
He doesn't need to. We are.
It's already doing it. The recording is already happening. I don't need to record
Yeah.
it.
Well, we're just going to put him on the wall like another bottle of beer, Jen. He's another Glober that admits he doesn't have a claim. What's the problem?
It's going to gather dust. Yeah, you got it.
I think it's great that he doesn't have a claim because I think he's actually probably like, man, what if these guys are right?
Dude,
he's already saying that. He was saying that for a while. Yeah. He's been saying that for a while. That's why he's coming back.
Open.
What if I don't come from monkeys?
Suggesting that you're dead wrong.
Oh, that's fine.
What if we don't come from monkeys?
I'm open to either
matters,
suggestion.
Are you open to the suggestion that morality is real?
Yes, I'm open to that suggestion.
That's exactly what we're trying to show you is morality. Cool.
Yeah. Good.
I had no idea that flat Earth had anything to do with morality at all.
Yes, lying to millions of children about existence is a morality issue. Yeah. Okay, I got you right now. Yes, I'm going to tell you right now. Lying to millions of people about reality is basically very immoral. It's called a lie.
Yeah.
Also, it's child abuse. If we teach it to children, it's called child abuse. Kind of a big deal.
But what does that have to do with linking flat Earthism to morality?
Morality, because it shows the truth, the moral compass of realities. To not lie to children anymore. It's kind of important.
The moral compass?
Yeah, of every individual.
Yeah. Is that hard to understand?
Do you not? Okay,
I don't know.
40. Do you not?
I guess
do
it
you
depends
not
on
adhere?
whether or not you're a flat earther or not.
No, 40.
Right,
Even
so
if you're
we're saying
listen,
okay,
even
Shannon,
let me say this real quick. Even if you're not a flat earther, do you not try to adhere to general
compasses work on the flat Earth?
Come on, man. Let me get it out.
Obviously, if the Earth is flat and compasses work, also compasses are also flat. 42. That's weird, huh?
Actually, I'd like to point out in the southern hemisphere, which you do not live in, compasses are far less reliable. Which is
so compasses don't work in the southern hemisphere.
Not as well because
you've never used one, have you?
They're in certain places.
At this point, everybody's.
Hold on a second. The compass follows magnetic lines, like lines. If you've ever seen magnetic flux, like taking like iron shavings and played with magnets and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Right. So like there's squiggly lines sometimes, and the squiggly lines when it comes to the Earth, well, they're in the south. So sometimes your compass might be pointing to the northwest or the northeast, but it's not actually northwest or northeast. It's just
so basically what you're saying is compasses are unreliable.
Yeah, they're less reliable.
The southern hemisphere.
They're less reliable the farther out you get. Yeah.
So, like, you remember those little things with the eyeballs and the mustache, and it had all the metal pieces, and you could drag them up with your little magnet.
Yeah. That's it.
None of those magnet the little pieces of metal got drawn to the magnet unless you got close to them. So unless you're close to the North Pole, your magnet is not going to point to it because it's not being pulled by it. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, okay. So what does that have to do with the southern hemisphere?
The magnetism is weaker, basically, because of the distance.
It's less accurate for trying to determine north is all I'm saying.
I forgot. We're dealing with a flat Earth paradigm where the North Pole is the center of the flat Earth.
That's right. Reality.
Yeah. Everybody's compass works that way. I don't know if you noticed that.
This is why a lot of people that are sailing probably southern the hemisphere, the equator, these people get lost in love because
the closer you get to the ice fucking wall, the less reliable your compass.
We don't live on a map.
You've never been.
Ice, as you know, has nothing to do with magnetism. Like that's literally just you trolling when you say something like that.
Yeah, we know you've never done anything, so don't make a claim. Yeah, please.
Keep it on it.
What he does do is not live on a map every day of your life.
Not while I'm here, Jen.
Yeah.
I don't even live in whatever state I'm in. Listen, we live on Earth.
Yeah, that's right. We live on Earth. The beautiful
Not a
flat
cartoon,
Earth created
right?
for us to live on.
That's right.
That's
not
right.
a cartoon. Yep.
It's not curving at all, so it can't be that thing that they show you in those cool cartoon pictures you like.
We live on terra firma, man.
Have another drink, 40. It's on me.
You want a strawberry daiquiri, man? Probably way better than a 40.
Give him, barman, give him some sarsaparilla with a shot of whiskey. Put some hair on his chest.
Alcohol finds its level just fine.
Shannon and I live in Texas, and we're special, and the rest of you are nothing.
Wow. Oh, the globe. It's called a Texas globe. Yeah, the globe of Texas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it in the globe of
Shannon and I believe
Texas.
we're better than everybody else.
Lone Star, man. Lone Star.
Hey, we can fly our flag just as high as the American state flag. Just saying. Yeah.
It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that one guy from Animal House, I think, or someplace. He said, "Just say it, just say it. Come on, just say it." Oh no, that was Rodney Dangerfield movie. I'm sorry. Just say it, just say it.
Have you ever seen that Abquin video? It was by a bunch of guys. I think they were in Iran, and they were in like a tank or something. They weren't in a tank. It was one of those just the off-road vehicles. And they were all mostly from Texas. They had one guy that wasn't, and he was filming everything. He's like, everything's better in Texas. Bread rises faster. Ice freezes faster. Boobs are bigger. Dicks are harder. Anyway,
Damn, Jana.
they went through a whole list of all the things that are better in Texas. It was hilarious, by the way.
Well, you got to be careful, Shannon. There could be families watching, guys. So please, come on.
Yes, I apologize. I shouldn't have said that last part.
You meant to say is our hats are bigger a second time, right? Like that's.
I'm about 30, 40 miles from where the TV series Dallas was filmed, 1979 to 1992, and it looks it actually looks a lot bigger on TV than it is in real life. In real life, it's actually kind of small.
That's right. It looks very small.
Oh.
Unless
J.R. Ewing, eh?
Unless you're in an IMAX film watching that helicopter fly over it. I watched that when I was a young child. Our school took a tour to Dallas, and I was in the IMAX film, and they did the fire ring, whatever the fire ring of the world. And at the beginning, they showed a helicopter flying over Dallas, and I swear I was going to fall out of my seat and just tumble down on everybody. It was horrible. I'd never been to an IMAX film, let alone I've only been in a theater probably once before that.
Oh, right. I see what you mean. Yeah, that simulator. It's pretty real, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. When the helicopter dipped down and flew over those buildings, I literally thought I was going to fall out of my seat.
It's interesting to take a tour. I haven't done it, but my wife and brother-in-law have. It's like $40, $50 to take a tour of really kind of nothing. It's just like, I wouldn't even think about it, doing it, because it's just like, yeah.
Well, what about going on
all right, so this is definitely off the topic, but
that's a fucking real one.
But I took 2 carloads of people as a teenager, all dosing on acid. To the IMAX, and they did a tour of Milwaukee. On the sidecar of a motorcycle was the point of view of it, but it was like super fast forwarded too. It was crazy. Before they did the actual movie. And there was one of the people that we brought with couldn't handle it. Like Abby, poor Abby. Fucking, she stood up in the middle of the museum audience because the IMAX is connected to the Milwaukee Museum. She stood up in the middle of everybody, held hands in her hair, and yelled, "I can't take it!" and ran out of there. And nobody found her. Nobody found her. We just all sat there and just like
not
watched.
even you.
It's
You
like,
didn't even go after her.
No, not even me.
What the fuck's wrong with you, man? You didn't even give a fuck.
That was almost me. That was almost me. I was like in 5th grade, and I literally thought I was going to topple down over all these people. And I just
5th grade?
No. I was holding onto my seat, thinking I was gonna fall out of it because it was so realistic. I'd never seen anything like that in my life, and
Did you freak out like Abby?
No, I just sat. I just sat there holding on to my seat for dear life, thinking I was going upside down or something. Like I was freaking out.
Wow.
Listen, we're talking back in like, the very early 90s. That was like I don't.
Wait, Shannon.
Okay.
Shannon, what do you mean when everybody knows that when you go on those rides you can't feel the motion? I mean, just ask Andy Glover. What are you talking about?
I wasn't on a ride. I was sitting in a theater seat with
an IMAX.
Oh,
that's how you know you're moving. Yeah, because you can see it. Yeah.
No, everything was moving around. I literally almost lost my veins. I almost threw up on somebody. It made me very disoriented.
I can't believe nobody checked on Abby. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that is pretty fucked up. You didn't go check on Abby.
Oh, dude, I admit it was fucked up. Like none of us thought of it.
Nope,
we were all not in the right state of mind. We were just like, "Wow, this is amazing."
I want to see the show. Fuck Abby. I want.
Yeah. No, and we got out of the show and then remembered, like, oh yeah, Abby's been freaking out.
Shit, where's Abby?
Oh shit, like
at this point, she's like hiding under a bush somewhere.
Yeah, no. She was crying in the museum. She was crying in the museum lobby, looking at the black and white checkered fucking tile floors that were moving under her feet.
I should not be laughing that hard, but that's too funny. Like as a child, I wasn't even stoned or nothing. I had nothing in me, and I freaked out because it was the first time I experienced anything. I cannot imagine. I've never done mushrooms, but I've heard my sons told me about it, and I can't imagine doing that on mushrooms. I would probably have ran out of there like Abby.
Well, mushrooms.
It's a good thing that we're on track in the right conversation. It's a good thing.
You could have probably handled the IMAX on mushrooms, but acid, maybe you wound up like Abby. I don't know.
Yeah, good
I
thing
guess we can talk about mushrooms and acid, but not morality.
Yeah. Okay. Morality. Y'all, I tried to talk about that, but y'all took it to the.
Oh, where's the shape? Is there a discussion about Earth? I forgot what it's called.
As soon as we started talking about the moral compass, y'all started talking about a compass and due south and due this and that.
Jim? I'll talk about morality on acid. I don't give a fuck.
I don't know. You guys talked about some crazy thing at the IMAX, and I just had to share a life experience that I thought was hilarious.
That was hilarious. Thank you so much for sharing that with me because that made my night.
It was pretty funny.
How does acid work on a flat Earth, though? I don't get it, Luke.
How does acid work on a flat Earth?
Oh no, it depends on what you think. It depends on your state of mind going into it.
How do mushrooms work on a spherical planet? I don't know.
Yeah, how do doorknobs work? I don't get it.
How do lizards work?
On a flat Earth or
not on a flat Earth, only on a ball cartoon. Yeah, you have to have a ball cartoon to have lizards.
What the fuck do cartoons have to do with this conversation?
40. I guess that thing that ball
we
Earth
forgot
that
to
you
tell you,
don't want to talk about.
cartoons.
Yeah,
Cartoons is another code word we use for pictures of Earth from space.
Now, 40. I do want to ask you, are you familiar with the general, what we call natural laws?
I've heard of natural law, but I've heard many different people describe it in many different ways. So yes, I've heard of it, but I doubt your definition of what natural law is compared to the person sitting to the right or left of you.
I bet they are the same.
Okay.
I bet they're very similar because natural law, in my opinion, is you should never steal from anybody.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. My thing is don't hit, don't steal.
And thievery can be broken down to many different things. It could be taking a person's life because you're stealing their life. Don't rape somebody. You're stealing their innocence. This is across the board. Thievery is pretty much natural law. Don't commit thievery.
Don't hit.
So
don't
you
steal.
think that because we're flat earthers that automatically our interpretation or definition of natural law is going to be different? Why would you think such a thing? Natural law is natural law, period. It's defined in universities. It's defined by it's got a definition and it's what it is, period. Why would you assume such a thing?
It's not written down anywhere though. Like, so how do we determine what is natural law?
It is an understanding. It is something I think that this is what you might disagree with. Is that it's written upon every single one of us. It's like encoded. We all know what natural law is.
You know when you're right and when you're wrong, or what, like morally, like what feels right and what feels wrong. But like,
for me, what feels right is don't hit, don't steal. That's my thing.
But wouldn't you agree, 40? What I told you is any version of theft, period.
Don't hit, don't steal. Got it.
Feelings.
Oh, I thought you guys were talking about like the natural law of like the second.
No, I'm saying okay. So like XO, I know for a fact is trying to point towards the Bible and say like this is what God says, and somebody else is saying like who gives a fuck what God says, and like
Globers,
you know. So, but it's somewhere in the middle, really.
Need
like
a God to figure out how to
like really like
there
if
it
you
is.
Wanted,
You got him. Thank you.
If you want, I mean, even with Christianity, like some of it is do what thou wilt. Like it's about like do what you know is right, dude. It literally is.
Okay, give me one example in Christianity is do it thou wilt. Give me one.
Oh my gosh, you guys gone too far.
Lunatic.
There's no
give me one.
Dude. All right. So like it's up to the person. It's not objective. It's
okay.
Right, Lou. Can we help? That's why I wanted to depict straight lines in order to understand morality. If somebody can't understand a straight line, probably can't understand morality. That was my point. That's not subjective. A straight line. There it is.
I guess I'm confused because I thought you were talking about like the natural law.
There's a connection between flat Earth and the horizon.
No, like we can. I'm pointing out when we talk about law, natural law. One person might be talking about what
this
God
really
says.
isn't about the Earth being flat. This is about religion.
No, it's not.
Wow.
One person might be talking about what God says. Another might be talking about the laws of physics. Another person might be talking about
and who's to say who's right.
Yes, that's right, Lou. It's about religion. We're trying to figure out why you believe in the ball religion. It is religion.
The ball religion.
Yeah, the one that you say that you just believe, right?
I think any kind of person that is not insane would agree that you should not steal anything from another person.
Agreed.
No matter what that thing might be.
Or hit.
Whatever.
Or hit.
My favorite color is red.
Don't hit, don't steal.
Kidding somebody is stealing something from them because you're
in context. Some people do need to be hit. So what's the context?
Well, if somebody's doing something bad and they need to be smacked, that's instilling in them something instead of stealing something from them. That's instilling.
Right.
Oh, no, I understand.
We're not going to spend time justifying when it's right to hit people.
I love you.
I understand. I understand the confusion here. Like if somebody hits you first and you hit them back in self-defense, that's not hitting or stealing from them. That's just you defending yourself against an aggressor.
And that's totally different. Totally different argument. Totally different argument.
Just pointing that out.
I mean, what about shit? If we're gonna do it, what about when you have a wife that just won't listen, or some kids who freaking got a bad grade,
What if you
the globe
or
slapper,
your
right?
dog shit on the carpet? You know, like when is it right?
When is it right to do what?
Well, to strike another person.
It's only right to strike another person if they're initiating the aggression against you, and you're simply doing it for self-defense.
Oh, I will totally tell Lou.
In your example, where your dog shits on your carpet, that's not an example of anybody aggressing against you.
No, it's not a person, but I'm just saying it's not right. It's not a good time to kick your dog either, though, is it?
No, it's a good time to take your dog's nose and smash it in that shit and say, "Did you really want to do that there?"
Wow. So now we're applying the non-aggression principle to
But I don't know what you're talking about when your wife don't behave properly. What are you talking about?
Well, I would. You misunderstood the inference. I'm talking about people who say like it's okay. You know, like you in fact were the one who said sometimes you're just teaching a lesson. You smack that kid, and he's teaching him a lesson.
Her a lesson. We still talking about the wife?
So now we're talking about beating kids.
I'm all for a free spanking on kids when they need it. I've spanked my
Well, you're
child
a fucking monster then.
I spanked my child all his life. Every time he needed it. When he ran out into the highway, I spanked that backside all the way up to the house. And with my hand. Because if I didn't, he would get ran over by a car. Okay.
By golly, I didn't even stop until my own hand was so hurt I couldn't hit no more.
And it's unfortunate because you know what is there's a difference between.
There's always a better way.
There's a difference between that and someone getting their ass beat, and the people that have gotten their ass beat to a bloody pulp. They always want to tell proper parents who give a little pow here and there, but it's a spectrum. Like, chill out. Nobody's talking about.
For me,
dude, there was no bleeding or even bruises on my son's butt when he did that. Listen, but he was three years old. I did not want him to die running out into the highway. Okay.
This is my personal perspective on that. Like, if my kid is running out into the highway and is about to be hit by a fucking car, I'm already feeling ashamed.
Because I let him get there. I know this. Right. But listen, shit happens. You get shit happens. Shit happens. You get distracted, and children are way quicker than you think they are.
Right.
Just saying.
So at that point, I'm feeling the shame of fucking up. The last thing I'm going to do is beat my kid.
Listen, I did not beat my child.
I'm not even gonna lightly spank my kid for my shame.
Hey, your child reaches up to touch the burner on your stove. You slap their hand, tell them no, because that's hot.
You could grab their hand instead of slap it.
Don't have to slap it.
Listen, this is an inherent this is a way you brain teach your child. It hurts.
No.
Don't touch that.
You don't do that. You explain to them that it hurts.
Are y'all put your child in the corner, people, or what?
No.
That's different.
No, you actually can't.
Let's not get too excited about. Hello.
No, this is exciting and it's fun. Let's talk about it.
Can you hear me? Please.
Yeah, I heard you.
Get too excited.
Now,
here's what I do as a parent. Here's what I do.
And let the woman speak, because a mother knows best at times. Mother knows best at times.
Yeah, they do so at times.
Listen, we grew up with the Dearborn. We grew up with the Dearborn.
Mother knows best when it's time to decide to go life or pro-choice.
Here's how it works for me in the stove example. When I'm cooking over hot stove, I'm cooking over hot stove. So if the child comes up and wants to touch the stove, I'm over it. I'm cooking. And I just say, hey, child, nope, it's hot. and the child gets it. There is no example of the stove is just hot and I'm sitting somewhere else and the child just runs up and I got to run up and slap the child's hand away from the stove.
Well,
I can understand slapping of the hand away. I can understand slapping of the hand away. Sometimes
let me ask you a different example. Let me ask you a different example. Did you ever grow up with a Dearborn heater? Those hot ass grates that have the gas running through them, and those things are glowing. They're so pretty. The babies want to go to them, and they're literally like 6 inches off the ground. They're perfect for a baby to crawl up and put their fingers in. Same thing. Okay, I grew up with that shit. You slap if that baby's crawling towards that thing, you tell them no, and you got to let them know that's a dangerous spot to go. They're a baby. They're just starting to crawl. They're not going to understand you saying, "Oh, honey, no," and turn them away from that thing. They have to understand that's going to cause them pain. So you slap their hand because that hurts. Don't go towards that thing. Stay away from that thing.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
No, this is not a physical abuse thing. This is them learning that.
No.
Oh my God.
Hold on. I mean, this is okay. Like
it's fucking monster.
I don't think either side is necessarily wrong. It's just about how you're going about doing this. Are you treating the thing like it's a human or like it's an animal? Because
when is it okay to hit children?
You want to use positive reinforcement with your children.
I'm not talking about smacking them hard. I'm not talking about smacking them hard. Just a little bit pain and the slap of the hand.
No
Don't
pain.
go touch
Why,
that thing.
why have pain? Teach a lesson without pain.
They're going to pull their fucking hand off. Okay.
No, they're not. They're not going to just because you're worried about it. So then you slap them. That's going to do it. It's the laziest option.
My niece did it. She stuck her hand in that grate, got her finger stuck in it, and almost lost her whole finger.
Jesus.
Okay, so you think slap would make her not do that again later?
I'm thinking her mama just kept picking her up and putting her away from it. No, nobody was slapping her hand. That's the thing, because her mama was one of these sissy-fied people that just picked him up.
Let me get this straight. Because nobody abused her, she almost lost her finger?
Oh,
yeah.
Shit.
Fuck you.
Come on, man. Y'all are really being silly.
Y'all? Dude, I'm not being silly.
Well, a lot of people here are being silly, and I bet y'all, half of y'all don't even have kids that are telling me that that's silly.
No. I do have a daughter, and trust me, like, I've only had there's been like once where I swatted her hand away, and that was to protect her. That's a good example. Like, she was about to get burned, swatted her hand away. You know, she'd rather get swat than a burn.
You didn't slap it. You just
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like beating the shit out of them. Oh, you got coals of fire. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I'm saying just let them know that's bad.
You're not slapping their hand. You're just removing their hand from the heat source.
But yeah, there was
protecting
twice.
your child.
It was twice where she was being really defiant, and I gave her a small spanking, like nothing hard, you know. Like in fact, there's been plenty of times where I hit her harder that she laughed her ass off, you know. Like,
we don't want to get kinky.
Yeah, no, we don't want to get kinky here. But no, and I can understand also as a parent that. Because I know how I was as a kid. Like my daughter, she's like pretty easy to deal with. I was not, and
I was not either.
So,
oh my god!
You know, like I would like basically.
That's probably why you're a parent.
I'd be begging to get hit.
You remember being the kid that was all fucked up. So as a parent, you're like, oh, okay, I know what's up.
Dude, I got spanked every day of my life because I was doing all kinds of bad shit. I was always getting into shit.
Right.
Always.
Right.
And I swear, I got a whipping every day.
And when you become a parent, you'll be like, okay, that'll translate into, okay, did that work? You'll know, like, what works.
Dude, I tried some timeout stuff later in life, but in the early days when my son was like, he started like crawling around super early and getting into
getting close to heaters and shit.
I was like, dude, no.
Heaters on the floor.
You have
that you forgot to turn off, that kind of thing.
Well, you don't turn space heaters off when it's super cold, so you know.
Especially when your babies are crawling around on the floor. Yes.
What, you want them to be freezing?
I don't know.
Listen, you're
what if you take the space heater and you stick it on a table because
it is mounted to a propane tube coming out of the wall. What are you talking about? You can't move it.
A space heater mounted to a propane tank in the wall.
It's not a
His
space.
privilege is showing right now. He doesn't even know what
Yeah.
I know, right?
does look like.
Dude, I grew up with like fucking
Dude, you have no idea.
central
Listen,
air.
I grew up with a fireplace heating our house, and I remember crawling up to that sucker.
Right. You remember your baby crawling up the fireplace and you slapped his hands to get away from the fireplace. My bad. Get away from the fireplace.
I remember being with my feet up to the fireplace trying to warm myself after playing in the snow, and a big old hot coal popped out on me and burned the shit out of me. You know, I was too close to fire.
Did you get slapped by your parents for being too close to the fire?
No, I was old.
Cool.
I mean, I wasn't old. I was probably 6. You know, they weren't expecting the coals to pop out because that.
No, whatever. This is ridiculous. We're not talking about protecting your child by swatting their hand away from a hot burner. It was talking about like discipline. That's what it was talking about.
I thought we were talking about like not hitting and not stealing.
Yeah, well, we were talking. Actually, we were talking about the flat Earth.
Morals. We were talking about morals, is what we were talking about, and how everybody, no matter who you
morally, it's not right to strike another person. It's just not like.
And then I said there is time to, and it's not striking another person, but to, especially with younger children, to use some kind of something to scare them, to let them know that's going to hurt you.
You have to have fear reinforcement. Like if you don't do what I say, you're going to get hit. You have to have that.
No, I'm saying like barely tapping their hand when they're reaching for something super hot.
No, that's not. Again, we're talking about disciplining a kid. Not
that is discipline.
No. That's protecting. That's different. You're about to get burned. You swat their hand away.
Now, have you ever been disciplined in your life?
Yeah,
I was super disciplined in my life. Like I'm
pretty sure we all have.
I mean, if you grew up in the 80s, you were super disciplined.
Well, not necessarily.
Generally so, unless you.
I mean, but I was lucky. Like, I mean, I have a feeling your parents probably went to the wooden paddle, the wooden spoon, or the belt more than mine. You know, like. But
that's
the way they used to do it.
When my mom raised the wooden spoon, I was like, really?
Oh shit. No, when my mama raised the wooden spoon, I was
in the back of my mind, I was going, really?
Because it doesn't hurt.
Yeah,
literally.
No. Because after the first, it does hurt. It does hurt. But after the first couple of times, it hurts. You get used to it.
It's like,
after the first couple of times, you get used to it.
And you're just like, this is like, it's not about the pain. This is just about control. And that's when your eyebrow starts to raise. You're like, really, Mom? Fucking wood?
Yeah, like literally, she could break that thing over your butt, and it's not gonna hurt.
It'll hurt, but temporarily.
Not really, but not. Yeah, exactly. And it is a conditioning.
Paradigm
it is a conditioning, but that is, listen, as parents, we do have to condition our children to listen to us because generally we have their best interest at heart.
I agree, but I've never used a wooden spoon to try to do it.
Dude,
I failed in this respect.
I totally used a wooden spoon, but at the same time, my mother had
actually used the wooden spoon.
Yes, I did. It's better than
past tense.
My son's 25. He's 25 now.
Okay, all right. So you've moved past it.
Yeah.
You did.
I mean, I'd still go after him with the wooden spoon if he needed it.
I I doubt he'd take you seriously at this point.
No, he probably wouldn't, but it'd be really funny to watch.
That would make a funny YouTube video.
But my son turned out he's
coming after me.
He's a really brilliant person. I love my son, and he would say that I was a good mom, and I would say my mom was a good mom, and she actually threw a chair at my sister once.
Shit.
And she had to hang a picture like 3 feet off the wall to cover up the hole that went through the wall with the chair leg. My mom.
I'll chime in on this a little bit. Just listen.
Yeah, go for it.
I got more licks at school when I grew up in the 80s. I got more licks at school than I ever got from my mom because I had trouble at school, and that's back when corporal punishment was.
Well, if you went to private school,
did you ever?
Bro, I was in public school, bro.
Dude, I was in public school too.
Let me finish, Shanna.
Wait, is really down south public school they would throttle your ass?
Oh yeah.
Even teachers. I mean, if you got sent to the principal, he had his own paddle. He was hanging on the wall and shit. Yeah,
it was.
He would call my mom and say and ask permission. Give me some swats.
Yeah, right. See, like up here where the Yankees live, like
there was no phone call, just pow.
Yeah. It's like
no, man. Like it was like Catholic school. It was like Catholic school that when
you were lucky. You were lucky. Yeah. They had to get permission first.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think a couple times there wasn't permission. It was just like I was cutting up too much in this one class, and anyway, just take me outside, whack, whack, whack. And I go back in class, sit down, and everybody, then you're just like,
you can't sit down. They're like, go stand in the corner. You look at the wall. Wear the hat.
Like, you feel all lit up, but I'm not traumatized because of it. I was being an asshole.
Exactly. That's how I look at it too, Helio. Because our principal literally had a huge paddle, and it had holes drilled in it, like.
To let the airflow go through.
Let the airflow go through, and then
it's going to hurt me more than it hurts you.
And you had like these little round circle areas on your butt, like.
Right. Oh, so you actually had to pull your pants down.
Shit, no. I mean, my mom, she was raised me and my brother as a single parent, so it got to a point when we were. Bigger than her when she tried to spank us. We try not to laugh,
She's still trying to
hit hard enough, what I'm saying?
She's trying to do the wooden spoon thing.
So she'd sometimes call my uncle to come over, and he'd bring a boat paddle. And then we're like, oh, no, it's serious now. We don't want Uncle Steve to come over. No.
My mom broke a wooden spoon over my ass, and I laughed at her the whole fucking time.
I know, that's what I mean. She got to the point where we started laughing at her.
I literally laughed at her, and she's like, wait till your dad gets home. I'm like,
right.
Yeah, I didn't have a dad, so he had to call my Uncle Steve, and he had to bring over the boat paddle.
Dude, that's what my mom always said. That she didn't say wait till your dad gets home. She always just told me, your dad will be home in a little while.
It's the same threat.
It's the same threat, but this is what happened when my dad got home. He talked to me for an hour, if not longer.
Okay.
And he would reason everything out with me and tell me why I was in trouble, and why do you have to cause this grievance
at
to
the end
your
of
mama?
it, you're like, Dad, I just want to talk to you in the first place.
At the end of this, I'm just like, Dad, why can't you just whip me? Like, give me a spanking, be done with it.
I have one son, but I don't have a daughter. I don't think I would be able to spank my daughter. I spanked my son a couple times, but he got the gist of it when he was young. So,
I remember
I never spanked my kid. There was one instance where I have two boys, and at the age of 4 and 2, my eldest threw a car that they were fighting over, like a toy, like a Matchbox car. and my 4-year-old threw it at my 2-year-old and beamed him right in the head. And my 2-year-old starts crying. So I grabbed the car and I beamed the 4-year-old with the same car. And then he started crying.
Oh, that's super immature. That's super fucking immature
or anything.
You fucking throw cars back.
I did. But you know what? He got it. He never did that shit again.
I remember when I was like 8 years old, maybe a little older, and my sister started saying liar, 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 and she got in super trouble for calling somebody a liar. And my dad told her, he said it's all down. He says, if anybody says liar in this household, she's going to get a spanking.
Oh, Jesus. If anybody says liar in this house.
and he would, if any of us did say that, he would take us in the bedroom and he would start spanking the bed like he was beating the shit out of us.
Oh, it's like a trick.
Yeah. but she was the only one that didn't. She was the only one that didn't know, and she stopped saying liar.
Wow.
So one thing with dealing with kids too is you don't actually have to strike them. It's about making them feel that they've done wrong if they've done wrong, right? So like, in the situation where you threw the car back, right? You don't have to beam the kid in the head and possibly hurt him. You know, like
I'm not proud of that moment. I'm not proud of that moment, but it did work.
He learned his lesson. He did learn his lesson.
What I'm saying is
they were both crying together. They were both crying together because they both got beamed in the head with the same fucking car. It was like, boom. You both got it.
Right, but what I'm saying is you could scold him and then gently toss it at his forehead and even just graze his nose or something and watch the kid cry and run away.
Right,
he will get a point the same. It won't matter.
Seventh grade
matter.
health
You
class.
don't have to actually like physically hurt him.
I mean, I was being an asshole in class, and the coach. He was a coach, but he also taught health, and it was a health class. I remember this.
That's
what me outside in front of the whole class. Not in front of the class, but he took me outside in the hallway, grabbed his paddle. I mean, it's more embarrassing. I mean, it didn't really hurt me that bad, It was just embarrassing. He gave me licks, and then I went back in class, and everybody's just like, I don't think he could teach shit after that. Everybody's thinking about,
it's the embarrassment.
He just got some licks, bro. So kind of teaches you a lesson. Like,
and it was not a lesson and it was a lesson to everybody. Like, don't act like that. Don't be a stupid fool.
I can imagine a mom. I can imagine a mom like drilling holes in her wooden spoon. It's about to get serious, motherfucker. It's serious.
She's putting war paint on the thing. Like, what do you? You think she's up to crafts? Can I do crafts?
If you thought that wooden spoon didn't hurt you, now it's got holes, motherfucker.
Okay. I would say
there's not as much air resistance.
Better than that is a mother back in the 80s taking a hot glue gun or a soldering gun to her flip-flop.
What? Why would she do that?
To make holes in her flip-flop, because back in the day, Moma'd take her flip-flop and just spank you with it.
Flip-flops don't hurt.
I know, but I'm saying, what if you saw your mama putting holes in her flip-flop? Oh shit.
That would be really weird.
I was trying to make a joke. Damn, y'all just killed it.
Sorry.
You took it a step further. I just didn't get the flip-flop thing because my mom's never beaten me with a flip-flop.
Well, if you're from Texas and you lived in the 80s, your mama pulled your flip-flop and beat the shit out of you.
He's clearly Northern Yankee.
Yeah, shit happened way different in the South.
In the South, flip-flops were a weapon.
80s. Got it.
Shit, extension.
How big is your mom's foot, man? I mean, shit, she wears a size 9 or 8?
My mama wears a size 10.
Oh, shit, that's a big-ass flip-flop.
But man, I'm pretty sure I seen some like extension cords come at me sometime in my life.
Yeah. Did you ever have to go pick your own switch?
Yes.
I never
You
had to
did?
do.
Yes.
Do they have switches in Texas?
Dude, there's bushes
you go
everywhere.
pick
I
them
mean,
Better
in the
yet,
tree.
how do switches work? Wait, I got a better question. How do switches work on a flat Earth? I don't get it.
Switches, man. Yeah, because there are no trees on flat Earth, right?
I don't get how switches would work. Lunatic, can you check your DMs for the sake
Oh.
of all that is good? Thank
Yeah.
Anyway, we should move on. I know what you're getting at.
Yeah, we should move on.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna
We've completely gotten off the
grant
flat.
that,
I get it.
but you're right. You are right. Like, so, like, if we could somehow, guys, bring this back to flat Earth, less beating each other, and why, or how.
Why you
message
should
me back
your
in,
kids.
message me back in the DM, Lou, because I already had that. I never lost it. I needed it. My entire account
It's
got
kind of the
deleted. I had to
nature
make a
of
new
people
account.
just to talk about stuff, though. It's going to happen.
No, sure, but at the same time, it's not like something new. I mean, it's been a thing for all of
I
them.
get it. I get it. We're supposed to be talking about.
We're actually reminiscing. We're just a bunch of old folks who are just remembering how great it was. We're like.
Just a bunch of old remembering how great it was to be
look back and laugh. I mean, children that were really like physically abused. I mean, they're not going to have a fun conversation because I wasn't. I mean, I did get spankings, but that's all I have. That's as far as I'm going to go with it because I wasn't abused.
I was not abused either, and I'm a very happy person. I love my parents to this day. I'm going over to my mama's tomorrow to take and can some apples with her,
So
and
and that should be the end of it. I mean, but yeah, there are children that are physically abused by their parents and stuff. So
absolutely, but
we're not taking that as
Right, what a
something
worthless
light,
conversation. So yeah, Rory's in here too. There's a person, Rory, who's not even VC verified yet, just so the mods can tell.
Sure.
Okay.
So,
but I will say I did take my fair share of beatings. When I say beatings, I'm talking about 90s beatings were not what people call beating.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think we already
That's
went through that for
unbelievable.
like
I'm in
30
shock.
minutes.
What a wonderful story that was. Rory, what's going on, man?
Is Rory unmuted?
Well, he hasn't been through VC.
Somebody's got to go VC.
Hey, we can do it. We can do it here.
If I could go in a VC, I'll get this room filled up. You guys want to give me silver so I can get people in the room? Let me know. Thanks.
Who was that?
Do what you want to do.
Who was that
Rory,
saying that?
what's up, playa?
I'll unmute Rory.
I'll
Let's see if Rory wants to talk. Everybody else,
You can't even find your
Exo's
zipper with the lights shirt.
Everybody, I'm gonna unmute Rory if you want to talk to this person. Exo.
What's
I
up,
don't know if it's male or
Rory?
All right.
Female. Rory, you have access to your microphone. You can talk to Exo.
42 just keeps talking.
That's what I do.
He's just mumbling. What's up, Rory?
Rory is the name of somebody who was raised on granola. Prove me wrong.
You already have to attack him, Luke. Can we just let him speak first before we attack him?
The guy just got here.
Can somebody mute 42?
Try again, Rory.
Phone, I can barely speak.
Oh, it's cool. We can hear you now. You're good to go. Go talk to Exo.
And also, English is not my first language, so.
Well, God bless you, man. I'll just say this. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys, and it's pretty fun.
Cool.
You guys talk good information, and I've been reading about stuff. You guys have good information.
Yeah, man. People waking up. Millions no.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm probably going to use my laptop instead of the phone. The phone is glitchy and my voice is like glitchy too.
Your microphone sounds pretty good right now.
Sound good to go, man. No worries.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I won't even judge you for your. I won't even judge your canola consumption.
That's rude.
Is it true that all Rorys eat granola?
One of these days, we're going to find a Glober. I'm counting.
Well, we've got Dirge here. He's recently verified.
Rory's like a nickname. My name is Rodrigo.
Cool.
Well, very nice to meet you, Rodrigo. Very nice to meet you. Where are you from, Rodrigo?
I'm from northern Mexico, but I've been living in Texas for 6 years now.
Well, you're a neighbor to me then, because I live in Texas.
I'm in Central Texas.
Yeah, I'm in Upper Central Texas, kind of by Abilene.
Used to live in Austin. Now I hate it, and now I'm San Antonio.
Everybody that lives in Austin hates living in Austin, brother.
Now it's full of Californians.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
But yeah, I've been liking a lot of Texas, and I trucked for 7 months all around the USA, and it's pretty good.
Cool.
The East Coast is pretty good.
When you say trucked, are you talking about like you?
Trucking, yeah. Like a commercial driver.
Nice.
Like a truck driver, yeah.
Yeah, truck driver.
We need all you truck drivers right now. So I shout out to all truck drivers getting our goods to and fro. Love you guys.
I'm no longer driving, but I have a question for you guys. So where could I learn about more of the flat earth, or which channel
you're in the right place. You're in the right place.
Which channel should I start reading about it?
Just ask a question. There are so many flat earthers in here that will answer you.
All right, 42. Someone's got to get a leash on 42. The trolling is getting a little annoying.
Okay.
I mean, just
40. We got this.
Please.
You just
okay,
listen.
bro.
We've been talking.
Yeah, it's okay. Just relax.
Got it.
Roy.
Just listen.
I know you don't have a claim, so just relax.
Roy, I'm sorry. Tell me you're Rodrigo, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's Rodrigo.
I know this is a great place for you to ask anything you want to ask, but there are many channels that you could go to. Like if you want to start like at base 1, I'm sure a lot of the moderators, are you able to look at the voice text?
Yeah, I'm able to see most channels.
So moderators, y'all should, even though this is a great place for him to ask questions, if you could give him a good channel to start out with, as the baselines.
Yeah. But I mean, he's right here,
I
right now.
I know that. I'm just saying.
You said you're asking for a moderator to interject. I'm here. Hey, Rory.
Or even
you found the right place to talk about flat Earth. We do have a lot of information inside the server. Are you familiar with Discord?
Oh yeah. But
all right, cool. So you'll be able to find a lot of new information. There's videos if you scroll down toward the bottom of the channel. There's plenty of information if you want to do some independent study and stuff like that.
But what if he wants to talk to you?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. You asked where and on your, when you have your own, on your free time, there's plenty of information. No, I want to talk to him right now. I'm just saying he asked if there's some information he can take a look at. There's plenty of it in here. But if you have some, that's what Shannon was saying. If you have some questions right now, we can answer them. I just wanted to reinforce that. Shannon was right. We can.
Okay.
Yeah, Roy, we're good to go, man. We're ready for you.
Because not everybody wants to sit here and have a conversation. They'd rather just go watch some videos about stuff. That's why I was saying there's plenty of information.
Anna, I just said that. Come on.
I know. I'm just.
I'm glad. Okay, real quick. Yeah, Roy, just so I know it's going to be a little confused. The bathroom's on the left and the back snacks on the right. DJ's already been here. But when you're ready to start talking, Roy, you just let us know, man. We're going to give you the floor.
So this is not a question, but something that happened to me. It was 2 weeks ago. My father told me he was researching about the flat Earth and the moon landing. I know moon landing is probably fake, most likely fake. And but my brother, mother and other family members laughed at my father because he believed the earth is flat. And I don't know. I kind of feel bad about my father being ridiculed like that. But it made me more interested about the flat earth.
So your dad was a flat earther?
Well, he just started reading about it, and he now believes in flat earth.
Cool.
I'm in between. I'm half and half. I don't have enough information to believe either way. I don't want to believe the earth is flat or a globe. I don't have enough information to assume either. But as I said, I'm willing to search about it, hear about you guys. You guys have a lot of information.
Yeah, sure. A lot of times it's hard to talk to your family about it. You know, like your dad probably is like they start just like my son won't really talk to me about it either. So it's kind of not either. But you found your way here. Well, I just don't. He knows what I do and everything that I do here and stuff like that. But he just doesn't bring it up. He's into his own thing, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, the news mostly mainstream is pretty misleading. The school system is pretty corrupt, I believe.
Okay.
And most of the stuff that we have learned is probably fake or misleading, I believe. So yeah, I want to do a lot of search in the hidden stuff or I don't know how to explain it.
I think
there's
using the word hidden stuff is a good term because they do want to hide the truth from you, my friend.
Why?
That is what the educational system does.
What? Well, this brings up an interesting idea. Is the they that we're speaking of trying to hide from us that the earth is flat? And if so, why?
If you believe
millions of things. Oh, there's millions of reasons.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
Well, yeah, and HO knows a lot. XO knows a lot more than I do about why they lie and why they hide. But obviously, there is no man-made global warming if we live on a flat plane.
We're not talking about global warming. We're talking about the Earth being flat.
Yeah, so that they can hoard the knowledge of what this place is to themselves.
Jim,
you can't have
go ahead,
you
Jim.
can't have global warming on a flat Earth. You cannot. And
just Jim.
Oh, okay.
And you can obviously explain away the very first chapter of the Bible because Genesis 1.
I think that's a silly argument, but whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Kind of.
Jim's new.
So it's just the question: why would they lie? What do they want to hide? It's all about influence, power, money, and it's all about saying that God is dead and that we are insignificant specks in an ever-expanding universe.
Understood.
Yeah,
that's right. Exactly. And it forces you to hide from reality, 40. That's why there's millions of globers saying, don't go and try to measure it now because they know they can't measure it.
How many flat earthers agree in this room with what he just said?
I do.
Plenty. Many. Yeah, there's not a general consensus.
Well, no, the ones who do will speak up. The ones who do will speak up.
We're all different. Yeah, we're all different, but there's millions of reasons.
Do any flat earthers in this room disagree with what he just said?
Yeah.
Okay. Walk me through your disagreement.
No, I just disagree with I mean, it's not that I completely disagree with everything that he said. It's just that it's a bad argument. I disagree with him using it as a point. It's not a good point.
Okay,
why? Well, I think Lunatic, the reason he was bringing up those points was because Rory was talking about the different things in our society and school systems of how they're manipulating,
right,
how they're teaching people. So he's bringing these points up because these are pretty much the main topics that are being presented to children.
That's right.
Right.
So
I just want to cut in quick before we carry on with 40. There is a new guy, Dirge here. He wants to maybe get a word in.
Okay. What's up, Dirge?
What up, Dirge?
What's up? I was just here to listen, but
Me too.
How y'all doing?
How you doing?
Hey, chilling under the heavens.
And Roy, you don't have to mute because we really do want to talk to you too.
No, I think he wants to listen too. I mean, it's just a lot of. I see some other new people in here too. I mean, if
I do some,
you're welcome to ask questions. Not, I want to encourage everyone not to jump.
New people,
I think, if I know we all sometimes want to jump in, but it's better if one or two people talk to a new person.
We're not trying to create an echo chamber. We want new people, right?
Yeah. I just verified.
Stop trolling, please stop. Gosh,
I noticed his mic lighting up a few times. I thought maybe he was trying to cut in there, so I was just kind of gonna try to give him a sec. But yeah, it's all good.
I mean, I'm used to being the pretty new girl, but it's okay. I was just kind of listening.
You sound like a dude.
How do you feel about the Earth being flat?
Good question.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm not convinced, but I think it's a really interesting idea. And
what convinced you of the antithesis, Dirge?
I didn't spend a lot of time thinking about being convinced or not, but
about the globe religion that we're just, what convinced you of the antithesis of not flat Earth, right? You believe something else. What convinced you of that?
I didn't spend a lot of time being convinced or not convinced, but
so you're not convinced of anything. One second, you're not convinced of anything you're saying?
Being convinced of not being convinced. What's that make you feel?
Let me ask you all a question. What?
So no. Okay.
What? I assume most of y'all didn't grow up thinking that the Earth was flat, right?
Right.
I have
just talking about that. Yes. Yeah.
We all defected from the Helio-cultist religion. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were raised on television, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Yeah. So we believe what we were shown, right? Just like you.
I think what's interesting to me, how have you viewed the world differently since coming to understand that the world is flat?
Let me get this one. Here's the deal: is that we can actually now trust our senses. The globe Earth religion says we can't. So now we can actually say we're not crazy. We are living in reality, not a cartoon. So it actually confirms all of our experience. Thanks.
So it's a religion.
It's anti-religion. So like 40 believes in something outside of what we experience. We're saying we're experiencing reality now. We've gotten rid of the television.
I never said that.
So again, 40, you're triggered. I know it hurts, but so Dirge, my answer to you is it. So again, that's why you can't stop interrupting. So Dirge, we accept reality now because we're not thinking we're living in a cartoon. Does that make sense?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I mean,
right.
To understand the world as not a globe is definitely more consistent with what your eyes see every day, right?
Excellent comment. Yes, you just nailed it.
But my question is, how has that affected your?
Okay. Well, it's been amazing for me. Personally, it's been. We're all different, though, Dirge.
Personally, spiritually, how is the world different?
That's the thing, is that now it's real. That's the point, Dirge. It's real. The world that we live in is real. We were told we couldn't trust our senses. That's what Globers still say. So to me, it's been excellent. Now I can say, look, all of these things that we've experienced our whole life actually matches reality now. That's the point. It's not I don't have to believe I'm in a outer space cartoon on a ball. I can actually say, wow, this is why we don't experience a ball Earth cosmology, because it's not true. You see, that's why the Air Force says we operate over a flat, non-rotating Earth. The Trident Flight Research Center, NASA, the Army, all these institutes, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, all these companies.
Why should I believe Lockheed Martin?
We all experience it. Lockheed Martin admits this, right? So the whole world admits that we depend on a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's not my claim. That would be the Trident Flight Research Center, right? 1988.
Yeah,
so the whole world. Let me just. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Relax. I'm almost done. You guys, can you just let me finish the sentence? Hold on. So again, dirge, the whole world already depends on the concept of a flat, non-rotating Earth. Nobody's adjusting for curvature or spin, right? So everybody already depends on this claim. That's the point.
Including Lockheed Martin.
Everybody. Yeah, everybody.
That's
that easy.
Dude, I should totally trust Lockheed Martin.
Raytheon. Oh, I don't have to. I
Doesn't
trust
matter.
myself.
You trust your reality. That's reality.
The point is that Lockheed Martin trusts the Earth to be what it is, flat and stationary, when they have any practical purpose for doing so.
Yep.
What's the practical purpose of Lockheed Martin?
Flying airplanes? They're called airplanes.
I'm not quite sure that's the case. I thought
exactly. Immediately you want to say, no, it can't
I
be
thought
true.
the point of Lockheed
so
Martin
just all you
was
got to
to
do is look up.
sell
So here's the right. So
airplanes.
1988, Trident Flight Research Center states, right, over a derivation of a non-rotating flat Earth of linear aircraft.
I'm
so
not
when
trying
they're
to get
making
off topic
aircraft,
here.
I know 40. I know I'm trying to answer the question, but for some reason you keep interrupting me. So when they design aircraft,
That's
they
what
admit
I
that
do.
they designed them. See, I know, relax. Just like all atheists, it's okay. Just relax. So as
Like
all
all
aircraft
atheists.
are designed over a flat, non-rotating Earth, nobody in this room made that claim. The companies that build airplanes made that claim. So it's too easy.
Okay, although I do want to maybe not side with 40, but Lockheed Martin's main claim to everything is they want to go to war. That is where they make their money.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be too successful with that if they were modeling the Earth as a rotating ball.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely 100% agree with that. You're right. I just want to say their main reason to do what they're doing is for money. War machine. That's what they're doing.
40, is that too complicated? Do we need to break it down a little bit more for you, 40?
No. I get it.
I mean, there are specs. You can go look them up, 40, where even NASA documents, flight simulations, they all
Why would I trust
literally-
NASA's documents?
No, you wouldn't. That's the point. You don't have a claim otherwise, right? That's the point, right? You already admitted that you expect a flat Earth, right?
No, I just don't.
Oh,
understand.
okay.
Lockheed Martin
Cool.
worked
There we go.
also
Win,
trust
win. That's
NASA.
perfect. There we go. No, we're talking about your experience. That's the point. If you don't believe in your controllers anymore, can you just trust your own experience?
Sure.
Can't answer. Yeah, you can't answer. It's okay.
I just said sure.
Oh, okay.
Why
Well, there
should
you
I-
go. So
why should
I
I
don't
trust
need
NASA?
an extra reference for it. You're the one who you're telling
You're
me that you believe
you guys
things
are the
because
ones
people told
referencing
you, right?
NASA and fucking Lockheed
40, right,
Martin.
40,
not
you're
me.
the right. I know
But
that's
we're
the point. You
referencing
believe
these things to show you
Shannon.
I didn't bring up Lockheed
Shannon,
Martin.
wait.
I didn't bring
Right,
up
40,
NASA.
right. I don't need them. Right. I'm asking, what do you need, 40, but you won't tell me. You're hiding from your own religion, so we don't know what your claim is anyway. That's the point.
What?
I don't know why you have to say my
gave
name
you a
20
hostile
times.
witness.
I know,
Listen.
but you keep interrupting Shannon.
I'm in the
You keep
United
interrupting
States.
Shannon every time I'm trying to talk. Only every time. Nothing new.
I had no idea that I was hiding from my own religion. Tell me more.
Well, 40, where did you get your information from for the globe Earth? Where'd you get your information from?
From Lockheed
School?
Martin.
Oh, so you don't have an answer. That's the point. So now
From
you're going to
NASA?
make the claim. So now you admit it. So there you go. So they did tell you.
Okay.
Hey,
Awesome.
40, I have a
So,
little
right.
problem. I have
There
a
you
little
go.
problem for you. There's 31.7 miles of vertical drop that must be navigated over a distance of 500 miles on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles. So
Okay.
traveling 500 miles at 500 miles per hour, there must be 167,376 feet of drop navigated over an hour of flight time.
I'm not
That's
familiar with just drop.
2,789.6 feet per minute.
What
The
is
airplane
drop?
must descend to maintain its level altitude on a globe.
Define drop.
Can you tell me why
No.
the airplane doesn't change its angle of attack, A of A?
Without you defining drop, no, I can't.
Okay, into the
All right,
break. Wait, you're right.
drop.
40, you're right. Wait, 40, you're right.
Does
Hold on. Into the
plane
break.
fly around a ball or not?
Define drop, and then maybe I can answer.
You define a ball,
No.
and then we define the drop.
What? You're the one who brought up
I
drop.
can give you an image that
He
can
won't
define
do
it really quick. I can give you an image that define it really quick.
We're not talking about images. We're talking about reality.
I doubt.
No,
And
it's
so
going to help them
judge this
understand what we mean by
in
drop
an
value.
angle of
Because
attack.
hold
I
on,
doubt
is
a two-dimensional image is going to define drop.
40.
Right.
Is an airplane
He's not going to care.
is an airplane traveling in a straight line or not?
I don't know.
Really?
There it is.
What does-
Perfect.
what does-
Excellent.
what
He's
does
honest.
that have to
That's
do
cool.
with-
He's
Well, I guess
honest.
you're right. You're right,
He's
XO.
honest.
He's not
Stop.
going to understand it, or he
He's
refuses to
right.
understand
So
it.
right. So okay, 40. You're right, 40. So you said Lockheed Martin told you the Earth was a ball. Is that your final answer though, or the NASA? Who was it? What's the answer, 40?
Both.
Okay, cool. Is there
My
any
final
way
answer is
possible?
Lockheed Martin and NASA.
Wait,
backwards when
break
it
into
takes
the
off.
break, into the break. Wait, is there anything that you
My
can
bad,
show
I'm
me
just
for? Can you show me anything, 40? Show me anything they
Dude,
showed you.
I'm
that
still
was
trying to
evidence for
figure out
ball
what
Earth.
drop is,
So
man.
you
I'm
can't do
totally
it. So you
lost.
can't. Right. He won't even show me the claim. So 40. Last chance for me, and I'll can you show me any evidence that
Dude,
they
you
showed
don't
you,
have
or you
to
just want to
leave.
retract the statement? No. Are you going to retract your statement, or can you show me the evidence they showed
What
you?
statement?
I just want to know why you think it's
What
a ball.
statement did I
That
make?
that NASA and Trident flight, the NASA and Lockheed gave you the ball Earth claim. Is that still your statement, or no? You retracting it?
That's still my statement.
Okay, so what was the evidence they gave you, and why can't you show it to us?
Well, I mean, who the fuck trusts NASA and
What?
fucking Lockheed
That
Martin?
was easy. Right, exactly. Why can't you show it to us? That was my answer. You're already running from your own claim. See
Well,
how easy
because
it
they're
is?
liars, obviously.
Well, yeah, they
Right,
are
so
liars. But
so
look,
you're Central. This is what I'm talking about, guy. All you have to do is ask them to show you their own claim, and they can't. I'm trying to show you guys this. It's that easy. Thanks.
I never actually claimed it was.
You can't show. That's the point. 40. You can't show us anything. Yeah, he did.
So you're just trying to come in here and manipulate our argument when our argument's straightforward.
Our? Oh, like you guys are all on the
we
same
all
page.
agree about this drop value and the claim about what they say, the size of Earth is, radius, diameter, circumference.
Bullshit.
What? Are you serious? I bet you could ask any flat earther in this room what the radius of said ball Earth is.
All right, let me go ahead and ask. Around the room, what's the radius of said ball Earth? Go.
I mean, as soon as the first person
from his own claim.
You're the only one. Who, yeah, what do you think it is,
I
40?
want all
Does
the
anybody else
flat
knows
earthers
what
to
it is?
tell me what the said radius
Guys,
of the ball is.
Why do you let him do
No,
this?
let's put it on you.
Hide from his own claim. It's so easy.
Kilometers or
Make them
miles?
answer.
Well, let's put it on to 40. Let's see if 40 knows what it is, because we all know that everybody else here knows what it is. So 40, what do you think it is?
It's like 3,050 something.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
Well, that's only because you guys told me.
Oh, okay.
Know before
Well,
I came
thanks.
here.
Yeah, you didn't know shit before you came in here, did you?
Correct.
What was 40's answer? Was it 3,050 some?
Yeah,
That's
39,
all right. I mean, it's
39.
close
You were
enough.
kind of close for a Glober. Not bad.
I mean that was off by a factor of what? 25, 33%?
No, he literally
About
wasn't
900
confident
miles.
enough to give even a guess before. We had to just tell him what it was.
Yeah,
It's-
I remember that.
Yeah, that's how I knew. Because you guys
I
told me.
think he's been in here for a number of hours, and that 4-number radius that the Globers tell us has been mentioned here probably maybe 50 times at least, and he comes up with 30, 50. My goodness gracious! Come on, people.
Well, at least
It's not a drop value. I just posted what we mean by the drop value.
Yeah,
Wherever you're whenever you're standing on a ball Earth, you're on top of the ball, right? So if you're looking straight ahead, or if you're traveling in a straight line from the surface of Earth, you're traveling in a straight line. So the drop value would.
I've been here 4 hours, and there are no Globers telling me shit. It's like literally me against all you guys.
Well, at least we know
check
now
this
who
out.
definitely hasn't tested the globe Earth radius claim. Thanks.
Hey, by the way, actually, on that note, I would actually give you some credit. I personally, it takes a lot of balls to stand up against a panel like this. It really does.
Dude, I'm used to being dogpiled, and it's not a big deal, and I don't take offense to it. It's fun.
No, it's cool. I agree with Lou. I mean, I've heard you, talking for a few hours now. So yeah, that's good stuff.
I just like different people's perspectives.
But it seems like when you say something like you just said, you hadn't learned anything. from
well,
just like all of us were taught the globe Earth when we were growing up. It's not
don't underestimate yourself. Maybe I have.
Okay, well, you couldn't tell
Helio.
us what's the radius
Helio.
of Earth.
Helio, no, is it possible, Helio, that you could find out where he gets his information from? I know that's asking.
Lockheed Martin, NASA. I don't know.
Okay, all he has to do is can you show me that information? How much time does it want?
It's a joke.
I know that's my point. Is that it's a joke to you I know that's my point. Is that it's just a joke to you, right?
You're not even trying to understand our perspective,
right? We're asking where does he get his? He's okay, Helio skeptic. The point is,
I can understand.
Why do you say I'm scared of my own claim?
Make a joke at the same
and then I go,
time.
okay, can you show me where you get your information from? And he goes, nope.
It's like 99
no,
versus
I'm just asking. I'm just asking if you can stop.
You're not going to come in here and tell us what we should be serious about and what we shouldn't.
Right,
listen,
40,
bro.
why do you think it's okay to lie?
What?
Okay,
when did I say that?
Lying
it was
to millions
okay
of children. Who cares? It's just a joke. We're lying to millions of children. Who cares? Yeah.
Where did that come from?
That's what you're doing, bro. I warned you 2 hours ago. I said this is a serious topic, and you're telling me it doesn't matter.
Are you
That's
guys
the point.
children?
That's why they teach it to you. Yes, they teach you this religion so that you don't care about morality. Remember, I told you that 2 hours, and you're proving it. You think it's a joke.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
I know. Why do you keep lying?
Yeah.
Why can't you just tell me the truth for you? I don't get away with that. If I go somewhere, I got to tell the truth. But when it's you believe in outer space, you can say whatever you want.
Morality.
I guess I'm getting
There's
away
no
with it
morality.
because I'm on Discord or something.
You don't care. I know that's my point. Like, do you have the information?
If we get tired of you being here, you won't be here anymore. But
Helio.
Go ahead,
dude. If you want to ban me, you can ban me.
No, it's
the
Helio. We want you to be here. That's no, Helio. We want him to be here because he's showing everybody what happens. I'm just asking where his information comes from. In 3 hours, he just refuses to tell me.
But I did
They're
say
scared to
my
death.
information-
I'm just saying, like, why
my
do you
information
believe
came
in
from,
something
like,
you're
what I
so
was taught as
scared
a
of?
kid.
Right. So what's the
Why do you
information?
think I'm scared of what I was being taught?
I know, but you won't even show it to me. Where is it? Where can I see the information, 40? I'm just dying to see it.
You want me to show you the information of like what I was taught
I've been
when I was a
asking
kid?
for 3 hours, and you've been hiding for 3 hours. I didn't know it was when you learned it was a kid, because 3 hours ago you said something else. You keep changing
I
your
had
mind.
no idea I was hiding from you for 3 hours.
Keep hiding
That's
from the
even
answer.
sadder. That's even sadder.
Why do you believe what you believe?
Yeah, why?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
what's the basis?
Why do I believe the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, what basis do you have to go on for that?
4 hours later, the question hasn't changed, 40. Yeah.
Well, now I feel like I've gone back to the beginning of the conversation, like when I was
We
a kid.
right. We never left.
The time you pointed the telescope away from the Earth when you looked in the wrong direction, that's the basis.
Right. Is there a claim? I'm just trying to figure this out, man.
Yeah, I'm just looking out, into the universe, and I'm saying, well,
okay, a little bit.
Objects
We heard that story already. A little bit of
I know.
constructive
That's
feedback.
the point.
You looked in the wrong direction.
Where does the hold on. Where does the information come from?
The inference is that if everything out there is a sphere, then the thing I'm on is a sphere.
Right.
too.
Who told you that? Yes. Who told you that? I'd love to know who told you that.
The people that I grew up with since.
Can you
since I
just
was
name a
born
name and
told
give me
that.
just? Can you name one name? Because I'd
My
love
parents,
to know who
my
came up with
teachers,
the
everybody.
Right. I know they didn't invent the religion. No, guys, stop. Where did the information that claim originate? Your parents didn't invent that.
I don't know where they. Maybe they stuck.
There
their
you go.
telescopes
You don't
in
know.
the side
There
too.
you go. Thank you for admitting it. You don't know. That's all you had to say. Thank you. I'm done.
You have a religious belief.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm done.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you ever checked the Earth. Why didn't you
Well,
check the Earth to see what the Earth is?
Yeah, you got to double check with the Earth because your inference could be wrong. You could be seeing spherical there that are totally different than the flat plane
You're
that you're
right.
on right now.
You're right. I could be wrong, but you could be wrong too.
Well, the thing is, we need to see what similarities back up this sort of inference that you're making. Do we shine like the planets up there? No. So if we don't shine like them and we don't move like them based off of the evidence of our feet, why are we trying to make the flat plane that we're on like what we see in the sky? That's not justified.
Well, the idea is to
What
get
exactly
a separate
are we
frame
wrong
of
about?
reference. The idea is to get a separate frame of reference where we can look at the celestial objects far enough away from Earth where we can see if the Earth
That's
is
a religion.
celestial
Right.
object
Right.
itself.
Right. Who told you that? Who told you that, 40?
Like I said, everybody since birth.
Right. No, you don't know, right? So just say you don't know.
No, everybody.
Please.
Everybody told me that.
No, you can't name one person. Now it's everybody.
Yes, my
Are you feeling
mom
okay?
did. My dad.
No, she didn't invent the religion.
I debunked your
Your
everybody's
mommy and daddy
school
didn't
told me
invent your
this.
religion for you. I know your mommy and daddy didn't invent the religion. Thanks for admitting that.
What?
Well, the main thing is 42 ounce. We need to test the curvature of the Earth relative to some sort of straight standard. Otherwise, we're making an inference that may be unjustified. I feel
You
no
guys
motion.
are making my heart beat really fast. I feel like I'm getting aggroed out.
Well, the main thing, 42 ounces, we
being
need to check
triggered.
these assumptions.
Yeah, I'm being triggered or something.
Well, 42 ounce, we can check these assumptions with a laser. Do we see the curvature of the land curving away from a straight
Can
standard
you
like
check how
42 ounce?
fast my heart is beating with a laser?
Reality is reality.
Can you figure it out if I'm
Nobody can
triggered with
change
a
that.
laser?
These are totally
What you're
nonsensical
asking is kind of deviating from the subject, so I don't feel the need to really respond to that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a nonsensical question.
Yeah, it seems like you're desperate to look in any direction but that of the Earth to make claims
Ding,
about
ding,
what
ding,
the Earth
ding,
is. Like, why are you looking anywhere but the thing that you want to make the claim about? That's the only thing that you should be looking at, but you'll look anywhere but that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, don't you
I'm
think so?
literally on the Earth.
Yeah, so look at that. Why are you looking literally away from it to know what it is? It's
Because
just,
because we can infer things about like where
okay,
we
that's
are.
stupid.
but
Are you going to
we're
infer
not.
something about your floor by looking at the ceiling? Are you going to infer something about your backyard by looking at somebody else's backyard?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's ridiculous.
Would
Why
you
don't just look
acknowledge
directly
that
at
your
the screen if you
inferences
want knowledge of that?
are your inferences leaps of logic 42 ounce? Would you at least acknowledge that?
Well, I think it goes to what XO is kind of saying. He's saying he's hiding from it. Obviously, he is hiding from what the Earth itself is if he wants to look around at anything but
I
that.
think
to know what
he's
it is.
kind of spiraling because he was conceding to a lot of points earlier tonight, but it's really kind of. I mean, I don't know if it's.
Yeah, but now I'm hearing the
Now
same
he's just
points
like
for
getting
a-
really defensive, and he's just like making shit
I'm
up.
hearing the
it's
same
weird.
points for a second time, and now I'm going. Well, maybe those points suck.
Yeah, but 40, your point for the, I don't know how manyth time here so far is I looked in the wrong direction from the Earth, and now I have a claim about what the Earth is. So that
You
point
know,
sucks.
it's funny, 42
It seems like,
ounce.
you don't. Yeah, go ahead, Al.
The first time I heard your points, I said these points suck. Now, like the fifth time I've heard them, they're making me laugh.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I think the problem is with your logic because you're doing it all wrong. You're looking in the wrong direction to know what the thing you're talking about is. We've given you some pretty straightforward, basic stuff.
How many
that should be
different
simple to
versions of logic
comprehend.
are there?
Well, how about starting with the Earth if that's the thing that you want to know?
How about starting by telling me how many different versions of
Well,
logic?
42 ounce, you said earlier that you looked through the telescope, you
Nice
saw
diversion.
something you said was a sphere, and then you said, well, you like to use the word inferred. Will you at least acknowledge that in itself is a leap of logic on your part?
Well, no. I mean, earlier when I first got here, and I said that I looked through a telescope and saw a sphere. Many of you agreed. Yes, there are spheres up there.
Yes, but then you inferred that is similar. That is what I'm standing on.
I think
I'm
he's
also
strawmanning.
standing on a sphere.
I don't think
That's
anybody
the
agreed with that
inference you make.
necessarily.
I never called it a ball. I called it a sphere, by the way.
No.
Well,
Same
anyways,
thing.
42 ounce, you're making a leap of logic. Can you at least acknowledge that?
Who said it was a sphere in the sky? Who?
Yeah, 40, you're strawmanning. Nobody said that.
He said he saw it through the telescope as a sphere and inferred that is what he is standing on, also a sphere. He said it like 2 hours ago.
And through your confirmation bias of what you already thought it was to begin with, all you can really tell is that it's a circular light. You don't even know that this is a ball. Yeah, I'm going to use the word ball. It's the same thing as a sphere.
You there, 42? You want to answer? Take a deep breath.
Maybe I'll put on a blindfold and walk around the room and try to infer what the computer is by looking at anything but this computer.
Well, we do have to follow the logic toward a necessary conclusion. If we run kicking and screaming from the logic because we don't like the implication or the conclusion, that is kind of illogical or anti-logic. So if we're not seeing curvature, one would naturally infer or assume that the Earth would be probably flat.
Yeah, 40. Do you infer spherical objects from a non-curving surface?
I don't know.
Is that logical to you? You said you studied logic, right? Does that seem logical?
I never said I studied logic.
Okay, whatever. I inferred that from what you said. My bad.
Okay, so so inference matters. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I got it wrong. So
you did also avoid answering the question though, because you said that you didn't study logic. That wasn't the question.
I did answer the question.
Is it natural to infer that it's a curve when there's no curvature? The obvious answer to that is no.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that question?
You can run it back in the chat. We're on YouTube as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it logical to infer a ball from no curvature, 40? Is that logical?
Is what logical?
Is it logical to infer a ball from a surface that is exhibiting no curvature?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the problem is, like I said, with your logic.
All right, 42. You want to just take a deep breath? Just like take a few deep breaths.
Sure.
Just, calm down. Try to process what we're asking you, okay? Try not to be, have knee-jerk reactions because you feel threatened or something. We're here to help you, okay?
Dude, I don't feel threatened. You guys are cool.
All right.
Remain calm, 42. Remain calm.
Got it.
I got
Put the ball down, 42. Put the ball down.
Step away from the ball.
My parents got me a telescope when I was 10 years old. I probably had it outside looking at the moon within an hour or two after we got it put together.
Yay, mommy!
Is there any possible alternative to...
Yay, mommy!
Is there any alternative...
With the yay, mommy guy?
Is there any alternative possibility or assumption that when you look up into the sky with your telescope and you see these planets or whatever, that there might be some other alternative answer other than
no, we're talking about in the 1970s. They're 1970s. They're giving you little toys.
I'm trying to hear the question, but somebody else is interrupting.
I'm answering right now, and I'm because he asked the question of why his little toys. Why he had the little toys? Why did they give him little toys? I thought he was asking
me, not you.
And I'm saying no, like they gave you the little toys because they wanted you to shut up, but then they also wanted you to grow up and to be big billionaires that financed car brokerships and all these made up boomerisms. You're stuck in your little boomer, your groomer society.
Wow.
And that's the problem. And so you're looking at all the contextualization of conspiracy theories under your boomerism eyes.
So you think I'm a boomer?
Not a coomer at most.
Oh, coomer. Okay.
But no, hey, I'm not talking down to you. I'm simply saying, brother, why don't you see the blatant reality of reality? Like,
I don't know.
Things are real. Things are real. And then you have like cartoons. Like we look at things that are real, and we understand science, and we understand these disciplines that are real. And then there's fake things. There's cartoons that happen in between that. And it's like, why would you put more respect to your cartoons? 42.
I've never made a cartoon.
He doesn't like you calling cartoons.
Well, no duh. Yeah,
I know what cartoons
that's
are.
Your religious
I don't have any
doctrines. That's hey, I know. I've read the Bible. I was forced to read the Bible.
I keep hearing this recurring
those
theme
numbers
of like
letters ended up looking like
here.
cartoons.
Are you
to me.
denying 42 that you never had any visual stimulus of the solar system and the globe and all these things?
I am not denying that. I'm not denying that.
Okay,
so you just woke up one day and you were like, "Yep, this whole heliocentrism, me worshiping the sun, which is actually worshiping the great
No,
a
that's not what I'm
tractor
saying.
is real. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying then?
I'm saying that other people taught me this.
We want to know what makes you believe it, though. Like, what kind of evidence? Like, I know people have taught you things. Lots of people say lots of things. Why do you think any of these fallacious beliefs that you believe in? That's what we want to know. That's like what our
Maybe they are
conversation
fallacious.
is about.
Maybe you are a group of people.
Maybe, but what?
Maybe your
But
group of
you
people
don't think
gave you
so.
something
You think
fallacious
they're
like that.
real. You think they're real. And so what we want to know is, why do you think they're real? Why do you think
Why do I think
general
what is real?
relativity is real? That's what we want to know. Like, you don't even know what your claim is. You don't even know how ostentatious, how goofy, and that's why you're asking about like why shoes work on flat Earth. Why does the sun work on flat Earth? You're asking goofy questions. Your claim is you don't have a claim. That's your claim, son.
So then why are you
Son.
arguing with me?
Typical sophist.
The argument isn't there. I'm asking, why are you here even interjecting?
Because I find talking to people on Discord.
You want to troll. You want to troll. You think we have to pay you the troll, and I will give you the troll, and I'm giving it to you now. I'm saying, shut your fucking mouth.
Okay, got it.
Like, you know nothing.
It took you 15 minutes to call me a troll.
You're
I
a
got it.
baby.
Dude, we knew you were a troll several hours ago. We only kept you here as entertainment because we have nothing to do. Okay, don't have any illusions. Okay, you weren't like clever. You weren't like funny. Okay, we were just keeping you around because we had nothing to do, and we like having punching bags around here. Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I could be your point.
Oh, you don't got it. No, you don't. You don't got it. That's the problem. You're leaving here. You're thinking we're just trying to beat you around. No.
But he just said that.
You don't. You lack
Who am I supposed to
the
believe? You or him?
comprehension. Like, what you did you really take them serious when you were in school when they were beating you?
I don't know.
Did you took them serious?
Well,
And
when they
here
were
we are
beating
now,
me,
and we're talking about the same exact thing. Whenever you were being disciplined and you were asking yourself why, we're here at that same question. We've never left it. We've never left it.
I thought we were talking about like whether or not the Earth is flat.
All right. No, you're right, 40. Okay, no, end of the break. Good job. Now, 40, you're right. No, relax. So you just made a statement, 40. Can I just talk for a second? Can you listen?
Of course.
So, 40, you just said, who should I believe, right? So you're saying us versus who? Who told you something else at all with evidence or the origins of that
like
information?
everybody in my life growing up that the world is
right. What evidence did they show you?
Like pictures from space and math.
Okay, right, exactly. So things on TV, right? That's the reality. So the people on TV versus reality. That's what you're stuck in between, right? Right. So that's the thing. I'm saying like we can trust reality. You're still saying no, we can't. We have to look away from.
But
reality.
the only thing you guys are showing me is like fucking 2-dimensional memes.
No, you're saying we can't trust reality. I'm saying I trust reality. You're saying you don't trust reality. Wait a minute, guys. Wait.
Go outside.
Wait. Wait. 40.
Does your wife go outside?
I never
Hold
said
on, relax.
I didn't trust.
The only thing we're showing is reality.
Relax, guys. Right. So the point is, we're saying we're looking at Earth, we're testing, we're measuring Earth, and you're saying don't measure Earth, right?
No, I never said don't measure Earth. I never.
Okay. Do you know anybody who's ever measured Earth curvature in history?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know anybody who's tried to?
I do not.
Right. So you think that's a little suspect?
Maybe?
Like you don't even right. You see what I'm saying? So for instance, you don't even know who's ever even tried to measure it, and we're saying we've already measured it flat. So you don't even have a claim.
Measured it. We measured it. You could have said, "Oh, I tried to measure it to be a globe." You could have said me.
But I haven't measured it.
You don't think about these things. Right. You don't think. 42. You don't think.
So you guys have measured it?
No, I said I did, 40. I'm one person, 40. Yeah,
okay,
my channel's
so
always. Yeah, I have 2 channels.
So how long is
my
it?
channel?
What's the measurement?
No.
How long is
I said the surface. No, I didn't say it has an end. It doesn't have an end. It's too big. Can't measure the end of it. It's not an object.
Ergo, you can't measure it. Got it.
It's not a
No,
cartoon.
the point is
it's
have
existence.
done
Yeah,
nothing.
it's a flat surface. We've measured. Hold on, we've measured a flat. Yeah, everybody's measured the flat surface for you. It's called plane survey.
How long is it?
It doesn't have a length that you can measure. It's just flat. It's always flat.
How
It
do you
isn't a
measure
distance.
something that doesn't have a length?
Oh, you changed your question. It's called plane surveying. Have you heard of it?
Hey,
There's
maybe
another
maybe
method.
you could do some good work.
Into the
You
break.
could do some
Into the
good.
break. Hold
We
on. I
all
know. Hold
take
on.
observations based
So
on
40.
the flat Earth,
Right.
angle
So there's several.
measurements. You
Right.
know,
So there's three
tell
different.
us how big
Hold
the
on.
Earth is.
I
Into
don't
the
even know
break.
what the
Hold on.
argument is at this point.
Right, 40. So there's three different methods, 40. So one would be radar, the second is lasers, and the third would be the plane surveyor. Those are the three that I know of. Do you know of any other methods?
Nope.
Okay, so all of those methods already depend on it being flat. So for instance, there's early warning detection systems, radar
what's the
systems. They
measurement?
measure the
how long
right.
is it?
So they measure the ocean, 40. So from the entire Atlantic Ocean, right, from the eastern seaboard over to Russia was measured flat with a Duga radar system. Does that make sense?
How long is it?
5,000 miles over the ocean.
Okay, cool.
That's it. Just one ocean is measured flat for 5,000 miles. So what I'm saying is that's reality. And I'm saying, do you have a claim for anything other than that reality?
No, I'm cool with 5,000 miles. I'm glad.
Right, that's
I'm
just
glad
one
that
ocean.
it's measured.
You're cool with
That's
flat
just
Earth
one
then.
ocean, yeah.
You're cool with
Yeah.
line of
Welcome
sight,
to Flat Earth.
flat Earth.
Welcome
so-
to Flat Earth.
So how
Next
about
to
measuring? How about measuring
Hold on.
the entire Earth, not just an ocean?
Well, the radar systems can only go out to 10,000 miles. 40. Do you know of a better system?
Well, eventually the technology will get better.
Right. So we've
And
already measured at
eventually
10,000
we'll be able
miles
to measure
flat.
the
Yeah.
entire Earth.
We got a Tesla.
No,
over
no,
here.
hold on. No, the Earth isn't an object, 40. The Earth is in water. So the waters continue after the Earth ends. So I don't know if you've
Dude,
ever been
whatever,
to a beach.
man. I think it'll get better.
Have
I
you
think
ever
it'll get
been to
better
a
over
beach,
time.
40? Have you ever
Yes.
been to a beach?
Yes.
Right. So the waters continue, right? So the waters are what we're talking about. The Earth is in waters,
Right. 5,000 miles.
Right.
That ocean.
No, that's just one ocean, right? So all the oceans measure flat. So National Geographic said it's 800 million cubic kilometers. So they've already measured it flat.
But that's cubic. That's not like measuring.
Right. No, is it
That's not the
is it
same.
possible to have one? Okay, 40. Is it possible to have 1 cubic mile on an ocean that's curved?
I could imagine that. Yeah.
You can imagine a cubic mile that's curved? Wow. Are you sure about that? Your final. So you're thinking a cube can be curved?
A cubic mile, sure.
So you don't know what a cube is. You
I
see,
know what a
only
cube
globe
is.
earthers have
Do you know
this
what a cubic
well,
mile is?
No, you're saying you don't believe in a cube. You're saying a cube can curve, 40. Really? Do you want to show me that? Can you please give me an example? Okay, give me an example, 40. I'll give you $10,000 if you give me any example of that.
Just like imagine a cube being curved.
Yeah, exactly. Let me know when you can show me that. I'll give you $10,000 and I'll hand you my keys to my car too.
I understand that I'm not going to get $10,000 off of this.
Oh no!
But
Can you just show me? I will. No, I will absolutely right now. If you can show me a curved cube, I will absolutely. I will. Yes, nobody's going to hear from me anymore. I'm not going to be able to afford to live, but I'll give you 10 grand on my car keys.
He's not lying, dude. He'll give you 10K.
I doubt it.
Bruh.
No,
Yeah, 40. No, that's the thing. Well, 40, why would you hide from your own claim?
The agreement. Once I hear the agreement, we're going somewhere.
Yeah. What can you agree for? Do you want to attempt to show anybody a curved square, 40?
No, certainly not on a two-dimensional.
That's what I
surface.
thought. That's
Like
what
a
I thought.
computer.
So that's the
You're
point
a
is that what
gambler.
you're
Come
okay,
on,
I'm almost
go
done breaking
for
into
the
the
curve.
break.
Come on, dude.
Into
You
the
wanna
break.
impress
Into the
your
break.
wife
Into the
for
break.
once,
Wait,
you
I'm
know?
gonna back out. Okay, I'm
Into
done.
the break.
Wait,
Into the
wait a
break.
second, guys. Guys, listen, 40, relax. Okay, so here we are, 40. That's the point. If you're teaching that, that's the kind of mentality that
I'm not
destroys
teaching
the minds of
anything,
children.
man. All I'm doing
Right, that's
is
my point. Is
answering
that what you're
guys'
pushing is a
questions.
religion that destroys the minds of children, teaching
I'm
people
not
that things
pushing
can curve,
anything.
that are that's my point. Is that you are part of this religious cult that is telling millions of people that blocks and squares can be curved. That's how dangerous your outer space religion is. That you've just given me the evidence I
My
was looking for.
outer space religion.
Yeah, you said that you're not influencing somebody, groomer. Like you're literally grooming people
Now
to
I'm a
think
groomer?
you're absurd.
Wow.
Yeah, you're absurd disassociation from reality.
I feel like you guys are really attacking me.
Saying a square. Wait, 40. Do you believe that there could be multiple
No,
genders?
this is
40. Okay, 40. Do you also believe in
I'm not
multiple
calling you
genders?
guys
Do you believe in more than 2 genders? 40.
Oh, Jesus.
40.
Do you believe in more than two genders, 40?
I'm afraid to answer.
That's what I thought. So you're not sure
We
if there's
already
just
know.
two
We
genders.
already know. Don't need
Right,
to take into
right.
that.
So you
Don't
believe,
need to
right?
take
So
into
squares
that.
can be curved, right? Right. So we can't trust our eyes. Squares are curved, and we have multiple genders. I rest my case.
What do genders have to do with the Earth being flat around?
That's the point. It's morality. It's called morality. Remember, and you're still hiding from it. Now you're telling us cubes can be curved. That is a perversion and not morality. That's sick. That's pervert.
So
That's
this really
ridiculous.
is about religion.
Just
you're hiding. Right. That's a religion. You're saying cubes are curved. Stop. You're saying cubes are curved. That is a religion. Yes. You're saying cubes are curved.
I'm not saying cubes.
That's your claim, 40. Yes, you did. You just literally told us that the cubic kilometers are curved.
What I said, cubic mile. I said what I said is
curved.
cubic
You said
mile
it has
under the
curve,
ocean.
40. Yeah, you said it
42.
has curve, and we're waiting for an
42.
example.
In all seriousness, you said think of a cube
LGBT
and then
Earth,
think of it curved.
Okay.
You said
welcome to the
let's just be honest.
LGBT society.
Yeah, you literally said that, which is like the worst case of like all the stuff you said. But you
Thank
said
you very much.
Yeah.
The entry into this fraternity isn't as easy as you've taken it thus far.
That was easy. Thanks a lot. Thanks again, 40, for proving my point.
Okay, you're welcome.
42
Can't trust
ounce.
your eyes. Can't trust the bathroom door. Can't trust anything. I love it.
Why do you constantly take exception to when heliocentrism is referred to as a religion? Why is that? Is it just the word? Because earlier when it was explained that it was a set of theocratic edict that you adhere to, you were just like, oh, okay. But then when it's called a religion, you go, whoa, a religion.
You see, as didn't want to think the God or anything.
I missed that part.
Why is
the
that?
whole theocratic thing.
He's not going to answer. Is it possible that we can talk to your wife again? Because I'd love to know what your wife has to say about that.
Come on,
I'd
dude.
love
Your wife
to know
is
what she has to
awesome,
say. I will kill. I'll give you $100. If we can talk to your wife, just talk to your wife right now. I'm going to PayPal
I'll
you.
ask her. Hang on.
PayPal you. Come on.
Your wife's awesome.
We really like your wife.
I can't wait to ask her about
Your wife
I want to ask her about the curved block.
That's kind of low what we're doing, but that's fucking.
No, I mean it's great. Like why these people look at women like they're these tissue papers, you know? Like the society that we live in.
His
and
wife
so
is
now,
unironic.
Flat
Yeah,
Earth
it's been like 3 or 4 hours. She's asleep.
People
She's probably asleep, but she's actually awesome. I mean, I hope we can talk to her.
No, but yeah, Flat Earth respects people's
My
thoughts.
wife is awesome.
People, we respect. We like thinking. We don't like the lack of thinking. We don't like you're gonna go buy the new Jordans for overpriced and all that nonsense. We don't like that stuff.
What's up,
anyways? I mean, that's what the woke came from is just being woke on when things are being released so you can buy them.
Mm-hmm.
We're not selling anything. What we're selling is freedom from these things that you think that you have to buy.
You're selling.
That's what we're trying to like tell you guys.
42. Is she asleep? What's going on?
Yeah, essentially, we're trying to
cancel
your Netflix. Cancel Netflix. Just cancel.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like
my wife.
Why do you believe? Why do you think?
Your wife is.
Where does morality come from?
Than you, so we just we feel like it's a more pleasant experience to talk to her. I mean,
okay. Well, I'll get her up when. Well, I'm not gonna wake her up.
Yeah. No. But
no, I'm just saying.
Maybe another time.
This is a nice time for you to think about what reality is. Like maybe you need to reconnect with like reality.
May I ask
what
you a
is
quick
reality?
question?
Reality
Let me
is
ask
we're
you a quick
talking on
question.
Discord, right?
That's
We
like
look
super
up, we
philosophical.
see things in the sky. We're talking about the nature of reality.
Okay.
When you hear the concept flat Earth, 42 ounce, what is it that you think we've come to the realization of? Do you think that we have realized that the Earth is a flat disk in space?
No.
Or do you think that it's something other than that?
No, when I first came into the room, I didn't know. So
he hated us.
When
he
I
thought
first
we were
came,
the lowest.
no, I didn't. When I first came into the
It doesn't
room,
matter.
when I first came into the room, I thought your guys' perception was like a disc, right? Like a frisbee. But then after talking to you guys and you guys answered a few questions, some of you guys said like, well, no, it's not like a disc. It's like the bottom of the universe. It's
Yeah,
like
sure.
bedrock.
The disk in space still in the solar system, that's just a flat Earth society thing that's been going around since at least the 70s and blah, blah, blah. But
So no, my perception of what I thought flat earthers thought before I came in here is different from what I think now.
Okay.
Well, thank you for being
how is it different? How is it different?
Well, he thought we were on a disk in space, I think.
As I said,
that's the first. Yes, he's right.
So you literally thought that we thought what
that's what he had seen. I mean, that's the propaganda, sure.
I literally thought that you guys
propaganda
thought that the Earth was a disc.
Okay, 42 ounce. Can you see a significant difference in between a disk in the solar system and other reality?
Dude, I get it now. What I thought was wrong.
But do you see there's a significant difference in what we've come to realize?
What significant difference? Aside from me,
dude, just say yes.
We don't. No. Don't just say yes. No, it's we don't. We don't care about what somebody else's beliefs are. We are looking for what natural science is. Natural science is a logical method of establishing cause and effect relationships in the natural world.
Yeah, that's true. No, we shouldn't just tell them to say
we're
yes.
looking for.
Yeah.
What's the difference between natural science and just like regular science?
Because there's a lot of faiths. There's
what's the difference
so
between
that's
natural
where
science
the
and
religion
fake science?
interjects itself into it, and it's like here's a lot of religion.
Everything that you're
But
talking
religion
about,
there is the faith of what you think science is.
everything that you were taught about science in high school and middle school, whatever.
All of it proves
that's all
flat Earth.
natural science.
Is science a religion too?
All established science establishes the Earth is flat and motionless.
Established science?
Yes, science is dependent on. Hold on, science. Yep, that's real.
No,
no.
Are you
established
science? All of established science.
You admitted you don't believe in science. That's what we're okay. Real quick, he keeps saying that. Yeah, that's the point. We believe in science. You're saying not to believe in science.
Natural science is a logical method of establishing the cause and effect relationship in the natural world.
Correct. No, what's science for?
Through scientific,
hold on.
Systematic.
Hold on. What's science 40? Hold on. What's science 40? So we need to know your definite. What's science 40?
I have no
idea.
Remember,
you can't use the word you're defining in the definition.
Right.
Dude, I don't
he
know.
already admitted he doesn't have
science.
People are throwing adjectives.
Okay. Can you please into the break? And let me just finish one sentence and I'll stop talking. So you're asking me if something that you don't know what it is a religion. So that kind of proves my point. Thanks, 40.
You're welcome.
That was easy.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to listen to, guys. I know it's exciting and we want to jump in, but let's all try and keep focused on talking one at a time.
You are jumping in.
I'm a mod and I host a live stream, so I want to. This is also for our audience, right? So if everybody is screaming through each other, then the whole point of a live stream.
I don't feel like anybody's screaming.
Figuratively speaking, Morty.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks. I sometimes scream. You're right, Roger. Thank you.
It's not. I didn't meant screaming, talking.
Thanks for calming us all down. Roger. I appreciate you.
He likes the Roger. You can already tell he likes the troll. That's why he's here.
No, he's right. I mean, we need to find a way to like enforce like one at a time, talking one at a time. I think that's a big problem.
Well, where's 42? Like, yeah, one at a time. Where's 42 at?
He's up there.
I'm talking to 42.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. It's like it's happening naturally. We're all taking turns.
Amazing. We're in line.
We don't even need Roger. It's amazing.
Yeah. So if you get,
it's like I kind of sort of have something to say that the fact that the sundial like proves that the Earth is flat, and that the sunset proves that the Earth is not a globe. I mean, maybe to say that the Earth is flat, at 1.22 times square root. We were supposed to have a geometric obstruction of an Earth curve, and so then our sun is hidden behind that. I found that really strange with reality, because it doesn't seem like when I look at the sunset at 3 miles away, on the sun, standing on the shore. I mean,
so that makes me want to ask a question. Do you think the sun is actually setting 3 miles away from you?
Exactly. That is,
yes?
it makes me want to ask that question.
You got 40. You got to let him answer. 40. Just relax. Just let him answer.
Just making sure.
Question I'm building up to.
Yes. I know. I know.
40. So you think that
no one's making that claim.
Geometric obstruction is obstructing the sun 3 miles away from you while you're laying out on the sun shore? So then that also means that the sun was only 3 miles.
So that's a yes. That's a yes. The sun is only 3 miles.
He won't
away.
listen. He can't listen. No, the sun is much farther.
No. Let him.
I don't know.
Let him
I don't know.
say it. Yeah,
he's having a
that's
seizure.
What I'm saying. Do you think in reality that the sun was really only 6 miles above your entire reality for that day that you were standing out there and just being glorious and loving the sunbathing? Do you really think you deserve that the sun was only 6 miles?
It's not about deserving.
In your whole entire reality for that day?
It's not about deserving.
I think.
What you think.
This is where we concede, and it's like, is your reality my reality?
Dude, I'm just asking you whether or not you think the sun sets 3 miles away from you. That's all I'm asking.
I'm literally asking you. Do you know what
geometry? 3 feet away, 40? Do you think it sets 3 feet away, 40?
No.
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
And
I also don't think
it sets 3 miles. The sunset would only be 3 foot.
I know. Into the break, you have to find out what he believes. He's not telling anybody what he believes in order to hide from his own claim. You have to let him speak. What does he believe? He won't tell you.
No, he is telling. He told me completely, like, of course, 6 miles of circumference of reality of the sun is absurd and retarded. And what he said was that just make believe, and it's so much better. It's so much better if you just forget about the reality of the geometry and the science that they put behind it. That's really that they really go to that.
The natural science or just the regular type science?
Oh, what's natural science? Hold on, into the break. What's natural science, 40?
I don't know.
Oh, that was okay. So why would you ask something you don't know? Shouldn't we discuss what it is?
Because somebody brought up natural science versus like
right. Shouldn't you want to know what science? I already asked you earlier if you knew what science was. You said no. Shouldn't you want to know what? Shouldn't you ask what science is, or can you look it up?
I've been taught what science is, but
what is regular science?
No, Lou,
what is regular?
Tell me what it. Yeah, what is it?
What science is?
Yeah, what's regular science as opposed to natural science? What is regular science?
Yeah, it's like observing stuff and doing experiments and shit.
Oh, what? Oh, so has anybody ever done that for the globe?
Ooh, that's important. You said doing experiments. You said doing experiments.
It's important for the model.
So has anybody ever done that?
Very
Right. So stop.
important.
Has anybody? Okay, clearly. Thank you. When can you give me one example of doing that with the globe Earth?
Yes, like there are people that set up mirrors across lakes and stuff and shot lasers.
No, on a globe, right? On a globe, though, have they done it for the globe Earth yet? Your belief?
Yes, they've done it on the globe.
Can you give me? Okay, can you just give me one example? Where is it?
Yes, like a couple of dudes set up a couple mirrors.
Okay, can you just? I'm not talking about it, but where do you have a link or a citation?
They shot
do you have
and they shot a laser.
Right. Do you have a citation or a link for this? And they found globe evidence?
Dude, give me 2 seconds. I'll Google a million of them.
Oh, take your time.
Are you seriously trying to Google laser?
Yeah.
They shot a laser and there was
Let
globe.
him do it. Let him do it. Let him do it. Let him do it, please. Thank you. Watch what's gonna happen. Watch what happens when he gives me a link.
This is so goofy.
I know.
It's
Just
so
relax.
goofy.
I know, but don't
We have to be
stop
patient.
him. Let him do it.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, he would be the first that would present a globe laser test. So that would be.
I can't wait. I know,
awesome.
Roger. I can't wait.
And I've been asking Globers for their laser test for. I mean, I don't know how long, right? So where's your globe laser test? If a Glober does a laser test, he becomes a flat earther.
Right.
That's why they don't do laser tests. Glovers
They
don't do
don't.
laser
They
tests.
don't want to tell them that when we
Right. No,
see
watch this. Now, guys. So
any
don't lose.
observable-
Okay, guys. Okay, into the break. Listen, Roger, you too. Since you're a moderator, Roger, I have to leave soon. Can you ask him when he finds this link to give us the timestamp when that happens? And I mean, that'll be the greatest thing. All we need is a timestamp.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Can't wait to see the timestamp for the Ball Earth Science.
Where's our soundboard? Should we get that Jeopardy tone going?
Just have one.
Yeah,
guy
I can't wait to see what sort of science he's going to pull out for this thing that has been shown not to exist.
Old derp shit.
Okay, so here's the result.
Oh, okay, cool.
Cool. That proves nothing.
This is a core. This is a forum. So what is this?
Yeah.
Explain.
I just Googled it.
Without
is there a claim for globe? Right. Okay, so guys, don't let them get away. Where's the globe Earth Science in the link?
He just gave a flat Earth laser test.
Yeah.
Cool.
Knew that was going to happen.
So, 40, you want to try again?
Were you
globe
expecting a
Earth
round
science.
Earth laser test?
Yeah. 40.
We're hoping that
we asked,
you could present.
Yes, we asked for globe science. 40. Did you want to try again?
Actually, I thought you were just asking what science was.
No, I asked you for globe science. I mean, do you need to listen to?
Never asked me for globe science.
You're already hiding. So you're already hiding from my.
42.
Did anybody else hear me? Did anybody hear me? Stop it! I asked specifically for globe science, and we're still waiting.
You didn't.
It's too easy.
42.
So there's the morality. So 40. Why is it okay to lie? 40. Why do you have to lie? 40. Why do you have to lie?
Because you never asked for globe science.
Roger, he's now saying I didn't ask for globe evidence. Roger, I mean, what's going on?
We asked for globe.
Well, that's what you said you were going to give us. You said yes.
Roger,
of course.
What's going on here? Is this guy possessed by demons? Sorry, I have to ask.
Whoa, shit!
And now he's saying words don't matter. Yeah, you just said no. I didn't say that. Why are you lying now? Roger, what did I say? This guy says I didn't ask for globe science. He's just laughing through it. He's scared to death. It's just a cringe laugh.
Hey, you definitely wanted a globe, and you got it.
Poor thing. 40. One more chance, 40. Want to try again? Any globe science out there at all? Well, 40.
Dude, you gotta feel bad for them. There should be like one or two things that they could like cling to or something, but there's nothing.
This is
like
sad.
We wait for him to cling to something. Cling to something, please.
Hopefully, your wife's listening.
It'll be so fun for you to just cling to your little dismissal aspects of fucking
No, but
delusion.
let this be a lesson, Lou. I mean, you
Reality
could beg them for globe, right?
accepted.
Let me point this out. So you can beg for globe science, and they'll say you never asked for globe science. I don't know what else to say.
I don't like people that are clingy.
Okay.
Weird joke. Sorry.
Okay, so no globe laser test. Bummer. I mean, if it was a reality, right? This spinning globe, 1,000 miles per hour, curvature 8 inches per mile squared. Why is it so difficult to show or present?
You feel it, right? Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it though? Don't you feel it though? That's why it's difficult. It's difficult because you feel it. No one knows why we feel it. We just feel it. 42 came here. He's he thinks is some above 33rd degree.
This guy, hear me out.
He's a clown. He's a clown.
This guy named Battle just DMs me. He says, "Can't speak in VC. Bring up the fact that a laser on the ground doesn't imply it's 0 inches off the ground. It could be like 3 to 4 inches off the ground. Blah blah blah."
Yeah, welcome to Professor Phil.
These people, they were like serious too when they sent you
So
that.
made a new lifelong
like
friend,
serious
Prosto.
too, dude.
So I respond to Battle and I say, "You need to speak in VC. You can figure it out. I'm not your proxy."
And then he
Battle
left.
says, "No." Then Battle says, "Fair enough."
And he
So
left.
maybe-
I saw him.
Maybe
He
he'll
poked
come
his
in. Maybe
head
he won't.
No, he came in for like 2
I
seconds.
saw them both. Like both of them were just were like, "Oh, this ain't it for me."
Can you believe
These
people,
people
are like
don't
actually
get
trying
it.
to
These
use
people
me as
get
like their little fucking
nothing.
toy?
Very
What the
simple.
fuck is that?
Very
We're fighting over your
simple-minded.
soul right now.
People are so weird.
40, this is
Yeah,
what we get,
it's true.
right? So when we are talking about flat Earth, other globers want to try to pull you back into the globe cult by slipping into your DMs and trying to convince you otherwise. This is not the first time people anti-flat Earthers do this.
But here's what's so funny. I still am a glober, and this Battle guy is like trying to like feed me glober information through me.
Yeah, that's when you know you're on the right side.
He's not even willing to just fucking talk to you in VC, and he claims he can't. Like
He just
hey,
knows that
well,
if he keeps going like this with you, though,
Bring him
that he's
in.
going to lose
Hey,
another one.
come on.
Another cult member will soon defect if it keeps going this way. So he's got to get at you now.
Is that really Professor Phil?
It's like the biggest.
Tell him, come on.
If it's not Professor Phil, it's exactly his tactic.
If globers are a cult, it's the biggest cult on the flat Earth.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
it's
These
tiny.
are like, you're in a cult. And it's like, are
It's
you
tiny.
serious?
No, there's only a few thousand globers that make these claims that you can't trust your eyes. So it's the tiniest cult in.
I don't know,
Earth, yeah.
man. I don't know.
Like
I know you
anti-FE
don't know.
cult
I was
is
about to
smaller
say-
than the FE cult.
I was
You
about
know?
to say the globers are the biggest cult on the planet, but I corrected myself and said on the flat Earth.
Well, you're close. They're not even a big cult. They're the smallest, actually. Everybody else admits they don't experience it. So,
I never thought about it.
I think it'd be more logical to say it's the biggest and smallest at the same time, because after all, there's a very big difference between a glober and a normie. A normie, at least most normies, are people that don't even know that flat earthers exist. They don't even know that anyone thinks the Earth is flat. But if you're faced with the evidence and you still say it's a ball, then you're a glober, which is kind of pathetic.
I feel like if you're just retard, then they're
a
cool.
retard.
I feel like 90% of globers, they're just normies, like Orion said, and they're just following what they perceve is the norm, right?
absolutely, yeah. They don't even know. The point is, they don't know where the information comes from. They
It's like
see it
a
on
religion.
TV. Then they say, "No, I don't watch TV." They immediately hide from TV, even though that's where they get their information. Yeah.
I mean, well, that's how the
And then they
conversation
panic and
was
laugh,
tonight
and then
with
they panic and laugh.
42. Yeah, 42 is just admitting they just
and laugh.
Do what they gotta do.
They gotta do what they gotta do to cope.
First they panic, and then they laugh.
Yeah, not sus or anything. Where'd you get your information from? I can't tell you. Ha ha ha.
And they do it within the span of 2 seconds. Panic.
We got from Quora,
It's too
BuzzFeed, Google.
Morality. It's tough. I know. Morality's tough, man.
Man, it would really suck if there was a creator taking account of our.
Yeah, the morality compass is the worst of the worst.
Wait, why do you guys keep saying morality? Don't you mean honesty?
Oh wow, morality compass? Much?
Dude, wouldn't it suck if we were here for a purpose? We couldn't just binge watch Netflix and
flat
porn.
Earth versus fear. I'm not trying to get
Sleepy
into
Joe,
religion.
you got it, man. Tell him.
Yeah, it would suck, dude.
I'm
if
just
we
following
were
the rules. I'm just following the rules.
No, you're making the show. You're doing a good job. Great job, actually.
That's what I was told when I got checked in in the voice check-in. Stick.
Yeah,
to
we
the
can't have a
subject.
show.
Don't talk about politics. Don't talk about religion. Don't change the subject.
Yeah.
We're talking
Okay,
about
40.
flat
It's
Earth.
okay. 42. You're doing everything right.
Earth is
Trust me.
flat.
It's fine.
I'm just trying to follow the rules here, man.
Right?
Yes, 42. Other than hiding from your own claim, you're doing really good.
I mean, 42, dude. Why did you pick your name? Let's talk about that. Let's go back to basics.
We all know why.
You're doing it again. We're supposed to be talking about whether or not the Earth is flat or round.
Okay.
42. Do you know of any? 42. Do you know of any round?
Dude,
read
the fucking Discord rules up top.
Hitchhiker
Hold on, 42. Okay, so this is a serious question. 42. Do you know of any round Earth science?
Round Earth science. That's a new term.
Don't worry, the questions will get easier. Oh, that was your term. You said it's round Earth. So, are these new terms to you?
That's a new term for me. Round Earth.
You just said round Earth. Round Earth is a new term, or science is a new term?
You said round Earth science, and
right. So you just said round Earth, so I'm using your term. Do you want me to use something else? What do you call it for?
Dude, you
want
can
to
use
rename
whatever
it?
term you want, I guess.
Well, what name? Well, I don't want to.
It's
make
your
it so
term.
difficult. Hold on. So what would you like me to call it, 40?
What would you like me to
You're
call
making
it?
it an issue. So you already forgot what we're talking about. Wow. This is, again, only a problem.
42. 42. Do you
Hold
not?
on, into the break. Wait. I know. 42.
How many breaks are there?
42.
This shit has a lot of breaks.
Right.
Not enough.
So 42. So 42. I hope we can get some moderation. But 42. Do you call it ball Earth science? Or do you call it outer space science?
What
do you
the
call
fuck
it,
is
42?
ball Earth science?
Right. What do you call it? You said round Earth. So you forgot
That's what
the
you
round
believe
Earth is?
in, dude.
Right. Okay. Hold on. So do you know what the round Earth is, 40? That's what you said a minute ago. Do you know what that is?
What?
You forgot what the round Earth is. So what do you call it again, 40?
Call what?
So you forgot the Earth. So you're continuing to forget we're talking about the Earth, 42?
What?
Yeah.
What is the
This
shape?
is getting tough. See, but 42, is it really that scary? Is it like, I mean, it's your belief system, 40. I'm just trying to figure out why is it so scary to talk about? Yeah, what's scary? Your belief system, 42? The evolution of balls in space?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, we've been asking questions.
Is this really that scary that someone is on the internet asking you for your own claim and you're hiding from your own claim?
Not really, no.
Is that okay? What's your claim, 40? What's your claim again, 42?
I don't have a claim.
Oh, okay. So you said ball Earth earlier. What did you mean by that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, you said sphere Earth earlier. What did you mean by that?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and you said round Earth. What did you mean by that, 40?
All I said was sphere.
Scared to death over his own claim.
No, you said sphere.
Thank you.
I said sphere.
No, he said sphere.
Oh, sphere what? Okay, stop. Sphere. Okay,
I also
sphere
said
what,
flat.
40? Sphere. Oh, what's a sphere, 40? What's a sphere?
What's a flat?
Right. Okay, so you're not
You
going
said the
Am I
Earth's the
afraid
sphere.
of flat too?
So what's a sphere again, 40?
You know what a sphere is. We all know
Hello.
what a sphere is.
What's
a flat?
40?
A flat is an apartment in London.
Yeah, there's no.
Don't you know
right,
that?
There's no, right. There's no a flat. Right. So 40. What did you call the Earth again?
A sphere.
Okay, and where did you get that information from?
Dude, I already told you.
Is that scary? That's scary.
Okay, no, you
not
didn't. You
scary.
weren't when you were born. You weren't told to ball Earth for a few days at least. No, you weren't. So you
Right,
want to try again?
Maybe he was. That explains
maybe
why
he
he
was,
wasn't.
but I wouldn't have been.
Right.
You
So
are
right. So
flat
where did you
Earth,
get the
dude.
right? So where did you get right? I know
Why are
you
you
keep saying
being
Jesus
so
Christ. I know. Where did
Why
you
are you
get the
being so
information?
upset
I know
about
it's scary.
these questions?
Where did you get
Yeah.
the information from, 40? Where'd you get it from?
Other people.
Okay, where did they get it from, 40?
Where did the other people get it from? I have no fucking
Yes.
idea.
Do you know? Exactly. Thank you. That's a religion.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I'm
Please
not scared.
call. Hold
Bro,
your
if you're an evolution,
hold
listen,
your
the
teddy
only thing
bear.
end of the break, an evolutionist has no
We're not
choice but to not
talking
make
about
a claim.
evolution.
I know there's.
I
there,
didn't.
he's
Yes, you
so
are. The ball. No,
scared
into
right
the
now.
break.
He is
Into the break.
so
The ball. Okay, into the
frightened.
break. Into the break. You got to let me explain. The ball Earth religion is evolution. He doesn't even know his own evolution religion.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Has no
What is
clue.
Apparently, I'm scared.
Would you
of
like
what
to
I'm not-
discuss your
what I would know.
40? Would you like to discuss your evolution religion too, or you can't tell us where that information comes from?
Sure.
either? I'm gonna
Let's
guess.
discuss my evolution religion.
Where
while
did you
we're
get
at
the information for evolution, 40?
it. Other people?
Okay, and where did they get it?
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow. You have nothing for
I know,
yourself.
I know. Into the break, you're gonna have to let me do this. Hold on.
Okay.
I know.
Keep
We
going.
know what he's gonna do.
Just
We
tear
know
him
what he's gonna
down.
do.
Break.
So
Into the
40,
break.
where did that
Into the break.
information come from?
Other people.
Okay, where did they get the evolution information from, 40?
Other people.
Right. What was the origin of the information?
I don't fucking know.
Right.
Other
That's
people.
my. But you believe it. But you believe it, right?
I don't know.
Right. So no claim.
No claim.
Are you an atheist or just agnostic?
What
Agnostic.
the fuck?
You don't
Is it
know.
atheist?
You don't
Bro,
know.
is it really that
anything.
scary? Is this scaring you again? Do you need your wife to help you? Can you call her in the room?
I thought we were talking about whether or not the Earth is.
What do you know?
I know, but I'm
What
right. But
do
you're just.
you
I know,
know?
but you're hiding
Maybe
from
that's
everything I
another
asked.
question.
You're scared to death to answer anything. Honestly,
Do you
I
really
feel-
want to talk about religion?
That's what we
What
are.
do
We're
you
talking about your
know?
religion. Yes. Where did you get your information from, 40? Or is it just a religion?
Is it just a religion?
Yeah, the evolution religion.
I don't
Is it
know.
just a religion?
Is it? You tell me.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that you're admitting that you don't know where the information comes from, right?
Maybe it's coming from a religion. I don't fucking know.
Right. So you're admitting you don't know, right? Is that hard to
Right.
answer and say yes?
Right.
Right. Right. So
It's
you
not that
believe in something
difficult.
that
saying
you
I don't
don't
know.
even know where the information. Right. So you believe in something that you don't even know what the claim is, right?
Okay.
So do you know what the claim is of evolution?
I think the claim of evolution is like stuff evolves.
There you go. I like that. I'm going to take that. Now, where did you get that information from?
From other people.
Right. So we still don't know the origin, right? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't think that evolution claims to know the origin of anything.
Oh, wait. Evolution doesn't make claims. People do. Do you know the people who came up with the evolution claim? It's the opposite, actually. Evolution doesn't make claims. It is a claim. Right, but you believe it, right? You do believe it.
Well, I believe that people came up with these claims. I mean,
that's
otherwise,
true.
who'd
Now
be
we're on the
claiming
same
it?
track. Excellent. Now you're right. I'm with you. You're 100% right. That was the right answer. So do you know why they came up with it?
I feel like I should get a prize. Yay, I got the right
You are.
answer.
You're getting a prize right now. Do you know why they came up with it, 40?
Why?
Well, Charles Darwin talks about this. He talks about how, the preservation for favored races and how they could enslave certain people because they were lesser than men. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay, well, it's not my claim. It's Charles Darwin. Have you ever read The Origin of Species?
Not all the way through. No.
Okay, well, it talks about these favored races. Do you know how many origins of a species Charles Darwin gives in the book?
No.
He actually gives 0. So they never show you any origins. They just make claims that, of course, in the primordial world.
They or
yes,
he?
Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin and his grandfather Rasmussen.
How many
It's
people
more than
wrote
one
this
person.
book?
2. Charles Darwin and his grandfather Rasmussen. You didn't know that?
Okay, so when
it's
you're
more
talking
than-
about you're talking about these two dudes.
No, you didn't know
No,
that.
it's more.
That
Hold on,
your
it's more than them.
racism
No,
actually
there's a lot of
developed
there's actually
world
hold
that
on
we
into the break.
live in.
So it's not a new religion. So I want to tell you it's not a new religion. Basically, the Babylonians came up with.
I
This
had no
idea
idea it was a religion.
Right, I know that's the point. You just believe it for no reason, but you don't think it's a religion. But you don't even know why you believe it. That's the point. That's the ultimate religion.
That's the
You see how it
point.
works? Yep.
Oh, okay.
Right, and that's
So-
what ends up happening is because people like you don't. Even
why you believe it. Well, why you don't even know why you believe?
Shouldn't believe anything. Believing is for silly people.
Hold on, right? You're not even telling me why you believe in evolution in the first place. You won't even tell me why you believe it.
I'm not here to talk about evolution.
Exactly, that's my point. So if you don't even, right? Why are you asking me to tell you what? So you need people to tell you what to believe. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, well that's what you did. You asked me to tell you what to believe. Okay, and I'm just asking, why do you believe it in the first place? That's all I'm asking.
Because other people told me.
How sad for you and your religion.
Do you think? Okay, hold on. Do you think it's easier to probably escape morality if I think I come from an animal and there is no creator? Do you think that's possible, 40?
Well, now you're talking about morality. Holy
Oh,
shit.
wow.
No, the whole time for 4 hours. Yes, I told you 4 hours ago this is about morality.
That's what you're gonna talk about?
Yes, it's all about morality, 40. I haven't changed my mind. I've made the same claim for 4 hours. I hope this is still the XO.
All right, so you're the guy. You're the guy to friend here.
40.
Got it.
40.
You're the dude.
Sure thing.
You don't get
so that's the point.
That's the entire morality
right. So 40. So you see what I'm saying? So because they believe they come from animals, it removed morality. Does that make sense?
Added.
What do you mean added what?
So you're trying to say they're giving themselves excuse for behaving like animals? They think they came from animals?
Wait, hold on. Right. Let's added what? What did you say?
I just friended you. Added.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. So do you see what I'm saying for you? What they did was these men came up with this religion so that they could literally escape morality. Do you know who Rasmussen Darwin was? No, right? But there was another guy named James Hutton before him. Do you know what he said? He said he wanted to free the science from Moses. So these guys got together and came up with this evolution religion so that people don't care about morality. And look what we have in 2022. People don't care about morality. So you see, it's working really well.
I care about morality.
Oh, okay, cool. I asked you 4 hours ago, and every
I'm
time I bring it up, you sounds like you're
I'm
shocked.
assuming you care about morality, and you're a person, right?
Oh, I actually believe in babies. I go farther than that. I don't think they're just clumps of cells, right? So I actually advocate for unborn babies.
Believe in morality.
XO, we're getting a little sidetracked here. We're not talking about morality. We're talking about the fact that the Earth is flat.
I understand. Ryan, I know, but some people I know, but some people have big boy. Okay, some people are trying to have big boy conversations. Orion, you don't have to be part of it. And if I get banned, I guess it's fine. But that's the point. So I'm almost done. So for 4 hours, 40, I've just been talking about morality. That's what it's all about. Thanks.
Reality is an extreme condition that we all condition to. A reality.
By whom?
Like, what's your condition?
Who's conditioning us?
Is some condition of reality.
Reality
is it a conditioner? Is it just how it is? That's reality. Everybody's joking, everybody's laughing, everybody's having a good time. I like that.
So
you want to say it's not it? Well,
XO was just getting started.
We're not here to talk about our feelings,
with
though.
your fucking your goth shit, dude. I'm the fucking anti-gother.
XO, I tried to warn you to stay on subject with flat Earth.
Hey, guess what? The Earth does measure flat. Like it does.
Anyway,
every
42 ounce.
You have ever
all
taken
wrapped up.
in your entire life is a flat Earth observation. So it's like kind of silly we're even talking about it.
Talking about morality.
Talking about like
42 ounce. The point is that the Big Bang and evolution, are walking hand in hand in your mind.
Well, that's kind of absurd. Like I don't know, kind of
what the fuck does the Big Bang have to do with flat Earth?
Monkey music that has to do with
everything
flat
to
Earth.
do with evolution. Evolution has everything to do with the Big Bang.
Nothing to do with flat Earth. We're just saying that people have certain ideologies.
Well, at least nobody's telling me I'm scared anymore. So
evolution is inextricably
tied. What is the simulation? Is the simulation a simulation of the simulation, or is the simulation?
Don't say cartoon.
Else? That's what I'm asking.
It's a cartoon, man.
Like you, what? Like am I simulating reality?
I don't know.
By simulating reality, like what kind of
nobody's simulating anything.
Sort of notion, that concept. So all you, hey, 42, where you at? 42?
Hey, Orion, have you talked to 42 ounce?
42, what's the answer? What's the
No,
answer?
not yet. I was going to ask him why he believes in the ball, but I guess he just did a second ago. He said just because people told him. Which I'm like, I don't even know what to say to that.
Why do you choose that numerology? Oh, 42.
What?
No, this shit isn't the fucking game to me. This shit's just fucking my life.
Jack Robinson's number. Nothing to do with that, but
It's just a
And
fucking Discord
if
nickname.
you know what my life is doing before I do it,
no,
like then fuck you. You need to fucking tell me.
Into the break. There's a little bit of a rule here. You're not allowed to be at a certain level of drunkenness and still be talking in here, and you're kind of like right at that point.
No, I'm not. No. The rule is like, are you presenting something more forward than
Into the break,
what is presented here?
you're monologuing, you're interrupting. So please, can you
Well,
step back a few minutes, take a glass of water.
Well, that's not the question that's been asked here tonight.
Yeah,
is
I know.
it? So
But
no, it's been real into the break. We'll carry on.
We just having fun. But that's what I want to like. Is the sunset? Does that prove that the Earth isn't flat or is flat? I like questions like that.
Neither.
Okay. Yeah, on the ball with the
They
radius
want
of
on
39.
see.
One second. On a ball with the radius of 3959, every
see.
distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observed height in feet. 40. So standing on the beach, watching a sunset, that horizon cannot be further than 3-4 miles, right? When you're standing or when you're laying on your belly,
Yep.
looking over the water, that horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. So watching a sunset would mean that horizon is 1.225 miles away from you.
That's true. I love that. And then that would also mean that the antithesis, right, behind you was that same calculation. So you saw the sunset, you saw sunrise in that position of being at the, shoreline. The sunset would only be 3 miles. Because there's some sort of physical obstruction that was there that defeats what we see in reality. So reality is sunsets and sunrises defeat the globe mentality, or whatever you would call it. I don't even, like, what do you call this whole being globite? This globism. Like, what do you call it?
How about globite?
Yeah, globite, I would say, because it's neo-Luddite, but because the neo-Luddite, they don't understand what the modern understanding
I still
of
don't get the 3 mile thing. I
of
don't
things. So I call them globites, but yeah, you're telling me all kinds of other was strange. How would you
Does that make me a flat eye?
weird. Like the globe is a very strange
Nice.
ideology that only like sort of French and the German and would know, like, because you know about using
I'm not French or German,
Anglo-Saxon terminology, then you can turn that into something different, like we're still, it's like it surpasses the what we understand as terms. No, I mean, It's not an okay thing. It's like, hey, how can we help each other understand terminology of like what we see in the world better? And it's like, in the French, they call it déjà vu. This is a good thing that they use, déjà vu. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's different terminology.
On the déjà vu.
Yeah, you're off the rails, man. This is cool.
No, what deja vu is on the rails. The deja vu keep us on the rails. Like, that's how insane we've gotten in reality. Is that's to keep us on the rails. And I'm saying, how would we explain something of the sort newly?
I don't know.
Those are my questions.
Maybe by calling it new or something?
So to condense this a little bit, 40, I think he's kind of telling you that there's no globe horizon.
Oh. I totally missed that part.
Oh, yeah,
that was in
totally
there.
missed the part that I was still talking to 42. Fuck yeah, dude.
I didn't think that monologue was directed towards me either. I thought that was just kind of a general.
I mean, but 42, you get it though, right? After this long, you're starting to get it, right?
No, I still don't get the whole 3 mile from the horizon.
You get we just don't believe. We don't believe your disbelief. Like,
come on, 42 ounce. We are the audience. Let me ask. Let me ask a quick question. Have you ever seen a boat sail away from you when you're standing at the beach?
Yeah.
And so your whole thing is that you think that the horizon is a tangent point, physical, that makes
That's what I
boats
was asking
disappear
him.
and
I was
stuff.
going to
You
ask
think
him.
boats
I was
just
going to ask
fall
him why I
off?
thought a boat disappears.
No, yeah, you think balls just. You think a boat just falls off the ball, or
Can
whatever.
we, into the break, can
Yeah.
you,
Like,
can
you
that?
think that? You
There
really?
has to be a more concise explanation for all this.
What do you think, 42 ounce? When a boat sails away from you, or a cargo shipping container, have you ever experienced that at the beach?
Was it? Did it tilt over and spill over on you?
Not at the beach.
42?
No.
To the break, can you let
Anywhere? Have you ever been on a large body of water and seen a boat sail away from you?
Yes.
Until it disappeared.
No, not. I haven't
think
sat.
this is the.
I haven't sat one place.
Have you ever been on
This is the truth of what you need to understand, 42.
I just said no. I haven't.
Have you ever
You
driven
need
through
to understand
Kansas?
this.
What am I supposed to
Sleepy
understand?
Joe is gonna carry you through.
Into the break. Can you give it a break for a second?
Have to do with this.
So 42 ounces. So can you imagine yourself doing that at least? Seeing a boat go off in the distance and you can't see it anymore.
Sure.
The question we're trying to ask you is, do you believe that boat is going over a physical curvature, a physical horizon, and it's going over the alleged edge of the earth? You believe that, right?
No, there's no edge of the earth. That's
Well, I mean, it's going over the curvature of the earth, going beyond the curvature of the earth. That's what you believe, right?
It's yes. That would be what we're putting it. Yes.
So over the horizon, not
Boats
beyond the
going
horizon.
over the edge.
So you can't zoom the boat back in after it goes over the edge, right?
No, it's not going over the horizon. It's going under the horizon.
Same question.
So that kind of means the same thing, yeah.
No,
but the point is, it's not going, as far as we know, it's not going under or over any horizon. It's just going beyond it, going beyond what your eye or your optics are able to resolve.
Okay, fair point.
So,
that's the only point.
Yeah, that is the only point.
When it comes to that, when it comes to that example.
Okay. If it's getting obstructed, right, by Earth curvature, the further away from you that it goes, then you're not going to be able to zoom it back in with a camera once it's been fully obstructed, right?
Okay.
Well, don't you agree? If it's gone behind like a physical object, that's the reason you can't see it anymore. Why would you be able to zoom it back into sight?
Yeah, understood.
Yeah. Well,
what do you
I'm just going to post something for you to
That's
take a
what
look
we're
at.
asking you. What do you understand?
No, I get it. I can take
If the Earth
camera.
if the Earth were a sphere, there would have to be geometric horizons. There would be edges every direction you look.
There's a problem here because he literally believes that cartoons is reality. And so, like, whenever you see something in reality,
but cartoons are two-dimensional.
It's going to cause.
Hold on, into the break. Let's not speak for him. Let's ask him directly. When 42 ounces, when you see a CGI image of the globe Earth on the television screen, do you think that's real? Do you think that's do you think that's an accurate representation of what the Earth really is, even though it's just CGI and the only time you've ever seen the Earth as a ball is if it's a cartoon? So do you believe that cartoons represent reality?
No.
All right, so he doesn't believe that.
Okay.
So did you check?
But you still believe the Earth's a ball, right?
A sphere, yes.
Okay, then check the live stream voice text right now.
Okay.
Because,
what about it?
Well, because your concept of what you're living on is being challenged there.
How so?
Well, you just said that boats go over a physical Earth curve, right? That obstructs them the further away they get. You can't zoom them back in because of that, obviously, right? But I just posted a few videos of us doing that exact thing. So what's going on there?
It's called a zoom lens?
Okay, but it went over the horizon. It went too far to see it. Your story is when that happens, it's because it's being blocked by a physical curve. The further it gets, and then eventually it's just completely physically blocked and you can't see it. Well, obviously that can't be true if you still have a line of sight to it to zoom back in, right?
It actually can be true. It depends on how.
So what? The camera lens can see down and around a physical curve?
It depends on how big the Earth is, obviously.
Oh, so your story's changing.
And how big your zoom lens is.
Yeah, the goalposts are moving now. First of all, it was because of the curve. Now I've shown you that a boat going over the horizon isn't actually being physically blocked by anything. And you go, oh, well, it didn't go too far. It didn't go far enough to get blocked by the curve. So now your whole claim is just totally, you've just adjusted your whole claim.
No, I haven't adjusted it.
Yep. You can't have Earth as a sphere.
I'm actually
and Earth
arguing that the
representing
Earth is a lot
itself
bigger than
flat.
I think it is.
Okay, so then the horizon isn't the thing that you just told me it was before this conversation started.
Dude, I didn't tell you what the horizon was.
Yeah, you did. I asked you if a boat is getting physically blocked by the curve the further away it gets. Now you're saying, oh, well, that's not really what happens then.
I did not define horizon for you.
Well, you did. You told me that that's what happens the further away it gets. That's what
we
you
can
said.
define it and then move forward. So the horizon is where is the apparent place of where the sky meets the ground.
All right,
do you have any problem with that definition?
Let's define it. The horizon
That's
is
the
where
definition.
the sky meets the ground.
I said apparent.
No,
I said, hold on. No, 40, listen. 40. I said apparent. Do you hear me when I say the word apparent? Do you know what that means?
And I still don't accept that definition.
I don't know what to say to that.
That's physical or geometric.
Dictionary,
like you were trying to say it was a minute ago with the boats thing.
Pounds.
You guys are
and let me tell you right now, 40 pounds, if you're just going to tell us, it's much bigger than 3959. Well,
like every atheist.
3959 is linked into the entire solar system.
Did he just say like every other atheist?
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Okay, 40. I'm going to just
shifting Earth. 40.
42. Do you hear what you're saying? Doing?
That guy thinks I'm an atheist.
Right, 40.
Bro.
40, the Earth grows, right? Well, you're making an atheist that claims 40. I mean, you're a duck. You whack like a duck.
Dude, I'm just pointing out that there's a religious aspect to this.
Yes, you're saying I can't trust my eyes and that definition. Yes, you're telling us about your religion, how you can't trust your eyes and definitions are wrong. That's what you're
my
telling us
religion.
Yes, let me ask him a direct question. 42 ounces. Have I said anything religious? Have I said anything that would make... Hey, 42. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so have I said anything the whole time you and I have been talking to each other? Have I said anything that would lead you to believe that I'm religious? If I have, what would that be?
No, not you specifically, but I'm getting a general vibe in the room. Everybody talking.
Trusting our eyes is religion, right? Yes.
There's a religion.
Trusting our eyes,
thing
40.
that
Yes,
you
40.
guys
We're
you guys
talking about
keep
your religion.
bringing
yes.
up religion. Over
Yeah,
and over.
we are individuals, 40 ounces. So just so you know, not one of us in here represents all of us. You should
Do you have
keep that
to
in
be
mind.
religious to believe in a flat Earth? Is that a thing?
There's no belief in it. You have to be religious to believe in a globe. Do you understand that? There is no belief in the flat Earth. There's only belief in that you're living on a spinning ball. There's no belief on our end. Do you understand that? We know the Earth is flat. We don't believe it.
Okay.
Do you understand the difference between knowing something and believing something?
Apparently, I don't. School me.
That's the point. Exactly.
Okay, so believing something would be just simply thinking something's true when you have no evidence to back up this belief, this claim. You know, when someone makes a claim, like religions, maybe not every aspect of every religion, but in general, a lot of religion, including the globe religion. So, they make this claim that the Earth is a ball, and it's a spherical object spinning in the vacuum of space. They say it has a radius of 3,959 miles. This is a claim. This is a positive claim. So if you don't have any evidence, any direct measurements to back up this claim, that means that you're a religious person by pushing this as by pushing this belief, by pushing this claim, but you don't have any measurements to back up the claim. So do you understand how it's a religious belief on your part?
What's wrong with being a religious person?
You have to
I'm
deny
not saying
reality.
I'm just saying it's important for you to recognize it. You're just accusing us in here of being religious.
You're the one who's saying it's so bad.
It's almost like
you're terrible, right?
It's almost like you're making it sound like being religious is like a bad thing or something.
That's what you're saying.
I told you 2 hours ago I would have
individual 40 ounces. So for me, it might be a little bit of a bad thing for me as an individual, but I'm not going to say it's an all-out bad thing for everybody, and not everybody in here is going to say all religion is bad. Okay, so don't misunderstand what I'm saying.
He's the one that keeps saying religion this, religion that, and then putting it on you as if
I
that's
didn't bring
your
that
opinion.
shit up.
Well, 40, you are the one who has to deny geometry to hold on to your beliefs.
Geometry's wrong. You can't trust your eyes, and words in the dictionary are wrong. That's a religion. Yeah.
You're the one who has to push the goalposts when we show you that your beliefs are wrong.
What's wrong with religions?
Well, to be a little more exact, it's not technically a religion. It's a cult.
Orion. Yes, that's the point. You're admitting it's just a religion. There's nothing wrong with that, 40. It's just
it's even less than that, because religions have, like deities and stuff like that. This is just a cult. This is a cult. It's even less.
Right.
Oh,
Right,
no, we're not talking about
fine.
cults.
It's okay.
We're just talking about religions.
Right, so 40, it's okay that you
No,
have a
but we're talking about a
religion.
globe cult. You see, it is a cult.
Gravity is a
You
deity.
just can't let me talk. So you have a religion, 40. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's okay. You have a religion. It's fine.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right, so religion is not bad. Let's continue.
No, that's the point. We're trying to help you with your religion.
Okay.
Depends.
What makes it aside from others is that there's no deity, but it's still a religion. It's still a cult.
It's a belief devoid of evidence.
Wait,
you have to deny geometry.
It is.
Okay, now we're moving the goalposts from religion to cult. That's
you don't trust reality for it. Well, you're admitting that you can't trust your eyes, can't trust geometry, and the dictionary.
I'm not admitting anything. I don't fucking know.
Well, what is that? You're saying that the Earth changes sizes. You won't give us a claim. But
I'm not saying the Earth changes sizes.
So you said it could be much bigger.
Right, 40. You're saying the definition of horizon's incorrect. The dictionary is wrong. Is that your final answer?
What I said was maybe your calculation of the Earth is too small.
No, we're talking about the definition of horizon. When somebody was giving it to you earlier, you said that was wrong.
We use the same calculations that the globers that you're defending use, so they're wrong then. If that's
39.9 is not ours.
You're admitting the globe math is wrong. That's not our claim. That would be, remember, your people that told you the globe Earth was real. That's their claim.
Okay, that's their claim.
Yeah, 42 ounces. Right. I actually remember being taught in school the radius value, 3,959 miles. Yeah, I was taught that in public school. So no, we are not making that claim for you.
What is your
guys? You agree with that, right?
What is your guys' hang up with the fucking radius?
Right, that's the point. You believe it, right?
The whole model,
the
whole religion.
Only globers hate the radius. That's awkward.
No, I've just never heard the hang up with the radius.
So you're saying, so that's the point. Why do we have these globers that won't accept it? It's not our claim, it's yours, and you want to hide from it. Isn't that kind of sus?
No, not at all.
That's a really stupid question to ask. Like, why are you guys hung up on the radius? Like,
okay, hold on.
isn't it
Right. So
obvious?
why do you think the radius is bad, 40? Why is it a bad thing?
I don't know. I didn't even know the radius of the Earth was
right.
An
So don't,
issue
is that
before
important?
I
Right.
got
So
here
is that a
4
bad
hours
thing?
ago.
Right. So is that a bad thing that we're trying to help you understand the radius of your own belief? Is that bad or good?
So you didn't even know
my own belief or the
Central
radius of the planet?
way. So can we help you understand your radius? Is it going to help you out?
What the fuck?
Well, yeah, this is the number one thing that everything has been arguing for depends
that's
on,
my point.
and he doesn't even know.
He doesn't want his. Why is the
what?
Oh dear God!
The entire heliocentric model hangs on that radius value.
Really? The entire heliocentric model hangs on the radius of the Earth being 3,000 miles?
3,999. You said it.
Well, yeah, it all hinges on the ball being the specific size that they said that it was. That's where they get the distance to the other celestial bodies, the proportions, everything in the model. It boils down to that radius claim.
I am on my 47th time around the sun, and I have never heard this until today.
No, yeah, today for the 47th time today you heard about this. Hold on. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this.
Time around the sun.
I'm going to tell him. I've heard you guys go over this. Jesus Christ! Let me say this really quick, and I'm jumping back out.
Yeah, go for it.
Listen, you're only saying these things to trigger people in here, as if we haven't gone over this with you many times over the past several hours. Don't fucking interrupt me. Don't fucking interrupt me, bro.
Sorry. Triggered. Whoops, sorry.
No, I'm triggered because I can hear everybody else getting triggered by the same bullshit over and over.
Okay, sorry.
I know you're a smart enough guy to understand, that they told us about the circumference, radius, and diameter of the globe. You're just making shit up. You're trying to trigger everyone as if you don't understand, but I can tell you're smart enough to really understand exactly what we've been telling you the whole entire time. I don't know why these guys haven't figured out that you're just trolling, and it's just it's frustrating to me just to listen to, and probably is for most people too. I mean, for you to just sit here and play ignorant, it's just stupid, man. Stop being a punk.
No, we
Yeah,
figured
and
out.
to reply to what you just said, they don't want you to think. They don't want you to worry your pretty little head about it, because the more that you think about it, the more that you research it, and the more that you research it, the more you might more likely you might be to come to realize that the Earth is flat and stationary, and you were lied to about that. You were deceived about that. So they don't want you to think about it, because if you did, that might be a problem.
Call me a fucking punk?
Yeah, I called you a punk because you've been just punking everybody for like 4 or 5 hours now. I've been listening to you the whole fucking time, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Helio, I was just asking him why he
thanks
doesn't
for
want to talk
speaking
about
up.
the. Okay, real quick, Helio, I'm just trying to figure out why he doesn't want to talk about the radius. Why is that so scary?
Yeah, exactly. Even though, how many times has the radius of Earth been mentioned to him? And now he's saying, well, why does the radius matter? When it's been explained to him at least 40 times by 40 different people in here, and he's still acting like he's ignorant about the whole fucking topic. I mean, I know you're smarter than that, 40.
Does he even know what a radius is? 42 ounces. Do you even know what a radius is? I mean, a second ago you said you didn't even know what the definition of horizon was, and you denied that.
All I'm pointing out is that I did not know that a lot of flat earthers based their entire flat Earth idea.
It's the globe. It's the globe idea. It's the globe. It's the globe.
He doesn't even know what he's saying, Helio. He has no idea.
It's the globe.
Yeah, this guy's retarded. Helio, this guy is actually retarded.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's the globe that's based on the radius.
So I'm
Don't
not.
get that.
He's scared of it. Right. 42. Why is it so scary to talk about your radius? Is it really that scary?
My radius?
Yes,
that's the thing you're here defending. So yeah, your
you
radius.
Forgot already.
The thing radius you didn't know that you've been arguing for the past 7 hours.
I had no idea I was
radius.
arguing for my radius.
Well, yeah, I know. You don't even know what you're arguing for. That's the point.
Guys,
I know.
Why is it so scary?
Why do you keep
believe what you told me? They told you it was.
He doesn't understand the implications.
Correct.
Right. Why is it so scary? Like, are you saying they lied about the radius?
I'm not
42?
scared. I just had no idea.
Okay, are you saying did they lie? Are
the
they
fundamental
wrong?
idea behind flat
42.
Earth?
Are they wrong about the
was
radius?
the lie about the radius?
42. Did they lie about the
XO, I'm
radius?
really tired of hearing you speak in a condescending way. It's really annoying as fuck. If you're gonna say something to him, say something to him. Just don't say it in a condescending
please
way.
Stop. You're just concerned trolling. Can we please have a moderator?
Let's get a mod
42 ounce. Here's the thing. 42 ounce. If the Earth was a spheroid with a 3959 mile radius, then that creates a certain geometric object, correct?
So I'm told over and over again.
Huh?
No, it just does. You know what a radius is, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, this object
it's
with
like
the
this
3959 radius there would be geometric limitations in every direction you looked if we were indeed a sphere flying through space. It's just not there.
It wouldn't even matter.
There are not geometric horizons that exist. That to this 3959.
Sphere could be completely still and not flying through space, and your argument would still
okay. Look, it is still, and it's not a sphere.
It doesn't matter whether or not it's flying through space. The
Dummy,
radius
we're not talking
itself
about,
is the
we're
problem.
not talking about flying through space. We're talking about the size of your globe and the contradictions it leads to. Do you understand that?
Based on the radius.
Yes.
So this really goes down to whether or not the radius is correct or not. If the radius is correct by the globalist model, then the globalist model falls apart.
So
if the radius is incorrect, then maybe the thing would work.
So will you admit the radius is incorrect?
I don't know. I do not know if the radius is incorrect. Before today, I didn't even know what the fucking radius was.
Well,
I had no idea that flat earthers obsessed about the radius so much.
Well, you had no idea what this thing is that you've been arguing for the last 7 hours.
It's the fundamental tenet of your worldview, of the globe
7
worldview.
hours? Jesus.
Well, your entire reality is based on this worldview, and that is based on the radius of this so-called globe.
So I'm told. I had no idea that this was the case before today.
You had no idea
his subjective reality is based on it.
No idea that everything that flat earthers based flat Earth was on this
globe. No,
radius.
You got it backwards again. Everything about the globe is based on that figure. That's why we're attacking that.
Okay,
but it's not unusual that globers come here and get educated by flat earthers.
True.
Yeah, yeah. They're gonna school the room here, but they're the only ones who don't know the radius of their own model.
I will be looking into this radius more.
Yeah.
Well, there's not. Okay, good.
Dude, we're here to help. Okay, like we know you're trolling, but we hope that we sort of reach you to actually do some research on your own.
Well,
okay.
If you think I'm trolling, why do you care?
We still care. I mean, you're a human being. We care about other human beings coming to realize the truth. That is really what we're all about.
That was kind of a trick.
It's not a trick.
Not all of you think I'm trolling.
We are telling you to do your own
You may think I'm
research.
trolling, but other people in here don't.
Everyone here knows you're trolling, dude. Okay, but we don't care. We are encouraging you to do your own research.
Well, whether he's trolling or not, it's very clear that he has the maturity of about a 15-year-old boy.
Yeah. But dude, like a lot of people are like this nowadays, so we should try to
be an
patient.
insult or something.
Well, we're just calling it what it is. We're calling a spade a spade. We're calling a pear-shaped spheroid a pear-shaped spheroid. So.
Well, it is. Pretty much 99 to 1. So I get it.
Well, okay. So yeah, I understand.
If you guys want to dogpile me, that's fine. If it makes you feel
Yeah, I understand, dude. Your position that you think we're dogpiling you, and I think we have a we do
look at
we
it
do have
this
an
way.
issue.
You don't
We
want
have
it
an
to be
issue
an
that
echo
we talk.
chamber, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, you don't want to just talk amongst yourselves. You don't want this to be an echo chamber, right? Look at
No. We like it. We like it when Globers like you come here, even if you're just here to troll. And I understand we kind of have an issue where we talk over each other, and we get worked up. We're sort of defensive after.
Yeah, it's not
years
even
of
an
dealing
echo
with trolls.
chamber in here when you're not here.
It really isn't. Yeah, we don't
you guys
even
argue
agree
about
with
your own flat Earth.
Yeah,
ideas.
we don't agree with each other. We try to find new truths. We try to do experiments. Yeah, dude, it's not just like an echo chamber. It's not like we're enforcing some kind of dogma on everyone here.
That's what I was talking about 2 hours ago when I was like, "Do you guys all agree?" Nope, we don't. And I was like,
Yeah. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, that's where productive discussion happens is with disagreements, as long as we're civil about it and we're productive about it.
Well, I think this is a fairly civil discussion.
Right now, yeah. So I understand your viewpoint that you feel like dogpile. Still, try to step back and then try to do your own independent research. Try to think about some of the stuff we talked about. And we're
looking at the radius thing because
there's
a lot of heat on the radius.
Yeah, dude. If anything, if nothing else, we're just encouraging you to do your own research. Hopefully even do your own experiments and then come to your own conclusions. And we're presenting, our viewpoint, our conclusions, just as your reference.
Biggest one is the radius. I'm on it.
The radius is the starting point of everything. So yeah, you should start with that. You should start with what conclusions are drawn from the radius and why they conflict with certain horizon measurements. Experience we've gone through today.
Got it.
And how they came up with it in the first place.
Right.
Okay.
So any other questions we can help you with before you're on your merry way? Let's see. It's probably, I don't know what time it is on your end, but
before I'm are you telling me to leave?
No, we're not, dude. You can stay here. Dude, you can stay here as long as you want.
Before I'm on my merry way?
No. I wasn't sure. Maybe, dude, you can stay here as long as you want. Maybe I should have said before I'm on my merry way, because it's kind of late on my end. Yeah.
No, I'm good.
All right. Anyone else want to chime in?
Yeah, 40. You kind of sound like a disc jockey that your time slot is from 4 to 7. The commute home. I don't know what it is about your voice, but you sound like you should be on the radio. And I'm starting to wonder maybe if you don't actually have a radio program and you're getting all kinds of sound bites, so you can go on the air, in a few days and talk about how you went on a Discord server about flat earthers. But all that aside, here's the deal. Yeah, you can look into the radius if you want. It's been debunked. It's over. The ball never was, and it had a good run, but it was never a thing, right? We don't live on a ball. If we did, there would just be consequences of it, right? You'd feel yourself spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You would know that once you get up off the ground, that the ball would fall away from you everywhere you went, not go out to eye level. I mean, and then there's the obvious, the gas pressure, right? So there's no consequences in your life that you live on a ball. So then you got to go, okay, well, that's true. My senses haven't lied to me. Well, then that means that my entire existence, or for what I know about it, has been a lie. Do you care? If you do, you'll go through the process of figuring out where you live. If you don't care, if you want to keep living the lie, you're just indifferent, you don't think it'll affect your life, then you'll just keep doing that. And it's your choice.
Okay. Okay. So, no, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I thought somebody else.
I just said, well said. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just complimenting.
Oh no, I was gonna say, let's assume you're right, and I am completely fucking deluded. Okay. What changes if I realize that I'm deluded, and now I realize that the Earth is flat? What changes?
Well, every good novel.
How does this change my life?
Yeah,
well, you stop believing in a fiction for one.
Well, let's just think of it this way.
From a pragmatic sense, how does this change me?
Right.
Do I do something different as a result? What do I do?
It's kind of up to you, isn't it?
Let him answer. Shut up and let him answer.
Okay.
So you're asking a question. How does it pragmatically change my life? Well, that's hard to quantify for you, right? I don't know your life, and in a pragmatic sense.
How about you? How did it change for you?
Okay. Well, let's just go let's just think about every story that you've ever heard in your entire life about somebody, their life, a novel, a movie, everything. There's always a setting. So you're in a setting, but you believe that the setting of your life is this impossible spinning ball in a vacuum that, it just happened to show up because nothing exploded a few billion years ago. Your life has very little meaning because everything that you think about yourself, like everybody that is around you and yourself personally, all you are is an accident. Well, now you have to go, holy crap, I'm not an accident anymore. So, how will that affect your life? I don't know. What are you going to do with that information? Also, let's not forget that you've been lied to, not intentionally, because most of the Western world, civilized world, believes this fantasy. So, people haven't been intentionally lying to you, but everybody has been passing along a fiction, a lie, a story, a fairy tale, and people think about everything, according to that lie. Well, who perpetrated it and why did they do it? Is it possible that you actually have a lot more authority in your life because somebody out there has gone to the trouble to make sure that you live like a slave?
I don't know.
That's a big deal. So you got to think to yourself, am I living like a slave? And what kind of authority do I actually have? Why is someone trying to keep me living in a fairy tale? That's a big deal. So, like, there's just a few examples of how this is going to affect your life. But,
Can you tell me how it affected your life when you came to the realization?
Everything that I just described to you right there. Oh, really? So I'm not an accident. I actually have purpose. Someone intends for me to be in this terrarium, for lack of a better explanation, right? Okay. So someone is watching me. Someone intended for this to be a place for us to dwell, and someone has purpose for us. That's number one. Number two,
someone?
well, as far as we understand, right, is a divine creator.
A god. Okay, got it.
Sure. Right. So if you are created for a purpose, or at least someone took the time to put you in this place, then you might want to figure out who that is and what they want for you, from you, and who they are.
And
I think that's pretty.
Hence the religious angle again. I see the connection.
Well, I mean, you can use the word religious angle, but I mean, you're in a server where people will have probably already repeatedly told you that this is not about belief. This is about knowing something, right? That's the great thing about reality, is that if you just go ahead and look at reality and go, okay, is this an accident or is it on purpose? And then you go by the two, supporting information biases. One says you're an accident and you have no meaning in your life and there is no God. The other one says there is meaning to life and the creator created this place in a very specific way and it's described. Well, then you got to go, okay, so which one does reality show me? Turns out reality shows you unequivocally, empirically, without any shadow of a doubt, plus your senses, that you live in a created place.
Okay.
Hey, can I add a thought on top of that? So 40 ounces.
Sure.
Oh wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, go.
All right. So you remember what I said a few minutes ago about how I myself am non-religious. I'm not religious at all. I'm really an agnostic of a sort, but I would say I believe in God, maybe, sort of, but beyond that, nothing. Not religious at all. So what I wanted to point out to you is that the third main claim of this heliocentric model is that gas pressure is caused here on Earth, on the surface of the Earth, by gravity. That the air we breathe is actually held to the quote-unquote planet by gravity. And we have a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum above our head somewhere, which is an incredibly powerful vacuum. So what I'm saying is the existence of this vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. It violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. It states that high pressure moves to low pressure every single time.
Well, then
so this is, gas pressure.
Thermodynamics is bullshit.
Well, that's a bold thing to say. But here, let me go a little further with that thought.
What's the first law of thermodynamics? Why are we talking about the second?
I believe it has to do with matter not being destroyed or created, but only transformed. but I'm not exactly. I'm not a physicist, all right?
Chemist.
But well, this is physics, but still, yeah, I'm not a chemist or a physicist either. But anyway, look. The point I want to make to you, because we were talking about religion and God and such, is that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, to the best of my knowledge. The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. We have gas pressure here on Earth. We have air pressure. Air pressure is gas pressure. That means that we are by definition and by default inside a container. Now, I don't know the dimensions of this container. I don't know who built it. I don't know how long it's been there or anything
Maybe
like
the
that.
universe is
I don't
a
know what.
container.
Yeah,
Well,
you missed the
that's a pretty silly
thermodynamics
thing to
part.
say, but the point I'm trying to make, though, is that I would say that at the very least, to one degree or another, I don't even believe that God exists. I would say that it might be appropriate to say I know he exists, at least as far as someone or something must have created that container. I don't know who or what that was, but, it would be a natural creator of some kind. The point is, you can't have a natural creation without a natural creator, much like how you can't have an artificial creation like a pocket watch without an artificial creator. And you and I, we both fall into the category of natural creations. So I would just, say that's as far as it goes with me. Like I said, I'm not religious.
Right.
You also can't have an infinitely expanding vacuum for a
but
container.
you do believe in a creator. Got it.
Yeah. But the question is it even a belief, though? Because I don't even think that's the correct word. I think that's inaccurate. I think it would be inaccurate if I said the words "I believe in God." I think that would be honestly inaccurate. I would say that I simply know he exists, but I don't know what his face looks like.
Okay. I wonder if like globe earthers believe in God too. That's kind of obviously some of them do.
Some claim to, but what globe is there to have been created by a creator?
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm agnostic on the flat versus globe and the whole God is real or God's not. I'm totally like, I don't know.
It's a good starting point.
But I will definitely look into that whole radius, that 3,000 mile radius thing.
Yeah, where are they getting that from when we can't measure any curve anywhere?
I don't know. I'll look into
Yeah.
it.
40, I gotta ask, are you a DJ, or are you on a morning show, or do you actually work for